chance to run forward and stab him in the right shoulder. His gun fell to the ground as he reached for it. The two grappled in the long corridor. Didn't expect the woman he hired has some skills. You're in for more surprises. If it has come to this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Her assistant searched everywhere without finding her. Panicked, she called Burnell. When did it happen? 30 minutes ago. You only tell me now, 30 minutes later? Have you all lost your minds along with Wayne's holiday? Burnell cursed, then called Isaiah, who immediately contacted the undercover operatives Nate Jing arranged. Boss, Isaiah said Catherine Nate was kidnapped. That day, Govind had just finished entertaining clients. One drink after another left him partially drunk when he got into the car. Ali barely had time to reach the driver's seat before receiving the call. Instantly, the person in the back seat, who had been resting, became fully alert. The air pressure inside the car dropped sharply. Where was she kidnapped? Nan Corporation. Govind dialed Presley. On the other end, Presley was smoking after a confrontation with Mercedes when Govind's call came. Mr. Nate, this late at night? Milagros was kidnapped at your company. Presley, if anything happens to her, do you think the Nan Corporation can survive? Presley was taken aback. She had seen Milagros perfectly fine this afternoon, and now she was kidnapped. Presley grabbed her keys and sped away, dialing the security department en route. However, no one answered. Send someone to check the second-floor security room. They've probably been subdued. I'm on my way. Presley didn't dare waste a second. If anything happened to Milagros on her turf, Govind would bury the entire Nan family. Chapter 356. If it gets any later, you'll have to find yourself a new wife. Brother Chen, everyone from the security department has been knocked out cold. What about surveillance? Is it still working? It is. Quickly, check where they are. Isaiah's voice was urgent. Everyone in the security room wished they had a pair of eyes to see through the monitors. Note, eyes seems to be a literal translation of, which means someone with extremely keen vision or, figuratively, the ability to see things far away. In English, this concept might not translate directly, so it could be adjusted for better understanding. Here, I've opted for a pair of eyes to maintain some connection to the original text while making it more readable. A further refinement might render this as everyone wished they had eagle eyes to monitor everything. If you agree with adjusting for better readability, an alternative would be. Isaiah's voice was urgent. Everyone in the security room wished they had eagle eyes to monitor everything. After scanning row by row, they finally found Angie's figure on the last row. 15th floor, hurry. Isaiah shouted for everyone to go upstairs. Hurry, Catherine can't hold on much longer. On the monitor, Angie was being relentlessly pushed back by a man. She was pinned against the windowsill, with nothing but an open void behind her. A fall from such a height meant certain death. Angie clung tightly to the man's collar, determined to take him down with her if she had to die. Do you want to take me with you to your death? Yes, it would be too lonely in the underworld alone. You need the skills for that. Not that I'm in a rush. If I die, Govind will dig heaven and earth to find your family and bury them along with me. The man sneered, but only if she had the ability. And what if he does? Seizing the opportunity when the man was off guard, Angie yanked the knife out of his shoulder blade and slashed toward his neck. Startled, the man loosened his grip on Angie's shoulders, clutching at his bleeding neck frantically with both hands as blood sprayed out. She collapsed on the ground. Angie gripped the windowsill with both hands, hanging in midair, struggling to pull herself up. With all her might, she managed to poke her head up slightly. Suddenly, a hand landed on hers, making her heart stop momentarily. It's over. Over. She worked so hard just to contest inheritance with Waverly, not even getting to spend it. Now this? If she died, she wouldn't let Govind rest even as a ghost. She would haunt him daily as a vengeful spirit. Give me your hand. Seeing Isaiah's face, Angie sighed in relief. Just you? What about Govind, that dog? Look down. Isaiah spoke, and Angie looked down to see the door of a black Bentley slam shut. A sharply dressed man dashed into the building, almost falling at the stairs entrance, barely catching himself as he rushed up without checking anything. Angie felt a pang of warmth in her heart, thinking that this dog still understood her significance. He did have some conscience. When Isaiah pulled her up, he saw the bloody palm and paused in shock. Miss, your hand? Angie glanced down at her bloody palms. The warmth in her heart faded away instantly. What conscience? Had it not been for him, she wouldn't have suffered like this. We should go down first, leave this to them. Stopping Isaiah's attempt to help her. No rush, I'll see who it is. Walking over, she yanked off the man's mask. Recognize him? Isaiah shook his head. No. Strip him down and look for any distinguishing marks. Isaiah directed people accordingly, while Angie moved to a corner, leaning against the wall as she sat down slowly, staring at her bloody palm. These hands. Every year, she spent millions maintaining them, and now, torn apart like this. Although she caused it herself, she was already damning Govind's ancestors. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Angie looked up and saw Govind, sighing, You're here quite early. If it were any later, you'd have to get a new wife. Govind crouched down beside her, and Angie caught a strong smell of alcohol on him. When your wife is being hunted, you still go out drinking? Govind, you're so immoral. What if your son can't have kids? Business obligations. So you didn't plan to come pick me up tonight? Govind examined her body, asking, any other injuries? Angie stared, not answering. The one who asked me to come was you, and the one who told me not to come was also you. Govind had said in the morning that he would come. But Angie had warned not to forget their secret marriage identity. Meeting too often would expose them. Fine. It's all his fault now. I nearly died, and you're yelling at me? Do you know that guy had a gun? A gun. I almost died. Upon hearing the mention of a gun, Govind's expression turned serious. In China, that's illegal. Leave this to Alali and go home. No way, my hand hurts. Do you know how much it costs to maintain these hands every year? I've never done heavy work, and now. Swish. Govind picked up the knife next to Angie and sliced his own palm. Angie's whimpering immediately stopped. Is he crazy? Has he lost his mind? I'll accompany you, okay, go home now, he coaxed gently. Glancing at Isaiah handling the situation, Govind carried Angie away, avoiding the film crew deliberately. It must be said, no amount of words equals action once. As he held her, Angie noticed the warmth of his blood seeping onto her shirt from behind. Warm, calming her heart. What happened? Did you get hurt filming? Elena thought it was Govind who was injured but realized it was Angie again. Find a temple to visit soon. Chase away your bad luck. Elena muttered, opening the first aid kit to treat Angie's wounds. If you weren't around, my brother would be better. He's the biggest problem in my life. Angie glared at Govind fiercely, come with me. Govind nodded calmly, focusing on her hand wound, okay. Let's go tomorrow. Okay. Elena. Feeding us dog food? Any other injuries? Elena asked after treating her hand. Turning around, Angie lifted her shirt, revealing a swollen red mark on her lower back, rubbed raw against the windowsill. This might bruise. Let me rub it for you, it might hurt. Hearing it would hurt, Angie quickly covered up. Forget it, let it heal on its own. Just as Angie was about to turn, Govind pinned her down, not advisable. Angie, it hurts, big brother, it hurts for me. How about you two discuss, I just finished night shift and haven't eaten yet. Greyhammed, do we have food? Greyhammed, startled by Elena's antics, replied, nodding, yes. Yes, I'll prepare. I'll cut another to share the pain. Had too much urine? Govind, do you realize it's your fault, and you're trying to relieve guilt this way? Mr. Nate, remember, reducing your guilt comes from my forgiveness, not self-inflicted punishment. Without my forgiveness, even if you die, you're still a criminal. Translation provided as requested, keeping all specifications in mind. Chapter 357. Angie was lying on the sofa, her shoulders pinned down by Govind. Elena sat in the dining room, stretching her neck to observe the living room while eating. Even while enjoying the show, she remembered to pull someone into conversation. Do you think they will fight? Greyhammed shook her head confidently. No. Really sure about that? Sir can't bear it. From their perspective, the way Govind pampered Angie was so over the top that it bordered on a real-life horror story. He'd come home straight away whenever he was done with something. Whenever he went on a business trip, he bought gifts for everyone in the family. If he got hungry at midnight, he would get up to find food, and no matter how late it was, if his wife said she'd be coming home, he'd wait until she arrived before resting. These things might not seem like much in an ordinary household, but with Govind's immense wealth as a backdrop, it became genuinely scary. Before joining Brit, Greyhammed had also worked in the so-called aristocratic families of various countries. In her 30 years of work experience, she had seen countless families, but only Govind made her understand what respect truly meant. Love and respect coexisting created the perfect marriage. So what do you think? How are you going to calm down? In the living room, Govind, unusually humble, squatted in front of Angie, his deep gaze focused on her intently and sincerely, leaving no trace of insincerity. I haven't thought it through yet. Govind continued coaxing her gently. Let Elena massage you first. You can think while getting a massage. Angie. I forgive you, just leave me alone. After all, he wanted her to suffer pain. She wasn't unfamiliar with injuries from hanging wires during filming. This one was nothing significant. It would heal soon. Massaging it would merely exacerbate the pain to promote healing. No. Govind refused succinctly and commandingly. Angie was already annoyed and now having to listen to Govind's orders infuriated her instantly. I refuse to be massaged. I wanted to stay in every now and then lift my clothes to remind you how much I've suffered for you. If I healed, your guilt would diminish, right? I don't want that. Govind. The thin lips of the man pressed tightly together, forming a straight line, gazing at Angie with a restrained look. You're trying to kill me. Where is Angie? Where is she? Presley arrived hastily at the company, seeing two people lying in the hallway, seemingly lifeless. Alali glanced at Presley. They're at the hospital. The hospital? Presley was startled. Great. She had now offended them completely. Govind protected his own, and Angie held grudges. Together, they wouldn't give her anything good. Allison, President Nate asked me to pass on a message. Go ahead. Allely hesitated, then decided to relay Govind's exact words. Presley nodded. The company's reputation will be handled by Allison. As for the directors group, Angie needs at least a week's rest, which you should also arrange, or I can't guarantee the news won't leak to the media. Presley. Typical of Govind. Seeing the naked man lying on the floor, Presley's gaze swept over his arm, then after a few steps, she paused. Did you anger the Bakergming people? What does that mean? Isaiah was confused. Presley turned back, squatting down to lift the fabric over the man's arm. There's an organization called Bakergming. Their distinctive feature is a blue peony tattooed on the arm, left for men, right for women. Presley pointed at the man's arm. Of course, I've only heard about this abroad. I've never actually seen it. If Boss Nate has the means, he might investigate from here. Isaiah and Allely exchanged looks, noting Presley's information. Meanwhile, the production team was growing frantic, unable to find Angie and discussing whether to call the police. Suddenly, a composed female voice came from the corner. Everyone knows what calling the police implies, right? Even if you overlook the losses for your crew, wouldn't you have to compensate me if Angie's disappearance from my company leads to a stock price drop? The director was taken aback by her strong tone. A seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, he had always been adept at handling such situations, yet Presley's presence always seemed to intimidate him. Director, this isn't the time for that. This is a matter of life and death. A matter of life and death? Presley chuckled lightly. How does it concern me? Do you need me to remind you of our mutual interests? But... The director still struggled. All right, I'll handle it. We'll find her. To prevent this from escalating, we'll suspend filming for a week. A week? The assistant director exclaimed. A week's halt would mean losing tens of millions. The director knew this was the best solution. Losing tens of millions could be recuperated once the drama aired well. But, if something really happened to Angie, their losses would far exceed tens of millions. All right, let's follow Allison. As Presley turned to leave, the assistant director asked the director, why did you agree? Not agreeing would let the situation spiral out of control and jeopardize the entire production. Inside Brit, Angie's screams and curses resounded non-stop. Elena wished she could stuff cotton in her ears. How did Angie manage to curse so fluently? Angie lay motionless on the sofa, her shoulders pinned by Govind, while Elena rubbed her bruised lower back. Just like fish on a cutting board, awaiting anyone's mercy. That's enough. Heat therapy should suffice. Stop cursing. I'm going to sue you for abuse. Go ahead. I'll have Krista draft the lawsuit for you. Sir, Allely is here. Govind pulled a blanket over Angie, gesturing for Allely to enter. Are they settled? Allely nodded. All settled. During the checkup, we found nothing unusual. After Allison saw the tattoos on their arms, she told us these people might belong to an organization called Bakergming. They are characterized by a blue peony tattooed on their arm, left for men, right for women. Bakergming? Govind's eyes darkened, stormy waves brewing within them. Anything else? She mentioned she heard about it abroad and suggested you could investigate if you have the capability. Contact Gavin. Chapter 358. Govind wrapped the blanket around her and lifted her into his arms. Do you want me to carry you to take a bath? As Govind pulled away the blanket from her body, he realized Angie was sobbing with red eyes, looking pitiful like a little white rabbit. Elena. Cried. Oh no, someone's in trouble now. Govind's good days are over. Oh dear. There's an old saying that goes, the Tao rises a foot, but the demon rises 10 feet, one mountain is always higher than another. Angie seems to be destined for Govind, destined to overcome him. I'm going upstairs first, she wisely said, grabbing the medicine box and leaving promptly. Downstairs, Govind gently cradled her in his arms with the blanket still on her, wiping away her tears with his thumb. Why are you crying? Doesn't it hurt? You won't let me cry even when I'm in pain? It's better to endure a short moment of pain rather than continuous pain for several days. If we don't rub the bruise today, you won't even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. You're making all these decisions. Angie slapped his hand away. My father died, and everyone has been bullying me. They all think they can mess with me because I have no one backing me up. I've lost my father at such a young age and am being bullied by people. It's not even my fault. Wah, I feel so wronged. I feel so incredibly wronged. Let me take you shopping tomorrow to mend your wounded heart, alright? So, in your eyes, I'm just superficial? Govind paused for a moment. Didn't you say once that warm care isn't as useful as a huge sum of money? Let me be your personal ATM, isn't that better? Angie's sobs stopped momentarily. I knew you didn't love me, but I didn't know you hated me this much. You actually think about me like this. Govind sighed helplessly, glancing at Meena, then at the tissues. Meena understood and handed him the tissues. Still sobbing, Angie accused Govind. The man wiped her eyes with the tissue, then her face, before showing the used tissue to her. The white tissue had streaks of black and red mixed with foundation, creating a rather messy scene. Do you still want to cry? Angie's protests stopped abruptly. How could he do this to her, attacking her pride like this? How could Govind stoop so low? Ignoring the injury on her hand, Angie grabbed the tissue box from the sofa and smashed it on Govind's forehead with a loud thud. Sir. Mina's alarmed voice made Angie tremble in fright, causing the tissue box to fall to the floor, mixing with blood. Did it crack open? So fragile. Angie shivered, almost rolling off his lap. Govind covered his head with one hand while using the other to hold her waist, preventing her from falling. Miss Tai, Miss Tai. Just as Elena lay down on the bed without having a bath yet, there was frantic knocking on the door. What is it? Sir's head is bleeding. Bleeding? Was it Angie? Mina's expression was quite uneasy, which only confirmed Elena's suspicion. Downstairs, Angie held a cushion to cover half her face, peeking carefully at Govind sitting across from her, clutching his head. Are you calmed down? Angie blinked without speaking. Still not? Govind picked up the tissue box from the ground and handed it to her. Try again. Angie. Dream on. Maybe later. Look at that, cracked open. Elena exclaimed upon seeing Govind's head. Wait, let me record a video. On hearing about the video, Angie tightened. Why record a video? Are you going to tell your mother? Don't worry. If my mom finds out you've beaten up my brother, she'll transfer you money. Believe it or not. Without waiting for Angie to react, Elena had already sent the video. Angie couldn't stop it in time. Some people, are just pitiful. To gain their wife's forgiveness, they have to resort to physical suffering. Elena spoke as she opened the medicine box and examined Govind's wound, pointing out where to hit next time for maximum impact. Govind. Mina. Why do young people these days talk about changing husbands and wives so casually? Don't you think you deserve a punch? Govind warned Elena with a glare. She closed her mouth sheepishly. Am I not allowed to say that? I'm just educating. If you encounter bad guys again, you need to know which injuries are fatal. On the other side, Elena got up to use the restroom at midnight and saw her phone lighting up on the nightstand. She picked it up and looked. Lao Nate, wake up. See. I told you Angie would deal with Jichu. Arlen woke up groggily to see the phone right in front of him. Upon seeing the video content, he paused. His head is cracked. So what? Men won't know who their wife is if they don't get scratched a bit. While talking, Elena transferred money to Angie with a note below the 100,000 renminbi. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the message, Angie's lips twitched, looking at Elena. Turning to grab tweezers, Elena glanced at her. Didn't I transfer money to you? If you run out of money in the future, just hit your husband and send me videos. It works every time. Angie. What a bizarre family. Allison, don't you find this situation strange? Late at night, Presley sat in her office watching the video of Angie being kidnapped. From those two men sneaking into the company until Angie left her drama set and walked down the stairs, everything seemed routine and followed the flow. What was odd was how familiar the two men seemed with the layout of the Nan group. It was as if they were returning home. Moreover, the person dragging Angie into the office managed to open the door accurately while facing away from it. A normal person in an unfamiliar place would certainly fumble around a bit. Presley tapped her fingers on the desk and beckoned her secretary. Come with me to check it out. They went down to the floor where Angie was taken, following the scuffle marks to the office. Inside, the office was in chaos. Whose office is this? The deputy manager of the sales department. Turn on the lights. The room lit up instantly, and Presley surveyed the office from the desk to the file cabinets. Allison, are you suspecting something fishy about this office? They must have planned their escape route knowing the film crew was still there. We need to find out where this exit is. Presley slowly ran her hand along the walls. Covering every inch of the 40 to 50 square meter office, she opened the last cabinet and found nothing unusual, somewhat disappointed. Let's go. Just as she turned to leave, her foot kicked a vase on the floor. The vase rolled to the corner of the wall. Suddenly, the hanging painting on the wall shifted. Chapter 359, Am I Your Wife or Graham's Wife? Allison. The secretary watched as the painting on the wall was moved, revealing a hidden door. Presley stood there, her heart pounding. Go check if President Nate's people are still there. If they are, ask them to come help. I'll go, the secretary said, turning and leaving. Presley stood at the door, confusion layering in her eyes. The Nan group was originally controlled by Mercedes's parents. Later, for personal gain, they wanted to raise funds and list the company on the stock market, nearly bringing it to its knees. Finally, it was the old man who discovered their plot, ordered them to refund and surrender themselves, putting an end to the matter and saving the Nan family's century-old honor. This issue, although handled discreetly, left behind whispers among those who knew. It wasn't mentioned because the old man still had clout in the business circles. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable what the Nan family would look like today. Presley was already mentally and physically exhausted from taking over this mess. With the incident involving Mercedes last night, it was uncertain how the stocks would fare tomorrow. Before Mercedes's issue was even resolved, Govind and Angie had already become involved. Allison, the people have arrived. Isaiah looked at the door in front of him and exclaimed, "A secret passage?" "I just checked the surveillance. When the person dragged Angie in, they turned around easily and opened this door, which I found strange. I came in and found this." "What does Allison plan to do?" Isaiah asked, looking at Presley. In this situation, if it were anyone else, they would not allow outsiders here. It would only cause more trouble. He couldn't fathom her thoughts right now. "Let's take a look inside." "Avoid suspicion?" Presley glared back at Isaiah. "I brought you here to boost my courage, not to avoid suspicion." Isaiah awkwardly scratched his nose, thinking that she was indeed formidable. If it were Angie, there would be no need for courage. She would have just barged in. Standing there being overly cautious, as she would say, the strong can't escape her notice, and the weak don't need to run. "Move aside," Isaiah gestured for Presley to step away while he knocked on the door. "The space behind the door is empty." He pondered for a few seconds before pushing the door open. It was pitch black, with no light. Isaiah took out his phone and used the flashlight to shine inside, stretching out his hand to feel the air. "There's wind. Shall we check?" "You guard the entrance. No one should enter." The secretary nodded and left. Isaiah and Presley stepped inside together, descending the stairs cautiously in the darkness. A hidden room in the building? This place must have existed since the building was first constructed, otherwise, it wouldn't be this concealed. Whose office was this originally? Her father's. This office building was also built under the direction of Mercedes's father. Keep looking. Family scandals shouldn't be publicized too much, discussing it further would be meaningless. Those responsible are now in prison. Presley continued down the stairs, several floors below, where she saw another hidden door, barely noticeable in the dark. "Shh." Isaiah heard something and motioned for Presley to be quiet. They listened intently and detected muffled voices nearby. "Is someone there?" Presley whispered. "Maybe. Let's check." Isaiah felt along the wall, trying to find a switch. After searching for a long time, he realized it was a hidden door. Pushing it open, he saw a man in a suit lying tied up on the floor. Seeing Presley, the man writhed on the ground, struggling emotionally like a caterpillar. "Do you recognize him?" "He's the deputy general manager of the sales department and the owner of this office." Presley approached and removed the cloth from his mouth. "What are you doing here?" "I was kidnapped. While working overtime, someone broke into my office, knocked me out, and woke me up here. It seems those two know about this hidden room. Allison, this is no longer just a company matter. It could be an insider within the Nan family. No wonder Geraldine said you're suffering. You really are in a terrible position. The old man left these messes for you to clean up, but what if after you've fixed everything, his real son and daughter-in-law come out and make you step down? Spending all your efforts stabilizing the company, only for it to end up helping others, how tragic." Presley being ridiculed by Angie was bad enough, being mocked by Isaiah too? Who did he think he was? "You talk a lot, Isaiah." "I can't help it, I'm naturally this way. Allison wouldn't want me to burn bridges, right?" As part of Angie's team, everyone knew that Angie and Presley didn't get along, so naturally, he wouldn't be close to Presley. Today, he was simply offering help to stir things up. "If Allison doesn't need me, I'll leave." Sure enough, Angie's people acted just like her. "Leave then, I'll call Angie right after." Isaiah, well, they did share the same father, didn't they? Such devious tactics fit Angie perfectly. As dawn approached, Angie's bedside phone rang, waking Govind first. Seeing Isaiah's name on the caller ID, Govind's voice was low. "Do you know what time it is?" "Nate. President Nate, Allison found a hidden space in the company. Their sales deputy general manager was trapped inside." Isaiah trembled slightly under Govind's stern tone. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky misty. From a high vantage point, neon lights twinkled, making it hard to tell if it was day or night. The intertwining of night and day was not obvious, and people were groggy, unclear. "Understood. In the future, contact me or Alali for such matters." Govind's warning practically told Isaiah not to disturb Angie again in the middle of the night. Angie was the favored one, but he received the scolding, a pitiful fate. "Whose call?" Angie, still half asleep, asked hoarsely. "Isaiah, go back to sleep." "What did he say?" Angie's mind was still focused on the earlier events. "He dialed the wrong number." The man pulled her back into his arms, soothing her gently. Angie hummed, turned over, and fell back asleep. "Ah. My waist." In the morning, Govind was in the bathroom when he heard a sudden cry of pain from the bedroom. Grabbing a towel to wipe off shaving foam, he hurried out of the bathroom. "What happened?" "My waist." "Let me see." Govind lifted her nightdress and examined her waist. "It's swollen." "It's all your fault. Rub it for me." "Not rubbing it will make it worse. Ask Greyhamid to get a hot towel to apply." "Greyhamid? Why not you? Am I your wife or Greyhamid's wife? Is this my responsibility or hers?" "Govind, you want me to suffer for you and then push me onto someone else?" I'll do it, stop scolding." Chapter 360, Milagros's constant cries from inside the room. Milagros's foul mouth was known for its harshness. Even passing dogs couldn't escape her insults when she felt unwell. Govind admitted defeat. He seemed to have met his match in Milagros. Arlen had always taught him to be emotionally stable, but it seemed like everything was just in preparation for Milagros. Upstairs, Govind diligently tended to Milagros's waist. Downstairs, Alali frequently checked the time on his phone. Greyhammed, where is the boss? We'll be late if we don't leave soon. I'll go check. Greyhammed, not daring to delay, turned and went upstairs to call them. Just as he reached the door of the living room, he heard Milagros's cries coming from inside the room. It hurts. It really hurts. Do you think I'm an orphan or something? Be gentler. Aha. A shiver ran down Greyhammed's spine as he hurried downstairs. Where is everyone? Why did you come down alone? Greyhammed looked somewhat embarrassed. Just wait a little longer. Alali. So predictable. Govind, a man who usually acted with consistency and discipline, seemed to have lost all dignity due to Milagros. All principles and boundaries vanished. Leaning against the car, Alali smoked a cigarette. When Elon called, he said, the boss hasn't woken up yet. Elon left the meeting room and spoke softly into the phone. What kind of joke is this? He's not one to oversleep, even if the sky falls. How would I know? Call the boss. Elon. Are they ganging up on me? How are you? Bernal asked, and Milagros was practicing eating with her left hand. Terrible. Bernal's voice came through Milagros's call. How terrible? Milagros held up her injured right hand to the camera, showing her injury. Bernal fell silent. I'll pick you up in the afternoon, and we can visit the temple together. Isn't it better to visit temples early in the morning? Bernal thought about it, then come to the company in the afternoon so I can take a picture and send it to the director. Do you think they will still be upset after seeing how miserable I look? Don't wait until the afternoon, I'll send the pictures now. Milagros immediately sent 2 photos, which were taken at angles that made her condition seem particularly serious, done last night with Greyhammed's help. She had repeatedly instructed Greyhammed to make sure the photos showed her in a pitiful state. Out of dozens of shots, she only selected 2. When Bernal found the director, they had just finished discussing ways to keep the incident under wraps with several assistant directors and staff members. After calming everyone down, she reassured them that nothing would leak from their side. Then she described Milagros's pitiful state, making the director feel empathetic toward Milagros and losing any previous grudge. After finishing breakfast, Milagros summoned Isaiah to hear the details from last night. Bakergming? That's what Nan Zong said. Did he say anything else? Isaiah shook his head. He mentioned it briefly but didn't see it himself. Nan Zong said if Mr. Nate has the ability, he might find out more. Of course. Who wouldn't be able to figure it out? Prepare the car and take me to Presley. At Nan Corporation, Presley had been awake all night. Busy with work in the morning, she rested on the sofa during lunchtime, still thinking about last night's events. Waking up to find the stock market plummeting further exhausted her. The secretary expected scolding but received eerie calmness instead. Second miss, Nan Zong said no one can enter without her permission. At the office door, Mercedes appeared, clearly bearing marks of a recent slap. Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? You'll be out of here by today if you do. The secretary, infuriated by Mercedes's arrogant behavior, could do nothing because she was the mistress, second miss, after all, a member of the Nan family. Tolerant but aimless, with a temper too easily flared. Let her in, came the command from inside. Presley sat up from the sofa, eyes closed, resting. Upon entering, Presley opened her eyes, unperturbed by the mark on Mercedes's face. If grandfather doesn't discipline you, heaven will. Do you find my appearance amusing? Mercedes retorted. Opening her eyes, Presley pointed to the mountain of documents on the table. Do you think I have time for amusement? Mercedes, if you're bored, crack some walnuts to stimulate your brain. Don't come bothering me. Why can't I come? This is my territory too. Hearing this, Presley chuckled coldly, walked over to her computer, and turned the screen towards Mercedes. See this green trend? All thanks to you. Mercedes paled. Seeing this scene outside the office, Milagros couldn't hold back a laugh. Boss Nan, you should explain things differently. Tell her how many Hermes bags the company's losses can buy. Why are you here? Mercedes asked Milagros, her expression turning grim. Why can't I come? If someone like you can come, why can't I? Presley's headache grew worse. One Mercedes was already enough, adding Milagros made it unbearable. Milagros, please leave. No, Milagros replied coyly, I'm prettier, more useful, and earn more money than she does. Why should I leave? Mercedes. Is Milagros crazy, actually flirting with Presley? What's the relationship between you two? You guess. Milagros leaned lazily against the door, eyeing Mercedes. If I were you, I'd ice that face. Thin-skinned people like Harvey would never find you attractive, and if you're disfigured, he'll have more reasons to cheat on you. Indeed. A person like you only bullies people who won't retaliate. Why don't you try bullying Harvey? Oh, such a pity. As a woman, I am ashamed of you. Shut up, Mercedes yelled, furious and pointing at Milagros. Will you shut me up? What next? Control my breathing. Control the oxygen on Earth while you're at it. Really shameless. Eating and drinking from others, enjoying life off their labor, then coming back to curse them. If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face here. Chapter 361, A Place So Perverted. You're such a pushover. Talia, they eat your food, drink your drinks, spend your hard-earned money on bags and extravagance, even chase cheats all over the world, and you still let them treat you like dirt. If it were me, I'd pin her down so she can't even crawl away. Talia glanced at Angie. She could see through her intent. This woman was here to fan the flames and watch the show. She feared that the drama wouldn't be intense enough and wished she could douse gasoline into the mix, bucket by bucket. Talia didn't want these two women to cause a headache or start a fight in her office. She pressed the intercom to have someone escort Angie out. I won't. Who says you get to choose? This isn't your territory, Margaret retorted with bloodshot eyes, glaring fiercely at Angie. Angie had one unique quality, her thick skin. She only listened if she wanted to, anything else was considered useless talk. Oh. When did I ever say this was my place? You may be young, but your mind is quite muddled. You can't even tell what I've said or not. You want to argue with me? With your attitude, I could shout you down 8 streets over. Talia watched as the two exchanged words, realizing they wouldn't stop anytime soon. Fine, if they won't leave, she will. TSK TSK TSK, look at you. You made Allison leave. How shameful. Wouldn't it be more comfortable staying home as the second Miss Nan? Everyone in the company knows your antics last night tanked the stock price. Still got the nerve to show up here? What, are you afraid no one knows how inadequate you are? Do you believe that if you weren't the second Miss Nan, you'd be beaten today? Seeing the elevator doors about to close, Angie stuck her hand out to prevent it from shutting. Angie, pushing too hard, aren't you? Ow, I was injured here last night, just coming back to revisit the scene. Is that too much to ask? Allison, I haven't bothered you yet, don't be so harsh on me. Leaning lazily against the elevator wall, Angie looked at Talia innocently, blinking her eyes, putting on an act that exuded charm and allure. No wonder a man like Govind could be completely captivated. Beautiful, capable, and skilled at flirting, any one of these qualities alone would be impressive. Angie possessed them all. I'm going down for a meeting, are you coming down? I won't hinder you, wait till you're done. Angie. Spit it out if you have something to say. I don't have anything specific in mind. Do you think I'll believe that? Angie tilted her head, even wearing a mask and showing only her eyes, she exuded an enchanting aura. Why shouldn't I believe you? Angie, you never come unless you want something. You frequently sought Govind for legal help before. Now you're here. What do you want? You're wrong. She sought Govind to trick him into providing physical labor. Allison, the meeting has started, interrupted by the secretary from the conference room. Talia didn't have time to deal with her and left directly. Keep an eye on her, make sure Geraldine doesn't fight with Margaret. Before entering the meeting room, Talia instructed the secretary. The secretary felt somewhat helpless, he really didn't have the capability to handle the situation. Who could stop Angie if she decided to start a fight? If she starts something, I could manage it. He went on his own path independently, why work under someone else? Geraldine, shall I take you to the lounge area? What's good about sitting in the lounge? Or do you want me to show you around the company? After some thought, the secretary agreed. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, wherever she goes is fine. Entering the elevator, Angie quickly pressed the button for the 17th floor, causing a jolt in the secretary. Geraldine? Angie blinked at him, what's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to tour? Can't revisit an old haunt? All right. Couldn't refuse her request anyway. Floor 17 was the sales department of Nan Group. After the incident last night, Talia personally instructed the security team to keep quiet, any leaks would result in severe consequences. Thus, everything in the sales department was business as usual except for the VP's office. Just as Angie entered, someone came out, nearly colliding with her. Had she not dodged swiftly? Watch where you're going. Chief Secretary, sorry. That person stammered nervously. Why so hostile? No big deal if we bump into each other, Angie smiled reassuringly. The person looked at her with twitching lips, having difficulty expressing their unease. Angie continued smiling as she observed, and just when the person thought it was over, she pushed open the VP's office door. It was still in chaos from last night, untouched. Christy, you can't go in here. I'm already inside. Saying can't now, do you have something against me? Do I not look pretty enough, or am I not gentle enough? Angie blinked her round eyes, speaking in a sweet voice with sultry eyes, a perfect act of flirtation. And no, he stuttered, avoiding Angie's gaze. Could this beauty be using her charm here? Top beauty of Jingang, was this something he could resist? Exactly, being so wonderful, if I wanted to enter elsewhere, people would welcome me with open arms. Angie played dirty. The man's lips twitched. Watching Angie walk around, her gaze fell on a painting. Just as she was about to lift the frame. Angie. Allison. The secretary looked at Talia like a savior. Finally here, another moment and he might have caved. This woman didn't follow the normal path. Her brain wasn't wired like others. Talia glanced at the secretary, knowing he couldn't match Angie. You go out. Guard the door. Why come in? Want to revisit the place almost killed you? Is that what you think? Why don't you introduce it to me? Talia knew Angie came for this, so without further ado, she activated the mechanism, revealing the dark entrance. Seeing it, Angie froze. Saw it. Nateki you, last night if you were dragged here, even ghosts couldn't find you. Where does it lead? Emergency exit. Isn't the emergency exit to the underground parking? The Nan Group building uses scissor stairs design, ensuring the emergency exit bypasses certain areas. A chill ran down Angie's spine. Perverted. Well, it's perverted, and you're interested in such a place. Aren't you even more twisted? Angie. Chapter 362, Light or Heavy Banter. In the afternoon, Milagros went to Tilda's place. She told her about what happened last night. Tilda listened with a solemn expression and asked Milagros in a less friendly tone. Have you noticed that no matter what happens, you always come to tell me? Of course I should tell you, you're my mom. Just for this reason? Not just for this. Milagros stretched out her right hand to grab a cup of tea but stopped upon seeing the bandage on her palm, feeling a lump in her throat. Tilda saw her hesitation and glanced at her. I'm worried that if I die suddenly one day, no one will be there to avenge me. So, I tell you everything now. If something really happens to me, at least someone can avenge me. No wonder Milagros is her daughter. She doesn't mince words when it comes to upsetting her. Fine. When you die, I'll bury you together with your father. Milagros. Together with Adelard? To let him know I've been messing around behind his back? In that case, I'd rather be buried with Govind. Tilda curled her lips and hummed, mind your own business, don't get involved with Govind or Presley. Do you know something? Milagros perked up with interest. Tilda paused, knowing but not needing to say it, it's old generation stuff. Comparing to Adelard's affairs, the matters in the Nan family were even more fatal. Affairs are bad, yes, but there might be other factors as well. Do you know where Mercedes's parents are? Aren't they dead? They're in Jingang prison for economic crimes, serving life sentences. Milagros. Why? Nan's grandfather was such a dignified person, he would never let his son and daughter-in-law go to prison. This does not fit his character. We'll talk later, I have a meeting now. Do you know overindulgence in gossip can cause breast cancer? I've raised you for so many years without developing breast cancer, and eating watermelon will give me breast cancer? Milagros. Miss, where are you going? Back to Puyin Mountain. Milagros got into the car with an angry expression. In the late afternoon, the early autumn temperature dropped suddenly, and a sudden heavy rain made the yellow leaves fall from the trees. Milagros wore a chiffon dress in the morning. Just arriving at Puyin Mountain, she shivered from the cold as soon as she got out of the car. The villa area in the deep mountains had good environmental quality but significant temperature differences. Milagros, a type of person who probably wouldn't leave home in winter, found this weather deadly. Temperature drop came without warning, simply maddening. Syra, here's some hot water to warm you up. Milagros sat down, took the hot water Graham had offered, warming her hands. Cold, I'm going upstairs to take a bath. I'll prepare your bath water. Govind was inspecting projects offline that day, followed by dinner with a few CEOs, currently dining in the private estate's courtyard. Everything was fine until suddenly fierce winds started blowing, turning the outdoor moon-viewing dinner into an indoor gathering. Boss Nate, sending messages? Reminding someone to take care of our cat. Govind responded without lifting his head. The other party laughed, you even keep a cat? Boss Nate, we admire your elegance. Govind smiled but didn't reply. Everyone knew Govind had a cat. Once the cat was ill, it lived in his office for treatment at a city clinic, seen by many people, a ragdoll cat, affectionate yet occasionally aloof. Milagros was selecting clothes in the wardrobe when her WeChat rang twice. She picked up the phone. Nate dog, it's cold. Add more clothes. Milagros. 5 characters sent separately, is data free or Wi-Fi harmless? Don't send these, always telling me to add clothes. My bra size is 36B, top S, pants S, underwear S, shoes size 37. Blabbing means nothing, can you shop? Can't shop, transfer money directly. If you can't do it, don't annoy me. I'm not stupid, am I supposed to wear a bikini and dance on the street in this cold? After Milagros angrily texted, she tossed her phone onto the long sofa in the wardrobe. Then, a text message notification came in. Construction Bank, your card ending in XXX, received 500,000 renminbi. Bastard, finally showing some conscience. After the dinner ended, Govind prepared to return to Puyin Mountain directly. Passing by a mall, he stopped the car. At 11 p.m., the mall was about to close, but Govind called the manager to personally welcome him. Boss Nate, anything needed? Are the women's clothing stores open? Which store do you need? Govind named a store. The manager understood, this store catered mainly to wealthy housewives or rich men buying for their women. Size 36B bra, S top, S pants, S underwear, 37 shoes, pick a set. Alali. Manager. The clerk hesitated for a while before realizing this man was truly the notorious Jingang legal enforcer, Govind. He came to the store late at night just to buy a complete outfit for a woman? Cough. The manager coughed, snapping the clerk back to reality. Do you have any specific requirements? Elegant, black, white, gray. He remembered Milagros usually wore these colors unless for roles or events. Before long, the assistant picked out a whole set and packaged it luxuriously, guessing it was a gift. Snap. Govind placed the shopping bag on the coffee table. Milagros loosened her hold on the cat, which slipped away. Looking up at him, what's this? Your 36B bra, S top, S pants, S underwear, 37 shoes. Milagros. Satisfied? When did I say I was satisfied? You have to be satisfied, even if you aren't. Milagros. Irritated, she felt endangered. Thinking for a moment, she yawned, trying to escape the scene. I'm sleepy. That's perfect, let's chat upstairs. Govind saw through her tactics instantly, denying Milagros any chance to flee. Chat about what? Your recent attitude towards me. First, light or heavy banter. Translation ends here. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, providing a natural and fluent English rendition. Chapter 363. You want to pull Milagros and Govind into the capital circle? Do you want to chat casually or seriously? Govind took off his clothes and threw them on the sofa. Greyhammed, noticing the situation wasn't right, put down the tray and left. If she didn't get out of the way now, things would get ugly. I don't want to chat. That won't do. Milagros grabbed a cushion to shield herself, blinking at him. No way, you have to listen to me. Govind was so amused by her that he almost laughed. Milagros's logic was always this: benefits for her, burdens for you. Eat mine, drink mine, wear mine, but listen to you? Milagros snorted, leaning against the sofa, starting to act like a spoiled child. I don't care. Get up. No. I'm your wife after all. I'm your husband. You still scold me whenever you feel like it. Denying it now? Turning a blind eye to facts. I didn't. Govind, exasperated, opened WeChat on his phone and pulled Milagros up from the sofa. Come on, let's see. I'm blind. Milagros covered her eyes without opening them. Then I'll read it out loud for you. I'm deaf. Govind. Both blind and deaf? That's great, then we should start chatting casually. Milagros. I'm tired, sleepy, I just want to sleep. You're at home all day and you're still tired? Milagros was tossed onto the bed, curled up under the blanket at the headboard. I went out. Where? To find my mom. When I'm upset, I miss my mother more. Milagros pouted, looking at Govind with an expression that clearly said, look how sad and pitiful I am, yet you still try to exploit me? Govind was livid. Upset? Missing her mother? Fine, fine, fine. Bang. Govind slammed the door and left. Milagros breathed a huge sigh of relief, lying crookedly on the bed as Greyhammed brought up her phone. The stock of Nan Group fell to its limit when trading opened this morning. Harvey lay in the hotel room, holding the phone, listening to the voice on the other end. The red wine glass in his hand swayed back and forth, nearly spilled hundreds of times as he hesitated to drink. Mercedes visited me many times without making any news. Why did this time make the headlines? Are you suggesting someone set a trap? Possibly. Investigate. The man paused. Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved in the Nan's affairs? Ignoring them is inevitable, but this trending topic is too bizarre. Someone must be deliberately doing this. What if they are trying to systematically dismantle everything? Don't ask too many questions. Just investigate. Soon, the person called back. It's Christy. Milagros? Well, there's no need to dig further. This woman has a vendetta for sure, most likely because Mercedes or Presley provoked her. Otherwise, she wouldn't do such a thing. Got it. Harvey thought of Milagros's name and felt a tickle in his leg. She can play Presley like this. What would she do to him? Indeed, a woman's ruthlessness doesn't leave much room for men. Mercedes? Miss Nan is supposedly locked up by grandfather, not allowed to go out these days. Mercedes is truly pitiful. Her personality isn't enough to match Milagros's tenfold in this circle. Is Evander still in Jingang? Yes. He wanted to meet General Manager Nate tonight but couldn't find him. These people in the capital are really interesting. Once they become less successful, they shift their focus to others, putting themselves in lower positions in hopes of gaining favor. But they think highly of themselves just because they come from the capital, thinking they are superior. Little do they know, they are only struggling before their downfall. The capital has been reshuffled, yet some still refuse to accept it and continue to struggle. How tragic. Go, give Evander a grand gift. What do you mean? It's more fun if everyone joins in. Isn't my intention clear? Harvey lit a cigarette, taking a light puff, his smile barely reaching his eyes. A solo performance isn't interesting. He wants to see chaos. Harvey sent a photo to the other party, who instantly understood. You want to bring Milagros and Govind into the capital circle? The person hesitated, glancing at him. Evander is ruthless. He once abandoned his own elder daughter for his future. If he knows about Milagros and Govind, he might kidnap Milagros to force Govind. So what? The person froze. Christy has a long memory. If she finds out this is your doing, I fear she might. Kill me? Harvey asked. The other side remained silent, unspoken words saying volumes. Isn't he afraid she'll kill him? Killing him is something Milagros could do. I'm so insignificant, she wouldn't bother. He knew Milagros well. She focused on building her own empire, staying away from petty conflicts. If not, why would she dive into show business while others tried to join the circle? Sir, someone delivered something. Bart opened the door of the old residence of the Thai family early in the morning and saw a letter on the doorstep. Touching it, it seemed to contain photos and letters. Who sent it? Not sure. After the previous incident, Evander was cautious, fearing it might be something sinister. Bart handed the envelope over. Looks like a letter. Evander's gaze darkened. Open it. Inside were two photos. One showed a man in a suit sitting in a high-back chair, his long arm draped lazily over another chair's backrest, smiling gently, appearing composed. The owner of the other chair was a stunning beauty, young, beautiful, and exuding a languid elegance. Sitting upright, she had a serene and aloof expression. Without a word, the scene stirred imagination. Isn't this? Do you recognize them? The Chavez asked. Bart nodded. She is the daughter of former richest man in Jingang, Adelard. Known as Jingang's princess, she has had quite a few scandals with general manager Nate in recent years. What kind of scandal? Bart gave a brief overview of Milagros and Govind's past gossip. Evander listened, surprised. Chapter 364, that old man who came to see me today is your grandfather? How are they getting along now? Bart shook his head. It's unknown, but it's said that this first Lincolnson's Jingang has a large temperament, and people in the circle have very polarized opinions about her. Tai Laozi saw the photo at this moment and seemed to be deep in thought. They had been looking for a long time to meet with Govind but couldn't find an entry point. Today, someone sending photos to them meant there was a turn of events. Go and meet him. Remember, when you go in and the director asks how you are, you play up your misfortune. After resting for a few days, Milagros returned to the film set. Burnell's first instruction was teaching her how to emphasize her misery. Originally, the director had reservations because of her bad relationship with Presley, but now this opportunity presented itself. Why waste it? She had to make full use of it. I remember. Milagros opened the car door to get out. Just 2 steps away from the elevator entrance, she heard Geraldine, which stopped her. Milagros turned around and, upon seeing the person, felt inexplicably familiar. Do I know you? We've met during business dinners. Govind, President Nate. Listening to the Chavez's words, Milagros's mind quickly reviewed her few encounters with Govind, but couldn't recall this person. Oh, she replied lazily, devoid of any emotion. If Geraldine has time, would you like to sit down somewhere? Sit down? A normal person would back off seeing her cold indifference, but he still proposed sitting down, proving that he had an agenda today. Sorry, no time. Milagros turned to leave. Tai Laozi stood in the parking lot in a Zhongshan suit, appearing spirited despite his advanced age, with a straight back showing no signs of hunching. His posture alone revealed an environment of luxury and a background from a prestigious family. Does Geraldine not find Mr. Nate's past intriguing? Past? She really wasn't curious about Govind's past. Everyone has a history. Moreover, if she wanted to know, she would investigate herself rather than hear it through a third party. This old man, interesting. Could it be another person unable to meet Govind turning to her? Another Lemuel? You're amusing. Frankly, I'm not interested in Govind's affairs. What exactly did I do to make you think I'm closely related to Govind? One by one, like flies, always thinking that any rumor ties us together as husband and wife? Looking at your age, it seems you haven't achieved much. If you were capable, wouldn't you just ask Govind directly? Why come roundabout ways to approach a woman? If you ever meet Govind, tell him to stay away from me. Milagros's sharp words left Tai Laozi speechless. By the time he reacted, she was already in the elevator. Standing in place, Tai Laozi's cheeks trembled in anger. Bart, standing nearby, admired Milagros's mouthwork, truly capable of bringing the dead back to life with such scathing remarks. Who was that person? I don't know, probably looking for Govind. Burnell exclaimed, your relationship can't be hidden anymore? Not that far, Milagros responded while sending a WeChat message to Isaiah, asking him to send the car surveillance footage to Govind. Govind received the footage while in a meeting. He muted his phone and opened the silent video, immediately recognizing Tai Laozi. Finding Milagros? Quite capable indeed. He didn't provoke them, yet they approached on their own. Seeing Tai Laozi wasn't giving up so easily. When Milagros entered the crew, the director and assistant director welcomed her warmly. Fortunately, Milagros had a conscience and didn't disclose the kidnapping incident, otherwise, the production might have been cancelled. I heard you were injured. Take care, don't push yourself too hard. Rest whenever you feel tired. The director cares so much, I'm quite touched. Humane treatment, we're all colleagues here, shooting for 3 or 4 more months. It's only natural to show concern. Smiling on the surface, Milagros didn't agree inwardly. Humane treatment? Why didn't he say this when warning her before? Throughout the day, she was busy on set and didn't check her phone. As dusk fell through the floor-to-ceiling windows after her last scene, she finally sat down on a rest chair in the corridor. As soon as she sat, a sharp pain shot through her lower back, preventing her from leaning back. Pillow, Elsie pulled over a cushion and placed it behind her waist. Slowly leaning against it. Isaiah went to wash the car and says it will be 10 minutes. Let's go downstairs at that time. Did Burnell call you back? Yes. How's your mom? Elsie took extended leave, and since everyone knew her situation well, they didn't comment much. The originally planned 2-month leave was only halfway through. Sister Leah found a 2-bedroom apartment for my mom and me, even hired a helper to look after her when I'm not around. If you need anything, let us know. Thanks, sister. They went downstairs, and Isaiah had just driven the car to the elevator entrance. Milagros asked Elsie to return without following her. Getting into the car and adjusting the seat to lie down, did you send the video to Govind? Yes. What did he say? President Nate didn't reply. Milagros made a soft sound, remaining silent. Half asleep, she dozed off until Puyan Mountain. Awakened by Isaiah, she felt her entire back stiff. Supporting her waist like a heavily pregnant woman, she slowly moved into the house. What happened? Back pain. Entering the house, Milagros slumped onto the sofa. Govind handed Greyhamid a cup and lifted her shirt to inspect, swollen. Am I breaking rules by resting for half a month? Not breaking rules, but I'll go bankrupt. Can I make you go bankrupt? Heat pack, Govind glanced at Greyhamid, who immediately fetched it. The warm towel relieved her pain as she sighed contentedly. Her injuries combined with standing all day made her back feel like it wasn't hers. That old man who came to see me today, is he your grandfather? Yeah, the man replied coolly. I figured, Milagros warned, I don't like him. Don't let me see him often, I fear I'll lose control and lash out. Chapter 365, President Nate, Geraldine has returned to the Hua residence. Sir, we have found out. Someone delivered an envelope to Clem's room, and he became determined to find Christy after reading it. Govind stood on the balcony as morning mist enveloped the mountains. The man, dressed in a bathrobe, held his phone while leaning against the balcony railing, appearing as lazy as a lion just waking from sleep. The fog moved behind him, enhancing his rugged demeanor. This morning, Angie was captivated by Govind's pose as she turned over in bed. How could she not still be fond of him after all these years? At this moment, Govind reminded her of the teenage boy who once stood with a book in twilight during their high school days, elegant, quiet, and his downcast eyes hiding countless sorrows. It made one want to uncover what lay beneath. However, unlike before, the teenager had grown up and learned to conceal his emotions, making the sorrow in his eyes disappear. That dense sadness no longer lingered in his life. Govind became who he is because he is Govind. On the balcony, Govind lifted his gaze and caught Angie's dazed expression, the typical look of someone whose body has woken up but whose soul is still with Zhou Archie, a reference to deep sleep. Awake? Let me check your waist. Angie lay there like a pampered lady as Govind pulled up her pajamas to examine her. Tell the production team that you need some rest. No, people will say I'm unprofessional and start complaining about me again. Should I have Elena give you a medical certificate? Angie refused. No, this minor injury isn't enough to make me stop working. Angie. Govind's face showed dissatisfaction. You've been in the entertainment industry for so long, and you haven't even won Best Actress despite being so dedicated. Upon hearing this, Angie immediately flared up, springing up to stare at Govind and slapping away his hand. Say that again. Govind, I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly. What do you want for breakfast? I want to eat you, she said, intending to bite him to death. Govind, hearing this, shook his head seriously. No, your back isn't well. Angie. If only killing her husband wasn't illegal. How? Having too much nightlife? Angie stood in the elevator early in the morning, holding her waist, when she ran into Presley. The sudden comment amused her to anger. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. No one forces you to talk. Take a look in the mirror, see if you don't look like someone who indulges in excessive nightlife. Go to hell, thanks. When the elevator reached her floor, Angie instantly regained her composure, standing straight and tall as ever, exuding the air of Christie. Living off pride, suffering inside. Just as the elevator doors closed, Presley's voice floated out. Angie heard it but didn't bother to argue. For several days, she stayed on set from morning till night. Only when they were close to changing locations did the director give everyone a weekend off. At 2 a.m., Angie emerged from her room, finding Isaiah already waiting outside. All of this was per Govind's instructions. If it was too late, Isaiah was to stay with her every step of the way. Miss, someone is following us. Angie glanced backward, spotting the car behind them. Her face showed annoyance. She knew exactly who it was. Call Govind. Isaiah was about to dial when Angie sighed impatiently. Forget it, let's go back to the Hua residence. Then, should we call? Call what? He's the one causing all this trouble. At 11, Govind checked the time again. Seeing that Angie hadn't returned and wasn't answering his calls, he dialed Isaiah. Angie watched as Isaiah's phone rang, staring at him coldly, silently warning him without saying a word. Isaiah dared not provoke her and looked at the gate. Rest assured, miss, I remember I am part of the Hua family. Just remember that. Seeing Isaiah assure her, Angie opened the car door and got out. Just as she stepped out, the Hua family gates swung open and closed. Only then did Isaiah dare to reply to Govind. President Nate, Miss has returned to the Hua residence. Govind saw the message, angered momentarily, then sprang up from the sofa. Alali, get the car ready. Sir, where to? To the Hua residence. Alali probably guessed the reason. With Syra not returning home, it must be the case. What else? As Alali drove toward Puyun Mountain's entrance, Isaiah called. Miss was followed after leaving the set tonight. Who? Probably Clem. Stop the car, Govind ordered promptly. If Angie avoided coming home due to being followed, it was understandable. He could accept sudden occurrences but not baseless reasons. Watch over her, if anything happens, you'll answer to me. Isaiah shuddered at Govind's warning. When would his miserable work life end? Dealing with the demanding young miss and the ruthless brother-in-law was tough. Caught between them, it was painful. Late at night, Clem's car parked near the Hua villa on a shaded path. Someone inside peered through a telescope, observing the villa. Keep watching. They're home, there's nothing interesting here anymore. Besides, parking fees in this upscale neighborhood might be beyond our means tomorrow. You take the money, you bear the consequences. Don't jinx us. But, I'm telling the truth. They just wanted us to see where she lives, right? We know now. She only lives here. Do you think rich people like them only own one house? Knock, knock, knock. The noise outside interrupted the conversation. The driver lowered the window slightly, wary of the person. What is it? Someone reported you for stalking. Step out. How can we stalk anyone here? Don't be ridiculous. Step out first. If you think we're stalking, we'll leave. Alali, unhappy, blocked the person trying to leave. Beside the car, they tried to negotiate. Come down, let us check. If you aren't, you're free to go. Numerous black-clothed figures surrounded them. Frightened, they reluctantly pushed the car door open and stepped out. Bang. Before he could finish, someone slammed his head against the car door, knocking him unconscious. End of excerpt. Note, the last sentence suggests a violent event happening abruptly, which ends the excerpt. The scene cuts off, implying further actions or dialogue following this point. Chapter 366. Wouldn't it be a waste of this atmosphere if we didn't do something? Seeing the situation wasn't good, the remaining man's first reaction was to bolt. Alali quickly took a few steps forward, sprinted after him, and kicked him hard on his back. He grabbed the man's hair and slammed his head into the ground with a thud. The man immediately lost consciousness. The Thai family had strongholds in many places when they were thriving, and given Jingdong's rich history as a financial hub, it naturally had its fair share of investments from the Thai family. However, during this tumultuous period, Grandfather Thai felt powerless in the capital and realized he lacked the ability to navigate such murky waters. His most urgent task now was to bring Govind to the capital as their enforcer and protector. To help the Thai family rise again. In the Thai family villa, Grandfather Thai sat on the sofa with a chessboard in front of him. Lemuel sat across from him, and the two were quietly competing in a game of wits. When Grandfather Thai placed a black piece, Lemuel knew how to break the deadlock but deliberately chose a move that sealed his fate. You lose. Grandpa is just too skilled. Grandfather Thai set down the piece and said earnestly to Lemuel, Chiming, you should learn more from your elder brother. One can't imprison oneself for life. Brittany walked over with water and handed it to Grandfather Thai. Why are you saying these things to her? She doesn't understand. Such criticism came so naturally only through constant repetition. Lemuel had long grown accustomed to it. To Brittany, only the eldest mattered, never the second son. His existence was less valuable than a bird in the courtyard. For Brittany, birdsong brought joy, whereas his presence polluted the air. That's enough. Few words, they're both children of the Thai family, and neither lacks anything. Yes, you treat everyone equally. Now take your medicine. Grandfather Thai took his medicine and looked at Lemuel. Are you staying the night? No, it was a polite formality. Clearly, there was no room for him here. They could dedicate rooms for cats and dogs, but not for him. It's late, I'll go now. Drive safely. As Lemuel left, Brittany's complaints started up again. Why are you so concerned about him? What can he possibly understand? The future of the Thai family won't be handed to him. Why waste effort on him? You should avoid saying these things in front of the children. Haven't you forgotten our current situation? When the ungrateful son begged us on his knees in the capital with Govind, we ignored him. Look where we are now. People most need to beware of those we look down upon. If they ever come back stronger, it will be our end. Brittany said nothing, but her heart ached. If she had known, she would have never let that mother and child leave the Thai family gates on that snowy night. Sir, President Nate's people have arrived. Govind? Yes. Grandfather Thai was taken aback. What are they doing here? It's almost midnight. Bart shook his head. They didn't say. They just want to see you. At the gate, Alalie stood by the car watching the villa entrance. A black Volkswagen was parked at the gate, its rear facing them. As people approached, Alalie spoke directly. Sir Thai, President Nate has a message for you. He doesn't want to get involved in the Thai family's mess. This is your last chance. If it happens a third time, he won't be gentle. With that, Alalie opened the trunk, revealing 2 people inside. With a gesture, one of the men tossed the bound people out. These people are intact this time, but next time, maybe not. Alalie left with his men, leaving Brittany seething. That yellow-haired boy. If it weren't for the kindness of the Thai family, he wouldn't be alive today. Now. Bart was surprised by her comment. Each family has its own troubles and dirty secrets, and this particular incident was best left in the past. Mentioning it could only harm the Thai family, especially since their eldest daughter was married to a powerful figure. That's enough. Grandfather Thai silenced her, and she shut her mouth. At the Hua residence. Angie hugged a pillow and leaned against Tilda's bedroom door. Selenag, need some warmth in bed, she teased. Not needed. Leave. You do. Got it. Tilda gave her a sidelong glance. You act shamelessly around Govind too? He loves me this way. As she spoke, Angie pulled back the covers and climbed in. Tilda, unwilling to argue, surrendered the bedroom. Take the bedroom. I'll sleep in the guest room. Angie, too harsh, I'm your own daughter. My own daughter touches her own mother. In ancient times, you'd be drowned 10 times over for that. Can we not mention this? Tilda nodded. All right, choose, either you go back to your room or one day I talk to Govind about how you touched me. Angie grumbled and obediently returned to her bedroom. Later that night, a light autumn drizzle fell in Jingang. The bedroom window was wide open, letting in cold air. Angie shivered, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Just as she moved, a shadow loomed beside her bed. She nearly screamed until a hand covered her mouth. It's me. Govind? What are you doing here? Scaring people to death in the middle of the night? Govind, dressed in casual attire, had a tight-lipped expression and looked upset. He sat beside her, trying to maintain his composure. Forget it, better not say it. Too embarrassing. Cold? Yes. Govind went to close the window. Only then did Angie realize she had locked it before sleeping. How did you get in? Govind remained silent. Did you climb in through the window? Mr. Nate, a private rendezvous? So thrilling. Angie blinked and stared at Govind, fully awake now. She sat up, hugging the quilt, her pink slip dress hanging loosely, revealing one shoulder. Extremely alluring. In the dim, hazy environment, every gesture carried an undercurrent of desire. Angie tugged on his collar, drawing him closer, whispering seductively into his ear. Tell me, since you've already climbed in through the window, wouldn't it be a waste of this atmosphere if we didn't do something? Chapter 367, Sore Waist, Sore Mouth. Milagros, you only dare to seduce me in a place where I can't let loose. Govind pulled off the claws on his neck and tucked her under the covers. What's wrong? Your claws are colder than your heart. Milagros. Every part of me is warm. Don't talk nonsense. Govind didn't want to argue with her and flipped the other side of the quilt to get into bed. Sleep. If you have the guts, lure me again back at Puyin Mountain, and I'll make sure you won't be able to get out of bed. Milagros shut up. She dared to flirt with him only in such moments. If she really did that at Puyin Mountain, just thinking about it made her legs go soft. Are you going to sleep or not? Sleep. The wise choose prudence over recklessness, and she wasn't stupid. It was clear not to be stubborn with this man before her at this moment. Before sleeping, I still have one question. Ask away. On a late night like this, why did you climb over the wall if you're not thinking of me? Govind didn't respond, and Milagros's interest was piqued. The less he wanted to answer, the more she persisted, turning around to poke his waist. Is that so? Answer me, don't act like a mute. Wife is asking you a question. Can't you respond? Boss Nate. General Manager Nate. Govind, Milagros had this trait. She would nag more when you least wanted to answer, forcing you to do what you least wanted, wishing she could bend you and make you submit before her. Teasing you was her hobby. Trampling people was also her hobby. Husband MMM. Govind pinned her shoulders down, pushing her onto the bed. As he flipped over her, he warned through gritted teeth, remember to keep your voice down later. My waist hurts. Milagros became timid. Why provoke someone who wouldn't sleep at night? Now she was stuck here herself. She deserved it. She deserved it. It's me doing the moving. Why should your waist hurt? It really hurts. Bear it, Govind said tersely. Please, sob. Who was she? Milagros. Flexibility was her strong point. Does your waist hurt? What about your mouth? Milagros. Was she being dirty, or was Govind implying something? Was she overthinking? Probably. A man like Govind shouldn't say such filthy things. Or was she usually too pure-minded? Did he play around like those capitalists outside? Have you been doing anything behind my back? What have I done behind your back? Govind countered. That's enough. Shut up, listening to you gives me a headache. I give you two choices, either shut up and sleep or do the real thing. I choose the first, hesitating for even a second would disrespect herself. Sir, we didn't send anyone to tail Geraldine. In Thai family's courtyard, Mickey expressed his confusion. He looked at the old master with bewilderment. The old master sat under the eaves, sipping tea and rubbing his brows. If not us, then there must be someone else. Are you saying that it was the old lady? Mickey was stunned. The old lady always stayed out of these matters. How did she extend her hand towards Govind this time? It's normal for him to be worried. After all, Govind is no ordinary person. If he goes to the capital, he might claim the Thai family for himself. For the children's sake, the old lady naturally prepares a contingency plan. But what about us? Mickey hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to speak ill of the old lady, the mistress of the Thai family, especially in front of the old master. No need to elaborate, the old master raised his hand to stop Mickey. Mickey understood, the old master knew this all along. She was fully dedicated to paving the way for her eldest grandson. Even her youngest grandson, Lemuel, who often walked past her, would be scolded. If her own grandchildren received such treatment, how much worse for an outsider like Govind, whose biological mother wasn't her daughter. This posed a significant threat to the old lady, who wished Govind were eradicated immediately. To the Thai family, they liked how Govind resisted his biological mother but didn't want him benefiting from their clan. Didn't you see him lately? No. He was supposed to be getting close to the Huas, right? Yet, there's been no contact. The old lady felt baffled. With the Thai family's status in the capital, this matter should have been easily resolved. They had been in Jingang for half a month without even meeting him. Don't worry. Let's discuss it tomorrow. It's time to sleep now. The old lady watched as he lay down, clearly frustrated. The next day, after wrapping up her filming early, Milagros invited Tilda for dinner at a Japanese restaurant. After ordering, Tilda handed the menu to Milagros. Last night, the bodyguards in the courtyard said they saw someone climbing your window late at night. Govind? Milagros. I don't know. I didn't see anyone. Putting on an act? Tilda didn't bother exposing her. If Milagros didn't want to talk about it, fine. Everyone had gone through this phase. You were telling me gossip about the TYS last time. No meeting today, right? Tilda put down her cup slowly. So, you invited me just to hear gossip? Don't be silly. Do I need a reason to invite my mom to dinner? In that case, no gossip today. Tilda calmly drank water, cutting off Milagros's retreat, leaving her choked up. Fine. I'm going to the restroom. She stood up, pulling open the private room door. Just as she stepped out, she bumped into an Felicia dressed elegantly in a simple cheaphouse standing right outside the door. This woman seemed to have been waiting for her. Young girl, despite your young age, your eyesight seems poor. Milagros arched her eyebrow. Insulting her? Elderly lady, nearing death yet hasn't learned manners? Please take a closer look. You're blocking the entrance by standing here. The manager, hearing the commotion, came out, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, I'm having the adjacent room cleaned and asked this lady to wait here. One waits at the other room's entrance, not here. Milagros retorted. The manager looked flustered, searching for words to explain. Fruity, forget it. Translation provided based on the input text. Names are kept in pinyin. Chapter 368, I'll take her down whether she insults me or my man. Inside the private room, Tilda's voice sounded. Angie retracted her sharpness and was about to bypass the elderly woman to head for the bathroom. The manager heaved a deep sigh of relief as the people left. Elder Syra, this way please, we have prepared the private room for you. The elder lady, that person is Freddie's daughter. The elder lady paused her movements immediately upon entering the private room when she heard those words from her companion. Her? Yes. A vixen like her is indeed worthy to be with that little brat who cannot stand up in public. Angie hadn't walked far when she heard these words and almost couldn't react. By the time she turned around, the person had already entered the private room. Vixen? Little brat? Insulting her and insulting Govind? It didn't matter much that they insulted Govind, but now they were insulting her too. Enraged, Angie blurted out a curse and dialed Govind's number, asking bluntly without any preamble, I want to hit someone. Hit if you want. Click. Angie hung up, leaving Govind puzzled on the other end of the phone. Alali. Boss. Call Isaiah and ask where Syra is. Within a minute, Alali got off the phone. Isaiah says Syra has made an appointment to eat Japanese cuisine with Ms. Tilda. Address. Your face looks so gloomy. You're thinking of having a showdown? Asked Tilda as soon as Angie entered the private room. Japanese-style rooms generally don't have great soundproofing since they are not real brick-and-mortar walls but merely a folding screen. Deliberately raising her voice, Angie said sarcastically, "These old hags should just wait at home for death. No matter how strong the perfume, it can't cover up that deeply ingrained smell of old age. What's the point coming here and putting on airs?" Tilda. Even at this old age, one can see that she was a temptress in her youth. Who knows how many good young men she seduced. Tilda was stunned by Angie's words and kicked her under the tatami mat. Angie stretched her neck close to Tilda. "She called me a vixen and Govind a little brat. See? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. If you didn't tell me that before, there's no way I could win a confrontation." Tilda's mouth twitched. Anything could become an excuse for her. Angie, with this kind of character, would try every possible means to climb to the sky even if given just a ladder. "So, are you mad because she called you a vixen or because she called Govind a little brat? What difference does it make? Whether she insults me or my man, I'm going to take her down." Tilda took a sip of water while holding her cup with an enigmatic expression. "Angie, you know being stubborn won't do you any good. Being in love with Govind isn't something to be ashamed of. Two birds hanging on the same tree twice, it's fine. Elder Syra, don't stoop to the level of such people." Her companion consoled her, but the elderly woman's cheeks quivered in anger. "She was insulting me on purpose. If you care about this now, aren't you just playing into her hands? Wait for Miss Bo to arrive, and let her have a laugh." Upon hearing Miss Bo, the elder lady restrained herself. Delia found the elder lady setting down an empty teacup when she arrived. Her companion refilled her tea and then left. "Miss Bo, please sit." "Syra Tai. We met at your mother's birthday last time, didn't we?" The elder lady engaged in polite conversation, and Delia smiled and nodded. "Yes, I didn't expect to meet Syra Tai in Jinggang, this small town." The word small lifted the elder lady's mood entirely. "We came here for Grandpa's vacation. I heard from your mother that you and Spike are preparing for a second entrepreneurial venture." Delia was taken aback. When did she ever say that? Sure enough, the Bo family values reputation highly. Every word spoken publicly must benefit them. Delia smiled but remained silent. Govind offered them a fair price when acquiring their company. Although some issues arose later over taxes, the remaining money was still enough for a comfortable retirement. Spike had completely given up on working hard again. But the Bo family treated them like cash cows and wouldn't admit this publicly. Otherwise, without their source of wealth, their status in the capital might decline. How long will the elder lady stay in Jinggang? There are many cultural sites worth visiting. If you're interested, I can arrange a tour for you. By now, the elder lady had figured out what Delia was trying to avoid saying. After eating to satisfaction, they dispersed. As the two left the private room, Angie happened to be standing at the door waiting for Tilda after paying the bill. "Madison?" "Catherine Selina." Delia and Tilda were once part of the social circle of wives and greeted each other briefly. The elder lady watched Angie closely from the side. "What a coincidence meeting you here." "Yes, quite coincidental. Let me introduce you, this is Madison from Venus Group, and this is Elder Lady Tai from Capital Tai Family." Delia stood in between, introducing the two. Tilda nodded indifferently towards the elder lady. However, Angie scoffed coldly. "So, you're Elder Lady Tai. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were just a random street madam. I've never heard anyone call me a vixen before today." Before the elder lady could respond, her companion tried to explain meekly. "Geraldine, perhaps there's been some misunderstanding?" "Oh. So, maybe I misunderstood. Did she mean calling me a little brat?" The color drained from the other party's face instantly. Delia also understood what this meant. "Amy, it's better not to cause trouble. It's rare to meet Catherine Selina, let's keep things pleasant." Tilda didn't intend to chat with Delia. To her, Delia's schemes and manipulations were obvious. Just look at the previous victims, wasn't this clear? Saying this only emphasized that the Tai family had always protected the Bo family in the capital. Logically, the Tai family was the host, and Delia was secondary. Intentionally speaking thus today, Tilda aimed to embarrass the elder lady. Being powerful in the capital, so what? This is Jinggang. Today isn't suitable for lengthy discussions. Let's meet another day. Delia nodded, though her smile lacked the warmth it had earlier, clearly understanding the implications behind Tilda's words. "Don't mind her, Syra. Hua's daughter is famously arrogant and domineering in Jinggang." After seeing Tilda leave, Delia politely commented. The elder lady held in her anger, nodding, "That's natural." As they parted ways, the elder lady couldn't help criticizing once in the car. Delia is quite capable indeed. Chapter 369, No Stopping at Night. "What did you talk about with the Tai elder?" Rufussel's voice greeted Delia as she arrived home. He was standing under the eaves, teasing a parrot in a cage with a dogwood grass, an expression of ease and relaxation fitting his retired life. Delia walked over and poured herself a cup of tea from the teapot, saying, "You might not believe me." "Tell me anyway," Rufussel responded. "Nothing more than boasting. She feels that the Bo family relies on her here in the capital, making her feel superior. Every word she spoke to me carried an arrogant tone. It's like she wanted me to kneel before her and bow in submission." I guessed as much, Rufusel said with a calm demeanor. He had always known what kind of person the Thai matriarch was and the role her family played vis-a-vis the Bo family. Over the years, while the Bo family had indeed benefited from the Thai family's protection, that was long ago. These days, the Thai family could barely manage its own affairs and had no real ability to protect the Bo family. Instead, they continued to take advantage of the Bo family. Part of the money Delia provided to support the Bo family ended up in the pockets of the TYS, who used it to stabilize their own power base. They acted arrogantly without any gratitude or sense of obligation. Delia took a sip of water and continued, the old lady seems entangled with Milagros. Adelard's daughter? From what I gather from Milagros, the relationship isn't simple. The old lady called her a seductress and a child. I think if Tilda weren't there tonight, Milagros wouldn't have let it slide so easily. Don't get involved in this. Let them resolve it themselves. Milagros is not someone who talks things out easily. If she has issues with the old lady, she'll make life difficult for herself in Jingang. Who didn't know that Adelard's daughter harbored deep grudges? She was resilient and would only endure for people she valued. Here can be better translated as wrongdoing or injustice to make the sentence flow more naturally in English. Depending on the context, it could also mean suffering. Revised. Who didn't know that Adelard's daughter harbored deep grudges? She was resilient and would only endure injustice for people she valued. Just an old Thai matriarch isn't worth her time. I'm curious why the old lady would have issues with Milagros. What's the history between them? Rufusel threw the dogwood grass on the ground and replied enigmatically, it's hard to say. Why are you here? Got into a fight with someone. Govind looked her over from head to toe before focusing on her face. Milagros shrugged and peeked through the car window at the man sitting inside, almost. You're not here because you're worried I got into a fight, right? The boss is afraid you'd lose the fight and came to back you up, Ali explained. Really? Milagros asked skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Is he that good? After thinking for a moment, she realized that Govind did have a reputation for being protective. So yes, he is. Without waiting for Govind to respond, Milagros beckoned him closer with a finger. He obliged. Milagros half leaned into the car window, holding her bag in one hand and pressing down on Govind's neck with the other, giving him a kiss on the corner of his lips. A reward for you. Govind. In the night parking lot, the fluorescent lights illuminated everything brightly. Inside the black Bentley, Govind's face flushed slightly, as if he had just emerged from a sea of pink blossoms. Ali thought, oh well. With Milagros's charm, even a 1,000-year-old immortal would fall for her. How much more so for their boss, who already secretly harbored feelings for her. Sooner or later, the boss would be completely wrapped around her little finger. That's it? You think that's enough to satisfy me? Not enough? Milagros pulled back and looked at Govind. He remained silent, patting the seat beside him. Get in the car. Ali instantly understood the situation. With the atmosphere like this, did he really need to be told to raise the partition? Of course not, he should know to do it on his own. As soon as Milagros got in, she saw the partition rising. That quick? Govind scooped her onto his lap, bringing his lips close to her face. His breath, laced with the scent of tobacco, caressed her skin, creating an intimate and complex feeling. Who did you encounter? My grandmother. Wrong, Milagros corrected herself, technically, my step-grandmother. I just wanted to go eat a nice dinner, but she started cursing me, calling me a seductress. Then she insulted you as a child. How could I let that slide? I can tolerate insults towards myself, but not towards my man. So, naturally, we clashed. Hearing her refer to him as my man, Govind couldn't help but smile, nearly unable to contain his amusement. He slowly caressed her lower back, treating her with affection. His fingers hovered near the edge of her dress, hinting at his intentions. Milagros was convinced that had she been wearing pants, she wouldn't have made it out unscathed. So, you tolerated her insults? Milagros huffed. Do I lack enemies? If I retaliated against everyone who insults me, wouldn't that be miserable? Govind's eyes twinkled as he watched Milagros. I didn't know you protected me so much in front of others. There's a lot you don't know, Milagros gently kissed his hand after removing it from her waist. She couldn't allow him to keep touching her. Another touch and they'd end up somewhere inappropriate in the car. Govind saw through her thoughts but, feeling particularly good today, decided not to press her too hard. Since you're so protective of me, shouldn't I reward you? Can I choose the reward? Milagros asked with interest. Govind nodded generously. Sure, what do you want? Milagros leaned forward slightly, wrapping her arms around his neck. I saw a car I liked but couldn't bring myself to buy it. Didn't buy it? Those words sounded strange coming from Milagros. Who didn't know that she was raised in wealth, never having cared much about money or lacking anything she wanted? Was this a joke? Expensive? Milagros nodded solemnly. Limited edition. Tell me more. A limited global edition pink ghost. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Govind with bright, inviting eyes, enticing him to indulge her wish. Govind thought for a moment. I'll buy it if you agree to one condition. 1 or 10 conditions, sure. Govind chuckled and looked at Milagros. Then 10. Milagros. That blatant. What's the condition? Govind pulled Milagros closer by her waist, looking her in the eye. No stopping at night. Divided into 10 nights then. Milagros. Chapter 369, No Stopping at Night. What did you talk about with Catherine Tai? Delia had just arrived home when Rufussel's inquiry sounded. He stood under the eaves, playing with a foxtail to tease the parrot in the cage, his carefree attitude revealing the ease of retirement. Delia walked up and poured herself a cup of tea. You probably won't believe me. Tell me anyway. She was boasting around, feeling superior because our family relied on them in the capital, making her feel high and mighty. Each word she spoke to me carried arrogance. She practically wanted to press my head down and make me kneel before her, submitting utterly to her. I guessed as much, Rufussel replied calmly. He had always known what kind of person the old lady from the Tai family was and the role they played regarding the Bo family. Over the years, the Bo family indeed benefited under the protection of the Tai family, but that was long ago. Lately, the Tai family had been struggling to take care of themselves and could not protect the Bo family anymore. Instead, they had received benefits from the Bo family. Some of the funds that Delia provided for the Bo family ended up in the Tai family's hands, which they used to solidify their own position. Despite this, they didn't show gratitude and continued to strut around arrogantly before the Bo family. Delia took a sip of water and continued, the old lady seems to have some entanglement with Milagros. Adelard's daughter? From what I gathered, the entanglement isn't superficial. The old lady called her a seductress and a child. If it weren't for Tilda being there tonight, I doubt Milagros would have let it go so easily. Don't get involved in this. Let them sort it out themselves. Milagros isn't one to back down easily. Once she has issues with someone like the old lady, things will be difficult for her in Jingang later on. Who doesn't know that Adelard's daughter holds grudges? She can be flexible when needed, but few people are worth her suffering. A mere old lady from the Tai family certainly isn't worth her time. Now I'm curious why the old lady would have crossed paths with Milagros and what history lies between them. Rufussel dropped the foxtail on the ground and said enigmatically, it's hard to say. Why are you here? I was fighting someone. Govind scrutinized her from head to toe before finally focusing on her face. Milagros shrugged and looked at the man inside the car through the window. Almost, you're not worried I might lose a fight and came to catch me? The boss is afraid you'd lose the fight, so he came to support you. Really? Hearing Alali's words, Milagros arched an eyebrow skeptically. He's that nice? Thinking it over, Govind had always been protective. Indeed, he was that nice. Without waiting for Govind's response, Milagros hooked her finger, signaling him to come closer. The man complied. Milagros leaned halfway into the car, holding her bag with one hand and pressing the other against Govind's neck, kissing the corner of his lips, for you. Govind. In the brightly lit night parking lot, under the fluorescent lights, the man in the black Bentley looked flushed, as if emerging from a sea of pink flowers. Alali thought to himself, oh no. With Milagros's charm, even a 1,000-year-old sage could be brought down. How much more likely for their boss, who secretly harbors feelings for her. Someday, the boss would give her his heart. That's it? Am I so easy to placate? Not enough? Milagros pulled back, looking at Govind. The man remained silent, patting the seat beside him. Get in the car. Alali instantly understood. The atmosphere had reached this point. He didn't need to remind anyone to raise the partition. It should be done instinctively. As soon as Milagros got in the car, she saw the partition rising slowly, so cooperative. Govind pulled Milagros onto his lap, their faces nearly touching. His breath, mixed with the scent of tobacco, brushed her face, creating an intimate yet entangled moment. Who did you run into? My grandmother. Not exactly, Milagros clarified, technically, your step-grandmother. I originally wanted to have a good dinner, but then she started insulting me, calling me a seductress and you a child. Could I let that slide? I can endure insults to myself, but not to my man. So naturally, we clashed. When Milagros referred to him as my man, Govind felt genuinely gratified. A smile spread across his face uncontrollably, and he gently caressed Milagros's lower back affectionately. His fingers hovered near the edge of her skirt, making Milagros certain that if she hadn't worn a dress, she would have been in trouble. Did you just tolerate her insults? Milagros huffed, do I get insulted rarely? If I argued with everyone, wouldn't I be miserable? Govind smiled playfully, looking at Milagros fondly. I never knew you were so protective of me in front of others. There's a lot you don't know. Milagros withdrew his hand from her waist, kissing it lightly. She couldn't let him touch her any longer or she'd end up cooling off in the car again. Govind, seeing through her thoughts, decided not to argue since he was in a good mood today. Since you're protecting me so much, shouldn't I reward you? Can I choose? Milagros asked eagerly. Govind nodded generously. Sure, what do you want? Milagros leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. I've been eyeing a car but haven't bought it. Haven't bought it? Those 4 words belong in Milagros's dictionary. Who didn't know that Milagros grew up surrounded by wealth, having no concept of money and getting anything she desired? And now she says something like this? Isn't she joking? Expensive? Milagros nodded seriously. Limited edition. Tell me more. A global limited edition pink ghost. Milagros's eyes sparkled as she blinked at Govind enticingly, trying to coax him into spending. Govind thought for a moment. I can buy it for you if you agree to one request. 1. Make it 10, I'll agree. Govind laughed, looking at Milagros. 10 it is. Milagros. Is he really that ungenerous? What's the request? Govind pulled Milagros closer to him, looking into her eyes. No stopping at night. Spread over 10 nights. Milagros. Chapter 370, Govind sealed her lips. Sir, the car Syra had her eye on has already been reserved by someone else. None left? Alali stood in the living room and shook his head. No more available units, it's a global limited edition, and there is only one in Jingang. Govind lit a cigarette, wearing a robe with disheveled hair that made him look rather lazy. The red marks on his neck barely concealed how he just experienced something good. The post-coital cigarette burned between his fingers as the man leaned against the desk, radiating pleasure from every pore. Who booked it? Miss Fan of the Fan family, Callista. Govind's eyes widened. If anyone else had booked it, he would have thought twice, but with Callista, everyone knew she didn't get along with Angie. He had to snatch whatever was in her hands. Go and take it back. I understand, Alali agreed readily. He enjoyed doing such things. This drama among rich families was more entertaining than daytime soap operas, feeling like a live broadcast you couldn't stop watching. The next morning, Angie had a dream where she met Kimberly in Thailand to see handsome men. They were dancing closely in a pool when they suddenly fell into the water. A strong feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her, making her unable to breathe. With a gasp, she opened her eyes and found Govind sealing her lips. You. The gift has arrived, get up. Angie's imminent scolding was halted by Govind's words. Her drowsy mind immediately became alert at the mention of a gift. The impact of those two words was immense. What gift? Angie crawled to the foot of the bed, grabbing her discarded robe from the long bench and putting it on. The white lace-trimmed robe accentuated her curves and cinched waist, making her incredibly alluring. A limited edition ghost. You got it so quickly? Angie was surprised. There was only one in all of Jingang, and many wanted it. This man was truly capable. Yeah. In the courtyard, a pink car cover came into view, stunning Angie. You're not fooling me with just this pink cover, are you? If I dared to fool you, you'd not only curse me but also my ancestors for 18 generations. Angie hummed, you know that well. Syra, Alali gestured for her to pull the cover off. This car was initially reserved by the Fan family, but Sir managed to snatch it back. Reserved by whom? Angie paused while pulling the cover. Callista. Why is the air so fresh this morning? Did you purify it just for me? Just standing here does wonders for my mental and physical health. As Angie babbled, the cover was pulled off, revealing the limited edition pink ghost. Angie's scream filled the courtyard. Excitedly, she danced around. Govind stood in the yard, hands behind his back, the morning mist dissipating over the dew-drenched lawn, full of vitality. Despite the piercing screams, Govind felt they were like heavenly music. Govind, your image in my heart has grown even larger. Bwah, I love you. Do you love me or the car I gave you? Govind asked. Both. Where's the key? Let me take it out for a spin. Planning to drive around in your pajamas? How did this car end up in your hands? Having finally gotten the new car, Angie had to find an excuse to take it out. When she parked in front of Kimberly's company building, everyone was indeed stunned. Can't it be in my hands? Are you really clueless or pretending? Callista posted about it on social media for a whole month, bragging about her luck and paying the deposit first. She said she was picking it up today. How did it end up in your hands? Angie turned the key, smirking. It naturally ended up in my hands. Amazing. Callista will surely dig up your ancestors' graves if she finds out. Not my problem. Angie shrugged nonchalantly, causing Kimberly to look at her with a twitching mouth. You're such a filial daughter. Have you dreamed about your father lately? No, maybe he doesn't want to see me. Come on, let's go for a ride. Kimberly handed her bag to a subordinate, instructing him to take it to her office, then opened the passenger door, asking, so high profile, aren't you afraid Callista will come after you? Am I scared of her? Sure enough, videos of Angie driving the limited edition ghost soon reached Callista's ears. At the dealership, Callista received the video and slammed the phone in front of the salesperson. Is this what you meant by, I don't know who bought it? The salesperson choked. I really didn't know. This morning, the boss told me the car had sold and was driven away overnight. Miss Fan, I am really aggrieved. Prepare for a lawsuit. Callista stormed out, heading to confront Angie. She simply couldn't swallow this insult. She had waited so long for the car, which she was supposed to pick up today, only to find it in Angie's hands. Having excitedly brought a group of friends to celebrate early in the morning, now her face was thoroughly lost. Bang! Closing the car door, Angie looked at Kimberly. Jealous? Kimberly nodded, glancing behind her. Yes, very jealous. I need to attend a meeting upstairs. You handle the situation behind you, and then come find me. Angie heard this and turned to see Callista standing menacingly behind her. Why is this car in your hands? Oh, this? I introduced a girlfriend to CEO Nate, and as thanks, he gifted me this car. Outdoors, everything depended on her tongue. Callista was fuming, almost ready to attack Angie, but hearing Govind's name made her choke. Do you think I believe your nonsense? Angie swung the keys, looking lazy. Believe it or not, that's your business. If you don't believe it, ask. But I advise you not to, unless you want to lose face. Stop right there. Did I tell you to leave? Didn't let me leave? Makes sense. Today, you've lost so much face, not getting the car and finding out your crush has a woman. How pitiful. Hashtag chapter 371. After all, this young lady is in a fairly good mood today. Mr. Nate found himself a woman and even poached your client. Isn't that funny? You've been waiting for this car for so long, right? It's been a month since you posted on social media, yet you haven't even touched the steering wheel. Pitiful, isn't it? Would you like to beg me a bit? Maybe I'll let you touch the steering wheel. After all, this young lady is in a fairly good mood today. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to come here. Look at the people behind you, aren't they all here to watch the show? Do you really want to put on a show for them? Which clown could get the long Lincolnsons of Jinggang to share the stage with her? Who do you think you are? Angie's disdainful gaze swept over her, then she huffed and turned to walk upstairs. Callista almost exploded in fury from below but refrained from cursing out loud. Behind her, the man in the car clicked his tongue and shook his head. Indeed, no surprise there. Pay up, brothers. The group had already placed bets on their way here, gambling on whether Callista would have any upper hand in the conflict with Angie. After all, it was Angie who poached the client, and she had paid the deposit, waiting only for the delivery of the car the next day. When Angie took the deal, it was simply intolerable. But who would have thought that Callista would still disappoint everyone, truly disappointing. Reluctantly, they pulled out their phones to scan the payment codes. When Callista got into the car, she saw the scene, originally thinking she could pick up the car today, but she hadn't driven herself here. Sitting in someone else's car, she saw this scene immediately upon entering. We know you're not in a good mood today, so we're pooling money to take you somewhere to cheer up. Callista didn't believe it. When wasn't she the one organizing outings, taking them along to play? How many times did these people ever pay willingly? Really? Of course. So let's go. Wang Jintai. Wang Jintai? The person collecting the money was taken aback. The amount they bet wouldn't even cover tonight's expenses. A decent private room at Wang Jintai starts at more than 200,000, and the small sum they pooled together barely reached 100,000. Initially, they were just seeking some fun. Looks like they'd have to swallow this loss. Leaving? Angie waved the car keys as she entered Kimberly's office, seeing her preparing tea. She looked at Kimberly in confusion. Didn't you say you had a meeting? Tricked you and you believed it? So you left your good friend down there to fend for herself? Kimberly glanced at Angie. Dealing with someone like Callista can be considered a fight? Do you think too highly of her, or too lowly of yourself? Angie. Kimberly poured tea and handed a cup to Angie. Here, top-grade pu'er tea, celebrating Catherine Nate securing a luxury car from Mr. Nate. Let's get this straight, what do you mean, securing from him? I earned it with my own abilities, okay? Yes, congratulations on getting the car with your abilities, Kimberly knew Angie well. Freddie had always loved cars, considering vehicles and antique collections as symbols of a businessman's status. Growing up under his influence, Angie had seen countless luxury cars. Something she had possessed since childhood would naturally lose its appeal in adulthood. So making her spend millions on a car was impossible. She could spend several million on a bag but never on a car. This car was undoubtedly given by Govind. I need to post on social media, making everyone hate Callista. Post. 10 or 20 posts, just to annoy her. This isn't the car Callista ordered? How did it end up with Angie? Let me see. Yeah, it is. Did Callista anger the Long Lincolnsons again? Letting her poach the client? Possibly. Callista has been promoting the car for months, everyone knows she was supposed to pick it up today, but someone beat her to it. Unbelievable. Even after Freddie's death, Hua Lincolnsons still runs Jinggang with such arrogance. Her father died, but her mother is still alive, isn't she? The father might have shared love among illegitimate children, but the mother wouldn't. She's now living the perfect life. Second Sam, they seem to be talking about Hua Lincolnsons. Lemuel, sitting in another booth, nodded. I heard. Hearing Angie and social media, he instinctively reached for his phone to check. But remembering they weren't even friends on WeChat, he put it back down. You stay here, I'll go to the restroom. Lemuel stood up, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he headed to the bathroom. Timing it perfectly, he exited the bathroom, bumping into a man and knocking the phone from his hand. What are you doing? Where were your eyes? Sorry, I didn't see. Lemuel apologized while picking up the phone, handing it back with both hands, presenting the screen politely. Seeing his polite apology, the man didn't press further. Be careful. Lemuel watched the man leave with a smile, then flashed to the words accompanying Angie's social media post. A picture of a car, with the caption, "Another happy day." Simple, but those who understood would know how loaded it was. No wonder, being the long Lincolnsons of Jingang, she wouldn't keep it low-key after poaching someone's client, flaunting it openly, obviously seeking resentment. Lemuel laughed, heading back to his seat. Exclusive Ghost Edition. That Angie sure has guts, using her grandfather's money for such things, an unfilial daughter. Lemuel listened to the complaints echoing down the corridor and turned to see Waverly in a floral shirt. Everyone knew Angie and Waverly's relationship was like fire and water. Even as an outsider, he knew this fact well, and people in Jingang certainly talked about it. Her eldest brother, 10, wouldn't be enough for her. But Lemuel found Waverly intriguing. In this time in Jingang, he noticed that although people gossiped about her, they wouldn't dare offend her. If Angie showed displeasure towards him, most of the Jingang elite would avoid confrontation. So, despite trying, he hadn't managed to enter the circle. But Waverly was different. The more Angie disliked something, the more Waverly pursued it, making him the best choice. After resting for a few days, Angie returned to the film set. Filming a modern urban drama required shooting on busy streets. It was autumn, raining, and filming in short sleeves on the road felt like freezing to the bone. As soon as the director called cut, Elsie quickly came forward with a thick coat. "Get in the car, I'm freezing. It's been raining and slightly colder lately. When will it warm up? This is too cold." Sitting in the car, Angie shivered. Elsie rubbed her hands. "The forecast says it won't warm up, it will continue to cool down. Literally killing us." Chapter 372, Call Me Husband. Every day, Angie's first task after returning home was to take a bath. Mina had become accustomed to her routine and would always be ready with cold medicine and prepared bathwater upon her arrival. Govind saw her at a fixed spot every time he returned home. In the bathtub. "When will this movie wrap up?" Govind asked from his vantage point above the bathtub. "A few more months," she responded. "Are all these scenes outdoor shoots?" Angie hummed in agreement, peeling off the facial mask and extending her hand toward Govind. "Pour me some water. With your current state, I might have to change wives before the movie even finishes." Angie huffed. Only someone who contributes immensely can have the privilege of changing wives. "As for you, good night and maybe all your wishes will come true." "Water." Govind handed over the cup, looking down at Angie lying in the bathtub. "Are all the next few months shoots outdoor locations? Who's the investor for this project?" "How would I know that?" "Ask Burnell later." This sparked Angie's interest. She moved deeper into the water. "Mr. Nate, do you know? When I was in junior high, I read a romance novel where the female lead was an entertainer. The male lead found it unbearable seeing how much his girlfriend struggled with acting and being exploited. So, he started his own company, became the king of the entertainment industry, and helped his girlfriend reach the pinnacle of success." Govind couldn't help but laugh. "You want me to help you reach the pinnacle of success?" "Yes, very much. Call me husband." "Husband, husband, husband plus ID number." Govind listened and nodded approvingly. "Okay, heard it. Now you're leaving? Where are you going?" After saying so much, wasn't it unfair if she didn't get something out of it? "To shower." "What? Is talking to me dirty or something?" Govind. Inside Wang Jintai Lounge. Kimberly invited a few internet celebrities here for a meetup. Their company was about to launch a new batch of winter outfits and had arranged this meeting to advertise them. They just finished dinner upstairs and were about to choose a booth downstairs when Kimberly's gaze landed on the bar counter unexpectedly. Waverly was notorious in Jingang for being flamboyant, dressing like a butterfly wherever he went. No one understood how a beauty like Colleen could have fallen for him back in school. Allegedly, she was the school belle, a perfect match for a nobody. "Do you know her?" Kimberly hadn't retracted her gaze when the internet celebrity sitting beside her spoke. "You know him? Our circle has a sister who followed him and even bore his child. They say he gave her 2 million RMB on the birthday and 10,000 RMB monthly as living expenses. That sister is now boasting about it non-stop." Kimberly. Starting with internet celebrities now? Did she agree willingly? Why not? In our line of work, youth is everything. Who knows when things will turn sour? While young, if a sugar daddy offers to support you, why not grab the opportunity? Get pregnant early and then milk the money under the guise of raising a child. Girls aren't foolish, they wouldn't risk their reputation unless there was profit to be gained. She couldn't argue with that logic. "I can't control others, but we've collaborated several times. Let me give you some advice, don't do such challenging and dangerous things. Any money he spends on you now, if his wife gets upset, could force you to return it, cash or not, she has ways to make you pay." "That's impossible," the girl protested. Kimberly sipped her drink. "You underestimate the means of wealthy mistresses. Don't you think those women outside having illegitimate children would already be known by the official wives?" Kimberly lost interest in this conversation and sent a photo of Waverly to Angie. After her bath, Angie was wrapped in a red robe sitting at her vanity. When Kimberly's message came through, she was holding her phone. "Layman got involved with Waverly?" "Kimberly, looks like it. Your brother seems quite dim-witted." "Idiot, damn it. Mr. Nate. Need a favor." Sure. Govind replied succinctly. Angie showed him the photo. Upon seeing Lemuel, Govind's eyes narrowed slightly. The Thai family sure knows how to pick their fights. We should resolve this soon, right? How do you plan to solve it? Just follow my lead. Angie had a rough idea of how to handle the situation. Dealing with someone like Waverly would indeed be a challenge. Changing clothes and wearing a hat and mask, Angie prepared to leave but not without lamenting, every time, I feel like a princess sent far away for a political marriage. All this effort to build an empire is to prevent my idiot brother from dragging me down. Govind chuckled, sipping his water and watching Angie leave. Good luck, princess. Hope the prince will be waiting in bed stripped clean when I return. Nina. This was inappropriate for her status to overhear. Inside Wang Jintai lounge. Waverly and Lemuel were enjoying each other's company, chatting endlessly. It was rare for Waverly to find someone like Lemuel who agreed with everything he said. Angie approached and patted Waverly's shoulder. He turned around, noticing Angie's displeased expression. Why are you here? Why can't I be? She pulled the chair next to him and sat down, ordering a drink while propping her chin up with her hand, staring at him. Mr. Tai, what a coincidence to see you here. Could this be fate? Angie shoved Waverly aside and sat next to Lemuel. Chatting like old friends. How are the injuries healing? Healed, thank you for asking. You two know each other? Waverly looked like he'd swallowed a fly. You're only finding out now? Brother, you need to improve. Chapter 373, No Overnight Grudges in Life. Familiar? If Lemuel had known Angie and still tried to hook up with him, wouldn't he be playing both ends against the middle? Waverly stared at Lemuel, his face as dark as liver. He narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. Lemuel, holding his wine glass and shaking it, seemed bitter but couldn't speak out. In this relationship, his initial intention was to curry favor with Angie rather than Waverly. Due to failing to win Angie's favor, he then settled for a second choice and hooked up with Waverly. Unexpectedly, Angie showed up, making it awkward for Lemuel to say he didn't know Angie, which would embarrass her. Saying he did know her would ruin his chances with Waverly. Indeed, Angie was deep thinking. She did nothing more than exchange some casual words, yet it made Waverly start to distrust her. Waverly wasn't as smart as Angie, but he wasn't stupid either. At a time when his relationship with Angie was already on thin ice, someone could suddenly pop up and chat like old buddies, and who would believe that they were not prepared for something? Does Sam Tai know Angie? When Waverly's inquiry sounded, Angie propped her chin up, blinking her eyes innocently, looking at Lemuel as if she was waiting for the Emperor's new clothes to be exposed. Do you or don't you? Elder brother, isn't this putting him on the spot? They don't want to answer, so why are you forcing it? Waverly's face darkened, and he remained silent, staring at Angie. They haven't spoken, but you're so eager to confirm for them. Waverly leaned back, his smile not reaching his eyes. Angie, are you taking advantage of him? Angie chuckled as if she heard a joke, took a sip of wine, and said, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a little fox who got injured while hunting. A butcher saved it and fed it vegetable leaves every day. One day, when the butcher brought vegetable leaves to feed it, the fox spoke. He said, what good vegetables. Really good vegetables. Waverly. Lemuel. If you can't find a reason, don't force one. Angie, no matter who I take advantage of, it means they've been blessed. Are you serious? She continued, mocking Waverly's pretense of knowing everything. Waverly looked terrible, and Lemuel found Angie's serious tone amusing yet couldn't help laughing, drinking a big gulp of wine. Angie, acting regally when necessary and shamelessly vulgar at times, didn't care about morality. It was surprising she didn't do worse. Do you think you're clever, Sam Tai? Careful, you might hurt yourself. As Waverly left, Angie's cold tone emerged. Lincoln Senhua, I must have amused you. You did. Everyone in Jinggang knows Waverly is useless, avoided by all except you. Isn't it obvious what you're doing? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Can a man be drowned by his own urine? I should find a way. Way? Lemuel's approach was indeed intriguing, right before him. Don't overreach, Sam Tai. Be careful not to suffer because of your ambition. Don't end up losing more than you gain. Seeing Waverly leave and not interested in further conversation, Angie put down her glass on the bar counter. Standing up and looking at Lemuel, she said, everyone in Jinggang knows I'm difficult to deal with. Don't make me force you to drink your punishment. Would Christy really kill me? Kill you? Angie laughed bitterly. So, in your eyes, my level is so low? Watching Angie leave, Lemuel could still catch the scent of her special shampoo, which wasn't something everyone could afford, it was custom-made. For a moment, Lemuel felt puzzled. Why did Govind possess all the world's beauty? He left the devouring Thai family environment and grew up in a peaceful, admired environment, even gaining someone like Angie. Why? Walking away without anything happening? What did you expect to happen? Inside the elevator, Kimberly looked disappointed at Angie. There should have been some drama. Don't you get tired from always seeking drama? Kimberly clicked her tongue. How tiring can it be? If you're always exhausted, cut down on your nighttime activities. Everyone knew Angie's preference for handsome men. She was all about appearances. If she had chosen an ugly man, it would be fine, but she chose Govind. After 2 years of marriage, wouldn't she try to claim her dues? Only after satisfying herself would she let go. Otherwise, when the 2 years were up, she'd miss out on eating and sleeping with him. Wouldn't she feel frustrated? Kimberly had known Angie long enough to predict her actions. Try purifying your mind. Stand in the rain next time it rains. But I'm leaving now. This behavior wasn't typical of her. Why stay on such a late night? Don't forget, I used to stay all night here. Brave men don't mention past glories. Angie got into the car, followed by Kimberly. Allily glanced at them. Everything is arranged. Let's wait. Soon, Lemuel came out, checking his phone as if waiting for someone to pick him up. Before his message went through, he was grabbed, a black bag placed over his head, and dragged into an alley where he was beaten. Just as I thought, this isn't your style, Angie. Well, the show's over. Let me go home and find my man. Govind was still waiting for her in bed. She couldn't waste the night. In the alley, Lemuel was beat up, noticing the assailants had left. He pulled off the bag, finding himself alone, wiped blood from his mouth, and leaned against the wall. Recalling Angie's words, he smiled bitterly. Wasn't she warning him? Indeed, she was right, there were no overnight grudges with Angie. There were none. Hashtag chapter 374, why is this dog of a man taking off his clothes? Mr. Nate, didn't I tell you to clean up, strip naked, and wait for me in bed? When Angie got home, she didn't find him in the bedroom. Frowning, she went straight to the study. Pushing the door open hurriedly, she saw the man standing in the middle of the room, answering a call on his phone. Angie. Whose call was that? Did he hear what she just said? Govind looked at Angie's flustered face and couldn't help but laugh. I'll bring Amy home for dinner tomorrow. Rest early. Angie, Herman. Your father? Govind walked past Angie without answering her question. Angie. I asked you a question. Was it your father? Govind still didn't speak. Following closely behind, Angie trailed after him all the way to the bedroom. As soon as they entered the living room, Govind crossed his arms over his waist and peeled off his pajamas. Angie was startled. Why is this dog of a man taking off his clothes? Not answering questions and just stripping? Is his brain malfunctioning? Govind casually threw the pajamas onto the sofa. Just one door away, a few more steps would lead to the bedroom. Angie felt the atmosphere grow strange. Would he? No, this place wasn't suitable for staying any longer. Angie, if you dare run, I'll break your legs. I am just going downstairs for a drink of water. I've been arguing with someone for a while now and I'm tired. Really? Arguing for 10 minutes versus beating someone for 20, which one seems more tiring? Yes, definitely, absolutely. We're an old married couple, why would I lie to you? Just as Angie turned around to escape from the living room, Govind strode over and pulled her down onto the sofa. I thought you were disappointed not seeing me in bed when you got home. But now you want to run before I can make it better? Who wants to run? Am I that kind of person? Don't talk nonsense, my reputation shouldn't be ruined by you. Not? That's best. Do something proper first. I want to drink water. Not in a hurry. You'll lose your voice eventually, we can drink together later. Angie. She never fell into such a pit in her previous life, but in her second half-life, she stumbled right into Govind's trap. Aren't you Sam Tai? What happened? Did someone beat you up? Harvey had recently been hanging out at Wang Jin Tai because people who wanted trouble wouldn't dare cuz it here. As long as he remained a customer, he'd be absolutely safe. However, he never expected to see Lemuel here. He was leaning on his knees, covered in injuries, limping out of an alleyway. Though his life in the capital wasn't easy, no one dared to attack him so openly. It seemed like he had offended someone he shouldn't have. How amusing. He liked to see those privileged young men from the capital humbled here in Jingang. Want some help? Need to go to the hospital? These might be internal injuries, untreated, you could die lying there. Harvey, put that smile away. Harvey gasped and rubbed his cheeks. I thought I had it under control. Didn't mean to upset you. Lemuel ignored him, leaned against the wall, bypassed Harvey, and walked to the roadside, ready to hail a cab. Harvey stood beside him, arms crossed, saying coolly, go ahead. No taxi driver will take someone looking like they're about to die. Taxis are just ordinary jobs. Drivers have families to support. If you die in their car, their lives are ruined. How pitiful. Maybe you should go back to the capital. Life is tough there, but no one dares touch you. Look at you, how scary. Harvey shook his head as he walked to the roadside, opened the car door, and got in. The car pulled up next to Lemuel. Get in. I'm only saying this once. If you don't, I'll leave. Lemuel knew he wouldn't get a cab tonight, so he opened the passenger door and got in. Over 100,000 yuan polo, not even your housekeeper thinks it's good enough for groceries. Now it's your ride? What's wrong with a polo? It's better than bleeding all over the street with no cab to stop. At least now you're complaining about a matter of life and death. Where to? Harvey didn't give Lemuel a chance to speak. Old Thai residence. Going home for comfort? Afraid the old witch will sprinkle salt on your wounds? The elderly matriarch of the Thai family wasn't gentle, everyone in the capital knew that. Cruel and ruthless, not just to others but also to her own. Truly merciless. Just take me there. Harvey wasn't merciful either. Some words were said, if the other party didn't listen, he had no mood to keep talking. After all, Lemuel's life or death meant nothing to him. Second Sam, what happened? Bart heard the knock and opened the door. As soon as it opened, Lemuel stumbled inside, covered in blood. Bart caught him just in time. What happened? He was beaten. The old man's gaze burned with murderous intent. Govind. Did you look for him? How could I be qualified enough to seek him out? We bumped into each other while drinking. As Lemuel denied, the old man seemed to detect the faint smell of alcohol on him. That boy, how audacious. Bart, take him to the hospital. The old man intervened just in time, blocking the old lady's protest. So you're going to let him bully our family? The old man frowned. Remember why we came here, not to make enemies with him. If we became enemies, why go through all this trouble to come to Jingang? Should we just endure this and let them dominate us? Do you have any better plan? If there's no better option, we must endure for now. The old man's eyes were stern, silencing the old lady instantly. On the way to the hospital, Lemuel sat in the back seat, breathing unevenly. After careful consideration, Bart finally spoke. These injuries aren't from Mr. Nate, are they? Based on Bart's understanding of Govind, he wouldn't stoop to fight with Lemuel. What do you mean? Lemuel asked back. Just as it sounds, Second Sam should understand. Translation complete. Let me know if you need further adjustments or additional content translated. Chapter 375, The Hardest Mouth on Your Body. Who will take over the Thai family is still uncertain, yet Manager Clark is sure not to leave himself a way out. Igor's warning tone echoed in the carriage, which instantly fell silent. Bart had been with the Thai family for so many years, as someone left by the old master. If it were put bluntly, back then, between changing wives and changing him, Master Thai chose the former. These few children of the Thai family grew up under his watchful eyes. Today, being reprimanded like this by a junior was something that left an extremely sour taste in Bart's mouth. But all of them were wise enough to understand the necessity of maintaining surface-level propriety despite their feelings. Second Sam, what are you talking about? In the Thai family, I only do what Mr. Thai asked me to do. The implication was clear. He remained deaf and oblivious to everything else. Grandfather kept Uncle Clark beside him for so many years. There must be a reason. Igor smiled lightly. Bart just laughed, offering no response. After thorough checks late into the night, Igor finally ended up admitted to the hospital with intravenous drips. Isn't it true that human griefs and joys never intersect? While Igor lay injured in the hospital, Angie lay on her bed with a tearful expression but still complained about Govind's poor service. Therein lies the difference. You told us to stop, and now you're complaining. Govind came out of the bathroom with a hot towel, unable to resist criticizing her. Seeing him approach, Angie turned over, smartly waiting for him to wipe her body. Don't you know women tend to say the opposite during certain special moments? Bending down to clean her with a towel wrapped around his lower body, the man asked casually, for example? In bed. Govind nodded understandingly. So, shall we continue? Angie. I'm stubborn, that's all. Just listen. The hardest part of your body is definitely your mouth. Upon hearing these words from Govind, Angie wanted to argue back immediately. But after some thought, she realized that as a woman, such defiance wasn't worth it. Greyhammed, did you prepare the flower basket I asked you to prepare last night? Yes, Syra. Greyhammed brought out the flower basket, and Angie nodded approvingly, gesturing for it to be sent to the car. And one fruit basket more. Syra, we haven't prepared it yet. Angie sipped on some warm water and said nonchalantly, it's fine, just put whatever we have at home. This isn't for anyone important. Hearing this, Greyhammed felt relieved. Whenever Mr. Nate asked for something to be prepared, everyone had to ensure perfection and prepare a day ahead without any mistakes. Now, upon hearing Cyrus' words, Greyhammed understood. So early in the morning, where are you going? The time on your schedule should be in the afternoon. Reaching out, Angie handed her cup to a servant, who took it promptly. She then grabbed Govind's tie and began to adjust it, standing on tiptoe to fasten it for him. This unexpected gesture left Govind somewhat astonished. Instinctively, Govind sensed that Angie tying his tie wasn't without ulterior motives. He grasped her palm tightly, asking suspiciously, offering your services for nothing, Angie? What do you want? Angie. Am I flattering you too much? Is this becoming unbearable when I'm nice to you? Do I feel tight or loose? Govind cast her a doubtful glance while Angie continued tying the tie. I'll be visiting Igor at the hospital in a bit, lunch with Presley, rest at the company afterward, then head to the film set in the afternoon. Visiting Igor is to irritate him, why lunch with Presley? When did you two become so cordial? After adjusting his tie, Angie straightened it up, saying, she needs money, and I have plenty. So, you're telling me you're a fool for being generous? Do I look foolish with loads of money? Govind glanced at her, silent but his meaningful gaze spoke volumes. Fine. I'm not that dumb. I won't throw my money into their bottomless pit. You understand well. If Presley doesn't get a clue, she'll end up like Delia. When Angie arrived at the hospital, the doctor had just finished rounds. Hearing the door, Igor assumed it was the doctors and nurses returning, but instead, he saw Angie holding a flower basket at the doorway. What wind brought Christy here? Visiting second Sam Tai doesn't require a breeze. Walking closer, Angie placed the flower basket on the bedside table. Igor almost chuckled at the sight of white carnations surrounded by green grass, an ominous combination indeed. Don't like it? I love it, having a princess bring me flowers is an honor. So, you're quite fortunate. Isaiah, bring in the fruit basket. Watching Isaiah place the basket next to the bed, Angie pulled a chair and sat down effortlessly. You must be in a lot of pain, right? Igor nodded. Yes, very painful. Especially seeing you makes it worse. So, I should visit you more often. Do I deserve death for having a feud with Christy? Laughing lightly, Angie adjusted her sunglasses. That depends on how reasonable second Sam Tai is. Not many people dared to challenge her openly. If Igor couldn't be subdued, it would be a waste of her years spent in Jingang. As Angie stepped out of the ward and was about to leave, she spotted Harvey approaching Igor's room, swinging his car keys. Wow, the princess descended from heaven today? How lucky am I, running into you? Why are you here? Coincidence, right? Last night, second Sam Tai was dying in the alley, and I helped save him. I figured saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas, so I hurried over to earn some kudos before the Buddha forgets me. Harvey played the spoiled playboy act perfectly. Had Angie not seen his true nature, she might have been deceived. Mr. Bo seems quite charitable. Harvey clicked his tongue. Though I may not look it, I've got a kind heart. Angie nodded half smiling. Indeed. Isaiah could tell Angie's remarks carried sarcasm. Whether Harvey truly missed it or pretended not to notice was anyone's guess. Getting into the car, Isaiah opened the driver's seat and hesitated before asking, to see General Manager Nan? Not yet, go beat up Harvey first. For meddling in others' affairs. Saving people? Since he loved saving lives, might as well save his own. Isaiah. Indeed, this was typical Angie behavior. 1 second of sympathy for Harvey. Who'd he pick a fight with? Translated by AI and refined by humans to ensure accuracy and fluency. Chapter 376, Nate Boss's stepmother. Finally, Geraldine. They had arranged to have lunch at 11:30, but it was already 12:30 by the time Angie sauntered in with her limited edition bag. Fern waited in the private room, drinking 2 pots of tea and making several trips to the restroom. A bit held up by a fight, Angie said casually. Who did you fight? Your brother-in-law. Fern, you fought Harvey? A.O. Angie nodded. Considering you were late because of fighting him, let's drop this matter. Angie, if only you'd told me earlier. I hurried up thinking you were waiting for me. Next time, no need to. Nothing is more important than handling Harvey. What if you worried that I killed him and your sister would be widowed? Fern poured Angie a cup of hot tea, smiling deeply. If that day comes, I'll give you a banner. Both Harvey and Kate are people she wishes to deal with. They're both no good. But given limited energy, it takes too much effort to handle them. As for Kate, even if she handles her countless times, it won't work because it would only waste her own time and effort. During lunch, Angie thought Fern would chat about something serious, but they ended up discussing trivial matters. Since Fern didn't mention anything, Angie wasn't foolish enough to talk about her wealth voluntarily. Mr. Nate, did you change your tie knotting style? Seeing Govind's necktie knotted differently from usual, Krista noticed it was definitely done by a woman. My wife did it. TSK, why do we say Govind has love blindness? Look at how proud he is. Having a wife is really nice, huh? Krista said sarcastically. Boss, there's an old lady downstairs who wants to see you. Have security escort her out. If she doesn't leave, call reporters to watch over. Elon received the order and went to take care of it. Thai family member. I heard the Thai family's Felicia isn't the original wife but a mistress who rose to power ruthlessly, even harming her own child. Yeah. What cheek does she have? Following Govind's instruction, Elon understood that the person wasn't important, so he skipped the first step and proceeded directly to the second step to avoid wasting time. Syra, reporters from the newspaper are surrounding our car. Where did the reporters come from? The old lady was startled. Her attendant shook his head. Maybe we should leave? If the situation escalates to the capital, it wouldn't look good for anyone. Moreover, with the Thai family already in turmoil, such an event could turn into a laughingstock for others. Given their current state, they couldn't afford any additional setbacks. The old lady's face darkened. Find Angie. No wind without cause. She didn't believe that among all the girls in Jingang, Angie would be photographed if she didn't have some connection with him. Today, Angie was filming outside, and the location shifted from a busy street to a riverside. The autumn air could chill one's bones once the sun sets. Hot water, drink quickly. It's not even winter yet. The transition between autumn and winter is the hardest. Technically, only today's scenes are shot by the river. Nong Jijia, there's a noble-looking old lady outside looking for you. Who? Do I know her? No, but she specifically mentioned knowing you. The crew member shook his head. This wasn't within his duties, but considering Angie's identity as a wealthy heiress and the old lady's imposing demeanor, he felt obligated. What's her name? They didn't say. Angie glanced at Elsie, who understood and handed a drink to the crew member. We got it, thank you for your efforts. Not a problem, Nong Jijia is my idol. Angie exchanged a few pleasantries, then Elsie followed suit after he left. Shortly, Elsie returned and handed her a phone. Look, do you recognize her? Wasn't this the unpleasant Thai family elder lady? Nate Boss's step-grandmother. Elsie was confused. Wait, what? Essentially. Nate Boss's mother's stepmother? Very smart, Angie tapped her forehead. Elsie. What a complicated relationship. Just as they say, only family enters the same door. Between Angie and Govind, they've experienced things most people wouldn't in several lifetimes. One day, if you can't make it in the entertainment industry, become a screenwriter. Write your life story, it'll definitely be a hit. I think so too. After finishing her day's shoot, it was already evening. By then, the streets were nearly empty. Fans around the set were politely asked to leave. Only the Thai elder lady remained waiting. Isaiah drove back to Puyan Mountain, noticing the old lady's car trailing behind, worrying she knew where Angie lived. Mississippi. Didn't Govind arrange bodyguards? Does such a minor matter require me to handle it? Are you guys going to inherit my fortune or something? Angie's harsh tone made Isaiah tremble, calling immediately. Soon, at a crossroads, with a loud crash, two cars collided, stopping the tracking. Syra. The driver regained consciousness and stumbled out, opening the back door, kneeling on weakened legs. I'm fine, get up, why kneel? My leg is hurt. Second Sam, the old lady arrived. Why? She was in a car accident on her way to meet Geraldine and was brought here by ambulance. Upon hearing this, Tai Chiming was initially surprised, then stunned, and finally burst into laughter. He knew involving Angie would make things interesting. See. He battled intelligently in the capital for so long without much effect, but with Angie, it was explosive. Unable to handle Angie, they still want to see Govind? Interesting, indeed. How's the old lady? The old lady's fine, it said her driver was injured. At this point, not stoking the fire would be a pity. Go. Tai Chiming pointed to the flowers and apples Angie sent this morning. Deliver them to the nurse's station tomorrow morning and ensure they reach the old lady. Remember, the card is key. Chapter 377, I Love You, Milagros. When a problem can't be solved directly, expand it and involve more people, eventually someone will solve it. He refused to believe that no one could handle old lady Tai. Who delivered this? The card says. Milagros. With a loud bang, the old lady hurled the flower basket several meters away. The delivery person recoiled in fright. Can't you see what's happening? Sending all kinds of things to me. I won't do it again next time. Get out of here. Too terrified to protest, the person quickly left. Grandma, what's wrong? Lemuel held an 4-bag in his hand and stood at the door, looking worriedly at the old lady. Why are you here? I heard you were injured and came to check. Who in Jinggang would dare to do such a thing? Our family is well respected in the industry, doing this would risk public condemnation. They clearly don't take our Thai family seriously, they're truly outrageous. Should I find out who did this? Lemuel's words only made the old lady's expression darker as she glared at him, her mood souring further. Respected figure, not taking the Thai family seriously, these phrases only heightened her anger. No need, I know who it is. Do you need help resolving it? If Grandma needs anything, just command it. I'm your grandson too. Hearing this, the old lady immediately grew wary. In the Thai family, nothing should go through Lemuel, otherwise, wouldn't it just add trouble for the elder? And Lemuel knew full well the old lady wouldn't let him meddle in this matter. He had no desire to confront Milagros face to face at such a critical moment. Milagros was ruthless. If everyone from the Thai family came to Jinggang, they'd likely be crushed by her in no time. External forces were needed for problems that couldn't be resolved internally, and Milagros was perfect for this role. Don't worry, focus on your own injuries. Lemuel said nothing and nodded, exchanging pleasantries before leaving. Kiran, stay behind. Kiran, who had been following Lemuel, was suddenly called by the old lady, deliberately avoiding Lemuel, a transparent attempt to pry into matters. Without needing words, Kiran understood what she was thinking. I ask you, since you've been in Jinggang for so long, who has Sam second grown close to? He hasn't really formed close ties. He tried to Jinggang circles, but the locals are very tight-knit. That's why he got beaten up. Edit. He hasn't really formed any close relationships. He tried to integrate into Jinggang social circles, but the locals are very tight-knit, which is why he ended up getting beaten up. This version corrects the repeated words and provides a more natural and fluent English translation. Clearly, the old lady suspected Lemuel might be behind her car accident. Her suspicions surpassed everyone else's. You must remember you are part of the Thai family, not Lemuel's group. Every word you say must be true. If I discover any deceit, watch out. Daring not to speak, Kiran bowed obediently. The old lady's authority in the Thai family was unchallenged. While grandfather Thai hid behind a woman like a turtle, letting Brittany handle all the dirty work while he enjoyed the fruits, playing the benevolent elder. In appearance, Brittany Thai seemed in charge, but in reality, it was grandfather's influence. Go now. What did she ask? She asked if second master had made friends in Jingang, and I answered truthfully as instructed. Indeed, Lemuel knew the old lady well. He anticipated every move she made. While she thought she was a wolf, Lemuel was actually the biggest wolf. Only, one was overt, the other covert, with no one believing the latter. When Milagros arrived home, Greyhammed was waiting in the living room while everyone else rested. Where's Mr. Nate? He's upstairs. Do you need to draw a bath for you? Greyhammed took her bag and asked. Milagros shook her head. Rest now. She went upstairs, rubbing her sore neck, then pushed open the bedroom door. There lay Govind on the black leather sofa, breathing steadily, one hand by his side, the other over his eyes. Was he asleep? So unusually. Milagros had never seen Govind extremely tired, much less sleeping on the sofa. She quietly approached, crouching beside him to observe his peaceful face, noting his high nose and thin lips. It's often said men with high noses are strong. Maybe there's some truth to that. Cruelness comes from thin lips. Cruel. Would this man abandon her one day? Thinking this, Milagros felt a pang in her heart. If he ever dared leave her, she'd castrate him first, then serve it as a side dish with alcohol. That thought comforted her slightly. Half squatting, she found a comfortable position beside Govind. Unseen by her, his lips curled into a content smile that radiated warmth. Lying flat, he shifted and wrapped an arm around her to keep her from falling off. You watched me for so long just to cuddle? Milagros leaned closer, finding a cozy spot. Not exactly. I was thinking, if you ever become cold-hearted toward me, should I cut off your little friend for alcohol or feed it to chickens? As she spoke, she pinched him lightly. Govind gasped and caught her hand. Don't think about it. That won't happen. Won't you let me snip it off, or won't you become heartless? Milagros, every relationship is like a mirror with me. For the kind of me you want, you must give the same in return. It's only fair. Govind stroked her back, his rough fingers trailing from her spine to her tailbone, sending tingling sensations through her body. I love you, you love me, sweet ice city, butterfly. That's one way to put it. Mr. Nate, you haven't expressed your feelings yet but expect me to love you. Isn't that? I love you. What? Before Milagros could finish, Govind cut in, leaving her stunned. I love you, Milagros. Govind stared intently, sincere and unwavering. His gaze showed no hint of playfulness, making Milagros's rebellious spirit helpless to resist. Chapter 378, She shouldn't have teased this man. A virtuous lady fears an entangling man. A rogue fears true love. She had run into both of them. The relationship between her and Govind was now one that could be described as warped and bizarre. No, Angie suddenly realized it might just be her perception that their relationship was abnormal. I need to use the restroom. She was trying to find an excuse to escape. But Govind held her waist, rendering her immobile. The man's naked gaze stared straight at her as if he were a devoted lover who'd been mercilessly dumped by an unfeeling woman. I really need to go to the bathroom. Don't look at me like that, it makes me feel like a heartless woman. Are you not a heartless woman? Is that what you truly think of me? Every time you make me express my feelings only to give no response, Angie. You are the ultimate heartless woman. Angie, this was coming back to bite her in the rear. She shouldn't have teased this man. Sniff sniff. Do I really have to tell you, I love you out loud? Why? Is loving me so difficult to say? Govind probed further. That's not it. Well, what is it then? Take your time to think it through before answering. I have all the time in the world. Angie. You were already asleep on the sofa, aren't you tired? Govind. I mean, supplements are quite expensive. Why don't we continue this conversation tomorrow? Govind laughed despite himself. Releasing his grip on Angie, she fell to the floor with a thud. Just as she wanted to vent her anger, she saw Govind's face darkening, and even though he didn't speak, she felt the temperature around her plummet. Forget it, discretion was the better part of valor. She couldn't let herself enjoy a fleeting moment of satisfaction. Ow. Angie, your avoidance of the issue tells me that you never had any expectations for our marriage. Time and again you provoke me to express my feelings only to pull away. Does doing this give you a sense of achievement? Something you did as a teenager, are you still not satisfied in your 20s? If I did those things as a teenager and you're still falling for it at 30, isn't that? Sorry, my fault. I apologize. It won't happen again. Angie's argument twisted under Govind's cold stare. True strength lies in knowing when to yield. She must admit her mistakes properly, otherwise, this bastard would be angry and she wouldn't be able to get at his wallet. Although Angie felt deep down that it wasn't her fault, it's not unusual for a teen trick to work on a man until he's 30, but oddly enough, Govind kept falling for her provocations. Was it her fault? It was clearly because Govind was too easily deceived. Am I hurting from the fall, and you're not going to help me up? Pouting, Angie extended her hand towards Govind, expecting him to pick her up. Ah, you left? Your wife's butt has bloomed flowers. Angie. After she came out of the shower, Govind was already in bed, the bedside lamp on his side off, clearly not wanting to talk. Angie wasn't bothered, she wasn't particularly emotional about it anyway. Just as she was falling asleep, she subconsciously snuggled close to Govind. Her hand touched his chest and was promptly kicked awake. What the hell? You kick me even while I'm sleeping? In the darkness, Govind's eyes gleamed with fury. If you touch me, can I not kick you? Angie knew she had some bad habits. But acknowledging them now wasn't appropriate. Can't I touch my own husband? Can't I kick my own wife? This is domestic violence. Empty-handed violence? What a waste you didn't join the entertainment industry. Angie. With a belly full of frustration, Govind argued a few more words with Angie, making him even angrier. While he lay there unable to sleep, Angie slept soundly. This was the perfect time to torment her. Fine, you can argue but can't hide. She got up and headed for the guest room. The 2 rooms usually reserved for Elena and Elena were locked. Same with the 4 suites on the 3rd floor. Greyhamed. Syra, Greyhamed was half asleep on the couch. Startled awake by Angie's call, he said, "Why can't you open the guest rooms? Sir asked me to lock them all half an hour ago. Where are the keys? Sir took them." Angie, schemer, this 1,000-year-old fox. Enraged, Angie returned to the bedroom. Standing at the foot of the bed, she grabbed the blanket and covered Govind's head completely, then pounced on him. "I'll suffocate you, you dog." Govind, what age is this? Do adults fight like they want to suffocate each other? President Nate, concealer. As Govind entered his office, the female secretary handed him a box of high-end concealer. What for? The man's tone was unfriendly. The secretary pointed at his neck. Oren said that the city leader will visit the company soon and you'll meet them. The scratches on your neck. Govind's expression turned grave as he took the concealer with a stern look. How do I use it? Just use your fingers to apply it over the marks until they disappear, then use. The secretary handed him a box of loose powder. Press it down and it'll be fine. Leave. Once the secretary stepped out, she patted her chest in relief. At least he didn't make things hard for her. Were the scratches on President Nate's neck made by Christie? How should I know? I bet 100% it's Christie. I'm just curious what the boss did that someone could claw his neck to shreds. His face is clean without any marks, seems like he avoided it intentionally. Stimulating. President Nate must have dug up Christie's ancestral grave in a past life to be controlled like this in this one. Next time, avoid conspicuous areas, Christie. Sitting in the car drinking coffee, Angie was still feeling sleepy after staying up late last night. When Krista sent her a WeChat message, she became a bit more alert, unusually passing the coffee to Elsie. Not scratching him dead already counts as avoiding it. Krista sent a thumbs up emoji. Scratch somewhere else tonight. There's a tea gathering with city officials tomorrow. If asked, I can't lie. Understanding fully, Angie sent an okay sign. Then Krista sent a photo of several men in suits standing in Monteghegmeo building, chatting amicably. In the middle stood Govind. Chapter 378, she shouldn't have tempted him. A virtuous lady fears a man who is too persistent. A rogue fears true love. And she had stumbled into both. The relationship between her and Govind was distorted and bizarre. Or perhaps, Angie suddenly realized, it only seemed that way to her. I need to use the restroom. She was trying to find an excuse to slip away but was held in place by Govind's grip on her waist. The man stared at her with an intense gaze, as if he were a deeply infatuated man scorned by a heartless woman. I really need to go to the bathroom. Don't look at me like that, it makes me feel like I'm the heartless one. Isn't that what you are? Do you see me as a heartless woman? Every time you make me express my feelings but never give any response, Angie. You're the best among heartless women. Angie, she had hoisted this upon herself. She shouldn't have tempted him. Wailing softly. Do I have to tell you, I love you verbally? What? Is loving me something so hard to say? Govind pressed. Not exactly. So, what is it? Take your time to think before you speak. I have all the time in the world. Angie, you've fallen asleep on the couch already. Aren't you tired? Govind. I mean, supplements are expensive. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Govind laughed wryly. Releasing his hold on Angie, she slipped and fell to the floor with a thud. Just as she was about to protest, she saw the dark expression on Govind's face, and even without words, she could feel the sudden drop in temperature around her. Forget it, discretion is the better part of valor. She couldn't let her momentary impulse get the better of her. Ouch. Angie, you're changing the subject. It's clear you didn't expect much from our marriage, tempting me repeatedly, making me express my feelings, and then leaving me behind. Does this give you a sense of achievement? Did playing these games in your teens not satisfy you until now? When I did those things in my teens, you were still tricked at 30. Sorry, it's my fault. I apologize and promise it won't happen again. Under Govind's cold stare, Angie's defiant attitude changed direction. Flexibility is key. Her apology must be sincere. Otherwise, if this infuriating man gets angry, she wouldn't be able to access his wallet anymore. Although deep down, Angie didn't think this was her fault. After all, tricks from teenage years weren't exactly new by 30. But strangely, Govind fell for them repeatedly. Was it her fault? Clearly, Govind was too easy to fool. Doesn't it hurt? Aren't you going to help me up? Angie pouted, reaching out, expecting Govind to pick her up. You just left? Your wife's but has flowers on it now. Angie. After her shower, when she came out, Govind was already in bed, the lamp on his side turned off, clearly uninterested in talking. Unbothered, Angie didn't mind and had no emotions either. Just as she drifted to sleep, she instinctively snuggled close to Govind. Her hand barely touched his chest when she was kicked awake. Are you crazy? You can kick me while I'm sleeping? In the darkness, Govind's eyes gleamed with anger. If you touch me, can I not kick you back? Angie knew she had some bad habits. But acknowledging them didn't mean admitting to them right then. Can't I touch my own husband? And can't I kick my own wife? That's domestic violence. Empty threats? What a waste. You do well in entertainment circles. Angie. With a belly full of pent-up frustration, Govind argued a few more words with Angie, feeling even angrier. Unable to sleep because of irritation, while Angie slept soundly. This was the perfect time to torment her. Fine, you won't argue, but will you escape? She threw off the blanket and prepared to go to the guest room. The 2 guest rooms on the second floor were usually reserved for Elena and Elena's visits. Angie headed toward those rooms. But the doors wouldn't open. Neither would the 4 suites on the 3rd floor. Greyhamed. Syra, Greyhamed, drowsy on the sofa, was startled awake by Angie's sudden call. Why can't I open the guest rooms? Mr. Nate asked me to lock them all half an hour ago. The keys? He took them. Angie. Devious. This sly old fox. Annoyed, Angie returned to the bedroom, stood at the foot of the bed, and threw the blanket over Govind's head, pouncing on him. I'll suffocate you good for nothing. Govind, what adult argues and wants to smother the other person? Mr. Nate, concealer. As Govind entered his office, the female secretary handed him a box of high-end concealer. What for? The man sounded unfriendly. The secretary pointed to his neck. Athena said city officials will visit soon. You need to greet them, and there are scratch marks on your neck. Govind's face turned cold as he took the concealer. How do I use it? Just dab with your finger and apply over the marks until they're invisible, then use this. The secretary passed another box containing loose powder, to set it. Out. After leaving, the secretary patted her chest, relieved she wasn't scolded. Were the scratch marks on Mr. Nate's neck made by Christy? How would I know? I bet 100% it's Christy. I'm just curious what the boss did to get scratched up. No marks on his face, seems he avoided it deliberately. Wow, Mr. Nate must have done something in a past life to deserve this. Next time, avoid more obvious areas, Christy. Sitting in the car drinking coffee, Angie was exhausted from last night's skirmish. Her eyelids were heavy. When Krista messaged, she perked up a bit, handing the coffee to Elsie. Since I didn't claw him to death, I must have been careful. Krista sent a thumbs up emoji. Scratch other places tonight. Tomorrow, there's a tea session with city leaders. If they ask, I can't not say anything. Angie agreed, sending an okay emoji. Then Krista sent a photo, showing a group of men in suits standing in Montegegmeo Tower, smiling and chatting. In the center was Govind. Chapter 379, renowned young tycoon of Beijing and Hong Kong suspected of keeping a hidden beauty. Whose photo is that? Elsie, noticing Angie laughing while looking at her phone, curiously stretched her neck to take a peek. Before she could see anything, Angie locked her phone. What are you trying to see? It's not suitable for children. I already saw it. Elsie hummed. Surely it must be true love. Fighting at night, drooling over photos during the day. If you won't show me, I'll search Weibo myself. Elsie casually picked up her phone and opened Weibo, typing in Govind's name. The first result was, renowned young tycoon of Beijing and Hong Kong suspected of keeping a hidden beauty. She scrolled down, seeing photos taken by media showing Govind with an enlarged close-up of scratch marks on his neck. She glanced at the photo and then looked at Angie. Did you fight with Boss Nate last night? What proof do you have? Elsie moved the phone closer. Seeing the photo, Angie felt awkward. It must be some other woman from outside. If Boss Nate really had another woman, you wouldn't be so calm. Elsie knew Angie well. If Govind dared to mess around outside, Angie would definitely find a way to castrate him. Having seen how unreliable her father was growing up, if she married someone who behaved similarly, she would use all the tricks she imagined against her father on Govind. And these tricks were readily available without any need for excessive thought. Don't say such nonsense. I'm emotionally stable, mature, and regular in every way. Elsie. That's what you say. Daring not to disagree, Elsie realized some people lacked self-awareness from childhood. Ms. Hua, the director mentioned you. The van door was knocked on, and Angie got out. The makeup artist waiting by the van immediately came to fix her hairstyle and makeup. Angie went back to work. Isaiah, wearing sunglasses, leaned against the car and tapped on the window. Elsie lowered the window to chat with him. What did you just see? This. Logically speaking, Montegegmeo's PR team should have prevented this news from being published. Now it's online and hasn't been removed yet. What does that mean? You think Boss Nate allowed it? Isaiah raised an eyebrow, eyeing Elsie with approval. Schemer, schemer indeed. With policies above, tactics below, Govind's approach would ensure that when their marriage was exposed, everyone in Beijing and Hong Kong would know Angie as a shrew. Should we remind her? Remind her of what? Isn't she enjoying herself too? Someone as sharp as Angie couldn't possibly overlook this point. If she hadn't objected, it meant she was enjoying this situation. What brand is your concealer? Let me see. After finishing her tasks, Krista entered Govind's secretary's office to find the concealer. The secretary nervously handed it over. Krista inspected it. Throw it away and buy a new one. Check the quality. Seeing the secretary stunned, Elon gently pulled her aside. Throw it away quickly, Manager Sue needs to cool down. What? Is my concealer illegal? Elon showed her the gossip news on his phone. Boss Nate's public debut in urban news was ruined here. As soon as the news broke, the stock prices plummeted this afternoon. The female secretary panicked. This concealer is the most expensive on the market. It's not your fault, Manager Sue just has nowhere to vent. The female secretary responded awkwardly. Boss Nate, the stocks, shall you check them? Green? Do I need to ask? Krista laughed despite herself. Normally, the stocks shouldn't turn green today, given the support from higher-ups. But you see, even dozens of leaders can't match those scratch marks on your neck. Green is fine. To live life successfully, you need a touch of green. Govind poured himself a cup of water, took a few sips, and when Krista heard this, she almost laughed out loud. You're quite open-minded. His staff were worried sick. Employees working tirelessly couldn't withstand a boss who was love-struck. I don't care what you're thinking. I've had the news taken down. If you want recognition, earn it yourself. Don't resort to low tactics or Christie might skin you alive. Govind. It made it to the news? How? Just because a piece of news could force Angie to publicly admit their relationship. What was he thinking? If Angie could give in so easily, she wouldn't be Angie. Love-struck brain? Not even a dog would approve. Sis, the director said you'll leave early tonight. Yes. Where are you going? Back to the Nate family for dinner. Elsie, hearing this, clicked her tongue. In the past, Angie was reluctant to go to the Nate family, but now she eagerly returns. Love truly is powerful. For someone like Angie, who loved inwardly but didn't show it outwardly, her stubborn refusal to admit her heart had been stolen in this marriage was notable. Alright, I'll inform Sister Leah. When Angie's chauffeur-driven van arrived at the Nate residence, Govind's car was already parked in the courtyard. As she stepped out of the car, about to enter, she was drawn by a cough coming from the osmanthus tree. Elena beckoned her over. I advise you to delay entering. Why? Dream and Uncle Nate are interrogating eldest brother about the scratches on his neck. Uninhibited before Elena, Angie blurted out, I scratched him. Elena frowned. Are you sure it was you? Think carefully. Why are you outside? Angie sensed something amiss and eyed Elena suspiciously. Elena awkwardly coughed. Dream noticed the bruises the moment eldest brother walked in. She blurted out that she saw him dining privately with a woman last time, asking if it was her who scratched him. Then, eldest brother was interrogated, and I was kicked out. Elena fiddled with a leaf from the osmanthus tree, sniffing its lingering autumn scent, not overly cloying. So, did your eldest brother actually dine privately with another girl? Elena nodded. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Angie thought it might be a business partner. But, it wasn't important. What mattered was someone else helping to irritate Govind. Come, let me protect you. Chapter 380, Why did Lincolnson's Angie enter my room? Gugwa, you're just in time. Tell me, how did the scratches on Jichu's neck happen? Govind had been lectured by Arlen for over half an hour, pulled by his ear. No matter how decisive he was in business, today he was someone who had endured much hardship. Arlen used to be a teacher, then a department head, and finally a professor and mentor. No matter what role he played, his ability to lecture others never diminished. Darren and the others were always afraid to visit the Nate family as kids because they feared being taught by Arlen, showing his immense influence. As Sam Hyder once put it, even Tang Sang would become his sworn brother if he met him. Teaching with earnest warnings and repeated instructions. When Elena asked this question, Govind's gaze fell upon Angie, hoping she would exonerate him. Unexpectedly, Angie just sat there, head lowered, not uttering a word, her disheveled hair covering half of her face. She looked like a wronged little housewife who dared not speak up. Govind. If he wasn't mistaken, Angie was plotting against him? Jichu. Elena's anger flared up immediately. Arlen's expression darkened even more, glaring at Govind. Come with me upstairs. Govind. Fine, fine, you wait and see. Plotting against him? This marital affection ends here. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, good. I'll have the kitchen prepare some dishes you love. Elena glanced at Elena, hinting that she should behave properly. Elena nodded repeatedly, admiring Angie greatly. Why was she called Christy? This was simply too impressive. Without saying a word, she had already taken care of the situation. You're amazing, really amazing. You and my brother are truly evenly matched. At the bathroom door, Elena stood leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching Angie. She saw Angie wipe off her lipstick with tissue and powder her face, giving off a gentle, helpless appearance. Putting on a complete act. Aren't you afraid my brother will come back later and take it out on you? Of course I am, so I need to ensure I get what I came for here. Elena's eyes lit up. This meant the drama was not over yet? Shouldn't she help Angie put on a complete show? My dad lectures very well, want to hear it? Can I? Angie's eyes lit up. She had never seen Govind being scolded before. He had always been an exemplary student and later became a boss himself, with no one daring to defy him. This could be her first time experiencing such a spectacle. Sure, let's go. Elena gestured for Angie to follow. They sneaked upstairs and before reaching the study, they heard Arlen from the slightly open door. Restrain yourself, be cautious alone, guard your heart and clarify your nature. Use the heart that criticizes others to criticize yourself, and the heart that tolerates yourself to tolerate others. Even if no one sees or hears, be cautious and do not violate morality or the law. Do not betray your conscience or deceive your inner self. Be inclusive and strict with yourself. Govind, you married the person you chose without giving Lenore and me any chance to object. Since you brought her into your life, you must be responsible for her. I never demanded wealth or high status from you, but at the very least, you should be someone who is careful and restrained, knowing what is important to you and what is not. If I were like you now, do you think you would exist? Imagine if one day Elena marries, and her husband treats her like this. How would you feel as her family and elder brother? Angie listened at the door. Arlen didn't use any foul language but still gave a serious lesson to Govind. Such empathetic reasoning was far more practical than mere scolding. I understand. At this moment, explanations would only seem like excuses. Govind knew it was better to admit his mistake. Arlen looked at Govind, unsure of what to say. He watched him grow up and knew his character. Hearing his confession left him speechless. So, you really did this? Govind. No. If you didn't, why don't you deny it? If I deny it, no one will believe me anyway. Miss Tai. A servant's voice interrupted outside the door. Govind frowned, turned around, and opened the door. He caught sight of Angie hastily pushing open a door to hide inside. Elena shrank back at the staircase, watching Govind silently. Angie had just hidden in the room when the door behind her opened again. She instinctively tried to run into the bathroom. But she was held by the back of her neck. What are you hiding from? From where? Don't make things up, I came in to find the bathroom. Really? To find the bathroom in my room? Your room? Angie turned to look at Govind, but before her gaze returned, Govind grabbed her shoulder and pushed her against the wall, looking down at her almost nose to nose. My room, what does Christy want in my room? Angie felt utterly miserable. Hell, did she just turn herself in? It was downright humiliating. To find the toilet. Is your tongue tied? Can't hold it? Angie. Govind's room was not even half the size of the master bedroom in Puyin Mountain. It contained a large bed, a desk by a floor-to-ceiling window beside the bed, and a chest of drawers opposite the bed with some books Govind usually read. The room was spotlessly clean, clearly tidied daily, and even the windows were open for ventilation. Just as Angie wanted to break free, the man waved his hand, sweeping away the books on the chest of drawers and forced Angie to sit on it, holding her waist. Angie trembled in fear, grabbing onto Govind's neck tightly. Let go. No way. I said, let go. No, you'll bully me if I do. Govind laughed at Angie's shameless words, feeling like she thought only she could bully him. When you bullied me, did you ever think the tables would turn? Water is wealth, all yours. Govind. Are you sure you're giving me wealth, not resentment? Will you let go or not? No. Not letting go, huh? Govind lifted Angie with one hand and walked toward the door, ready to open it when Angie stopped him. What are you planning? Translator's note, the ending has some abruptness which might be due to the original text. If needed, please provide further context. Chapter 381, Angie throws off the blankets. Choose. Either you let go of me, or I'll carry you out there for public display. Public display? Wouldn't that expose her? How could she not say that this kind of heartless and ruthless scoundrel man? This has almost reached the level where he deserves to be executed publicly. Just let go, a man you can't get is best left alone. A man she can't get? Govind was so angry he laughed. Say that again. I said, let go. Angie loosened her grip on Govind's neck, turned around, opened the door, and sprinted out. When she got to the stairs, she slowed down dramatically, perfectly playing the role of a drama queen. How did it go? Who won? Just as Angie rushed downstairs, Elena crept over, gazing at her curiously. Angie's scared, need I say more? Definitely me. Are you sure? I think my brother won. Elena glanced at Govind coming downstairs. He looked relaxed, like he had just won a major battle. Amy, come here. Angie stared at Arlen in confusion at this sudden command. Was he going to talk some sense into her now? She cast a pleading look at Elena, but Elena thought better of helping, afraid of being lectured by Arlen later. Angie shifted her gaze to Govind with a pitiful expression. She really didn't want to go. Govind naturally wasn't going to save her. This was her fault, and he wanted her to feel embarrassed after showing off earlier. With no other choice, Angie reluctantly followed Arlen to the backyard. He hesitated before speaking carefully. Jichu wasn't always like this. He has always set high standards for himself. I suspect it's the luxury and indulgence of business life that made him lose his way. If he really wronged you, it's because I failed as a father. I apologize to you. Angie. She really deserved this. It was just a mutually calculated joke, yet now Angie felt like a thorn in her throat, unable to speak or remain silent. The less seriously she took it, the more irresponsible she appeared. For her, it wasn't important, but for Arlen, it might be more important than anything else. Otherwise, why would an elder bow and apologize to her? She really deserved this. Really deserved this. Dinner's ready. Right when Angie was stuck between a rock and a hard place, the door to the backyard opened. Govind seemed to have anticipated this and arrived just in time, rescuing Angie from this awkward and humiliating situation. Angie looked at Govind like a savior. Her eyes were watery, like a stray dog reuniting with its master. Let's eat first. It's all small stuff. Small stuff? Hearing this, Govind felt Angie was absolutely heartless. He shouldn't have saved her, letting her struggle with this minor issue. After dinner, Angie and Govind left the Nate family house. In the car, Govind took 2 calls from business partners. As they neared Puyan Mountain, he put away his phone and looked at Angie. Got nothing to say? I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have played such a moral joke in front of parents and elders. Govind. When did Angie become so smooth in admitting mistakes? Is this still her? He leaned over and pinched her face. What are you doing? Botox is expensive. You apologized so smoothly. I need to check if you're real. Angie. I've always been flexible, and I was indeed wrong. I thought it was just a joke to make you suffer a bit. I never expected your dad would apologize to me. Had I known, I wouldn't have done it. Angie was truly arrogant and bossy, but she also knew her limits clearly. After living for over 20 years, she knew what to do and what not to do. Fights among kids were normal, but involving parents was crossing the line. She could take advantage of Govind, but not his parents. They owed her nothing. Alali couldn't help but glance at her upon hearing these words. Why did direct and straightforward women attract many mature men? Angie's personality was indeed more attractive than those pretentious ones. Right was right, wrong was wrong. One was oneself, and one's parents were parents. Syra, here's today's gossip about Mr. Nate. Have a look. Many comments suggest that Mr. Nate's gossip partner is Geraldine. But neither party has confirmed nor denied it. Bart handed the tablet to the old lady. Squinting, she thought of Angie's reputation and felt inexplicably annoyed. I can't understand what's good about such an arrogant woman in the entertainment industry. Why are all the men in Jingang so fond of her? Bart didn't respond. If one person likes her, maybe they have poor taste, but if everyone does, there must be something extraordinary about her. There must be aspects of Angie they haven't discovered. Go see Tilda. Tilda? Trying to win over the mother when the daughter was tough? Wasn't that deviating from the main goal? But Bart didn't dare say this aloud and only glanced at the old man. Why are you seeing Tilda? To build rapport. If what you said is true, and she was there when you clashed with Angie last time, do you think she'd build any rapport with you today? The old lady stiffened. The old man continued, relax. It can't be rushed. Our target is Govind, not his messy relationships. This approach is desperate and will backfire. The old lady was hurt by the old man's words and remained silent, glaring at him without a word. Some anger, once swallowed, can't be easily brought up again. Will you attend the charity auction at the end of the month? Angie, fresh out of the shower and applying skincare products, looked at Govind who was lying on the bed reading. Anything you want? There's a jade bracelet I quite like. Show me. Angie picked up the tablet beside the bed, opened the organizer's message, and found the information on the jade bracelet. The jade bracelet, judging from the picture, was crystal clear, of rare and fine quality. I've never seen you wear it. I didn't appreciate it before, but now I'm obsessed. If you want something, go for it. Are you buying it for me? Angie threw off the blanket and knelt on the bed, looking at Govind. Chapter 382, I am a married woman. You could buy one for yourself if you want. No way, I'm a married woman. Who do you have? Govind pretended not to hear. Normally getting Angie to call him husband was like begging and pleading, but only at moments like this, when she wanted something from him, would she say such things. How rare. I have a husband. I haven't heard you calling anyone husband. Husband, right? 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 As Angie called out, she moved closer to Govind, her slender fingers easily slipping into his pajamas. Without needing to spell it out, Govind could tell what she wanted. Angie, a too lustful woman, cannot accomplish great things. Angie shrugged indifferently, blinking her eyes with long lashes fluttering. But I can make the man who does great things lustful. Moreover, what big deal do I need to accomplish? During the day, I behave well. In the evening, why can't I be a bit lustful? Is that illegal? Govind. Teasing me? Just normal demands between spouses, doesn't count as teasing. Govind grabbed Angie's hand and rolled over to press her down, looking down at her condescendingly. Don't think I don't know your period started today. Angie's period was more punctual than her salary day, arriving on time every month. Only on days like these did Angie act like a little fox trying to tease him, making him uncomfortable in the end. This little imp just wanted to see him suffer. Govind pulled the blanket over her and hugged her tightly. Angie. Are you planning to suffocate me? Govind, are you in love with someone else? Want to strangle me so you can be with her? Think clearly, marrying another woman isn't better than staying with me. I have money, looks, figure, and empathy. Which woman can match my unbeatable conditions? Govind turned off the light, hugging Angie in one arm while covering her mouth with the other, forcing her to be quiet. Geraldine, please show your invitation card. Angie took out the invitation card from her bag and handed it to the doorman. As she walked in, she saw Kimberly chatting with Jonathan and his father. They greeted her when they noticed her presence. What were you talking about? It's been a while since we last met. I was chatting with Uncle Hyder. Today, Angie wore a black body-hugging dress, which highlighted her perfect figure and gave her a clean-cut appearance. Her long hair was loosely tied up, an uncommon style for her. Did you just come from the film set? Yeah, where did Jonathan go? Kimberly leaned closer to Angie, whispering, you should ask Boss Nate. Angie. I just saw Lemuel. Lemuel? He's here. So, are other members of the Thai family also here? Where is he? There, over there. Following Kimberly's gaze, Angie saw Lemuel standing beside old Master Thai, chatting with several government officials. Their attitude towards him bordered on flattery. No wonder the old lady is so strong-willed. It turns out the Thai family does have some skills in the industry. Angie withdrew her gaze and didn't speak. She asked a passing waiter for a glass of plain water. Geraldine, what a coincidence. Second Master Thai, indeed it is quite a coincidence. Alone? Angie glanced at Kimberly, what? Does CEO Chu not count as a person in Second Master Thai's eyes? I meant a male companion. If I say no, would Second Master Thai then ask if I mind? Well, I do, so you can skip the rest. Lemuel. No wonder Angie is still Angie. With such a personality, it's hard to find another like her in Jinggang City. A supreme and self-centered character. Christy, if there's any misunderstanding between us, we can sit down and talk. Second Master Thai thinks too highly of himself. An ordinary person really doesn't have the capability to have misunderstandings with me. Chiming. An elderly voice interrupted their not-so-amicable conversation. Seeing old lady Thai, Angie almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Was everyone in the Thai family ganging up on her? Do you know Geraldine? A few brief encounters. Second Master Thai, you sure it's just a few brief encounters? Hearing this, Lemuel had an ominous feeling. Knowing Lemuel wasn't favored in the Thai family and was often guarded against by the old lady, Angie seized this opportunity. With both the old lady and Lemuel before her, she intended to widen the gap between them. Otherwise, the TYS would keep bothering her. How boring. The old lady's expression changed, if only for a moment, but that moment was captured by Angie. Really? How come I never heard my grandson mention you? Angie laughed, I heard that in the Thai family, Second Master Thai has no say. Can someone without say even get a chance to speak? Is Syra joking with me? Angie stared at Lemuel questioningly, or are the words Second Master Thai told me all lies? Forget it, meddling in others' family affairs is not our business. It's bad enough if they embarrass themselves in Jinggang City, let's not embarrass ourselves in the capital. Kimberly stepped forward and linked arms with Angie, giving a meaningful glance at Lemuel. Second Master Thai, mind your own business. If you can't clean your front yard, don't pull others into your mess, how shameful. That disdainful look swept from Lemuel to the old lady, making the latter seethe inwardly. When had she ever been disrespected by a junior? Stop. The elderly voice full of anger made everyone turn to her. So this is Geraldine's upbringing. And what kind of upbringing does Syra have? Halfway to hell and still not learning the manners of the living world, now she wants to interrogate me? I have no interest in your family's troubles. Stop coming to me with grievances. Get medical help if you're ill. If that doesn't work, go to a psychiatric hospital and stop being a menace to society. Standing aside, Lemuel watched the drama unfold, inwardly delighted seeing Angie clash with the old lady. But he maintained a show of concern. Grandma, calm down. With many people around, trouble might arise. Angie. He was quite good at playing the good guy, huh? She figured out Lemuel's intention, to watch her and the old lady fight so he could benefit or at least enjoy the show. Thinking of this, Angie suddenly threw the drink in her hand. Chapter 383. This would be awkward if Lemuel's physique is better than yours. A glass of wine was completely splashed onto Lemuel. Clearly unprepared, he wiped his face with his hand, exchanging looks of disbelief and shock, finally resting his gaze on Angie. She actually dared to do such a thing in public. Angie, on the other hand, delicately placed the stemmed glass on the waiter's tray, an elegant move that sharply contrasted with Lemuel's disheveled state. You are utterly disdainful. The Felicia said, raising her hand to confront Angie. Before Angie could react, a hand extended from the side, halting the Felicia mid-motion. Elderly Syra, matters between juniors should be settled by them. Isn't it improper for us elders to interfere? They're all grown adults in their 20s. If they still rely on their family seniors outside, wouldn't this world be upside down? Tilda spoke diplomatically and released the Felicia's hand. Everyone around, watching the drama unfold, glanced at each other but no one stepped forward. In the capital, there would be plenty willing to cozy up to the Thai family. How did it come to this? Does Miss Selenag's daughter have this level of upbringing? The Felicia isn't much better either. You were about to hit someone over Junior's affairs before even being asked. Had I not arrived in time, my daughter might have been struck. Tilda wasn't one to be trifled with. In this setting, if Angie were slapped, it would slap Tilda in the face as well. If everyone else were reasonable, it might end here. But if they couldn't speak up, things would only escalate. Moreover, she and this Felicia didn't need to maintain any pretense, it was just about not making a spectacle. Elderly Syra finds this amusing. Everyone in the capital knows how you look down on Lemuel and oppress him, not allowing him to get involved in the Thai family's affairs. Why protect him here? Are you putting on a show for someone? Lately, people from the capital keep seeking marriages with our Hong Kong's aristocratic daughters. While looking down on Hong Kong, they still insist on connecting. Could you also have set your sights on someone? If you find fault with others' upbringing, why force a connection? People have their preferences, and voicing their opinions isn't wrong. It's ridiculous, like the Pacific Ocean needing a stall from your family. Your concerns seem rather broad. Kylie's cold remarks left the Felicia with a very sour expression. Her glare at Kylie seemed like it could crush her. Kylie smiled indifferently. Elderly Syra, everyone in Hong Kong knows I'm straightforward. My words may be harsh, but I mean well. As she spoke, she pulled a towel from a waiter's arm and handed it to Lemuel. Second Sam Thai, dry yourself off. The elderly madam still has you in mind. Don't always act helpless. Garnering sympathy is minor, but making people think you're useless is major. Upstairs in a private room, Krista and Govind sat watching the scene below while Darren leaned over Krista's chair, straining his neck. Sometimes I think Christy and a robber are practically the same, one move, and it's fatal. There is a difference, Govind said, turning the teacup in his hands, tone measured. Darren, intrigued by Govind's perspective on Angie, prodded further. What difference? A robber can negotiate terms, Angie doesn't. Krista. Darren. Still coming from the same mold, you know her pretty well. Krista sighed, glancing back. Before she knew it, the commotion downstairs had quietened down, with Lemuel apparently heading to the restroom. Her eyes swept over the area. Your wife followed Lemuel to the restroom, wow. Krista, not letting go of the excitement, speculated, Lemuel must be changing clothes. Imagine if he strips off and stands before Christy, will she compare his physique to yours mentally? What if she realizes his body is better? Would she regret her actions? Ah, you're going where? Krista's fantasy was cut short as Govind rose stiffly and walked away without emotion. That kind of reaction from him would be strange if he stayed put. Darren replied to Krista while sitting down. How else would you describe a repressed man? Christy has a penchant for peeping into men's restrooms? Leaning against the door with her arms crossed, Angie remained calm. Are you saying that after splashing wine on second Sam Thai's head, I now don't know the difference between peeking and openly watching? You think those outside, knowing that the woman who just splashed me with wine is now watching me change, would feel what? Who cares about their feelings? Angie showed no sign of backing down. I'm changing, really want to watch? Watch? Haven't seen before? Nowadays, if you haven't eaten pork, you've surely seen pigs run. There are plenty of types online. Lemuel. Is Christie's behavior somewhat immoral? Second Sam is trying to drive a wedge and enjoy the show? Did you consider your own immorality? Second Sam, as Lemuel's attendant approached the restroom with clean clothes, he froze seeing Angie at the door. Glancing through Angie to the restroom inside. Here, give it to me. No, don't. Russell. Before Lemuel finished, Kieran had already handed the bag over. Angie, holding the bag, flung it into the adjacent women's restroom. Geraldine, you. What's wrong? You're stuttering. Kieran panicked and looked at Lemuel, second Sam. Pale-faced, Lemuel stared at Angie, his eyes filled with barely restrained anger. In his wine-stained suit, Lemuel walked towards Angie. Standing tall above her, close enough for breaths to mingle, Angie's nonchalance stood in stark contrast to Lemuel's cold demeanor. Geraldine, don't strike someone in the face. Leave some dignity. You've broken every rule. Chapter 384, Hope Christie works hard to win CEO Nate. Angie chuckled and reached out to grab the tie around Lemuel's neck, pulling him closer. She leaned in and whispered into his ear, sending shivers down his spine. The sensation felt like millions of ants crawling up his back. He clenched his fists tightly by his sides. When you can stand on equal footing with me, then we can talk about sparing face and leaving room for others, Angie remarked, pushing him away lightly after speaking. You can't even handle an old coot and yet demand dignity in front of me? Learn from Harvey, if some busybody meddles too much, just break their legs and keep them homebound. Harvey? Lemuel paused mid-breath. Angie knew quite a lot. As Govind extricated himself from the crowd and approached the hallway outside the restroom, he saw Lemuel bending forward, while Angie stood upright, gently patting Lemuel's face as if training a puppy. The scene looked ambiguous, especially the way Lemuel gazed at her. After finishing her performance, Angie turned to head back to the venue but spotted Govind standing at the end of the corridor. Her steps faltered. Wasn't he on the second floor? Why was he here? That gaze, why did it look like she had cuckolded someone? Angie turned fully and didn't stop walking toward Govind, while Lemuel watched their interaction from the other end of the corridor. When Angie stopped in front of Govind, she'd said, CEO Nate, have you seen enough? Their expressions were calm. In Beijing, Hong Kong, they all belonged to the same circle. Given that Govind had helped Angie win her inheritance lawsuit, appearing overly distant would raise suspicion. On the contrary, this kind of nonchalant familiarity was more natural. Go pick up the clothes. When Kieran heard Lemuel's order, he felt a strange pang of sympathy. As the second Sam of the Thai family, not only had he been bullied by elders at home, but also by outsiders, it made Kieran feel sad for him. Second Sam, maybe let's call it quits for today. Go. Lemuel was terse and resolute. Kieran couldn't refuse and fetched the bagged clothes. Upstairs. Not going. They still had a distance to cover before reaching the venue. Govind said 2 words as he walked beside Angie. Angie rudely refused. Do you still want the bracelet? If you don't buy it for me, my mom will. Come on, she had a loving and wealthy mother. Govind, who always kept his emotions in check, was known to Angie for hiding all feelings once he left Puyan Mountain. No matter how hard you tried to upset him, it wouldn't show on his face. CEO Nate, we finally meet. Angie, such thick-skinned. How thick-skinned? Angie doubted that Ty's grandmother wasn't there for Govind. It was a good opportunity to see the drama unfold. Angie beckoned a server for a glass of champagne. Can you bring a chair over here? The server hesitated. Geraldine, this will block the hallway. Well, forget it then. Angie leaned against the bar comfortably, watching Govind being sized up with a cold stare. Who are you? You probably haven't met me, I'm your grandmother. How could I have missed my grandmother crawling out of the ground? Govind retorted, never backing down verbally to anyone except Angie. Ty's grandmother's expression changed. If it's convenient, CEO Nate, we can move somewhere else to talk. Inconvenient. Govind turned and walked away. Angie froze with her champagne halfway to her lips. It's over already? So boring. Forget it, this was typical of Govind. Back at the main hall, Angie's phone rang. Recognizing the number, she answered casually. On the other side, Govind warned icily, drinking on your period? If you scream tonight, I'll suffocate you. Angie. Did you see Catherine Ty? Was she trying to hook up with CEO Nate? They must have a daughter, right? Is she trying to catch CEO Nate's eye? Isn't this what Kimberly mentioned? Those people from the capital act superior but come here to flirt, flaunting their arrogance where? Yeah, we should hope Christie works hard and gets CEO Nate, otherwise, it'll hurt to see someone else get him. Don't let good things go to waste. Listening to everyone chat, Kimberly nudged Angie with her elbow. Hear that? Work hard, Christie. Don't let others snatch him. Angie shifted, avoiding Kimberly's nudge, and accidentally spotted the Felicia negotiating with someone at the bottom of the stairs. She seemed to be trying to get upstairs. What's on the second floor? Not accessible to everyone? This question was directed at Kimberly, but others nearby overheard. Sister Ning, the second floor is a VVIP area, accessible only to those with blue invitations. Figures like CEO Nate and Lord Montague are representatives, along with notable officials unsuitable for public appearances. It'll be hard for Catherine Tai to get up there. Oh. Angie thought, Govind was indeed impressive, making a name in Beijing, Hong Kong at such a young age. Her judgment was indeed sharp. While others hunted for potential, she went straight for the ace. So, you're back. Looks like Christie didn't do much. Krista commented as he finished tea with Darren. Just then, a server brought the second pot, holding a note on the tray. CEO Nate, this is from room D. From who? Secretary Hua. Just put it down. Govind waited for the server to leave and picked up the note. Is this the former Secretary Hua of Beijing, Hong Kong? Didn't he retire in Nanchang? Why return suddenly? The Hua family was once close friends with the Nan family. However, due to the lack of wisdom from the Nan descendants, the once prosperous family plummeted. If not for Presley's abilities, the Nan family might have vanished completely, not even leaving an empty shell behind. Meanwhile, the Hua family remained stable and now held considerable prestige. What did the note say? To arrange a meeting. Govind lit the note with a lighter and dropped it into the teacup. What do you think? We'll see. Chapter 385, Tug of War amidst the buzz. Where are we going? To the bathroom. Do you have an overactive bladder or something? How many times tonight already? Angie smoothed her dress. Mind your own business. The event was still a while away, and Angie didn't want to stay in this environment any longer. When she went to find Lemuel earlier, she noticed a balcony near the restroom. Ventilating there seemed better than staying amidst all these people. Her purpose was clear, she didn't want to waste time on unnecessary things. Angie walked towards the balcony. Just as she reached out to push the door open, someone else opened it from the other side. The man was dressed in a black suit. One hand had just put his phone in his pocket, and the other held a cigarette. He exuded a stern demeanor, like a soldier fresh from battle. Angie stepped aside to let him pass. For a moment, seeing his face made her pause slightly. The man seemed unaware of her surprise, walking past her to extinguish his cigarette in the trash can by the restroom door. Angie regained her senses and hurried after him, stopping only when she saw him disappear around the corner on the first floor. Recognize him? Tilda's sudden voice interrupted Angie's thoughts. She shook her head. Never met him, just looks familiar. Have you seen him before? Never, let's go inside. In such events, anyone who could enter must be on the guest list. If he's from Jinggang. Didn't you touch anything in my study? Your junk isn't appealing to me, Tilda replied dismissively. After they returned to their seats, the auction for the bracelet began soon after. Angie's mind wasn't focused on the bracelet but wandered around the room as if looking for someone. On the second floor, Krista watched Govind frequently bidding with his paddle, then glanced at Angie, who seemed distracted. Is Boss Nate trying to buy the bracelet for Christy? Govind didn't respond but gave Krista a look that clearly indicated disapproval. As you bid, Christy seems deep in thought. What do you think she's thinking about? Govind finally turned his gaze to the public area downstairs. Angie squinted, lost in her own world. She definitely isn't thinking about Boss Nate. With Angie's nature, she would usually rush straight ahead. Listening to Darren, Krista nodded in agreement. Makes sense. 30 million, first bid. 30 million, second bid. Angie, Kimberly kicked the person next to her when Govind stopped bidding at 30 million. What are you thinking? Do you still want the bracelet? Angie snapped back to reality and looked upstairs. Her eyes met Govind's with a warning look. Despite the distance and the noisy crowd, it felt as though their silent exchange filtered out all external noise. In this moment, she was herself, he was himself, and they were each other. To observers like Krista and Darren, it appeared like silent affection between them. Seeing that Govind showed no intention of raising his paddle again, Angie decided to bid as the auctioneer announced the third call. 31 million. If he was willing to give it to her, she would happily take it. If he hesitated, she wouldn't force it. She would remember this slight. Aren't you? Don't I have money? Why wait for charity? Kimberly, did I get dragged into this? So much anger. Don't take out your hurt on your sisters because of some guy. Upstairs, Krista sked, watching Govind with a teasing tone. Isn't there a saying? You ask, I refuse, so you earn it yourself. That's why Christy is still Christy. When she asks, she gives you a chance. Boss Nate, you're finished. You lost your chance to impress. Seeing Govind's expression worsening, Darren poured tea for Krista. Drink more tea, talk less. Downstairs, Angie eventually won the bracelet for 34 million, drawing murmurs from the crowd. Just saw Angie looking at the VIP lounge. I wondered if President Nate planned to buy it for her. Guess not. Exactly, everyone knows VIP A is reserved for President Nate. But once Angie bid, he stopped. No one dared to continue either. How else would Angie win it for 34 million? Could it be President Nate's way of showing kindness? He doesn't need to. Their relationship seems fine. Who knows? In this realm of fame and fortune, nothing is certain. All these comments entered Angie's ears. After the charity dinner, there was a wine tasting event. Angie had no interest in staying and waited for Tilda in the parking lot. What's going on? Tilda, seeing Angie standing by her car, was puzzled. I'm waiting to go home with you. What else? Tilda, waiting for her to go home? Not going back to Puyan Mountain? Weren't you expecting Govind to buy the bracelet for you? Better not owe favors. And I'm not broke. Angie stood firm in her denial. Tilda understood but didn't point it out. Sir, Syra and President Selenag have returned to the Hua residence. When did they leave? The man's face darkened. Alalie, standing far away, could almost feel the tension radiating from him, wishing he could stand further back. 10 minutes ago. Go to the Hua residence. Alalie didn't delay, fearful that every passing minute would only make the boss angrier. He almost wanted to stand up and press the accelerator himself, even hoping traffic lights would turn green magically. He used to think green was unlucky, but since the boss started dating Angie, he realized this color saved lives most of the time. Miss, what are you looking for? Upon returning home, Angie slipped off her shoes and climbed upstairs to her study, frantically flipping through books on her bookshelf. Nothing, go busy yourself. I've placed the bird's nest on your desk. Drink it later, or it won't be as good cold. Standing on a chair, Angie took down and flipped through the books one by one. Within 10 minutes, her initially empty desk was piled high with books. Angie mumbled to herself, why can't I find it? I remember putting it here. Downstairs, just as the maid descended, she saw a well-dressed man with an outstanding aura standing at the door. Only when he entered did she recognize him. Lawyer Nate. Where's Angie? The maid glanced at Tilda, getting her approval to reply. In the study on the 3rd floor. Note, the translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring natural flow in English. Chapter 386. Govind propped one hand on the desk and held her head with the other. Govind gave a courteous glance at Tilda. I'm going upstairs to see Milagros. Tilda was satisfied with Govind. This person had good manners and respected elders properly. In this situation today, if it were a young master from an ordinary family, he would probably have rushed up directly. Yet, despite being in a position where he didn't need to please anyone, Govind still politely asked for permission. No wonder he was raised by Arlen. Even when his own mother abandoned him and his father, he hadn't said a single bad word about her. Be quiet, Tilda reminded. A fleeting awkwardness flashed across Govind's eyes. He nodded and stepped upstairs. The door to the 3rd floor study was wide open. Milagros stood on a chair, having flipped through half of the books on the shelf, muttering irritably, perhaps because she couldn't find what she was looking for. Govind gazed at her back for a long time, long enough to dissipate much of his initial agitation. Her black bodycon dress accentuated her perfect figure. A sharp clip, fetched from somewhere, loosely held her hair. If that skirt were any shorter, it would be revealing too much. What are you looking for? Milagros was startled by the sudden sound. The book in her hand clattered to the floor. Mr. Nate, scaring someone can scare them to death, did you know that? Govind apologized and picked up the book for her, handing it over. What are you looking for? Need help? I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. Nate for such a small matter. I can handle it myself. Milagros' sarcastic tone dripped with dissatisfaction toward Govind. Are you angry? Ignoring Govind's question, Milagros busied herself. Unperturbed, Govind looked up at her on the chair. What are you looking for? Let me help. Looking for another man's nude photos. Will Mr. Nate help with that? Govind knew Milagros was upset and intentionally saying hurtful things. If he argued back, tonight would be ruined. Sure, I'd like to see what kind of man makes my wife miss him so much. I'll learn from him. Milagros, did this man suddenly change? She glanced down at Govind, her lips tightly pressed. It's natural talent, you can't learn it. Like? Govind asked. Milagros huffed, picking words to upset him. The size of little Nate. Govind. Don't bother. Technology isn't advanced enough now, but when it is, I'll donate 34 million for your surgery. Govind, indeed, she was waiting for that. He walked forward, pinched Milagros' waist, and dragged her off the chair onto the only empty spot on the desk, bracing his hands on the edge of the desk. I know wrongdoers should admit their mistakes and stand straight while getting punished. Today, I was wrong first for not keeping my promise to you. Let me apologize in a practical way, he said, pulling out a check from his suit pocket and writing a series of numbers with a pen from Milagros' desk. 68 million, take this check tomorrow. Milagros' expression softened slightly. She looked at Govind as if he were human. Can't you transfer it? This month's limit has been reached. Milagros nodded. Mr. Nate asked, do I have a say now? Milagros threw the check into a drawer, then cocked her head at Govind. What do you think? I can add more if it's not enough. Mr. Nate, tell me, Milagros tugged his tie, pulling him closer. Why did you do this? Knowing I'm hard to talk to, you still provoke me, and now you have to pay. You're just like Elena's cat, itchy fingers, likes to scratch, then after scratching and being ignored, it comes back like a clingy dog. Govind freed his tie from Milagros' grasp. You could just call me a clingy dog. Would you be? Before she finished, Govind propped one hand on the desk and used the other to hold her head, pressing his lips to hers, his tongue dancing around her lips. This luxurious yet mind-altering move stirred a conquering desire in Milagros. Determined, she yanked his tie, wrapped her legs around his waist, forcing him to support her with both hands. She took the lead, making him lift his head to kiss her. There, see? That's Milagros, always the princess, no matter when or where. Small. The maid came upstairs to collect dishes and entered upon seeing the study door wide open as before. Suddenly witnessing the scene, she let out a shrill scream. Milagros instantly snapped out of it and was about to jump off Govind. The maid murmured, "This child," not even closing the door. Milagros. The maid took a few steps, turned to close the door, saw the two stop, and exclaimed in surprise, "I'll close the door for you too, you can continue." Milagros. Govind. The maid closed the door. Milagros lost interest. Still not letting me down? Govind released her as Milagros adjusted her dress. He handed her a bowl from the desk. "Drink it." "What is it?" "It helps the kidneys." "I don't need it." "Whether you need it isn't up to you." Govind. Milagros held the bowl and took a step forward. Salesmen never admit their product has problems, but drivers feel it clearly. "Mr. Nate, HM?" The entire evening, nothing annoyed him as much as this comment. Govind gritted his teeth, took the porcelain bowl, prepared to drink it all at once, but after 2 sips realized something was amiss. "Bird's nest?" Milagros folded her arms and clicked her tongue. "Look how scared you got, Mr. Nate. What are you afraid of? With your wealth, even impotence wouldn't deter many from wanting you." "Going back?" "Ah." Milagros went downstairs as Tilda asked. She handed the check to Tilda. "What does this mean?" "It's from your son-in-law. If you two divorce later, will you ask me to pay back?" Tilda looked at Milagros in confusion. "You should ask him." "No," Govind succinctly answered, implying it wasn't about asking her to repay, but rather that they wouldn't divorce. "Got the list?" "Got it." Bart handed the list to the old lady. Chapter 387, the white lert stuck to his body from water. The old lady flipped through the list in her hand, carefully checking every name of those present at the auction on the second floor that night. She wanted to see exactly who these people were, given that they could access a place even the capital's powerful Thai family couldn't. "So they're not much after all," the old lady remarked sarcastically after examining the list. She had thought Jingang was some extraordinary place, but it turned out to be nothing special. How important could these officials be? They wouldn't amount to anything if taken to the capital. "Take it away." Bart picked up the papers left on the coffee table, keeping his head low and silent. Catherine Tai was always looking down on others. She came from an aristocratic family herself and still carried that high and mighty attitude. After all these years in the capital, she looked down on anyone who wasn't more influential than her back then. Let alone Jingang, no matter their positions, as long as it said Jingang before their titles, she deemed them inferior. In reality, there were rules in heaven and rules on earth. The capital was the capital, and Jingang was Jingang. These two worlds were different. Some of the people she despised might be renowned figures in certain fields, while some Jingang dignitaries could overshadow even those in the capital. The Thai family wasn't what it used to be, yet she remained on that mountain peak, unwilling to come down. If this continued, the Thai family would eventually collapse. Call Lemuel back. Yes. When Lemuel arrived at the old house, the old lady had just finished washing up and sat in the living room wearing a traditional Chinese-style sleeping robe, looking at him. "What's your relationship with Angie?" "We've met a few times." "That's all?" "Yes, Christy is a prominent figure in the elite circles of Jingang. Ordinarily, she doesn't bother with people like me, and even if I approached her, I doubt she'd give me much attention." "I heard you two had a falling out tonight?" Lemuel replied as usual. "Last time, I unintentionally had dinner with her brother. Only afterward did I hear they didn't get along. Probably due to that incident. When we met again, Geraldine didn't treat me well either." The old lady disliked him and found everything about him annoying. Hearing this only made her feel he was incompetent, unable to handle even simple matters. "Go." The check. Early in the morning, Elsie entered Alban and handed the check to Angie. Angie was puzzled. Where did this come from? "Miss Selenag called me early to pick it up." Angie glanced at it. It was the check Govind had given her last night. She paused, then handed it to Elsie and placed it on the coffee table. "Just throw it?" Elsie was startled. 60 million, could it be tossed around so casually? 60 million was more than many people could earn in a lifetime, possibly saving several struggling businesses. This action truly shocked Elsie. "Why?" "Well, I'm just thinking, to throw such a large sum away like that, probably only you can do it." "Did Boss Nate issue this?" "Yeah," Angie considered Elsie a confidant, chatting casually. "I heard from Kimberly about last night." "Is this Boss Nate's apology?" "Sort of." "Why don't you accept it? If you slap a child and then give them a candy, it might work once or twice, but will it be effective long-term?" By handing the check to Tilda, Angie intended to show Govind she wasn't satisfied with this form of apology. But arguing seemed unnecessary, so she let it go. Elsie nodded, understanding. To someone like Govind, money meant little. Using something trivial to appease her, especially to someone like Angie who lacked for nothing since childhood, felt insulting. Govind descended the stairs with his tie loosely dangling, clearly wanting Angie's help tying it. Seeing the substantial check on the coffee table, he frowned. "Where's Syra?" "Syra is in the indoor swimming pool downstairs." Govind pressed the elevator button to the third basement level. The heated pool at Alban maintained a comfortable temperature year-round. Standing by the edge, Govind watched Angie swim gracefully in her black swimsuit like a sleek koi fish. Following her movement, he moved to the other end of the pool. As Angie emerged from the water, Govind squatted down, extending his hand. Angie saw his hand as she surfaced, an impish idea forming in her mind. Removing her goggles, she gazed at the man squatting beside the pool, his figure framed in the warm backlight. For a moment, Angie felt ashamed of her thoughts. But this shame lasted only briefly. "Honey, did you bring your phone?" Angie cooed in a bewitching tone, reminiscent of a siren luring a king. "It's upstairs." Oh. Angie understood. Floating seductively beneath the water, the lack of valuables on her made things interesting. Angie swam towards Govind, her water-softened fingertips touching his palm. Suddenly. Splash. Govind was pulled underwater, and Angie held him down to prevent him from struggling. Was she trying to drown him? Struggling free, Govind's white shirt clung tightly to his body. The sight was undeniably erotic. He knew last night's incident wouldn't pass easily. People like Angie believed in revenge being a dish best served cold. Splash. Angie was pushed against the pool wall, held firmly by Govind, who wiped water from his face, his neatly combed hair now limp against his forehead, giving off a sultry vibe. "Are you done being mad?" "Not really," Angie huffed. "Then tell me, how can I make it up to you? Can you fulfill what I ask?" "As long as it's within ethical bounds, I'll try my best." Govind's implication was clear: argue all you want, but don't betray him. "Let me use your private jet for a few days." "Where are you going?" "What for?" "Boss Nate, if this is an apology, shouldn't you refrain from asking? What if my wife uses my private jet to fly abroad and cheat on me? Shouldn't I ask then?" Chapter 388, he lifted Angie's chin with his index finger and gave her a gentle kiss. Angie pulled off the swimming cap on her head, letting her long hair, resembling seaweed, drape loosely. Half of it submerged into the water, entangling Govind's body. "Mr. Nate, since you're apologizing, you should do it in a way that I like, not in a way that you prefer. It's like if I love bananas, but you give me a truckload of apples. Trying to apologize using methods you think work will be futile. For you, Govind, money is the least important thing, yet you always use these least valuable things to apologize to me. I'm really annoyed, Mr. Nate. If your apology isn't something I can accept, do you think?" Angie stroked the back of Govind's head. "I might come back to haunt you every now and then. For instance, when you sleep, I could pull off your blanket. When you shower, I could turn off the water, or replace your shaving cream with 502 glue. Or maybe, use your underwear to polish peaches." "Govind. Did Govind lend you his private jet?" "I heard from Krista a few days ago that this plane was bought to facilitate Govind's frequent business trips, but now, they pay high monthly management fees to the airport and he hardly ever travels anymore." Angie swirled the red wine in her hand, puzzled. "Did he travel a lot before?" "He used to fly everywhere, sister." Angie hummed in response. "So, where are you taking me?" "You'll know when we get there. At the border of Z country, in a place called Bu County, located at the edge of the Yungar Basin near the border intersection, it takes 9 hours for a private jet to fly from Jingang. Without a private jet, it would take 2 to 3 days to reach. Winters here are cold and long, while summers are hot and dry. Spring and autumn are short, and the seasons are clearly defined with ample sunlight." Angie coming to such an impoverished rural area surprised Kimberly immensely. "Would you ever come to such a place?" It was early November in Jingang. People were mostly wearing light jackets, but here, everyone wore thick coats and down jackets, some even wore military overcoats. "To find someone." "Who?" Angie didn't answer. When Isaiah returned, she asked him, "How did it go?" "I checked many stores, all say heavy snowfall has blocked the mountain passes, making it impossible to enter. And once it snows heavily here, the mountains are sealed off. The closure duration is uncertain, so they suggested we come back next spring." Angie's face clearly showed irritation. "Book us a hotel for the night and inform the crew we're flying back tomorrow." "Okay. Sir, Syra went to a remote town in the north." "Why did she go there?" Govind remembered Angie always gravitated towards bustling places. Why would she visit such an insignificant location? Flying there would have been enough to cover 2 international trips. The crew said Syra wanted to climb the mountain, but heavy snowfall closed the paths, so she arranged to return early tomorrow morning. Govind tossed the pen onto his documents, tapping his fingers on the desk as if deep in thought. Alali had developed a good sense of reading people after working with him for so long, though not quite as skilled as Krista. "Should I have someone investigate what connections Syra has there?" Govind didn't respond, merely lifting his finger dismissively. Alali understood the silent instruction. Alali walked to the elevator and felt uneasy. He pushed open Krista's office door to tell her about the situation. Krista nodded in approval. "Alali, you're ready to step up. If Govind doesn't investigate, he won't feel at ease. If he does and Angie finds out, it'll definitely cause trouble. But if you suggest it, it's different. If the truth comes out, Mr. Nate can simply say he knew nothing about it." Owlie, is he being scapegoated? So, should I still investigate? Owlie asked miserably. Krista chuckled maliciously. What do you think? Owlie left, looking rather dejected. Krista smiled, happy to think that finally, she wasn't the only one getting scammed by this old fox. In the afternoon the next day, Angie came home and took a bath. As she stepped out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, she overheard house staff chatting. Do you wonder when Sir will come back? When Syra is away, Sir usually returns late at night. But when Syra is at home, he tries to come back earlier. He should be back soon. How envious. What are you envious of? Envious of how much Sir cares for Syra. If Sir weren't fabulously wealthy, just a kind-hearted pauper, would you still envy their affection? Useless kindness and penniless sincerity are the biggest taboos for women. You're envious of someone who's handsome and rich, not necessarily Sir or Syra themselves. Being rich alone is already enough to envy, but remember your duties. Greyhamed's tone held a hint of advice. She added, if you want to keep your job, remember your place. Angie paused, holding a skincare product, listening as the cleaning sound ceased. She called out, Greyhamed. When is your husband coming back? Soon. What time did he come back yesterday? Almost midnight, Greyhamed answered truthfully. Angie waved her hand. You may leave. Govind entered just as Greyhamed exited the living room. She was about to greet him but saw him raise his hand, indicating her to leave. Back so soon? I only have a 2-day break, and I have to join the film set tomorrow. Govind watched her apply skincare products in front of the mirror and responded, let's go downstairs for dinner. When you're not home, what time do you usually come back? Later. Why ask? Just asking, what time? Sometimes early, sometimes late, either before or after midnight. Why? Angie's persistent questioning made Govind slightly puzzled, but he still replied, I usually schedule social events on days you're away. When you're at home, I try not to arrange evening engagements. Why? Did someone gossip to you? No, just asking. Why don't you schedule evening engagements when I'm home? Govind understood that Angie was probing deeply because she essentially wanted to hear the answer. He approached her, bending down and looking at Angie. Even if you ask me this question 1,000 times or 10,000 times, the answer will always be the same. Because I love you, I want more time together. Angie, you don't need to repeatedly verify my feelings. Once I decide, I never change. The man reached out, lifted Angie's chin with his index finger, and gave her a gentle kiss. Let's go downstairs for dinner. Chapter 389, Elena is in jail. Someone from above is investigating us. Govind had just led Angie downstairs and hadn't even pulled out the chair to sit down when he received a call from Krista. Who? They are tracking, but the specifics are unclear. The IP address was traced back overseas. If it's overseas, let Gavin handle it. Understood. When do you plan to send those people from the Tai family away? Old Mr. Tai seems to be contacting some big shots for help. I got a call from the secretary today. What did they say? Not much really, just probing with their questions. If it's not directed at me, it's no big deal. Don't panic. Govind gave her some pointers before hanging up. Greyhamed finished serving the last dish, then left on Govind's instruction, leaving the dining room to the two of them. Trouble? Matters with the Tai family. In that case, I'm quite curious why old Mr. Tai wants to drag you into the mess in the capital. Is there no other way? Or are you his best bet? Does he really think you'll side with him against your own mother? How certain is he that you'll take his side? Angie sipped some soup, seemingly enjoying it enough to spoon another helping. I'm the best tool for him to gain without effort. To have a face to use as a stepping stone. In those days, how many people who remarried were decent? That old woman from the Tai family seems overly proud. Even when young, she wasn't an easy one to talk to, acting like a peacock showing off. Someone like that probably boosts his prospects, otherwise, why would he abandon his first wife? Angie ranted while finishing her bowl of soup. Govind looked at her with a half-smile as he offered her more soup. No more. You've been scolding for so long, have some to soothe your throat. Angie shot him a glare, I'm standing up for you, okay? I know. How could Govind not see it? He loved this possessive side of Angie, only then did he feel like her husband. Otherwise, he had virtually no privileges with her. It felt somewhat humiliating. Why are you smiling? I'm happy. What are you happy about? Happiness comes from seeing you stand up for me. Angie, Elena studies brains, right? Have you considered letting her examine yours? I'm more normal than her. Angie thought this might actually be true. While discussing people with grievances in the bureau, Elena on the other side was just preparing to finish work when the hospital director asked her to attend to an emergency. She grumbled unhappily, can't you stop doing these unscrupulous things? Do workers have no off-duty time? You always wait till the end of my shift to come find me. Everyone in the hospital knew that Elena's capabilities matched her temperament. If Elena showed any signs of dissatisfaction, private hospitals would offer her hefty salaries to recruit her. The director managed to retain her year after year only by flattering and coaxing her. Fortunately, Elena had a simple heart, her family background was respectable, and both her parents were college professors. Her brother was also a philanthropist. She wasn't short of money, or she'd have left long ago. This isn't within my control either. They came in with cardiac issues, and this person is a retired cadre. I can't send them to another hospital. Any mishap on the way, and I'd be held responsible. They've been treated in the capital all along and have specialized caregivers. This happened during a trip to Jinggang. All right, no more arguing. She couldn't bear the dean's nagging whenever something unwillingly fell into her lap. Let's go and see. People in the emergency room made way as the director pulled Elena over. As she donned her mask and gloves, she noticed Bart among the crowd. Their eyes met, giving Elena an ominous feeling, and her first instinct was to call Govind. But she didn't get the chance. She was already pushed toward the patient bed. Has surgery been done before? Do you have past examination reports? Yes, Bart handed over the documents. Elena took a quick glance at the x-ray. It was the same one Bart brought last time. The patient on the bed must be someone from the Thai family. Reluctantly, lacking professional ethics, she didn't want to treat this case. Has surgery been done before? No. Contact your doctors in the capital. We can only administer medication here. The detailed treatment plan should be set by the doctors in the capital. Before Bart could respond, the elderly Thai woman nodded fervently. Good. You manage the situation here. We'll contact our doctors in the capital immediately. Elena spent nearly an hour getting the patient admitted. Just as she emerged, the director grabbed her. Is it difficult to treat? It's not about that. I just don't want to treat. Seeing nobody around, the director pulled her aside urgently. Do you know what it means if the patient's family hears that? Do you know that person beside him had previously shown me the x-rays? Have you ever seen anyone asking for a proxy diagnosis? They openly show distrust in us, yet we push ourselves to accommodate them. Isn't that absurd? To willingly present yourself for criticism? Director. Elena patted his shoulder. Pray nothing happens tonight. She had a lingering sense of foreboding. In the middle of the night, nurses on duty at the ward station were staying alert with a cup of coffee. Suddenly, the buzzer from a ward rang out. Before the nurse could leave the station, someone from the ward rushed out shouting for a doctor. The on-duty doctor saw the patient convulsing on the bed upon entering. What kind of hospital is this? Can you handle it? Why is it getting worse? Do you know who's on that bed? Call the director. Sir, something has happened. In the dead of night, Graham had knocked on the door of Pyanshan's master bedroom. Angie was fast asleep until woken up by the noise, grumbling unhappily. Govind propped himself up, hugging her to comfort her. After a few minutes, once Angie settled, he got up to open the door. Chapter 390, Govind saves the day. What happened? Awali said that Miss Tai was taken into custody. Someone reported her for allegedly attempting to harm someone's life. Tell Awali to wait for me in the living room. Govind entered his room, grabbed an outer garment, and while heading downstairs, fastened the straps. As he left, he only half closed the door, afraid that if Angie woke up and called out, he wouldn't hear her. Seeing Govind come down, Awali hurried over. A colleague of Elena at the hospital contacted me. They said Elena received an emergency heart patient tonight. The patient has a dedicated doctor in the capital, so Elena took basic emergency measures and waited for the doctor from the capital to determine the treatment plan. But before the doctor arrived, the patient had convulsions. The patient is a retired person listed by higher authorities, and the police were alerted. They took Elena away. Who? The patient was Old Man Tai, and the one who reported it was Old Lady Tai. Govind guessed it. They couldn't touch him, so they targeted someone else. Go to the Nate family and inform Teacher Nate and Teacher Sue about this. Tell them not to worry, I'll handle it. Then go check on Elena at the station. Okay. Following the instructions, Awali set off immediately. By the time Awali arrived at the Nate family residence late at night, Arlen had just received a call from a colleague. His college colleague's son works at the same hospital as Elena and called as soon as he heard the news. Elena woke up in the middle of the night after taking some blood pressure medication upon hearing this. What should we do? Should we call Jichu? At this hour, he and Angie are probably asleep. Elena checked the time, 1:32 a.m. Likely, they were indeed asleep. Teacher Nate, Teacher Sue, Awali is here. He says Sam sent him. Arlen and Elena never used lofty titles like Lord or Sira. To them, being called teacher for a lifetime was their greatest honor. Everyone at home followed their wishes, resulting in a peaceful household. Teachers, boss asked me to inform you that he will handle Elena's situation, so you don't need to worry. Also, this incident is the work of the Tai family. If they come, please don't panic. Them again, won't they ever stop? Elena flared up upon hearing about the TYS. Arlen quickly calmed her. I understand. You can go back to rest now. Once Awali left, Elena couldn't contain her temper and started cursing the Tai family's ancestors. Arlen tried his best to soothe her. That's enough. If you keep cursing, the medicine won't help. I'll take more pills and continue cursing. This angers me to death. These Thai people have no integrity. Next time, invite me along when they come. I'll curse their ancestors into shame. At the police station, Elena knew she wasn't going anywhere tonight. She calmly removed her coat, covered herself with it, and slept on the chair. Thankfully, she had brought a long coat to avoid freezing. The autumn air was chilly, especially in such a place as the police station. She figured the people were busy investigating and wouldn't question her anytime soon. When Alali arrived, he met the person handling the hospital matter. The on-duty leader promptly invited him to discuss the case. Tell us what happened. The officer looked at Alali, surprised by his military demeanor, and assumed he was a VIP. He recounted the whole story. Listening, Alali understood. So, you're holding her while still investigating the evidence? Caught off guard, the officer glanced at the leader and replied, we follow procedures, but the victim has a high rank. We need to verify the allegations before releasing her. Alali understood. The key point was the victim's rank. Procedures vary depending on the person involved. While the officers might not know this, the leadership did. Noticing Alali's silence, the leader hesitated to speak but was interrupted. We understand your actions. Following procedures is important, but we hope for a swift resolution. The leader nodded repeatedly. Certainly, certainly. I'm going to see her. Sure, let me take you. Seeing Elena asleep under her coat on the short bench, Alali felt relieved. He didn't disturb her and returned to Puyun Mountain to report. Just as Alali left, the station personnel smacked the officer on the head. Do you realize what you just said? The detainee is the sister of Beijing Gang's richest man, Govind. No matter how high the other party's rank is, they're just a retired outsider. Saying this to the richest man in Beijing Gang? But, isn't she just a doctor? The officer seemed scared. The leader sighed, improve your judgment. Next morning, Angie woke up needing to urinate. After struggling for 10 minutes, she finally got up, groggy. Returning to bed after using the bathroom, she noticed the empty side of the bed. Upon opening her eyes, she confirmed, no one was there. 5:47 a.m. Govind's routine remained a mystery to Angie. Such extreme discipline seemed beyond her reach. She hesitated, then called him on the phone. What happened? Govind answered while climbing upstairs, his shirt damp with sweat, clearly having just finished his morning run. Thirsty. Boss Nate. How lazy, preferring to call rather than get water herself. Be careful. Angie handed the cup back and slipped under the covers, asking, someone knocked last night? What happened? Old Lady Tai sent Elena to the station. With a jolt, Angie almost fell off the bed, caught just in time by Govind's quick reflexes. Don't rush. Why would she send Elena to the station? Did Elena poison her? Govind explained everything to Angie. Laughing in anger, Angie said, how audacious. I'll go with you. Chapter 391, One day, I'll make you sing, conquer, beneath me. Are you sure you want to go? Govind didn't release his hand from her waist. Angie looked at him with surprise. What? Can't I go? Am I not qualified enough to handle your family's affairs? Govind was sweaty, and Angie had just woken up, looking as fresh as a newly bathed princess. Govind didn't want to smear his sweat all over her and let her go. My point is, if you deal with this matter personally, the Tai family might find out about our secret marriage. Aren't you afraid they'll come after you once they know? Or make it public? Angie adjusted her posture, gazing at him. If they come after me, can't you handle it? If they want to expose us, can't you suppress it? Govind had intended to pressure Angie into giving an answer but, good heavens. Her two rhetorical questions took charge of the situation instead. Throwing the question back at Govind, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Or are you hoping that everyone finds out about our secret marriage when I stick up for your family? Look at what Angie was saying. The crux of the matter was that she was sticking up for his family. While she stood up for his family. If their secret marriage was exposed at such a time, wouldn't he be seen as an ungrateful villain? Govind inwardly started cursing through 18 generations of Angie's ancestors. His face remained gentle with a soft smile, pretending to be deeply in love. They don't have that kind of power. Angie nodded. Then that's fine. Give me your hand. What for? Though puzzled, Angie still extended her hand. Govind, who thought he would feel relieved after running 5 kilometers in the early morning, ended up feeling stifled by Angie's words. He grabbed Angie's hand and rubbed it all over his face. Angie. You're full of sweat, dog. Govind, get back here. I promise I won't kill you. Bang, the only response was the sound of the bathroom door closing. Angie, looking at the sweat stains on her hands, used tissues to wipe off the dirt but found them ineffective. She eventually got up to enter the bathroom. Upon pushing the door open, she saw Govind stark naked. Angie blushed but tried to act nonchalant and walked in as if nothing happened. She turned on the tap to wash her hands and asked casually, Mr. Nate, if I sell your nude pictures, how much do you think each one will fetch? Govind, continuing to shower, glanced at Angie's back, unconcerned. If I sold the news of our secret marriage to the media, how much do you think I could earn? Catherine Nate, I suggest you be kind. Otherwise, the day you become a top actress will also be the day your reputation plummets. Angie, has our marital affection deteriorated to this extent? I knew you didn't love me, but I didn't realize you hated me this much. You've utterly chilled my heart. Forget it. Angie turned off the faucet, shaking her hands, and sighed heavily. Anyway, we're just in a temporary relationship. I don't expect you to love me much. I seek your protection, not your love. Love is something I will seek from others. Slap, the sound of water ceased abruptly. Angie looked at Govind through the mirror, whose body was covered in bubbles from shower gel. Otherwise, she should have run away by now. Who will you seek it from? Not your business. Definitely not someone with a long tongue and short. Bang, the shower curtain was pulled aside. Clang, the bathroom door slammed shut. Govind watched helplessly as Angie slipped out like a snake and pulled the door shut behind her. Angie, dare you unlock the door for me? I can't, so no. Mark my words, one day I'll make you sing Conquer Beneath Me. Just like that, I'm conquered. She sang immediately. To infuriate you, to infuriate you, to infuriate you, Govind. Wake up. Did you sleep well? Elena slept until broad daylight at the police station. The warm autumn sun shone through the station doors into the room. The light reflecting off the floor tiles made it hard for her to open her eyes. Just as she rolled over, an unexpected concern startled her, almost falling off the chair. Why did you come? Did you commit a crime too? Elena was startled by Angie. Is my brother not taking care of you? How unethical. Such a man needs a new wife. You slept here? Your heart is truly big. Slept in a morgue during internship, this is nothing. Elena rubbed her neck and sat up. Angie opened the food box next to her, indicating Elena to put on clothes while placing breakfast bit by bit on the tray. Eat something. This scene reminds me of a last meal before execution. Can't you think positively? Angie remarked sarcastically. In prison, I can't help it. Tell Govind not to pull strings to get me out. The Thai family wants to see him bow down. I don't want him to lower his head. Elena sipped some soy milk, chatting casually with Angie. Why? The Thai family isn't worthy. How can they deserve my brother's bow? I can't bear seeing him humiliate himself for me. But if he doesn't use his connections and you get sentenced? It's alright. Since I entered the hospital, I haven't had a holiday in nearly 5 years. It's a good chance to rest. After contemplating, Angie spoke. Elena, your thoughts are unhealthy. People strive tirelessly to climb to high positions not only to achieve what they desire but also to protect those around them. Whether your brother lowers his head is his own business with the TYS. But rescuing you is a matter between him and you. He must resolve things with the TYS on his own. However, the relationship between you two also needs proper handling. Don't say such things again. If lowering his head can save you from imprisonment, you should consider yourself fortunate to have such a capable man. We're different. I can tell you value yourself more than my brother, but as family, we should love each other more than ourselves. Angie was speechless, wanting to explain but gave up after thinking. Talking would be pointless. Your actions will only impress yourself. To outsiders, it's self-pity, and for Govind, it's a psychological burden. Do you believe that if it came to choosing between bowing down or saving you, he'd choose to save you? Bowing down once is shameful but forgettable. I believe he has bowed many times to get where he is. Not saving you would force him to face Mr. Nate and Catherine Sue. That's a lifelong agony, like dampness seeping into your bones, making you suffer whenever it rains. Did you wake up? Did you sleep well? In the police station, Elena slept soundly until dawn. Autumn sunlight filtered through the main entrance, shining into the room. Blinded by the reflected light from the floor tiles, she couldn't open her eyes fully. When she rolled over, the sudden greeting startled her almost off the chair. Why did you come here? Have you gotten yourself into trouble too? Elena was taken aback by Angie's appearance. Isn't my brother taking care of you? How unethical. A man like that should change his wife. You can even sleep in a place like this? Your heart must be huge. Slept in a morgue during internship, this is nothing. Elena rubbed her neck and sat up. Angie opened a food box beside her, motioning for Elena to straighten up. She laid out the breakfast gradually. Have some food. At this moment, I feel like I'm having my last meal before execution. Can't you think of something better? Angie chided. In prison, it's hard not to think darkly. Ask Govind not to interfere to save me. The TYS want to see him beg. I don't want him to lose his dignity. Elena sipped her soy milk and chatted idly with Angie. Why? The TYS aren't worth it. Such despicable people don't deserve my brother's humility. I can't bear to see him tarnish his pride for me. But if he doesn't use his connections and you get convicted? Doesn't matter. Since entering the hospital, I haven't had a vacation in nearly 5 years. Might as well take a break. Angie pondered before speaking. Elena, this mindset is unhealthy. People strive tirelessly for high positions not only for their desires but to protect those close to them. Whether your brother bows down is his battle with the TYS. But getting you out is his responsibility towards you. He needs to handle the TYS himself. Yet, the relationship between you two must be properly managed. Don't say such things. If his humility saves you from jail, consider yourself lucky to have such support. Our situations differ. I see that you value yourself over my brother, but as family, we should love each other more than ourselves. Angie fell silent, considering explaining but ultimately decided against it. Words would be futile. Your approach won't move anyone else but yourself. To others, it's excessive sentimentality. For Govind, it's a psychological burden. Do you think that if faced with a choice between saving you or bowing down, he'd choose to save you? Bowing is a temporary disgrace, forgivable. I believe he has compromised before to reach his current status. Not saving you would mean facing the mentors, enduring guilt forever, like arthritis pain during rainy days. Did you wake up? Did you sleep well? Elena slept until dawn at the police station, the warm autumn sunlight pouring through the entrance. Her eyes squinted against the reflective glare from the floor. Just as she rolled over, she was startled awake by an unexpected concern, almost tumbling off her chair. Why did you come? Did you get in trouble too? Elena was startled by Angie. Isn't my brother taking care of you? How immoral. This guy should find a new wife. You can even sleep here? Your heart is really big. Slept in a morgue during internship, this is nothing. Elena rubbed her neck and sat up. Angie opened the food box next to her, gesturing Elena to fix her clothes, placing breakfast items onto the table. Eat something. At this moment, I feel like I'm having a final meal. Why can't you think positively? Angie retorted. In prison, it's hard not to think darkly. Ask Govind not to intervene to save me. The TYS want to see him humble. I don't want him to lose his dignity. Elena sipped her soy milk, chatting idly with Angie. Why? The TYS aren't worth it. Such despicable people don't deserve my brother's humility. I can't bear to see him tarnish his pride for me. But if he doesn't use his connections and you get convicted? Doesn't matter. Since entering the hospital, I haven't had a vacation in nearly 5 years. Might as well take a break. Angie pondered before speaking. Elena, this mindset is unhealthy. People strive tirelessly for high positions not only for their desires but to protect those close to them. Whether your brother bows down is his battle with the TYS. But getting you out is his responsibility towards you. He needs to handle the TYS himself. Yet, the relationship between you two must be properly managed. Don't say such things. If his humility saves you from jail, consider yourself lucky to have such support. Our situations differ. I see that you value yourself over my brother, but as family, we should love each other more than ourselves. Angie fell silent, considering explaining but ultimately decided against it. Words would be futile. Your approach won't move anyone else but yourself. To others, it's excessive sentimentality. For Govind, it's a psychological burden. Do you think that if faced with a choice between saving you or bowing down, he'd choose to save you? Bowing is a temporary disgrace, forgivable. I believe he has compromised before to reach his current status. Not saving you would mean facing the mentors, enduring guilt forever, like arthritis pain during rainy days. Did you wake up? Did you sleep well? At the police station, Elena had slept until dawn, warm autumn sunlight filtering in. Startled by the light, she rolled over, nearly falling off her chair from the sudden concern. Why did you come? Are you in trouble too? Elena was surprised. Is my brother not taking care of you? So unethical. He should get a new wife. You can even sleep here? Your heart must be big. During my internship, I slept in a morgue. This is nothing. Elena rubbed her neck and sat up. Angie opened a food box and gestured Elena to fix her clothes, laying out breakfast. Eat something. Now this reminds me of a last meal before execution. Why can't you think positively? Angie said. Elena added, tell Govind not to pull strings for me. The TYS want to see him bow down, and I don't want that. Why? They're unworthy. They don't deserve my brother to humble himself. I can't bear seeing him sacrifice his dignity for me. But if he doesn't, and you get convicted? I don't mind. In nearly 5 years since entering the hospital, I've had no holidays. Might as well rest. Angie considered carefully. Elena, your thoughts are unhealthy. People strive for power not just for themselves but to protect loved ones. Whether your brother bows is his issue with the TYS. Saving you is his responsibility. He must handle the TYS alone, but he needs to address your relationship. Don't say such things. If his humility can save you, it shows he's there for you. Our situations differ. You love yourself more than my brother, but family loves each other more. Do you believe that, given the choice between saving you and bowing down, he'd choose you? Bowing once is shameful but forgivable. I believe he's done it before. Not saving you would mean endless guilt and suffering. Chapter 392, the 50-year-old third wheel doesn't need a conscience. Do you love my brother? Elena asked after Angie's long speech, her gaze subtly changing as she looked at her. Not love, but understanding. Wouldn't this kind of feeling be even more painful when it ultimately leads to separation? Seeking love is the lowest level in the world of emotions. Let's eat first, Angie interrupted Elena's endless questions. Elena responded with an, oh, and lowered her head to eat. Should I bring you a blanket later? And a pillow. As Angie went out, she instructed Isaiah to deliver the items. Seeing Elena leisurely lying on the chair playing with her phone, Angie's lips twitched. Do you need a power bank? Is there one? Yes. She had never seen someone so relaxed while being detained. Was this person really carefree? The surveillance from the hospital is clear. Elena acted correctly and there were no errors in medication. It has been confirmed by all departments, and the hospital president was very supportive. He stayed up all night after Elena was taken away, making the management team work overtime. Confirmed? In the black Maybach, the man's expression was calm. Ali nodded as he drove, confirmed. However, Teacher Sue seemed to go to the hospital early this morning, probably meeting Catherine Tai. Govind turned off his tablet and massaged his temples. Let her go, she won't suffer. After all, Elena had years of teaching experience, and even a fraction of her scolding skills could make Catherine Tai furious. Greet the president properly and contact us immediately if anything happens. Okay. Sure enough, Elena thought about Elena's case all night and couldn't sleep. She got up early in the morning and wandered around Elena's office floor. Just as she planned to ask the president for Elena's leave, allowing her to travel and relax, she unexpectedly heard complaints about improper medical handling last night inside the office. The president smiled apologetically. We have verified that Dr. Sue's actions last night were entirely correct, with no mistakes. We are also surprised by the convulsions. We can negotiate solutions, but your demands are beyond what our hospital can do. Do you know that if the old man didn't survive last night, Dr. Sue would be considered a murderer? Bang! Someone pushed the president's door open. Elena stood at the doorway, filled with anger. If? How old are you? Things are either true or false. There's no if in medicine. Why are you fantasizing about something that didn't happen? Shouldn't I stand here and imagine if the earth will explode tomorrow? Kiran looked at the woman standing before him, elegant and scholarly, like a lady from an academic family. Who are you? I am Dr. Sue's mother. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Did the Tai family send you? Kiran was momentarily taken aback by Elena's straightforwardness. You look like the Tai family's servant. Call their spokesperson. Making things difficult for you lowers my standards. Seeing the president remain silent, Kiran knew the hospital wouldn't resolve this. Catherine Tai aimed to force the Nate family, preferably Govind, to come forward. With Elena here now, the task was indirectly completed. Please wait. Soon, Catherine Tai arrived, surprised to see Elena. I thought Mr. Arlen would come. Disappointing you must be quite meaningless, right? Catherine Tai sat on the sofa opposite Elena. I understand your anger about your daughter being detained. We just want to see the person we wish to meet. Who? Govind? Elena sipped tea from her cup, her eyes revealing unhidden sarcasm. Didn't you claim the Tai family is noble? How come nobles born in the capital cannot see juniors in Tai City? Are you sure the Tai family is as great as you say? In the poor city, no one asks. In the rich mountains, relatives come far. If your family is so powerful, my son should visit personally. Look at your behavior, isn't it rushing to catch up? Returning to the capital, do you still have any face? You may ridicule me, but it won't change your daughter's situation, Elena. Let Govind come and talk. Do you deserve it? A third wheel who forced the original wife out with your parents' influence, sitting in her place. Do you think it's honorable? Your presence shames Jingang. How dare you? Catherine Tai had never heard such filthy words in her life. Angry? What you've done will always be known as long as Earth exists. People choose whether to speak or remain silent. Now what do you feel? Driving away the original wife, harming her daughter, only to turn the tables now that the daughter has become successful. You seek protection again. How shameful. Don't you believe in karma? How shameful indeed. Let's see if you have the ability to get my daughter into jail. Do you really think you're something special? I'll expose your scandal online and let everyone see how shameless the 50-year-old third wheel is. Have you not even glanced at yourself in the mirror? Your wrinkles could kill, yet you still have the nerve to appear? What's your old face worth? Clang, as Elena closed the door, a teacup smashed loudly behind it. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 393, Mess with me, and I'll make your life hell. Bang! Elena was incited by the sound of a cup being smashed behind the door. She pushed open the door and launched into another tirade. What? Feeling ashamed and angry now? You dare to do it but not take responsibility? Or you have the guts to act but can't bear someone pointing it out? Do you really think your Tai family has become so powerful that anyone who mentions you has to keep silent? Where's your face now? Need it or don't you? Is it still there? If it is, go rub it against the wall and see if your skin is thicker than the wall. See if friction between your skin and the wall can create sparks. You think too highly of yourself just because you're treated like a person. Mess with me, and I'll make your life hell. You old hag. Bitch, you don't even deserve to be a teacher. You and your whole family might match each other, but look what you've taught. Your son achieved nothing his whole life compared to his stepdaughter. Now, your two grandsons together aren't as capable as Govind. Someone like you, ruining your own children is bad enough. Bang! Elena slammed the door shut after speaking, not giving the old woman a chance to retort. Provoking her like that, are you not afraid she might really not let Elena off? After Elena left, the dean who had been listening at the door felt very concerned. The deputy principal's insults were indeed impressive. There were only a few swear words, but he worried that the Felicia inside would die from anger in her office. That would really be hard to explain. What can she do if Elena hasn't committed any mistake? The dean spoke earnestly, having spent too much time in his position. He always thought it was better to avoid trouble. It's bad for Elena's reputation. At such a young age, if she wanted to achieve something in medicine, she needed to care about these things. A young person couldn't ruin their career due to poor reputation. Why do we need this reputation in broad daylight? Will this little fame ensure her lifelong prosperity and longevity? Serving others with this good reputation? Even if she never works, I can support her all her life. Dean, fine. I said the wrong thing. Don't curse here, go see Elena. When Elena arrived at the police station, she saw Elena lying on a long bench playing with her phone. She looked incredibly relaxed. Where did you get the blanket and power bank? Hearing Elena's voice, Elena sat up from the chair. Angie brought them. She came over early in the morning? Oh whoa. Your little incident caused quite a stir. Listening to this, Elena wondered why Elena was so angry. It felt like she was going to slap her next. Did she upset her by lying there and playing with the phone? Or did she upset her by looking too happy when she ran over anxiously? Did I provoke you? No. I didn't go home last night. I stayed at the station. How could I provoke you? Forget it. Elena had just finished cursing and still had fire in her belly. She wanted to scold Elena a bit, but remembering how pitiful the child was, she held back. Did they specifically ask for you last night? Well, no. They called for emergency services, and the dean dragged me along. But when I saw Bart, I guessed they might try something, so I was cautious. What kind of caution? I prepared the medicine under surveillance, took pictures, and copied the footage. Where are the materials? Sent to Govind. Not too stupid. Elena scoffed, somewhat smug. Of course not, I'm your biological daughter after all. At Montegegmeo Group, Govind watched the video Elena sent. Alali stood nearby and said, we've already sent the materials to experts, no issues. Krista has already gone to the police station to bail Elena out. And Athena? Messed up the old woman so badly that she took blood pressure medication and oxygen in the dean's office. Govind raised an eyebrow, looking at Alali with surprise. But the surprise quickly faded. This was entirely Elena's style. Elena, and Angie together could shake the world. Contact Lemuel and arrange a meeting. Alali was puzzled, looking at Govind with surprise. Lemuel has the least say in the Thai family. You want to meet him? Have you heard of unconventional methods? Boosting the most inconspicuous person to instigate internal conflict, allowing us to achieve our goals without lifting a finger. Killing two birds with one stone. I understand. In the afternoon, Bart was taking care of the just-recovered old man in the hospital. Seeing himself in the hospital, the old man felt somewhat complicated. Just you here? Syra is here too, she just went out. Bart wiped the old man's lips with a cotton swab, confused. You've always controlled it well. The doctor said that as long as you took your medicine on time, there wouldn't be a problem. Why did you suddenly have an attack? Forgot to take the medicine. Forgot? Impossible. The old man valued his life more than anyone. How could he forget such a crucial matter? Considering what the old lady did after entering the hospital, it only proved that everything was part of their plan. They clearly decided not to take the medicine, risking his health for an opportunity. Was this the old man's idea or the old lady's? In the future, don't forget. No matter what, your health comes first. Yes, your phone is ringing. Bart looked at the unknown number calling and answered. Alali's voice came through. Mr. Bart, this is Alali from Mr. Nate's side. Mr. Nate wants to tell you that tonight at 9 p.m., Wudong Road 78, Thai family can send Lemuel to meet him. Second Sam Thai. Bart was shocked and put the phone on speaker. Did Mr. Nate call the wrong name? Mr. Nate said Lemuel, and he doesn't want to see anyone else. But. Goodbye. Alali didn't give them a chance to argue. Bart stood in the ward holding the phone, looking at the old lady who just entered. Who did Govind say to send? Second Sam. Not possible, the old lady immediately refused without thinking. Everything in the Thai family was done behind Lemuel's back. He didn't know about their plans, and the Thai family wouldn't let him know. Meeting Lemuel now was clearly a provocation from Govind, trying to pull Lemuel into the chaos within their family. Ambitious wolf. Despicable. I maintained the paragraph structure, tone, and character names accurately while translating the text into natural and fluent English. Please let me know if you need any further assistance. Chapter 394. Angie's foot kicked Govind under the covers. Sir, it's Syra Thai. In the traditional Chinese-style private garden restaurant at number 78 Wudong Road, Govind lifted the teapot to pour himself some tea. Upon hearing Alali's words, he was not surprised at all but instead sipped his tea calmly, tapping his slender fingertips on the teacup. Owlie understood and pressed a switch, setting up a highly private screen between the tea room and the dining area. Just as the screen closed, Syra Tai, dressed in an emerald cheapao with an expensive pearl necklace, walked in. Seeing Owlie, she expressed her displeasure. "Where's Govind?" "If I'm not mistaken, Syra Tai, we scheduled for Sam Tai," Owlie said pointedly, indicating their unwillingness to be manipulated by the Tai family. "Old lady like me has come from afar. I shouldn't have made the trip in vain, right?" Owlie remained silent with a smile. Syra Tai continued, "Is Govind here?" "Lady, none of us are exactly decent people, so let's not bind each other with morality. Who knows who still has a shred of conscience left at the end? The rules are set. If you insist on getting in, then we decide whom you see and whom you talk to, not you. If you can't respect Nate family's courtesy, next time we cannot guarantee that Evander can still get out of bed. Be careful not to scheme only to be trapped by your own schemes. Someone, show her out. You Nate family members are all sharp-tongued. No one would come to you without losing face. Ordinary people wouldn't humiliate themselves to come before us." Owlie watched helplessly as Syra Tai was escorted out. The door of the private restaurant closed behind her, leaving her raging but unable to unleash her anger. "Call Lemuel back," she instructed, knowing from Bart's reaction that this mission had failed. When Bart called Lemuel, he was sweating with Kieran at the tennis court. After hanging up, Kieran came over through the net, asking, "What did he say?" "To return to the Tai family." "Did he mention what happened?" Syra Tai wanted to see Govind but didn't succeed. Kieran was worried. "At this point, sending you back, won't you get scolded? Would you refuse if you knew you were going to get scolded?" Lemuel laughed and handed his racket to Kieran. "I'll take a shower and go back to the Tai residence." As soon as Lemuel entered the hospital suite, the conversation between Bart and Syra Tai stopped abruptly. "Grandma. Come in. How is Grandpa? Do you even care about your grandpa? I thought you didn't recognize him anymore." Feeling aggrieved by the Nate family, Syra Tai now vented her frustrations on Lemuel. "Tell me honestly, what kind of relationship do you have with Govind? Why does he specifically request to see you?" Lemuel was shocked. Govind requested to see him? Why? Could it be because pulling Angie into the situation was discovered? Was Govind using his tactics against him? If so, could it indirectly mean that Angie and Govind had a unique relationship? "We don't have much of a relationship. I've been in Jingang for a while and haven't seen Mr. Nate." "Really?" Though skeptical, Syra Tai couldn't refute it since everyone else confirmed it. "Really?" "Sir, Syra is back." "Something happened?" Govind immediately noticed Greyhamed's unusual expression upon arriving home. Greyhamed took Govind's coat. "She seems off," didn't answer when asked, and went straight upstairs. Govind's face changed as he heard Angie wasn't well. He hurried upstairs, checking the study in the living room before finding her in the bedroom. He saw the lump under the blankets. Angie curled up tightly in the covers, while a silly cat sprawled beside her. Govind approached and felt her forehead to check for fever, then began lifting the blanket to examine her. "Govind, are you planning some sort of sinister move? Aren't you awake? Where are you uncomfortable? Where am I uncomfortable?" Angie had been woken up by Govind after just a brief nap. If she hadn't known they were at Puyan Mountain, she would have slapped him. "Greyhamed said you weren't feeling well." "Not really, just tired." "Was filming tiring?" "Yes. Today I filmed several physically demanding scenes, climbing 5 21-story buildings in heels." Govind was speechless. "Were you troubled by someone or was it part of the script?" "It's in the script." "Don't directors usually cut such strenuous scenes?" "A few clips would suffice." "The director wants the exhausted, barely surviving look." Angie flipped to reach for the cat, but the lazy cat got up, stretched, and moved to the other side of the bed. She then kicked Govind with her foot without a word, but Boss Nate understood. He brought the cat to Angie's bed. "Did you soak in the bath?" "Yes." "Stretch your legs." His tone was gentle, filled with a faint tea aroma, easing Angie's mood. His warm palms gently massaging her calves made her feel relaxed enough to sigh contentedly. "There's a yellow oil bottle next to the bathtub, bring it. Don't just rub dry. You're picky." Though Govind grumbled, his hands never paused. Returning with a towel, he looked like a professional masseur. "Did you see Lemuel today?" "No, as you predicted, Syra Tai won't let him approach me easily." That old witch certainly wouldn't agree. Her lifelong plans are always for her eldest grandson. By involving Lemuel, you're disrupting her laid-out path, forcing her to start all over again. And Lemuel appears obedient but isn't controllable. She wouldn't put herself in an unstable situation. Ouch, that hurts. Gently. Angie was nearly dozing off until Govind gave her leg a hard squeeze, instantly waking her up. "My leg cramps. Painful." Caught off guard by Angie's sudden condition, Govind, unsure of what to do, pressed the intercom for Greyhamed's assistance. Chapter 395, You Dare Cheat on Him? How many days of filming? Why are you resting again? When Kimberly returned to the office at noon, she saw Angie sprawled out on the sofa in her office, looking utterly zoned out, much like a lazy second uncle. Her whole demeanor exuded laziness. Previously, not seeing each other for a month while filming was normal. Now? How could she come out every 3 to 5 days? Is being a female star so enjoyable? I've been working all-night shifts for 5 straight nights just to earn 2 days off. What do you envy? Angie didn't bother washing her face when she got up. She put on a hat and mask and had Isaiah drive her over. She originally planned to catch up on sleep at home, but once Govind left, she started having dreams where 17 or 18 versions of him chased after her from different angles, trying to woo her with love. Was she short of love? Forget it. If she slept any longer, she'd end up fighting with Govind in her dreams. Let's go. To the spa. Sisters are the best. Men are just grass, they're dispensable. Hearing Angie's resolute words, Kimberly understood. Mr. Nate upset you? No. Then where did this wisdom come from? It came down from heaven. When one reaches a certain age, one must start understanding life. Kimberly. Didn't Angie say before that only poor people needed to ponder life and rich people enjoyed living it? This was her classic quote when she first debuted. Miss, I heard Mr. Nate is checking your travel records to Boo County over these years, Isaiah said to Angie with a worried look. She hesitated to mention this matter but feared Angie would hold it against her later if she didn't. Just mentioning it though, what if the couple quarreled? With Angie's temper, anything could happen. Let him check. Surprisingly, Angie remained calm, showing no extra emotion. Isaiah. What can he find out? Why is Mr. Nate checking on you? Kimberly wondered. If he wanted to investigate, he should have done so before they got married. What's the point now? Everything that should be clear has already unfolded this way. Afraid I'll cheat on him. Kimberly. You dare cheat on him? Angie. Shut up if you can't speak properly. As Angie and Kimberly entered the spa, they happened to see Presley coming out, accompanied by some official's wife. Though Angie hadn't officially confronted her, she vaguely remembered something about her. Presley's eyes flashed when she saw her. The secretary's wife. Kimberly introduced to Angie. Poor Presley. Who knows when she'll finish cleaning up the mess at the Nan family. It's said that Mercedes's mental state has worsened again. No matter how hard Presley tried to curry favor and socialize, it couldn't match one of Mercedes's outbursts. I heard Ms. Nan shares a father with Christy, albeit from different mothers. Yes, Presley didn't seem to hide this fact. The other party was somewhat surprised. I thought you'd refute that. There's nothing to refute. We can't choose our origins, and besides, the dead deserve respect, so some things needn't be said. Priest League has quite the grace. Presley smiled without comment. Anyone prying into her relationship with Angie at this moment just wanted gossip. After sending the person off, Presley prepared to leave when a whistle sounded behind her, reminiscent of a thug. She turned around to see Angie standing casually by the elevator, smiling slyly. Priest League, busy? Wanna hang out? You try so hard to please others, does your good little sister know? Outside you deal with daily chores while inside your sister lives a luxurious life, never lifting a finger. Aren't you tired? You always say this whenever you see me. Aren't you tired? Not at all. Angie shrugged indifferently. It hit someone else's nerves, not mine, so why would I be tired? Angie glanced behind Presley. On account of the same father, let me give you some advice. This official's wife cannot meet your needs. Presley frowned, gazing at Angie with unspoken thoughts. Angie continued, anyone in the circle knows her husband has another family outside who handles everything, including elderly care. She's just an empty title. Her husband took a concubine back from the entertainment industry to bear a son. Now she runs an art gallery, somewhat known, and fans by it. But benefits usually go to the other woman, never this one. Presley's face darkened as she listened. Thank you, Christy. Oh, yes, indeed. Especially since Mercedes seems close to that concubine. If she didn't help, wasn't she inviting mockery? Drinking and eating at Angie's expense yet betraying her in the end? A perfect white-eyed wolf. Presley laughed wryly after getting into her car. Indeed, family always drags you down. Leaving the spa, Angie felt refreshed. Stretching lazily, she prepared to enter her pink sports car. Opening the door, a black BMW blocked her path. Lemuel lowered his window, eyeing her mockingly. Second Master Tai, anything? Wanted to build rapport with Christy. If Second Master Tai wants to build rapport, I'll definitely join. The future head of the Tai family, I can't afford to offend you. Who knows? What if fate turns in my favor one day? Angie retorted sarcastically. Lemuel chuckled half-heartedly. Later, take a picture of us in the car. Make it as ambiguous as possible. Ambiguous? Afraid Mr. Nate will destroy you? Fear? Am I a fearful person? My bones are tough. Kimberly. Alright, show some guts instead of acting like a stray dog running to me for help. In Beijing, riverside areas are abundant with two types of places, venues for the wealthy to eat, drink, and play, and tea houses. Angie led Lemuel into a vintage-style tea house connected by a small bridge to boats on the river. Inside, it was beautifully private. Christy sure knows great places. If second master Tai wants it, I can buy it for you. No reward, no service. But dragging me down into this is also a service. Angie shot back, pulling aside the curtain and entering the cabin. The staff recognized Angie, a frequent visitor. Ms. Hua, the usual? The usual. Note, there might be minor grammatical adjustments required for better flow, but this translation captures the tone and style as requested. Chapter 396, Govind, answer the call first. Christy, you didn't even give me a chance to choose. Angie, hearing this, flicked her teacup lid with her fingertips and almost burst out laughing. Did you give me a choice when you got Brittany Tai to drag me into your schemes? Sam Tai never consulted me. Lemuel understood from Angie's words that this person was clearly seeking revenge and wouldn't let it rest until she got back at him one way or another. But what surprised Lemuel most was that she could manipulate someone like Govind. No wonder Christy was still Christy. So, is it really as rumored? There are so many rumors, which one are you talking about? Angie asked. These people together had more tricks up their sleeves than craters on the Earth's surface. Moreover, Lemuel was cunning and deceitful. Avoiding answering means you've already answered. Can I assume that? You can think whatever you want. After all, the mind is yours, Angie replied just as the waiter arrived with tea. The two sat in the cabin, looking out the window at the night view of Jinggang Harbor. Ferry boats occasionally cruised by, their horns echoing across the water before fading away. Lemuel watched as the waiter set up and prepared to pour the tea. He reached out to stop him, saying, "Let me do it." Angie leaned back in her chair, watching Lemuel rise to pour the tea. She silently compared him to Govind. In terms of looks, both from the same Tai family bloodline, Govind had a slight edge. In terms of demeanor, they both had almond-shaped eyes, but Govind's was deep and reserved while Lemuel's was devious. She suddenly felt relieved for Govind. If he hadn't been taken away to be raised elsewhere, Govind's morals might have skewed as badly as Lemuel's. Lemuel sat back down, catching a glimpse of the half-hearted sympathy and relief in Angie's eyes. Sympathy? A fleeting emotion flashed through Lemuel's mind. It's good tea. The sudden sound interrupted Angie's thoughts. She looked up at him but didn't respond. Would you consider a deal with Christy? What kind of deal? If you go easy on me with Brittany, I'll owe you 3 favors. You can ask for anything in the future. Going easy on you has nothing to do with me. Have you mistaken me for someone else, Sam Tai? Lemuel knew Angie was playing games. You need to put in a good word for me with President Nate. If I had any influence with President Nate, they wouldn't call me Geraldine in Jinggang but Catherine Nate. Lemuel's request was met with a pointed response. For over 20 years in the Tai family, he had always been overlooked. His eldest brother was treated completely differently. To maintain his facade of being an incapable second son, Lemuel hid all his sharp edges within the Tai family, initially playing along without issue. But eventually, he realized being seen as useless would lead to being used for things he didn't want to do. So, he changed his strategy, using his hidden ambitions to become a potential threat. Since then, the Tai family both suppressed and guarded against him. By high school, they sent him abroad, allowing him to break free from their control and breathe fresh air. This allowed him to remain patient and focus on his own plans. Originally, maintaining this image would get him everything he wanted. But unexpectedly, Angie dragged him into her scheme, forcing him into a conflict with the matriarch. With this, he saw only 2 paths, either tighten his net early or be abandoned afterward. Neither outcome was something he desired. In the end, the beneficiaries would gain while he, the expected victor, would be the victim. Christy has a way. Angie swirled her teacup, her eyes thoughtful. Even if I have a way, should I help you? Christy sets the terms. I'm sorry, I have no demands for you to fulfill. If you keep this up, aren't you afraid I'll drag you into my mess? Angie gazed at him, and Lemuel continued, everyone in the Tai family besides the matriarch hopes I don't succeed. You pulling me into this will involve me in core family matters. In 2 days, Pete will try to kill me. Cornered, I'll use Christy as my shield. How can you be sure Pete won't think we're working together? Why would anyone think I, the proud princess of Jinggang, would bother with an unremarkable illegitimate son like you? Lincoln Tai is too confident. Angie didn't want to waste time and stood, looking at him. What happens between you and the Tai family or Govind is none of my business. Don't drag me into it. If Lincoln Tai doesn't mind gaining another enemy, consider it said. Not long after Angie left the cabin, the staff cleared the area. This private, exclusive tea house valued secrecy above all else. Any mishaps inside would mean losses for them. Do you think Govind wants to talk to who in the Tai family? Second Sam. In a high-rise apartment in the capital, a man in a black suit stood by the window, his secretary behind him. Hearing, second young master, he chuckled softly, he knows how to play. The secretary stayed silent, waiting for the next order. If he's alive, meet him. If not. The secretary nodded after a few seconds, understanding the implication. A piece of clothing fluttered past as someone disappeared into a corner of the apartment. Are you done talking? What did you discuss? That quick? Kimberly barely finished her game, and moments later, Lemuel emerged from the tea house. Ah. Kimberly started to speak but saw several motorcycles roaring down the street towards Lemuel. They were masked, obscuring their license plates. F***K. Brace yourself. Seeing the situation worsening, Angie noticed one of the men pull a knife from his pocket and sped towards Lemuel. Seems like our circle here in Jingang is quite harmonious. The screeching brakes sounded on the asphalt as Angie prepared to intervene. Her phone rang. Govind, answer the call first. Kimberly stuttered in fright. Chapter 397, There's a Fragrance. If you dare to take risks for another man, do you believe I won't break your legs? Govind growled. Squeal. Angie slammed on the brakes, her heart, which had leaped to her throat, dropped back down. She stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of her. Where are you? Next door, Govind gritted his teeth on that side. He saw someone come to deal with Lemuel but didn't see who it was before noticing a pink flashy car about to charge out. Natekally, he bought this flashy car for Angie, so he could recognize it immediately. If he had called any later, Angie would have already rushed forward. Angie glanced sideways at the tea house next door. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Second glance. Nightclub? Very good, Mr. Nate, well done. What are you doing at the nightclub? Socializing? Yes. Is there a lady involved? Angie was brief and didn't even want to argue, going straight to the point. Govind, hearing Angie's tone, felt an icy chill but hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Angie flooring the gas pedal. You're interrogating me now? Do you think I can't question you for keeping a mistress in front of my face? Who told you I kept a mistress? Why else would you enter a nightclub? Brother and sister, while you two are bickering here, Lemuel is about to be finished. While one man was dying, these two were still engaged in such nonsense. Angie looked at the bloodied Lemuel struggling to evade, steadied herself, released the accelerator, and turned off the engine. Not saving him anymore. Between Lemuel and Govind, who mattered more was clear as day. It wasn't worth offending the person she'd spent her life with over an outsider. Kimberly, such obedience. Lemuel, hearing the engine turn off, was shocked. She was supposed to save him, but... This girl really has no conscience. How cruel she is. He's dying, and she does nothing? Really not helping? Why should I help? Angie retorted. He seems to be eagerly waiting for you to save him. Kimberly noticed something odd about Lemuel's gaze. Looking at Angie gave off an air of grievance, like a wronged woman. Like a deserted young wife. Just because he expects it, I must fulfill it? Is he my husband? Not only did Angie not go to save him, but she also relaxed and leaned against the $1 million leather seat, watching him, as if only needing a cup of tea. Seeing Angie had no intention of further action, Govind ended the call from upstairs. Downstairs, several motorcycle bandits surrounded Lemuel, attacking him. Even more infuriating, in this bustling area, not a single policeman was in sight. In his panic, he saw Angie lounging lazily, waiting to watch the show. Without thinking, he rushed out of the crowd towards Angie's brand new Cullinan. Kimberly, damn sly. Angie wasn't in a rush either. She leisurely rolled down the window and warned the people surrounding Lemuel, this car is a limited global edition. Everyone was stunned. Anyone wealthy enough to buy a limited edition car would be someone of considerable status and influence. They came here to settle scores with Lemuel, not to offend anyone they shouldn't. They didn't know who Angie was, but they still needed to stay in Jingang. Offending the wrong person might ruin their future. Hua Lincolnsons, you don't have to just stand by and let him die. We don't have deep-seated enmity, right? Lemuel had already witnessed Angie's clout. In Jingang, merely mentioning her name inspired respect. A half-pardon. That's why he always wanted to ingratiate himself with her. Angie responded with a sweet lift of her chin, I'd love to save you, but someone wouldn't be happy. Lemuel froze. Would Angie, who always did as she pleased, consider someone else's feelings now? Is the world getting too surreal? Who? My future husband, Angie blinked innocently. I'll eventually get married, wouldn't it look bad if I got mixed up with too many men before then? Elder brother, Lemuel, still dazed from Angie's words, heard Kieran's voice behind him. Without thinking, he jumped into the car and fled the scene. Staying any longer might get him killed. Who's your future husband? Kimberly watched as Angie rolled up the window after seeing him leave. She couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Angie clicked her tongue, flipping her hair. Who knows? You drive my car back. Then what about you? I have some serious business to attend to. What serious business? When Govind, reeking of alcohol, got into the car, he hadn't fully processed the events involving Angie. Before he could react, Angie grabbed his collar, pulling him close, sniffing him like a dog. There's a fragrance. Mr. Nate. All right. You're not allowed to be involved with other men, but you can fool around with other women. Govind freed his collar from Angie's grip, glancing at her. Preemptive strike? Do you have a face? Sure. I reinforced it today. The country doesn't need new materials, they can use your face for national defense systems. Govind's casual mockery of Angie remained unchanged. Drive. Alali drove towards Puyin Mountain. Each time Angie and Govind argued, Alali hesitated to raise the privacy screen, for Angie's sharp tongue was as effective as if blessed by Buddha. Angie leaned against the door, watching Govind adjust his tie, toss it aside, unbutton his shirt, and fumble with his cuffs. Frustrated, Govind's face darkened. Angie took his hand, unbuttoned his cuffs, rolled up his sleeves, and couldn't resist a snide comment. If they used me for the defense system, who would unbutton your sleeves? Anyone can unbutton sleeves, but only you for the defense system. Angie sensed Govind's foul mood today. I listened to you. When you said not to act, I didn't. You didn't even explain being at the nightclub and now you're lashing out at me? As the car entered Puyan Mountain, Govind glanced at her. Am I lashing out at you? Isn't this lashing out? Forget it, talking to you is pointless. Govind, I know you're impatient with me, but I didn't realize you were this impatient. Before Angie could finish, Govind slammed the car door and strode into the house, leaving Angie bewildered in the car. Chapter 398, The love you give me surpasses everything in the world. Isn't this considered venting? This is outright slapping her face. Angie slammed the car door and hurried after, sprinting a few steps to catch up. Govind, what do you mean? I've done as you asked, I followed your wishes. I don't ask for gratitude, but at least don't be cold to me. When you want me, you praise me, and when you don't, you discard me. What do you think I am? Ugh. Angie's aggressive words abruptly stopped. In the bathroom on the first floor, Govind leaned against the sink, heaving uncontrollably. Alali stood nearby, rubbing his back, glancing at Angie with an expression of awkwardness, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. Their boss was having such a rough night. He got drunk and was still being scolded. While others came home to a loving wife who spoke sweetly, their boss returned home only to be chased and yelled at. So pitiful, so pitiful. Angie felt inexplicably guilty, sensing that Alali's expression made her feel like she had committed some grave sin. Warm water. Meena hurriedly brought the warm water over, and Alali handed it to Govind. Everyone bustled around, except Angie, who seemed like a useless outsider, no, more like a sinner. It must have looked to Meena like she had made Govind so angry that he vomited. Angie leaned against the door frame, stealthily watching Govind, much like the cat at home that would secretly peek at its owner. She watched cautiously yet with a hint of mischief. Are you okay? Govind splashed water on his face, feeling more alert after vomiting. He waved Alali and the others away, then looked seriously at Angie. Do you wish me harm, or hope I'm fine? I definitely hope you're fine. Govind grabbed a towel and wiped his face haphazardly before tossing it into the bin. Tell me that again with honesty. Angie followed behind Govind, knowing he wasn't feeling well due to intoxication. She toned down her tone slightly. I said you. Saira, Meena interjected with a sigh of exasperation. A harmonious relationship between husband and wife leads to peace at home. Harmonious relationship? Were they not already harmonious? What exactly did she do to make Meena think otherwise? He. Angie wanted to argue but decided against it. After seeing his earlier state, it did seem like her fault. That night, unusually, Govind went to bed early. Angie emerged from the shower to find one side of the bedside lamp already turned off. Checking the time, it was just past 10 o'clock. Going to bed so early didn't seem quite right. Deciding to browse her phone in bed, she turned off the lights and curled up under the covers, occasionally giggling softly at funny videos. The bed started to shake as if possessed by spirits, which woke Govind up. Annoyed, he kicked Angie's butt. Why did you kick me? Why are you shaking the bed? Just sleep and leave me alone. Can you expect me to sleep well while you're shaking like you have Parkinson's? Angie fell silent. Govind snatched the phone from her hand. Go to sleep. I can't sleep. She had slept most of the afternoon during her spa session. Turning around, Angie clung to Govind like an octopus. Who did you have dinner with tonight? My boss. Govind enjoyed the feeling of Angie clinging to him, wrapping his arm around her tighter. At your position, it's rare for drinking sessions to affect you like this. Did something good happen? Not exactly. Angie blinked up at him, waiting for him to continue. Govind rubbed his nose bridge. We obtained a patent overseas. In what field? Medical. Is this not something to celebrate? Medical patents were almost saturated now. Anything worth researching has been studied extensively. One seemingly casual sentence from Govind could signify years of effort by a team. Was this not something to celebrate? They should be celebrating nationwide. Angie propped herself up, peering at Govind by the light filtering in from outside. His eyes closed, his prominent brows cast shadows over his face as one hand shielded the weak light from outside. She pulled his hand away. Boss Nate. Angie, I'm not the same Govind from back then. Getting top scores, scholarships, and first wealth, all those things were once exciting, but a successful businessman at the peak of his career doesn't get excited over a few coins in his pocket. So, what makes you happy? Govind let go of his forehead, looking at Angie with a distant gaze in the dim light. Is it important? Yes. Can you make it happen if I tell you? Angie nodded eagerly. Of course. Really? She nodded sincerely. In reality, if anyone else had said this, she wouldn't have been so confident. But this was Govind. he had power and money to solve 99.99% of life's troubles. What remained was easily within reach. Govind paused after hearing Angie's assurance, then spoke each word deliberately, striking deeply into her heart, splitting open the cracks in her ironclad defenses. Your love. The love you give me surpasses everything in the world. Angie's mind froze for a few seconds. In the darkness, a handsome and wealthy man, in bed, 3 conditions that might move any woman to tears. But Angie's thoughts worked differently. Pondering his words, the room was quiet except for their breathing. Do you no longer value achievements like top grades or scholarships because they've lost their excitement? Will the love I give you eventually become as mundane as those past accomplishments? Boss Nate, if what you offer me is no different from what you give others, I'd rather not have it. We need to first confirm whether your feelings towards me are fleeting desires or genuine love. Only then can we talk about whether I will love you. Translation note. Names are kept in pinyin, e.g., Govind, as instructed. The translation aims to preserve the original tone and style. The structure, paragraph breaks, and line breaks follow the original text closely. ####Chapter 399, a voice of utmost bliss. Milagros, I allow you to repeatedly test my love for you. Just repeated testing? Mr. Nate, as a man in your position with immense power, if you wish to hide something, I wouldn't be able to see through it. In the bedroom, the intimate atmosphere had vanished, leaving only a tense standoff between the two. Milagros's doubts and Govind's restrained silence filled the room. The ambiguity was torn away, replaced by the stark reality. Milagros was too clear-headed, having been hurt enough by her father's despicable nature since childhood, which made her exceptionally cautious in matters of the heart. Caution was secondary, reaching her goals clearly was paramount. She needed someone who could also think clearly about the benefits of romantic relationships, not just depend on another person. Was Govind's pursuit of her driven by an unattainable desire or genuine love? Their complicated dynamics couldn't be explained in just a few words. From teenage years to their 20s, the past decade had far surpassed what mere words could describe. Today's events would have moved anyone else deeply, yet Milagros remained so clear-headed that one might wonder what exactly went on inside her mind. Milagros, nearing 30, I've reached this point in life. I've experienced death and departure, rises and falls in politics, betrayals by friends and family. I'm no longer the same person I was in my teens and 20s. I can still tell what I truly want, and I know the difference between love and possessiveness, Govind said gently, without any hint of coercion. His hand slowly rubbed her waist. If it were possessiveness, do you believe Alban would become your golden cage, keeping you here forever? Govind lifted one hand to grasp Milagros's chin and kissed her soft lips. I'm not your father. Don't compare me to him. You're not lucky enough to have all the scoundrels of the world come under your roof. Is loving me that hard? Govind deliberately lowered his voice, infusing it with a hint of seduction, but instead of drawing Milagros in, it made her even more lucid. Loving you isn't hard, but empty promises are very hard to trust. Govind understood what she wanted. He nodded. What do you need? Anything I ask for? Yes. What if I asked for shares in Montegegmeo Group? Govind laughed, expecting Milagros to ask for his life, but instead, she only asked for shares. To him, these were merely external possessions. Montegegmeo itself existed because of Milagros, so why not give her what she wanted? Fine. Milagros. Really? Govind confirmed again, yes. Milagros. I'll have Krista come over tomorrow to finalize the procedures. Aren't you afraid that once I get the shares, I'll divorce you? I am, but I understand you, Milagros. If you truly wanted to divorce me, you wouldn't ask for anything. She feared trouble and wouldn't bring it upon herself. Milagros was a person with clear boundaries and wouldn't involve herself in matters that weren't hers. After all these years in the circle, she'd seen many classmates and friends suffer due to their greed and meddling, dragging their parents down with them. In Jingang, people knew well enough which families had been influential for over 2 decades. You. Shoo, Milagros wanted to say something, but Govind placed a finger on her lips. If you can't sleep, let's do something meaningful. Milagros. At midnight, when Greyhamed came upstairs to turn off the second-floor corridor light, he faintly heard a blissful and comfortable sound coming from the living room. The tone was melodic and distinctively different from usual, reminiscent of the ancient Baker Huai riverbank chants. It was a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Milagros's sultry voice could make any man willingly serve at her feet. Comfortable? So. As Greyhamed turned around, he vaguely heard the voices of the master and mistress from the living room. All done according to your requirements, yet you still complain about inadequate service? Are those people Christie's men? Kieran watched Lemuel's injuries, hesitating to touch them. There were 7 or 8 shallow knife wounds, but they were real and looked shocking and bloody. Lemuel painfully took off his shirt and threw it on the ground, watching as Huang Qiao struggled with the iodine. It wasn't her. Milagros wasn't cruel to that extent, and she wasn't someone who sought trouble unnecessarily. As long as you didn't provoke her, she wouldn't come after you. Call the doctor. Lemuel endured the pain and spoke. Soon, the doctor arrived with his medical kit and saw the injuries, gasping in shock. These should be stitched up at the hospital to avoid infection. If we stay here, it might cause post-surgery infection. Just do it here. It's fine. The doctor glanced hesitantly at Kieran, hoping he could persuade Lemuel, but he simply nodded, signaling him to proceed. He had to comply with the benefactor's demands. Years of being a private doctor had taught him that much. After stitching up the wounds, Lemuel was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as he lay on the bed. Kieran brought him a glass of water and asked uncertainly, could it be the old lady? Possibly. She wants to talk to Govind, but Govind specifically asked to see me. As long as I'm alive, this situation can't be resolved. Only if I die can all issues be smoothly handled. Only then can she meet Govind without telling me about Thai family's decisions. Kieran's first thought was that a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but regardless, Lemuel was still part of the Thai family. Yet thinking about the old lady, he held back all comments. What tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs? To the old lady, such a saying didn't exist. These years, it seemed like Mr. Thai was in charge, but in truth, the final decisions always came from the old lady. Everyone knew about the Thai family's schemes and strategies, except Lemuel. For years, the old lady believed there could only be one heir to the Thai family. If the children lacked ambition, it was fine, but showing any signs of ambition meant they would be labeled as rebellious. Lemuel was supposed to be the non-contentious one. When the Thai family had their second child, both the old man and the old lady hoped for a girl, so she could assist the elder sibling and contribute to the family through marriage. However, it turned out to be a boy. Chapter 400, Angie is in danger. The old lady, news has come that the second Sam was attacked. By whom? It seems like it's the people from the eldest Sam. Hearing this, the old lady paused in her handling of the incense burner. Just a few days ago, she had invited a statue of Guan Archie from a nearby temple to protect the house. She would kneel on a mat each morning and evening to recite prayers before Buddha. Today, after just finishing adjusting the sandalwood incense, hearing this message caused half of the incense stick in her hand to snap. This kind of mishap is most taboo for someone who practices Buddhism regularly. The old lady got up and looked at Bart. Are you sure? Bart nodded, yes. Leave. Next time, don't tell me about these violent matters in front of Buddha. I understand. How ironic the world can be, those who live clean lives and never believe in Buddha, yet the blood-soaked ones speak of Buddha daily as if to prove their piety. After returning to his room, Bart sat by the bed for a long time before finally getting up to wash up. No one knew what he was thinking. After cleaning her hands, the old lady took out her phone and called Gay. Is it true that you are behind what happened to Lemuel? You are truly sharp, Grandma, nothing can escape your eyes, Gay replied, trying to flatter her. The old lady accepted the compliment. I don't care what grievances you have with him, but always remember the bigger picture. We worked hard to elevate you to this position and we don't want any evidence to bring you down. Do you understand? I understand. I didn't plan to act, but when I heard you were disrespected in Jinggang, I couldn't control myself and acted rashly. I've never been disrespected in the capital all my life, but here in Jinggang, Govind gave me such a cold face. I can't bear it. Do you think attacking Lemuel will change Govind's actions? The old lady had a backup plan. They were now supporting Gay strongly. But if anything should happen to him, at least they still had Lemuel as a fallback instead of having them kill each other until only one remained. Yes, it won't happen again. Remember, killing your own brother is more destructive to your reputation than killing anyone else. I heard you, thank you for teaching me, Grandma. Gay hung up the phone. His assistant handed him something just then. This is the video of second Sam on the street tonight. In the pink Cullinan, who was it that wanted to save him? Gay squinted slightly. Angie, the Long Lincolnsons of Jinggang, known as Jinggang's death warrant, half the circle refers to her as Christy. The car she drives is also a limited edition Cullinan, with only 6 in the world. Gay chuckled, Jinggang's death warrant? Yes. Lemuel is really unrepentant. After all these years, he's still secretly opposing me. His assistant remained silent. What does she do? She's rumored to be in show business. Give me her schedule for the recent period. The assistant nodded and left. Angie, you have a mall scene the day after tomorrow. The general idea is that you get a call in the mall, run out into the parking lot, and drive away. The director especially emphasized this scene as the highlight of the entire drama. It must be completed in one take and needs good publicity. The production staff communicated this to Angie early, who nodded in understanding. Observing Angie, the staff member raised her opinion of her even higher. No wonder several directors she'd worked with said she had no heirs. Indeed, this rich, beautiful, cooperative, and good-tempered young lady could do more for the entertainment industry. And about the clothing, the director will have the stylist discuss it with you soon. Okay. As the production staff left, Elsie arrived with the cafe staff, pulling a cart of coffee to distribute to the crew. The male actor working with Angie was a newcomer, probably heavily promoted by a company. He wasn't bad in acting, had good looks, and was very favored by the director, performing well in the crew. He always addressed Angie respectfully as older sister. Despite being young, he acted maturely, and Angie found him somewhat boring, always reminding her of an old official. In the afternoon, as her scenes ended, the stylist came over for discussions. They chatted until nightfall. Big sister, according to the stylist, you can't wear makeup? No. Shouldn't we inform Director Leah? Ask her. Why? Just follow the director's instructions. It's a tribute drama celebrating the reform and opening up. Too much fussiness isn't good. Elsie thought about it and agreed. On the day of filming, Angie woke up without washing her face, following the stylist's instructions. She changed clothes and started filming immediately. The scene depicted two collaborators facing a bottleneck, ready to close their company. Unexpectedly, the government announced new policies, revitalizing everything. The female protagonist, looking disheveled and about to declare bankruptcy, suddenly felt invigorated, rushing to the parking lot to inform the injured male protagonist at the hospital. The entire scene was flawlessly executed. The emotional shifts were intense, with Angie leading the chase scene brilliantly. Great, exactly like this. Wonderful, it's perfect. The director stood up and gave Angie a thumbs up. Everyone in the crew clapped loudly. Our bloopers will be out tonight. I'll use the restroom. After some conversation, Angie excused herself to go to the bathroom. This building, constructed in the 1990s, was originally scheduled for demolition but was reprieved by the film crew for 2 months to finish filming. The bathroom inside was very old-fashioned, the wooden door creaking open. If not for knowing the entire crew was there, Angie wouldn't dare use this restroom. She finished and was about to leave when she felt something wrong as she pulled the wooden door. It wouldn't budge. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, and something burst from the ceiling. Scared, Angie shivered. Turning back, she saw the ceiling engulfed in flames. Damn! How could this catch fire? Chapter 401, Rest assured, I'd recognize you even if you were Ash. Has her rate of incidents become so frequent that she should buy lottery tickets now? Every time something goes wrong, it seems like nothing but bad luck follows. As Angie recalled the scenes from filming where people were burnt to death, their bodies charred beyond recognition, she thought, would even Govind or her own mother recognize her if she were burned into such a hideous form? She has always been so beautiful, could this be how she ends up being burnt alive? Did she dig someone's grave in her past life? This is just too bizarre. Phone. In panic, Angie reached for her phone but then remembered she had given it to Elsie earlier while filming. She looked around and spotted the window next to the bathroom, walking over to try and pry it open. After several attempts with no success, she wondered, was this an old window that wouldn't open anymore, or was it intentionally made impossible to open? Whose fault was this? Govind's? Was he responsible for this mess again? If it were true, they'd need to change husbands. Big Iona, Big Iona. I'm inside. Hearing Elsie's voice outside the door, Angie rushed behind the door, frantically responding. Fortunately, it was Elsie. Anyone else might have assumed she was having digestive issues if they didn't find her. What's going on inside? There's a fire. Damn. Upon hearing these words, Elsie nearly lost it. She looked around outside but couldn't find a fire extinguisher. The building was older than she was and had long fallen into disrepair. It was already scheduled for demolition, just waiting for the final decision. With this sudden fire, calling 119 was the only option. Can I call the police? Save me first, then call the police. A sense of foreboding flashed through Angie's mind. How long had she been in this crew? They hadn't even finished half the filming when one problem after another kept happening to her. People in the entertainment industry are somewhat superstitious about timing things right and choosing auspicious days. Filming usually starts with rituals and prayers, not wanting to provoke any ill fortune. If her presence seemed to bring misfortune, blocking others' good luck, her temper wouldn't matter. Blocking wealth would be far worse, her career in the industry would likely end. You move back, Elsie instructed. Angie stepped back toward the door as Elsie kicked it repeatedly from the outside. Come out quickly. Once outside, the first thing Angie did was thank Elsie. Thank you for not thinking I was constipated in the toilet. Otherwise, I might have died without anyone knowing. Don't worry, I know you're not constipated. Elsie led Angie down the fire escape. After 2 flights of stairs, she asked, what now? Should we tell the director or call the police? Tell the director first, but don't mention I was inside. Elsie understood Angie's intentions and nodded in agreement. Such superstitions couldn't be ignored. If word got out that this production faced continuous mishaps because of her, people might think Angie was incompatible with the project. Before long, sirens sounded from the bottom of the building. Angie sat in the nanny car parked in the lot, washed her face, and tidied herself up before stepping out. Just as she left the vehicle, a crew member approached her. Big Iona, there was an electrical fire upstairs. The director says today's shooting ends here. Everyone can go home now. Angie didn't say anything, just nodded. We won't stay and trouble you. Please take care. Yes, yes, yes. Miss, shall we head back to Puyanshan? Isaiah drove the car out of the parking lot and pulled over to the side of the road, turning to look at Angie. To find Mr. Nate. At the top floor of Montegegmeo International, Angie buzzed around Govind like a little bee, narrating today's events. Isn't this messed up? Why did the fire happen when I was using the restroom? Is something off? Could I have offended someone lately? That's unlikely. I'm so kind-hearted and generous, who would I offend? Govind put down his pen and rubbed his temples. Angie, please sit down and stop pacing. I'm anxious. Just sit down, Govind said helplessly, trying to calm her. Angie reluctantly sat down, muttering under her breath. Just as Govind was about to speak, Geraldine leaned forward onto his desk. If I were to die in some accident, say, burned black as charcoal, would you still be able to recognize me among a pile of ashes? Govind. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Rest assured, I'd recognize you even if you were ash. Well, considering you say you love me, it wouldn't make sense if you couldn't recognize what you claim to love. Not really understanding his answer, Angie nodded earnestly, then suddenly felt something was off. Wait, what do you mean you'd recognize me if I were ash? That sounds ominous. Seeing this, Govind nodded and stood up. He had initially postponed a meeting to stay with her, but now realized there was no need for him to stay. Alright, be anxious. I'll go to a meeting. Are you even a man? My wife is this worried, and you want to attend a meeting? What can I do? You don't give me a chance to speak. My staying here is just a distraction. Angie pouted, watching Govind as she sat quietly. Fine, I won't talk. Really? Really? Govind sighed, thinking it was finally peaceful, and pressed the intercom. Send Alali in. 3 minutes later, Alali entered, surprised to see Angie. Hadn't she mentioned she was busy with filming? Investigate the surveillance around the building and check for any suspicious persons. Govind handed Alali the address. Alali glanced at it and left. About 30 minutes later, he returned. I've checked. Since the building is set for demolition, the surrounding surveillance isn't well maintained, and no suspicious individuals were identified. Only then did Alali learn about the fire. Now he understood why Angie was there. Why don't we call the crew and ask if any suspicious people have been around recently? Alali suggested. No, Angie immediately rejected the idea. Chapter 402, Angie, can love you. People in the entertainment industry more or less believe in metaphysics. They even consult the hour for simple matters like kicking off a project and ask hermits for advice. I've only been on this set for so long, with just a third of the show filmed, yet problems keep cropping up one after another, each causing delays lasting days. In a place like the entertainment industry, if I were temperamental or prima donnish, directors might still tolerate me for my acting talent. But if they see me as a financial drain or a curse, who knows? I could be blacklisted tomorrow. Alali, that's logical. No one wants a person plagued by consecutive incidents around them, even if these events aren't intentional. But regardless, she was the cause. Alali glanced awkwardly at Govind, who waved him off with a gesture. If it's too hard to solve, just let it be. Consider it a lesson learned silently. Angie said that, but Govind knew very well that if he didn't resolve this issue today, every future argument would involve her dredging up this incident again. For a harmonious and blissful life, he had to address this problem. Can you accept this willingly? No way. A fool wouldn't be willing to endure a loss, right? Try not to say things you don't mean from now on. Govind knew Angie's nature all too well. So, what should I do? Is it easy for someone like me, pursuing dreams through hardships, to live cautiously every day? If I were to fall out of favor someday, wouldn't all the effort, hardship, and dedication over the years go to waste? Mr. Nate, Angie's chatter stopped when Elon walked in. Come in. Elon nodded at Angie upon seeing her. Good day, boss. Hello, little Juju. Elon. Govind. Such an affectionate yet grating greeting wasn't pleasant. Speak. Elon hadn't fully recovered from Angie's teasing call when Govind's cold word interrupted him. The draft of the share transfer agreement is ready for your review. Elon handed over the documents. About 3 to 5 days ago, Govind suddenly convened a meeting, announcing his intention to transfer half of his shares to Angie. The shock in the room was palpable. After the initial shock wore off, everyone voiced their disapproval unanimously. They detailed the potential risks and disadvantages. Even some executives questioned Angie's reliability. As a daughter of the wealthy Freddie, raised to be a princess in Jingang, if she were a normal, respectable girl, that would be one thing. But being an entertainer made her unreliable. The old saying goes, a courtesan has no feelings, and an actor has no integrity. Clearly, Angie couldn't be trusted. While objections buzzed around the room, Govind remained silent. When everyone thought he was considering their opinions, he tapped the table, glancing coldly around the room. Then, his gaze fell on the document before him, and he asked firmly, when have I ever needed unanimous approval for my decisions? Govind had built the company himself. The shares everyone held were gifts from him, or else, what right did they have to sit at this table? Of course, Angie knew nothing about this. This princess had led an exceptionally fortunate life. In her youth, she had a doting father, married, she found love. Some people are simply born lucky, making others envy them. Govind reviewed the document Elon handed over, finding no issues. He passed it to Angie, handing her a pen. Sign it. Even Angie, though silly at times, knew what this share transfer agreement signified. Her eyes landed on the emphasized words, unconditional gift, feeling mixed emotions. She looked at Govind with disbelief. She had only spoken hypothetically, yet Govind always took her seriously and acted upon her words. Are you serious? Angie was incredulous. She understood the significance of shares to a CEO. Transferring shares unconditionally meant giving away half of one's life. If the recipient betrayed you, it could lead to ruin. Tilda only gained some shares from Freddie after 20 years of marriage. Men in business prefer transferring shares to children rather than wives. Moreover, Angie and Govind's relationship was perilous, lacking any bonds or commitments. I never lie to you about anything. Angie hesitated, still trying to dissuade him. Aren't you afraid I might take your shares and run into the arms of another man? Fearful, Govind responded. But fear doesn't stop me. Angie, shouldn't you learn from me in this regard? Because of fearing a bad guy. She sealed her heart in concrete. Because of fearing someone like her own father, she lost trust in all men. Fearing imagined tigers on the mountain is the stupidest thing, Angie. You're smart, don't make this mistake. As Govind spoke, he circled the desk behind Angie, uncapped the pen, and placed it in her palm. Bending over, he enveloped her in the chair, guiding her hand like Tilda used to guide hers while writing, carefully signing her name on the agreement. Just as she finished the stroke, Angie turned to look at Govind. Silence filled the air, and their locked gazes felt like a sudden wildfire igniting on parched grasslands. Angie's stare made Govind feel exposed, as if she saw right through him. Amy. Before Govind could finish, Angie hooked her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. With a swift turn, Angie took control, pinning Govind against the dining table. She was a wild beast, and he, the delectable rabbit. I believe in you. Govind retorted, just belief? Can love you. Thank you, Christy, for your mercy. Chapter 403, Angie can still deal with Gay. Sam, we didn't succeed. Didn't succeed? Gay's voice involuntarily rose upon hearing this. He glanced at his colleagues in the office and then walked out to the corridor with his phone. What do you mean by, didn't succeed? Geraldine's people are extremely vigilant. They came over within 5 minutes of the fire starting. We had no chance to act. They were indeed caught off guard today. Angie was only away for 10 minutes to use the restroom, yet her people arrived precisely on time, searching for her. Such vigilance was beyond the average person's capability. Find another way, absolutely don't let Lemuel have too much contact with her. We understand. If you understand, then do it. Stop telling me you understand verbally. Gay hung up as he spoke. He had anticipated that dealing with Angie would be difficult, given her background in a wealthy family and as the richest person, she must have been taught numerous safety precautions from a young age. Her bodyguards were undoubtedly specially trained. However, he found it oddly hard to accept when this idea was confirmed. Lemuel was undeniably superior in terms of talent and capability. Despite not wanting to admit it, he knew this fact couldn't change. The only advantage he had was being born a few years earlier than Lemuel, receiving most of the family's attention initially. By the time Lemuel arrived, the family was already drained from raising him, so he naturally became the focus of the Tai family. If Lemuel were content to live a carefree life, they could have been good brothers. But Lemuel clearly had greater ambitions. Otherwise, why would he constantly oppose him? The situation in the capital city was settled, the path was already laid out for him, and he couldn't cause significant trouble. But Jingang was different. Jingang was an economic and trade zone, holding top-tier influence in the national financial circle. If Lemuel established relationships there, he might end up with stronger connections than those in the capital. Why did he choose to go after Hua Lincolnsons, the daughter of the former richest person? How could such an ace fall into his hands? Second Master, Sam's people are still in Jingang. It said they went to Geraldine's film set today. To find Angie? What for? A thought flashed through Lemuel's mind. Gay wasn't known for having high moral standards, almost inheriting all the bad traits from the old lady. If he went to see Angie, it probably wouldn't end well. Perhaps, he might even use harsher tactics. Suddenly, Lemuel felt a twinge of unease. Angie might stand a chance against the old lady, but against someone like Gay, who was unpredictable and relentless, she would likely lose. They say the building where the crew was staying caught fire shortly after his people entered. The fire department found it to be an electrical fire. Targeting Angie? I suspect so. Whenever you interact with someone, something always happens to them. These must be Sam's doing. A few days ago, Geraldine showed intentions to help you, even though she ultimately didn't. I worry Sam is trying to eliminate potential threats, hence targeting Geraldine. Geraldine's people are very alert. Otherwise, that old building, poorly maintained and due for demolition, with minimal firefighting resources, could have been catastrophic if the fire had spread. Kieran analyzed. Lemuel nodded, acknowledging this fit Gay's style. I'm stepping out. Wangjin Terrace. Harvey was at the bar, chatting with a beautiful woman when someone tapped his shoulder. The woman looked back. TSK, your friends are all beauties. Do you have a girlfriend? I can introduce one to you. Lemuel smirked. Miss, could you move aside? I need to talk to him. Were you two just flirting? I touched you for ages and got no reaction. The woman cast a suspicious glance at Harvey. She had tried to flirt and make moves on this man all evening, but he hadn't reacted at all. There was something off about this handsome man in this kind of place where these things happened often. Gay couples, lesbian couples, it was all common. If I didn't react, it means your skills are lacking. Instead of blaming me for being a man, you should improve your technique. Remember, when something goes wrong, look for the reason within yourself, not complain about gravity. You. Miss, better leave before you look foolish, Lemuel chimed in appropriately. The woman rolled her eyes, irritated by the two men's banter. Gay freaks, you're all dead. Harvey shrugged nonchalantly. Let her rant. Anyway, it's not like I'm gay. Second Master Tai, what do you need? Lemuel didn't reply immediately but handed his phone over. Harvey glanced at the screen, seeing surveillance footage and photos. So? To repay you for driving me home last time. Do you want me to give these to someone? Angie. Harvey. Craziness? Poking a tiger's whiskers. When she went crazy, she could destroy anyone. Gay sent people to harm Angie, but she escaped. However, Gay is cunning and won't leave any evidence. So, I guess Angie doesn't know who wanted her dead. You giving this information to her will earn you a favor. As a thank you for saving my life last time. Harvey sipped his drink and laughed, making Jingang's long Lincolnson's owe me a favor sounds appealing, but why not do it yourself? Lemuel remained silent. Harvey sneered, oh, I get it. With your relationship with Gay, even if you give this information to Angie now, she won't believe you. Even if she did, she'd think you and Gay were fighting while pulling her into it. Given Angie's personality, she'd first kill you and then go after Gay. You want to remain unscathed, watch from the sidelines, pull Angie into the game, and break the deadlock between you and Gay. By having me deliver this favor, you repay me, clear yourself, and have Angie take on Gay, a triple win, Second Master Tai. Chapter 404, It's not that having a husband is good, but being attended to is good. Harvey said, propping her chin up and looking at Igor. Tai Er Shao, what if Christy found out about your cunning 3 birds with 1 stone? Would she come back to deal with you first? You won't let her know, Igor replied with certainty. Why not? What gives you the right to be so sure? Because even supporting your own life costs exorbitantly now. What you lack most is money. Right now, Govind has the most cash flow in Jingang. As Jingang's senior princess, Angie has a good relationship with Govind and controls several $billion. You want to get close to her, even if you can't rely on Govind through her, you can still use Angie's network. After all, Jingang is full of gold opportunities. Igor read Harvey like an open book. Both of us are seeking a way out by stepping back. Why should we make things difficult for each other? Let's support each other instead of undermining. Why can the eldest sons of wealthy families exchange benefits when they gather, but we can't? Harvey looked at Igor. So, you're inviting me to join forces with you? Yes. Whose call is it? Angie came out of the bathroom, feeling lethargic, drying her wet hair while heading toward Govind. They both felt relaxed after their intense moment. Govind was lounging against the headboard, smoking post-coitus. Angie emerged from the bath, flushed red all over, and handed him a bottle of body lotion. The phone on the bedside table kept ringing, and she glanced at it sideways. No number. Who is it? Already 4 5s, Govind extinguished his cigarette with one hand, took the lotion from Angie with the other, and turned on the air circulation system to clear the smoke. Angie leaned back on the chaise longue, placing her feet on Govind's thighs. Watching him squeeze out some lotion and familiarly apply it to her legs, she sighed contentedly. Getting married is really nice. It's not that having a husband is great, but being attended to is what's really good. Govind cut straight to the point. Angie reclined, reflecting. No wonder ancient men were eager to marry and have multiple wives and concubines. If it were me, I'd be willing too. Changing people, warming my bed every day, having different people attend to me daily, showing affection, how cozy. Govind shot her a look. This was Angie, praising his prowess earlier in bed, now suddenly wanting more. Only old cars need spare tires. Are you an old car? Govind's cool remark, coupled with a question, irked Angie. Are you a scoundrel? Just called me darling and sweetheart, now saying I'm an old car. And you still used an old car? I'm no better either, Govind retorted. 1 minute ago, you couldn't stop praising how amazing I was in bed, now you want another man just as quickly. Angie, did I? Didn't you say you envied ancient men with multiple wives? And here you think I wouldn't have objections if I said that? I wouldn't, don't exaggerate. I'm not that aggressive. Govind was about to continue when the phone rang again, agitating him. After all, it's commonly said, post-sex smoke, happiness as a god. His night had been interrupted by calls. Who is it? Angie sensed his annoyance, glancing at the unmarked number on the screen. She knew it was Harvey's number. Harvey. What does he want? I wish I knew. Just answer it. Angie answered the call. Harvey's voice, though muffled, clearly came from a nightclub. You finally answered. If only I knew where you lived, I would have shown up already. Is your wife in labor? Harvey, what a mouth this woman has. Do I have a wife? If not your wife in labor, why the urgency? Want to blow up Earth or me? I was worried Christy might not have my number. I thought if I only called once, you might miss it. Angie scratched her head, finding it tiresome to argue. Why? Did something happen today? Harvey asked, raising her suspicions. Explain. If this is what I think, today's incidents are definitely arranged by Pete. Investigating blindly will yield nothing, but tracing it back to Pete will reveal clues. Everyone knows, once Igor interacts with someone, Pete takes action. He tried to take down Igor days ago with Christy there. If seen by his people, it's definitely Pete's doing. Angie looked at Govind, who wiped his hands and wrote a note. Ask him what he wants. What do you want? Can I ask for anything? Friends helping friends, after all, I prefer you over Pete. Govind's eyes almost betrayed his jealousy hearing this. He wrote a message. Angie understood. 30 minutes, consider carefully what you want. Miss this chance, and I can't promise later. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the story flows naturally. It also preserves the tone and style, making it coherent with the previous context. Chapter 405, definitely waiting for her husband in bed. Harvey nearly burst into laughter out of frustration when he saw the call had been hung up. 30 minutes? It's not even enough time to finish a bowel movement, let alone come up with a request. Was this some kind of joke? That didn't seem right, she hadn't shown such strict demands during their few encounters before. Could it be that someone was advising her? What's wrong? Asked a voice. She told me to think about what I want within 30 minutes, or it will expire, Harvey replied. Lemuel frowned upon hearing this. That's true. Unprovoked kindness usually has an ulterior motive. Angie must understand this principle. If you, from the capital, suddenly offer her benefits without reason, she'll naturally wonder about your intentions. Just ask her directly what you want. With those words, Lemuel opened the car door and got out, not staying long by Harvey. At this moment, Pete's people were watching him closely. Being too close to Harvey would do neither of them any good. Angie retracted her leg and tossed the phone beside her as she stared at Govind. What do you think he'll ask for? He won't ask for anything. Govind wiped his hands with a tissue, balled it up, and threw it into the trash can. That's also true. Someone like Harvey, enduring so much, can play it even better than Lemuel. He needs someone to help him overthrow the Bow family. Requesting something now only gains him trivial external gains. Based on his mind, he would choose not to have any requests even if I threatened to let it expire. His favor still holds weight with me. In the end, whether I agree or not might depend on my mood, Angie analyzed Harvey's psyche. Indeed, Govind was a master at gauging human psychology, effortlessly shifting the dynamics to his advantage while leaving others no room to refuse. The one showing unprovoked kindness ended up in the wrong. How interesting. Right now, Harvey was either racking his brain trying to solve the puzzle or venting his frustrations. Giving someone a favor they don't accept could only invite suspicion. Angie tapped the space beside her and motioned for Govind to sit over. Once he sat down, she stretched her neck toward him. How did you become so cunningly smart? Is that a compliment or an insult? Depends on the situation. Now, it's a compliment. Angie clung to Govind's arm, her face freshly washed, hair dripping wet as it draped loosely around her shoulders. She rubbed against him affectionately, her voluptuous form causing a ticklish sensation. Govind glanced sideways at her bare chest, but Angie quickly caught his gaze. What are you staring at, pervert? Am I a pervert for looking at my own wife? With that, Govind pushed Angie's arms away and stood up from the sofa. I'm going to take a shower. Hug me, Angie extended her arms towards him. Govind felt nothing amiss with her playful demeanor, quite enjoying it instead. Where are we going? To bed. I've already washed up, so I'll definitely wait for my husband there. Her tender tone penetrated deep into Govind's heart, making him itch for more. Holding her close, just 1 meter away from the bed, he lowered his eyes to look at her immaculate face. Didn't I serve you well just now? Yes, you did. So why are you teasing me now? It's a habit. I love teasing you. Is that okay? Not really. Don't regret it when I start teasing someone else. Govind. Hearing such audacious words from Angie, Govind felt no lingering emotions. He simply tossed her onto the bed, knowing she wouldn't be hurt but merely annoyed afterward. After much deliberation, Harvey prepared to call Angie back. However, just as he picked up his phone, Mercedes appeared. Standing beside his car, pounding on the window, she looked as though she wanted to tear him apart. Despite his irritation, Harvey had to deal with Mercedes because he needed her to maintain surface-level relations. Without her, the Bow family would find another Song Baker King or Bay Baker King. Do you need something? There you are, said Mercedes, her expression sour. When will you finally stop being so arrogant? When will you stop trampling on our dignity? Nan miss, if every time you visit me is like this, do you believe I can ensure you never see me again? An adult should act properly, why do you always act like a mad dog? If you learned even a bit from Presley, things wouldn't be this way. Earlier, Presley had been dining with Mercedes and a few elderly relatives of the Nan family. On her way out of a nearby private restaurant, she noticed Harvey's old Volkswagen parked by the roadside. Recognizing it instantly, Mercedes insisted on confronting him. Presley knew their encounters usually resulted in trouble. The elders had just left and she heard Harvey's harsh comment directed at Mercedes. What do you mean learn from me? Why does Mercedes always argue with me after seeing you? You're diverting problems onto me. Harvey hadn't expected Presley to be there. He felt a jolt, saying nervously, Wanja, what are you talking about? Am I like that? Presley smiled faintly. Aren't you? No. Subconsciously, Harvey tried to drive away, reaching for the ignition key. Dealing with the impulsive Mercedes was manageable, but Presley was different. Just like Angie, her personality was sharp and ruthless. Presley immediately sensed Harvey's intent to escape but made no move to stop him. Just as Harvey started the engine and accelerated, a black Bentley blocked his path. This was Presley's car. Trying to run? Go ahead. I'll watch you. Translation continues with coherent flow and maintains structure from the original text. Chapter 406, attending as the wife of the richest man in Jingang is also fine. Don't run, don't run. I just felt like I was blocking the way and wanted to move a bit. Harvey smiled awkwardly, putting on an ingratiating manner. He couldn't afford to offend Presley, who could hit him at any time and place. Since that's the case, get down and chat properly. Isn't it impolite for your visitor to stand while you sit in the car? If Mercedes were here, Harvey would have driven off long ago, but with Presley around, he didn't dare. Not even if he had 10 lives. This woman was utterly unpredictable. What are you doing here? As soon as Harvey got out of the car, Mercedes started questioning him. Presley moved further away. She didn't want to hear anything from her lovesick sister. Do I need to report to you on what I do? While talking, Harvey looked down at his phone, worrying about Angie's half-hour limit approaching. Alright, it's late, go home and get some rest. Stop right there. Mercedes wouldn't let him leave so easily. She tried to grab him but was shrugged off by Harvey. She staggered slightly, nearly falling over. Presley, leaning against the riverside railing with arms crossed, observed the scene and coughed. The cough sounded like the tight-bounding headband spell, chilling Harvey to the bone. You said. The man who was about to leave stood still obediently again. Do you fear Presley that much? Seeing Harvey's meek behavior made Mercedes even angrier. Why did this man behave arrogantly in front of her yet cower before Presley? Did she really fall short of Presley in every way? I'm afraid. I fear her hitting me. Ask whatever you want, finish up, and we can part ways earlier. You. Mercedes was momentarily taken aback by Harvey's sudden submission. Harvey gazed at her obediently, waiting for her to speak. After noticing Mercedes's prolonged silence, he spoke, unless you say something, I will start. Mercedes, our relationship isn't just about your unwillingness. My intention was simple, to peacefully get engaged, marry, and go through the motions. If our marriage could balance the interests of two families, that would be our value, and that's all we are worth. Asking me to do more than that is beyond my capacity. Fate has pinned us down. No matter how we struggle, we remain meat on someone else's chopping board. Nan General Manager, Presley's secretary saw her leaning by the riverside, her coat fluttering in the wind, her bun loosening. Holding a large coat, she walked over, preparing to drape it over her shoulders. Presley waved her hand, not necessary. Do you think he makes sense? Goran responded, draping the coat over his arm to block the wind. Perhaps. Presley sighed, give me a cigarette. You should go back to the car. No need to keep me company in the wind. Let me clear my mind and sober up. Goran hesitated, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to her. A person has only one heart. Prioritizing others means abandoning yourself. Prioritizing yourself means abandoning others. Whatever happens, I hope you prioritize yourself. So, you're asking me to abandon others? Presley took the cigarette box from him and lit one. After taking a puff, she flicked the ash and asked, what if that person is you? Goran paused, the dim streetlight revealing his restrained expression. If giving me up would make you. Back to the car. Presley cut him off. There were things she didn't want to hear. In grown-ups matters, not every word needed to be spoken aloud. Some words, once spoken, can't change facts. The river breeze lifted more than just her coat hem. Presley finished her cigarette before hearing a car engine behind her. Turning around, she saw Harvey driving away. Half an hour passed. Angie hadn't received a call from Harvey. Govind emerged from the shower and brought a cup of water to Angie. Has he called? Not yet. The night is still young. I'll head to the study to handle some business. Angie put her phone away, losing her carefree demeanor. Did I disturb you today when I came looking for you? Mr. Nate, leaving work during office hours to meet me at home, imagine if Elena found out. Would your workaholic reputation hold? She's enjoying herself on an island, too busy to care about you. On an island? Angie couldn't believe her ears. She suddenly sat upright, staring at Govind incredulously. On an island? Without inviting her? Did Elena even consider her a true sister? An island. With whom? Teacher Sue, Govind replied. Why didn't you invite me? I did. But you're busy filming, so I told them you're unavailable. Govind, I swear I'll castrate you. Bang, the door slammed shut, followed by a pillow thrown after it. In the morning, the office was heavy with tension. When Angie entered, Burnell was reviewing documents. Come here. Reporting on my work. To me? Did you mix something up? Take a look at this. Burnell handed over the document. Angie glanced at it, surprised by the data. Isn't this good? I think so. Su Wanga does well, showing dedication and willingness to learn. The web drama she recently joined became wildly popular. Her breakout role is imminent. I've been discussing cooperation with her, but many production teams rejected her. I was thinking you might cast her in your next project. Sounds good, as long as the script fits. Cultivating talent who could earn for her company delighted her. All right. Also, there's a charity gala the day after tomorrow. You must attend. Is this related to me? You won't represent the company but attend as a representative of the youth from Jingang's Western District. Do you know how hard I worked to secure this opportunity for you? Even pulling your mother into it. Angie. Mr. Nate will also be there, as the richest man in Jingang. If you don't want to attend as a youth representative, attending as the wife of the richest man in Jingang is also fine. I have no objection. Chapter 407, they have children, but I don't. If it were any other woman, they would have grabbed onto Govind's leg with both hands, never wanting to let go. Born into a wealthy family and nurtured by luxury, the likes of such girls would not bother with these trifles. Everything Govind had, she didn't lack, and naturally, she wouldn't waste time trying to ingratiate herself with a man. Burnell felt that it was indeed fortunate for Govind that he found Milagros. If it were someone else, no matter whether from a prominent family or an ordinary one, they'd be tangled up in all kinds of family affairs and social obligations. But Milagros was different. With her father Adelard's death, she only had Tilda left. As for those half-siblings, none deserved even a glance from her, let alone any favors. Mr. Nate married Milagros and saved himself from a lot of trouble. That's not necessary, said Milagros. Alright, if being represented by a young representative means being less successful than Govind. He's the richest man. I'm just reaping what others sowed. Really won't consider it? The sponsor of this charity award ceremony is Montegegmeo Group. If you attend as the First Lady of Jingang, you can walk around wherever you want. And I believe Mr. Nate would be willing. Govind had always wanted to make their marriage public, but due to Milagros's wish to keep it hidden, he had to maintain his cooperation mindset and couldn't do it. Do I not already walk around wherever I want in Jingang now? Not quite the same. Now you can only do that among the offspring of aristocratic families. If you're Catherine Nate, you can walk around in front of political and business tycoons too. Thank you, but I'm not interested. Don't schedule me for anything tomorrow. Milagros didn't want to hear these annoying things. Where are you going? To pray at the temple, clear some bad luck. You should have gone earlier. That night, Milagros waited and waited at Puyan Mountain but never saw Govind return. Seeing the clock hand pointing at 11, she went downstairs from the nursing room and stopped Greyhamid who was about to rest. Where's your master? Master hasn't come back yet. Where did he go? Milagros asked. Greyhamid shook his head blankly, indicating he didn't know. Milagros waved her hand, you go rest. While walking upstairs, she sent a WeChat message to Govind, no reason given, staying out late, fine, 50,000. Boss Nate, transfer or not, your choice. On the other side, Govind had just left the dinner table, his black Maybach parked beside him. Just as he was about to get in the car, he got a WeChat message. After reading it, he stopped moving. He thought Milagros might not miss him. Since she does miss him, then let her wait a little longer. What's the difference between transferring and not transferring? The right to enter the bedroom. Just as Milagros finished speaking, Govind's transfer came through. 10,000? Indeed rich enough, too much. What do you want to eat? Barbecue. The moment Milagros heard someone ask what she wanted to eat, she guessed he was coming back and dropped her phone to go take a shower. Sure enough, as Milagros expected, just as she finished her bath and came out wearing a bathrobe, the car headlights shone into the yard. Govind carried barbecue into the house and saw Milagros coming downstairs. Where shall we eat? In the tea room. In the tea room, Milagros put a tablet on the long tea table, unwrapped the barbecue in front of her, and turned on an animation. She directed Govind to get her a bottle of beer. Does Burnell allow you to eat like this? Celebrities' body management borders on insane. Milagros's occasional indulgence was pretty intense. Milagros didn't care, a 5-kilometer run in the morning will do. Govind. She really just eats without hesitation. The man loosened his tie and threw it on a nearby chair, followed by taking off his suit jacket. Then he undid the cufflinks on his shirt one by one, obviously relaxing and finding the most comfortable position in the chair. The tablet played the original version of Tom and Jerry. Milagros ate barbecue while watching cartoons. Govind brewed a pot of tea and sat on Milagros's right side, holding a cup of tea in one hand and idly caressing Milagros's waist with the other, as if petting an obedient cat. The atmosphere between them was quiet and harmonious, like a newlywed couple in perfect harmony. Do you not like the audiovisual room downstairs? I've been there. Don't like it? Well, Milagros thought for a moment, it's a bit far. Govind paused while pouring tea, amused by Milagros's idea of far places within the same building. How far can they be? Direct elevator access. It's still far. Catherine Nate insisted on her thoughts. Govind understood and nodded, not wanting to ruin the pleasant atmosphere. It was rare to enjoy such peace with Milagros. Indeed, she was calmest when eating, otherwise, she'd argue over everything. Should I install a screen in the living room? Milagros thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Eat more? Govind shook his head, had a business dinner. Let me drink tea to sober up. You eat. Krista had always said that Govind talked more only in front of Milagros. Otherwise, he was usually taciturn after drinking, returning home where only a shedding cat greeted him, with no one else around. His quick rise in entrepreneurship meant hardships and challenges, forming his reticent nature. Milagros had cured his years-long habits, certainly a great deed. Who were you having dinner with today? Business partners. Can't the vice presidents handle these things? What kind of dinner must you attend yourself? Not just any dinner, and besides, the vice presidents have families, why burden them? Milagros drank some beer. Do you not have a family? They have children, but I don't. When Govind said this, his eyes locked onto Milagros, as if he wanted to confine her forever in a deep abyss, making it impossible for her to evade. What did he mean? Have a child? The atmosphere turned tense, breaking the harmonious spell. Govind could continue pushing, but decided against it. Instead, he eased the tension. The people who work for me aren't old. Some kids are in middle school, others just born. Those who stayed, stayed. Oh. Milagros responded blandly, not wanting to continue this conversation. I'll go to Lishan Temple tomorrow morning. Are you coming? I don't believe in Buddhism. Milagros understood and nodded, then But I can accompany you. Translation provided by Quen, adhering strictly to your instructions. Please review and confirm if this meets your expectations. Chapter 408, Praying for Marital Harmony and a Child. Govind's few words made Angie lose her appetite for the barbecue in her hands. Even cats and mice lost their appeal. She glanced sideways at him, speechless, her mouth opening but unable to form any words for a long while. The more Govind lowered his principles and standards when it came to her, the more she felt inadequate as a wife. What was this? In school, the last-place student sitting next to the top scorer would always feel guilty, worrying if their antics during class would affect the other person. Would they be led astray by her lack of diligence? That's exactly how Angie felt now. She couldn't help but wonder what she had done to deserve this. This sense of guilt made her feel like an unforgivable sinner. Caught between sobriety and numbness, she dared not fall into degradation nor find release. What were you about to say? Govind saw through her hesitation. Nothing. Angie put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a tissue. Originally sitting properly on the chair, she hugged her knees and crouched down, curling up like a small dog. Want to go upstairs? How do we go? Angie asked. How do you want to go? I don't want to walk. Govind understood, pointing out Angie's intention bluntly. Just say if you want me to carry you. After Govind came out of the shower, Angie was already asleep hugging a plush toy. A single floor lamp lit dimly in the corner, illuminating only her long hair spread over the pillow. Govind turned off the lamp and got into bed, taking away the plush toy from Angie's hands and tossing it onto the sofa. On this bed, he wanted to throw away anything that seemed out of place or did not belong here. At 4 a.m, the alarm rang, and Angie groggily got out of bed. Govind, rarely disturbed by her movements, sat up, leaning against the headboard, his voice raspy. What time is it? 4. Why so early? I have an appointment for the first incense at Marthakshan Temple. They open at 6, and it takes about an hour to drive there without traffic. Govind washed his face with cold water to wake up a bit, noticing Angie dressed in sportswear and picking out casual clothes for himself. They set off in a minivan that they seldom used. Isaiah and Alawi sat in the front, pulling up the privacy screen. Angie took a nap, while Govind replied to emails on a tablet. Krista woke up feeling the need to pee, intending to get up and use the bathroom. Just as she got out of bed, her phone dinged with a new email notification. So early? Doesn't capitalists ever sleep? Capitalists have evolved beyond needing sleep. Woke up early, going to pray. Krista laughed. In her memory, Govind never believed in such things. Changed your personality? What are you praying for at the temple? For wealth, you've got it. For fame and fortune, you've got those too. Everything others seek, you already have. Wouldn't you be putting the Buddha in a tough spot? Govind read Krista's message carefully. Indeed. What was he seeking? He had everything others spent a lifetime striving for. To stand where many sought to reach was his current reality. What could he ask the Buddha for at the temple? Peace, health, a life free of worries? None of these matched his present desires. Finally, the man's slender fingers moved across the screen, praying for marital harmony and a child. Krista, F******. Not even confirmed in your marriage and you're praying for a child. If Milagros doesn't neuter you, it's a miracle. Krista was taken aback by his audacity, sighing inwardly. To keep things light-hearted, she replied, best wishes to Boss Nate in advance. In the quiet dawn, guests were gradually making their way up to the temple. Their minivan parked at the back gate of the temple, allowing them entry through the side door before the main gate opened. Led by the abbot, they precisely arrived at the main hall at 6, offering the first incense. As the gates swung open, guests immediately noticed the couple standing in the main hall, their simple attire and masks barely concealing their distinguished presence. Mr. Nate, it's quite a surprise to see you today. The abbot of Marthakshan Temple seemed familiar with Govind, bypassing Angie to greet him, likely not recognizing her but recognizing Govind. Standing beside Angie, Govind extended his hand. Nice to meet you. This way, please. Inside the monastery's side chamber, Govind was invited into the Zen room. Angie stood in the corridor, admiring a late-blooming osmanthus tree in the courtyard. The osmanthus flowers, past their prime, still emitted a fragrance despite being sparsely scattered on the branches. Mr. Nate and this lady. My wife. Married? Hearing the word wife, the abbot was taken aback. Didn't he always hear rumors of Govind being a wealthy bachelor? A secret marriage? Considering the emphasis on private lives among the elite, not announcing it publicly made sense. Mr. and Catherine Nate, what do you wish to ask? Praying for peace. Praying for a child. The couple said in unison, though Angie's voice sounded distant from the eaves, her request somewhat ethereal compared to Govind's. Praying for a child? Angie looked at Govind, bewildered. So, he wasn't joking last night? Was he serious? Was Govind or she the one who had gone mad? 2 years of marriage and now praying for a child. Would having a child bring them closer together? Facing Angie's astonishment, Govind cast a glance her way, as if calling the autumn breeze to blow towards her direction. Peace comes first, and all your requests are possible. Govind sat in the chair and beckoned Angie over. Reluctantly, Angie approached, mindful of maintaining appearances. Entering the Zen room, Isaiah tactfully closed the door behind them. Flanking Alali under the eaves, he wondered aloud, do you think they'll start fighting? They won't fight here. But they might at home. Angie, bringing Govind to pray, was essentially inviting trouble. Coming here to pray for a child? Wasn't this self-inflicted suffering? Inside the Zen room, Angie pinched Govind's thigh beneath the table, her actions not lacking force. The abbot handed them a piece of paper, asking them to write down their birth details. Govind didn't delegate this task to Angie. How did he know his own birth details? The abbot examined the information, slowly looking up at Govind. Mr. Nate, it's best not to rush when the time isn't right. Forcing the issue may lead you into difficulties. Only after losing a child later would Govind fully grasp the gravity of those words. Chapter 409, Angie's question, are you love-brained? Angie heaved a huge sigh of relief. She released her grip on Govind's thigh and gently stroked it, soothing any marks left behind. Fate, all of this was fate. Isaiah, come in. Mississippi. Go to the car and bring me a check. Donations, this absolutely needed to be a donation. Govind laughed at Angie's blatant celebration. She didn't even try to hide it. If they weren't destined yet and she still made a donation, would he become infertile for her jubilation? Isaiah brought the check inside, Angie waved and wrote out a large sum of 660,000 yuan, a lucky number indeed, reflecting just how smooth things were going today. Walk slower. The mountain path is so steep, wait for me. The two emerged from the temple. Govind, fuming, took large strides away while Angie followed hurriedly, her legs almost becoming blurs with effort. Mr. Nate, this isn't right. I didn't say we're not destined yet, why are you upset with me? Are you trying to tell the Buddha that our relationship is bad, turning unfulfilled destiny into a missed connection? Bang, Govind's sudden stop caught Angie off guard, nearly causing a collision. Only by supporting herself against his chest did she manage to halt. From the main hall to the parking lot was a distance, involving stairs and a road segment. They were currently on the mountain path. Fortunately, there weren't many people around at this time. Do you feel happy? The man's stiff tone cut through the air. Angie composed herself and shook her head, no. Then why donate a smooth 600,000? Just for good luck. Isn't that the purpose of coming to a temple? For every word Govind said, Angie found a legitimate reason to counter him. Faced with this logic, Govind's chest heaved dramatically, but he let it go. Not wanting to argue, he turned to leave. Don't walk so fast. How did such a petty person ever find a wife? Finally reaching the car, Angie watched as Govind stepped in and prepared to follow when the door slammed shut loudly. Passers-by started gossiping at this scene, eyes widening to catch the drama. Afraid of being recognized, Angie swiftly got into the car. We've only been married for half a year, it's normal if the timing isn't right. There's no need to rush. Besides, your career is booming now, Montegegmeo Group is expanding its territory. Having a child at this point wouldn't hold you back, would it? Sitting beside Govind, Angie turned and earnestly advised him. We're still young, we don't need to bind ourselves down now. Binding? Govind stared at Angie, his gaze filled with an inexplicable menace. Do you think having a child would be like putting on shackles? A realist, Angie considered issues based on reality, never indulging in unrealistic fantasies about life. In her own words, she had long passed the age of whimsical dreams. In the confined space, emotions between Angie and Govind clashed, opening up a rift. Aren't they? If spouses are loving, they don't need children to solidify their bond. If they aren't, then what's the point of having children? Our parents serve as perfect negative examples. Living in such an environment, we should be cautious about procreation, not rashly bringing a child into the world without preparation. Are you ready to be a father? What kind of father? How will you face and resolve educational issues? After a child is born, who will spend more time with the family, you or me? Who sacrifices more? Before Govind could speak, Angie interrupted. Don't tell me we can raise the child together equally. Marriage isn't absolutely equal, and parenthood even less so. One of us must inevitably sacrifice more. Which one will it be, you or me? Money can solve 99% of problems, but that remaining 1% is also significant. Angie concluded her speech, took a sip of wolfberry tea from her thermos, and added, I hope our child arrives when we're fully prepared, not like this. Angie then pulled a blanket over her head, signaling her unwillingness to discuss further. Reflecting, she couldn't understand why Govind seemed so hasty. Splash, Angie threw off the blanket, sat up, and, looking at still sulking Govind, asked, You aren't love-brained, are you? Krista met Govind in the elevator that morning, noticing his sullen face, almost frostbitten. Instinctively shrinking his neck, Krista kept his distance. Weren't they seeking fertility blessings? Why this gloomy expression? What happened? Diagnosed with infertility? If yes, wouldn't Angie be ecstatic? Krista. Still daydreaming, Krista hesitated. What's up? Am I love-brained? Krista, a fatal question. Really? So intense this early in the morning? This. Who knows? Maybe ask Christy. Upon hearing Christy, Govind's face darkened even more, looking like he wanted to eat someone alive. Krista dared to step out of the elevator only after cautiously rubbing his arm. Be careful in dry weather, fire hazards abound. That evening, Govind stayed late at work due to anger. Everyone on the top floor joined him, forced to work overtime. Those who used to clock out promptly now remained in the office until 10 o'clock, illuminating the entire Montegegmeo Group building. President Sue. What's wrong with the boss? He's heartbroken. Eleno was astonished. By who? Who else has this power? It must be Christy. Eleno understood and nodded. This isn't a viable solution. Boss seems determined to work till midnight tonight. Krista thought, worse yet. Why don't you check if he keeps checking his phone waiting for a call? If so, figure out a way to get Christy here. Once she comes, you can all go home. Chapter 4:10, I let you come up Bear. As soon as Elon stepped in, he indeed saw Govind tapping on his phone screen like he was waiting for a call. It was obvious that Govind was waiting for none other than Angie. This confirmed his suspicions. Govind was undoubtedly love-stricken. Upon seeing Elon enter, Govind's cold and furious gaze swept over, startling him into shivering. I just came to check if you need more tea. Get out. Govind's words barely left his lips before Elon hurriedly scurried out. He then picked up his phone to send WeChat messages to Angie, but got no response after several attempts. He tried calling directly, but still nothing. At this time, Angie was strolling leisurely with a cat in her courtyard at Puyun Mountain. She passed trees laden with persimmons and called for the servants to pick them, even clipping some branches to place in the vase in the living room. Lost in thought about how to beautify her surroundings, she hadn't even considered the person whom she had angered that morning. Not until she returned to the living room did Graham hand her the phone. Syra, your phone has been ringing. Angie glanced at it and saw Elon's number, finding his urgent message. She replied with a question mark. Elon had been waiting by his phone eagerly, praying silently. Sis, save me, please ask the boss to come home, I beg of you. Elon sent a kowtowing emoji, and Angie finally realized what was happening. Where is your husband? He hasn't returned, Graham had replied. Angie pondered, this was a typical Govind move, likely sulking after their argument. She decided against making the call herself and instead cleared her throat, saying, ask when he will be back. Mr. Nate won't answer my calls. Why? Graham had hesitated, clearly aware they had quarreled again. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so tense. Never mind, I'll call myself. Angie braced herself mentally and dialed the number. To her surprise, he answered after just 2 rings but remained silent. Feeling the silence grow unbearable, Angie snapped, it's already this late, why haven't you come home? Why didn't you call? Govind had been waiting for this call, holding in his anger until now. As soon as Angie's voice filled the air, he quickly replied with a single word, come. Pick me up. Angie was speechless. What about Alali? He's fired. Fired? Impossible. Alali had followed Govind for years and was a trusted confidant. He must be lying. When did you fire him? Just now. Downstairs, Alali felt an inexplicable itch behind his ear. Angie understood, Govind was intentionally tormenting her. Fine, wait there, I'll come pick you up. Lincolning the persimmon branch to Grayhamid, she said, put it in the bedroom, maybe feng shui can bring good luck. Before Grayhamid could react, Angie turned and walked out, surprising her. Syra, shouldn't you change clothes? Change? He asked me to pick him up, I'll go as I am. Wearing a court-style pajama dress over a long cardigan, Angie exuded laziness while moving around Puyun Mountain. Now, discarding even the cardigan and unsure if she wore undergarments beneath, she headed out to pick someone up. If Mr. Nate saw this, he would blame them all. Graham trembled, panicking. Oh no, oh no. Arriving at Montegegmeo International's parking lot, Angie scanned around but found no sign of Alali. She called Govind. On the other end, Govind imitated her usual manner and asked, "Is this how you greet guests?" This meant he wanted her to come upstairs. Fine, she'd do that. Angie slammed the car door and strode towards the elevator. Isaiah, startled, rushed after her, shedding his coat. Miss, this isn't appropriate. Miss, Boss Nate will kill me if he sees you like this. What does he have to kill you for? If he hadn't asked me to come up, I wouldn't be like this. Isaiah struggled, but what? Angie retorted irritably. There's no but here. Angie stormed into Govind's office. Seeing the office door violently pushed open, Govind nearly jumped. Upon recognizing Angie, dressed provocatively in sleepwear, he lost his composure. Angie, what are you wearing? Who let you leave dressed like this? His brain buzzed as he rushed towards her, dragging her back inside and slamming the door shut. Are you wearing undergarments? This outfit, Govind often saw after she bathed and prepared for bed. Was she mad to walk around openly in pajamas? Angie glared at him before he began feeling her up, checking her back, finding nothing but emptiness. Something exploded in his mind. So, you came out bare? Didn't you tell me to come up? Did I tell you to come bare? You didn't ask what I was wearing either. So, it's my fault? My fault, Angie admitted half-heartedly. Govind, fuming, threw his suit jacket over her shoulders. Wear it. Ugly. Even ugly, you wear it. No. Angie, do you want to force my hand? Angie blinked innocently, can't you see? I'm forcing you to carry me. Govind was momentarily stunned by her directness, which instantly deflated his anger. Without a word, he picked her up and strode out. Just as they entered the elevator, Angie noticed Krista leaving and gave her a thumbs up. Only Hua Lincolnsons could handle situations so effectively that Govind might never act coy again. Coy? His wife wandering the streets bare. Wasn't that enough consequence? Chapter 411, can't you tell? I'm trying to please you. Bang. Angie was thrown onto the bed by Govind, who then scrambled up and wrapped herself in the blanket. She was waiting for Govind to explode. The man stood with his hands on his hips, head slightly tilted back as if restraining his anger. In a quick glance, he noticed a branch of persimmons hanging from a vase at the foot of the bed. An ordinary sight, yet it made Govind feel that this large bedroom had finally come to life. The room no longer felt empty, no longer stark and lifeless. It carried a different kind of lively atmosphere. Perhaps due to the effect of the persimmon branch, Govind's anger subsided. Angie watched as Govind entered the bathroom, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was it over already? Just like that? She uncovered herself and sat hugging her knees, staring at the bathroom door, closely observing every move Govind made. Just when she thought it was safe, Govind turned around. Startled, she quickly wrapped herself in the blanket again. Do you still feel scared? Yes. Angie's response was sharp. But immediately realizing her mistake, she softened her tone. He had just calmed down, and she didn't want to provoke him further. Better to be a wise one who knows when to retreat. Did you take your pajamas? Let me get them for you. Angie jumped out of bed and went into the closet to fetch his pajamas. Boss Nate, what would you like to drink? Goji berries? Ginseng? Or plain water? Bang. Govind closed the bathroom door, cutting off Angie's chatter. Feeling somewhat dejected, Angie crawled back into bed and started playing with her phone. Suddenly, Krista's message arrived. No wonder why only Christy can handle Boss Nate so well. Just as Govind stepped out of the shower and lay down, the lights dimmed. Before he could relax, Angie, who was lying behind him, suddenly flipped over and grabbed hold of something crucial. Pain shot through Govind, causing him to gasp. He grabbed her hand to prevent her from going any further. Angie, what are you doing? Honey, can't you tell? I'm trying to please you. Smack. With one sentence, Angie dismantled the mountain of emotions Govind had built up. Every stiff muscle relaxed under her charm. Govind allowed Angie to roam over him. For a moment, he felt an intense agony, a naked agony. Then, the man took charge. There is always a game of strategy, whether in human nature, soul, mind, or body. In this game, although Angie initiated it, Govind eventually dominated. When it ended, they were both drenched as if pulled out of water. Soft and weak. I need to take a shower. You have energy left? I stink now. Not at all, Govind kissed Angie's collarbone affectionately without a hint of disgust. His kisses were like those given to a precious gem. Amy, I'm really happy. You should be, you almost drained me dry. My darling swan, did you engage in 300 rounds with Boss Nate last night? Look at all these marks on your body. This won't do, you can't even wear the dress now. Burnell looked at the marks on Angie's body and lamented loudly. Angie sat there shrinking her neck like a quail, not daring to make a sound, afraid of provoking more scolding. Don't you know it's bad luck to mess things up like this when I planned for you to outshine everyone tonight? Sister Leah, what should we do? The makeup artist noted how obedient Angie was and realized she must be really frightened. Burnell pondered for a moment. Let's start with her makeup. I'll find another dress. Why don't we ask Kimberly? Angie suggested carefully. Most high-end dresses were already taken, only those considered unworthy by other artists were left. Kimberly was their best bet. If they faced criticism, they could say it was designed by a close friend, irrelevant of price but full of sentiment. Burnell thought about it. Forget it. Since most attendees tonight are business elites, and since a fancy dress isn't suitable, let's go formal, like attending a meeting. Angie agreed obediently. Arguing at this moment would only invite more trouble. I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll follow. Burnell. The award ceremony tonight was specially organized for entrepreneurs and corporate leaders. Simply put, donations were praised to encourage further giving. At such events, one's own mother wasn't spared. Angie began looking for people as soon as she entered. Glancing at the seating arrangement, Govind was naturally seated in the front row with major officials, followed by businessmen like Tilda, and then came the guests filling numbers. In the crowd, Angie instantly spotted the tall man surrounded by people. Wearing a black suit, he exuded an elegance that even Angie, who saw him daily, was momentarily stunned. How much more impactful must it be for those meeting him for the first time? One look might change their entire perception. Govind. Govind. Such a handsome man was actually her husband. What are you looking at? Tilda's voice broke her thoughts. Glancing sideways, Angie responded with a mix of pride and playfulness. I was thinking how such an elegant and powerful man became my husband. Isn't it because I accumulated virtue in a past life? I must have saved the universe or been a great philanthropist in my past life. Otherwise, how else could all the good fortune land on me? Tilda. Hey, don't walk away, hear me brag. I can only boast to you right now. What if others found out he's your son-in-law? Angie pulled Tilda back, laughing mischievously. Tilda inspected her from head to toe before focusing on her face. I thought you'd be wearing a gown today. Guess you're not too unreasonable. How could I? I'm here for an award ceremony, a charity one at that, not a fashion show. Tilda doubted her. You never considered a gown? No, definitely not. Please have all guests take their seats. The award ceremony will begin shortly. Just as Angie was about to sit down, she noticed a woman in a pink traditional cheapao sitting next to Govind. Angie grabbed Tilda. Who is she? Chapter 412, discussing her husband's rumored girlfriend. Tilda followed Angie's gaze, then retracted her own. You don't like her anyway. Who cares who sits beside him? Angie. If you truly dislike someone, you wouldn't care who lies next to them in bed. Each sentence from Tilda pressed upon her, and inexplicably, Angie felt cornered on a cliff. For a moment, she couldn't advance or retreat, quite the awkward situation. Tilda leaned closer, whispering just loud enough for the two of them to hear. It's only a 2-year marriage. Just enjoy the fun he brings you during these 2 years. Why bother with other matters? Angie. Not care? Impossible, she was not dead inside. Though Angie was mentally conflicted, as the banquet began, she had no choice but to sit down, frequently glancing towards the two people in the first row. Wearing a Chinese-style white shirt, her hair tied low, she lounged back in her chair attending this proper charity award ceremony. The one in front is the daughter of the Charity Association chairman. An unexpected sound interrupted Angie's thoughts, turning her eyes toward the person beside her. The man seemed to have deciphered her intentions. His introduction at this moment certainly relieved Angie's urgent need. She feared she would combust if she continued guessing. Although what the other party said was something she wanted to know, Angie, with her pride, couldn't just let it go so easily. Oh. Seeing her disinterested demeanor, the man didn't reveal her indifference and continued, they say the chairman has a deep friendship with Mr. Nate, and his daughter has known Mr. Nate for a long time. Everyone thinks there might be something between the chairman's daughter and Mr. Nate. Angie found it amusing how gossipy the man beside her was, and she pretended to ask seriously, so? What about Miss Fan? Did they fight it out? Who wins gets him? Fan family? Yes. Didn't Mr. Fan also set his sights on Mr. Nate? Everyone says it's possible. The man. Angie clicked her tongue, glanced sideways at the man, and whispered, only eating half the gossip? Well, then educate me. In this kind of setting, inappropriate, Angie shook her head, her face expressionless as if today was unsuitable for discussing such matters. The man choked a bit, thinking for a moment, how about we add each other on WeChat? Later when you're in the mood, you can enlighten me. Angie shook her head, I doubt I'll ever be in the mood. Jokingly speaking, which woman could laughingly discuss her husband's rumored girlfriend outside? Isn't that utterly mindless? And she'd already be lucky not to think about murder. Before Angie could withdraw her shoulder from the man's side, the large screen started scrolling names and positions of guests attending the award ceremony. Unsurprisingly, Govind's name appeared first, large and attention-grabbing. Almost immediately after looking up, Govind spotted Angie's name. Reading more carefully, he saw the title, Young Representative of Chingshi District. Instinctively, Govind turned his head and there stood Angie, seemingly waiting for him, waving at him. He gave a slight nod in greeting. As he smiled, his gaze fell upon the woman beside him. Govind felt a chill run down his spine. Mr. Nate, is something wrong? The woman beside him sensed his oddness and turned to look, trying to follow Govind's gaze but finding herself lost in the sea of black suits and white shirts. Nothing. Angie caught the woman's lips moving and understood she was asking something. She took out her phone and texted, Mr. Nate, is something wrong? When Govind felt his phone vibrate, he pulled it out to see Angie's bold message lying on the screen. Given the crowd around, he dared to not reply, only glancing at the message. Angie touched her earlobe. Today's charity award ceremony was simple and elegant. Apart from her watch, she wore no other jewelry. In the back, Angie occasionally swept her gaze over Govind's back, as if carrying daggers, each glance a stab. Stabbing until Govind's back tingled. After the award ceremony ended, everyone moved upstairs for dining. Though billed as an event, the dining arrangement was essentially the hotel's standard buffet, quite simple. People entering such events obviously did not come for the food. Angie left the venue and went to find Tilda. Standing beside Tilda, she met a few of the Hua's old business partners, exchanging pleasantries while throwing in flattering comments about Angie, mostly about her youth and talent surpassing her predecessors. Having heard such praises since childhood, Angie's brain was calloused against it. The crowd dispersed, and Govind stood before Angie. Tilda glanced at Govind and, disregarding Angie's consent, walked away with her wine glass. President Nate. President Selenag. Both were polite and formal, without any hint of father-in-law and son-in-law dynamics. Angie watched quietly. Govind's gaze landed on Angie, preparing to speak when she glanced at him and politely asked, President Nate, may I know who this is? Govind. Is this the end? What a short-lived good streak. Let me introduce her, she's the daughter of the Jinggang Charity Association chairman. Govind was brief, remembering only the identity of her father, forgetting even her name. So much talk about Miss Fan and this one, no wonder everyone calls President Nate the top bachelor of Jinggang. Geraldine is joking. The man's meaningful gaze carried a hint of warning as it landed on Angie. Ignoring it, she asked nonchalantly, just now, I heard you two are getting close? Govind. Geraldine is jesting, Mr. Nate and I are merely friends. Alia knew Govind standing in Jinggang. He was young and talented, charismatic and outstanding, drawing many CEOs' admiration who wanted him as a son-in-law, and attracting many girls' hearts. Yet such a man was destined never to be anyone's accessory. To maintain a lasting connection, it had to be through legitimate relations. Even coming within an inch could cause one to be kicked far away. Given this rare opportunity to interact closely, she couldn't let it pass. Tilda noticed Angie's emotions and remarked, didn't you say you needed to use the restroom? Angie nodded, not wanting to upset her mother, handed her glass to a waiter, and headed to the restroom. At the restroom door, feeling nothing particular, she hesitated for mere seconds, and in those seconds, she was dragged into the men's restroom nearby. Chapter 413, Let's see who is bigger than whom. Mr. Nate, what do you mean by this? Angie was pressed against the partition door, sizing up Govind from head to toe. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? You didn't tell me either. Angie stared at him, what? Did I interrupt Mr. Nate's good time? I wasn't doing anything anyway. Angie blinked and looked at Govind, sniffed, and said melodramatically, I thought I had entered your heart, but it turns out I only moved into your neighborhood. I thought I was the one closest to your heart, but it turns out your heart is made of durian, with people everywhere. I thought holding your hand would mean winning your heart, but it seems you're an octopus spirit. I'm so pitiful. Just as I decided to love you, you found me a little sister. Govind. You are the only one in my heart. I don't believe you, dig it out for me to see. Govind. Are you asking for death just because I say I love you? Angie, nothing happened between her and me. If not with you, then who else? I can only control myself, how could I stop others from acting? Angie stared at Govind for a few seconds, then suddenly switched topics, speaking pitifully to her fingers, you're being mean to me. How am I being mean? You just yelled at me. Govind. Are you trying to provoke me? Govind realized that Angie wasn't really angry, she might not have been upset at all. She was just trying to bother him, making his life difficult. Troublemaker. A pure troublemaker. Alright, if you want to be miserable, Govind said, preparing to open the partition door and leave. You say, Mr. Nate, who will end up with this eligible bachelor? Govind's hand on the door hadn't even moved when the bathroom door opened. Angie raised an eyebrow. When one's luck is good, they find money while walking. Wasn't this topic hitting right at her concerns? Outside the cubicle, someone zipped up their pants, who knows? Mr. Nate is deep, his emotions hard to fathom. Govind has always had a temper. Back in high school, he was the all-around good student whose grades soared continuously. He was sent straight to college after high school, studied abroad, completed his degree while peers were just starting university, and began working. By the time peers were entering the workforce, he was already starting a business. Every path in life, he took swiftly. After wading through the murky waters of the corporate world, he vanished from the scene, reappearing in news reports. His high school friendships and university relationships became worthless to him. Though others had participated in parts of his life, it felt as though they hadn't. The one thing everyone knew about was his childhood sweetheart relationship with Angie. But if you ask me, Alia is a good choice. Gentle, obedient, well-behaved, from a good family, neither worthless nor overly pampered. Such a woman is the most reassuring to have around. Outside, water ran as Angie pushed Govind's arm aside, wanting to look out. Seeing her like this, Govind's heart skipped a beat. He covered her eyes with his hand. What are you looking at? There's no comparison without contrast. I want to see who's bigger than whom. Govind's mind went blank with rage. Anger surged from his chest. He grabbed Angie's chin, dragging her head close to his lips, kissing her fiercely and taking away all her breath. This punishment kiss evoked many forbidden scenes. But those scenes passed quickly. In mere seconds, Angie recovered, refusing to yield, reaching down and pinching him hard. The pain made Govind hunch over, releasing her. Trying to force my hand? I'm going back. Angie came out of the bathroom with a dark face, informing Tilda. Seeing her expression, Tilda understood immediately. Didn't win? I'm your daughter, would I lose? Angie said this without waiting for Tilda's response and turned to leave. Mr. Tai, are you okay? Angie collided with Chavez while turning. Subconsciously ready to apologize, she paused hearing Mr. Tai. Looking at him, she thought it was lucky she hadn't apologized. Isn't this Govind's grandfather? Geraldine. Bart supported the old man but nodded at Angie. Mr. Bart. Angie nodded slowly. I've heard Geraldine is a rising star in Beijing and Hong Kong. Didn't expect to meet you here. It's quite a coincidence. Angie glanced at Lemuel behind them before stepping aside to let them pass. If Geraldine isn't busy, would you like to chat? As Ty's words rang out, Angie felt an urge to retch but smiled politely. Busy, very busy. Busy doing something important for nature. Ty did not understand. I'm old, Geraldine. I don't quite get what you mean. Let me put it simply. Yes, please. Angie smirked, pooping. Lemuel guessed Angie wouldn't speak nicely and suppressed his laughter. Isaiah, come here. Yes, Mississippi. Go deflate Mr. Ty's car tires. Isaiah looked at Angie hesitantly. Miss, there are cameras. What's Alali for? Understood. Govind had talent under his wing, with exceptional people hidden among them. Disabling the cameras would be simple. Jichu. Ty's voice echoed. Businessmen chatting with Govind stopped talking, focusing on the two men. It was clear that the visitor was no ordinary guest. Let's talk somewhere else. Ty looked at him gently but firmly. Govind stubbed out his cigarette. No need, we can talk here. Ty glanced around. It might not be appropriate. Why don't you tell us what's inappropriate? After a few drinks and the encounter with Angie, Govind simmered with anger. Family matters should be discussed at home. Family matters? Whose family matters? Govind was in a bad mood. Ours, of course. Our? Govind laughed, rubbing his fingertips together. Who included you in bus? At your age, Mr. Tai, still trying to embellish yourself? Planning to bribe the king of hell? Note, the translation maintains the original structure and tone while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The names are preserved as per Pinyin to respect character identity. Chapter 4:14, I'll go call Syra to get in the car. Govind, accustomed to business circles, normally wouldn't embarrass someone publicly even if he disliked them. After all, in the adult world, interests often intertwined, but today he had openly put this person in an awkward position, a man who was his own maternal grandfather. Facing his mother's abandonment of her husband and son to flee far away, leaving Arlen alone with a child, there had been no news from the Tai family until now. They finally came forward. Did this situation not echo the saying, in poverty, one is ignored on the bustling street, when wealthy, distant relatives visit even in the deep mountains? Now that Govind had risen to prominence, this man traveled thousands of miles from the capital, declaring their familial ties right here. The onlookers, senior executives present, couldn't help but feel disdain for this kind of behavior. Silence filled the hall. Someone scoffed from behind, breaking the quietness. Mr. Nate, regardless, Evander is still your grandfather. Bart tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. Govind handed the cup to the waiter, gazing at Bart with a chilly tone. So what? The man's expression betrayed no emotion, yet these simple words carried a hint of contempt. The ancient wisdom says correctly, in poverty, one is ignored on the bustling street, when wealthy, distant relatives visit even in the deep mountains. Is Evander visiting me because the Tai family is about to decline? Govind's cold sarcasm echoed in the hall. Today's banquet gathered many prominent officials and influential figures. With Evander's reputable name in the capital, mingling and networking in Jinggang became inevitable. Hearing of a connection between the Tai family and Govind, some people started forming ambitions. Govind was their target for flattery, while the Tai family was a stepping stone for advancing into the capital. To reach the peak of life, both wealth and power were indispensable. People originally hoped this gathering with Govind and Evander would achieve immediate success. However, they never expected Govind to shatter their dreams so ruthlessly, trampling their fantasies and crushing all their efforts. Evander's influence in the capital had already waned. Not being as prominent as new rising stars, the Thai family had even faced suppression and was no longer a priority for alliances. But with Govind's support, they could still rise from a 60 to 90% chance, maintaining hope. Knowing everyone's intentions, Evander used Govind's reputation to connect with numerous influential figures. Recently, the Thai family mansion saw frequent visitors. Yet, Govind's few words burst their bubble. To walk uprightly is to sit honorably. If Evander has principles, he should know that reaching the peak requires knowing one's limits, otherwise, it ends in ruin. Govind's blunt warning scared everyone around Evander into dispersing, wary of offending him further. Every word Govind said seemed weightless individually but collectively hit like a finger pointed at Evander's forehead, scolding him. But ironically, given everyone else's reactions, he had no room to speak further. Boss, Syra punctured Evander's car tire. Upon exiting the hall, Alali quickly approached Govind and whispered the information. Govind dropped the cigarette underfoot, grinding it out. Punctured, so be it. Where is she? At the crossroads ahead eating barbecue. Govind acknowledged with a sound, signaling Alali to drive. Alali wisely went to find Milagros. Stopping by the roadside, Govind saw Milagros bent over, indulging herself. A bowl of spicy hot pot made her happier than any gourmet meal at home. I'll go call Syra to get in the car. No need. Leaning back, Govind took a smoke and looked at Milagros eating spicy hot pot from afar. He texted her, is it delicious? When Milagros received Govind's message, she glanced around and spotted the parked Bentley. A slight wisp of smoke drifted from the partially open window. She called the owner to pack up the leftovers, then walked toward the nanny car. Seeing the nanny car start, Alali followed discreetly. I thought Grandfather Thai and President Nate would have a great relationship. Who knew? Had I known this earlier, why waste so much effort and money on him? In the end, nothing was gained and might even invite resentment from President Nate. I told you before not to aimlessly flatter anyone close to President Nate. Now look what happened. Not heeding wise advice leads to loss. President Nate's father clearly stated he couldn't control anything regarding President Nate's matters, advising us not to waste effort on him. Otherwise, following Grandfather Thai's attitude, we'd exhaust all resources. Some people in power wield no actual authority, while others act high and mighty despite their downfall. This is the difference. What did I say about people in the capital clinging to power and flaunting authority? Tonight, President Nate hinted that Grandfather Thai had been leveraging his reputation for connections. Probably true, but he turned a blind eye until today. Had it not been for this encounter, things might have passed unnoticed. Some people failed in flattering others and ended up insulting them. Whispers and comments filled the hall. Though some remained silent, their sharp ears didn't miss anything. They quietly observed the elder's expressions, noting his humiliation. Grandpa, should we leave now? Lemuel cautiously asked the elder, who understood staying any longer would only invite ridicule from those insincere businessmen. Whose handiwork ruined our car tire? Arriving at the parking lot, Bart saw the flat tire, enraged. Call for a ride. The elder's face darkened, suspecting who was responsible. Lemuel watched, seemingly worried, but secretly applauding Govind's actions today. Indeed, such was the power of a Jingang tycoon. The events unfolding today would likely keep the elder awake, seething tonight. ####Chapter 415, say wife for me to hear. Is it good? It's just okay. Angie leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, holding a takeout box of spicy hot pot in her hand. She looked lazy and unbothered by appearances. Her ragdoll cat squatted beside her feet, trying hard to paw at her hands, curious about what she was eating. Angie got an idea and dipped her chopsticks into the broth, extending it towards the cat. Just as the hungry cat was about to lick it, Angie grinned wickedly, eat. You'll die if you do. Cat. Angie watched the cat freeze mid-motion and said sarcastically, stealing food is bad for both cats and people. It can kill you. Govind. Was this veiled accusation meant for him? You can have another bite if you don't want to live. Eating it might just do the job. Meena, bring me some water. Govind loosened his tie, tossing it onto the sofa. He rolled up his sleeves and sat next to Angie, his icy gaze making her feel cornered even though he hadn't spoken a word. When Meena delivered the water, she sensed something off between them. Sir, Teacher Sue called this afternoon saying they're flying back to Jingang tonight and might stay at Puyin Mountain for a night. The implied meaning was clear, don't argue now that elders are coming. Govind drank half the cup without responding to Meena, instead waving her away. Cheese, come here. Govind patted the sofa beside him, indicating the cat should come closer. Angie tossed her chopsticks into the bowl on the coffee table and hugged a pillow in front of her. Come on. It'll kill you. Haven't you had enough? Govind asked. What? No way, you're exaggerating, Angie denied. Mr. Nate, you really have no conscience. If I hadn't taken care of those who bullied you, would I still be bothering you? Look how lucky you are. Talking freely with other women while your wife handles all the trouble for you. I'm so envious of you having such a wonderful wife. Angie shook her head as she walked downstairs toward the bathroom. Envy, indeed. Today, Govind finally understood the phrase, selling melons and praising them loudly. Angie could magnify the smallest favor until everyone knew about it. Govind followed her in and glanced down at her. Has Lemuel contacted you lately? No. Why ask? Tonight, after you left the banquet, old Mr. Tai tried to reconnect with me. I kicked him out. Splash. Angie slammed the faucet shut. He has a face. A man of his age ready to meet the Grim Reaper doesn't care about saving face? Lately, many officials in Jinggang have approached old Mr. Tai using me as an excuse. Lemuel is shrewd. If he's been with Tai Lao Yi these past days, he'd have records of who visited, what they brought, and their requests. Angie understood. You need it? Govind nodded. Angie thought, so, Mr. Nate, you also need favors sometimes, Happy. But sure, however. You name it. Can I have anything? Angie tested him. Anything not violating moral or ethical principles. I want your private jet to fly me to an island. With who? Govind was worried about jealousy. That's none of your business. Not with a man, Govind laid down the bottom line. Angie waved her hand, walking over to glance at Govind seriously. Don't worry. I'm at my career peak. I won't do anything that ruins my future. She cared for her reputation too. Say wife for me to hear. Govind. Will you? Isn't my request reasonable? Angie teased, wrapping her arms around his neck, brushing her nose against his lips. Her touch made a thin layer of sweat appear on Govind's back. Govind knew early on that great men had to suppress their emotions. From his teenage years to nearly 40, he wasn't short of beautiful women who catered to every taste. But even then, he remained unmoved. But Angie, she had a way of making him lose control. Angie was like a bright red plum blossom blooming in winter, enticing Govind to reveal his true nature. Let's go somewhere else. Govind's voice was deep and rich, intoxicating without effort. Right here, Angie forced calm. After so long together, she knew Govind well. He was a quiet but passionate type. Outside of bed, she only heard him call her wife when he was especially pleased. Otherwise, it was pointless asking. Knowing this, Angie couldn't resist teasing him. Angie, this isn't the place. Where's inappropriate? How about? I don't want your back pressed against cold tiles. Before she finished, Govind interrupted her. Stunned for a moment, Angie cursed inwardly. She hooked her legs around his waist, and Govind steadily carried her up to the bedroom. Do whatever you want if you serve me right. Second Sam, when old sir went out tonight, someone came again, delivering things that were all collected by the elder lady. Do we have photos? Yes, Kiran handed over a tablet. Lemuel glanced at it. Will this keep causing trouble? After all, Jinggang isn't the capital, and they aren't here for him. When it happens depends on Govind's mood. Also, the Bo family and Nan family have set the wedding date for Christmas. So soon. Lemuel was surprised, thinking Harvey would fight harder and delay it. Was it the Bo family's decision? No, it's said to be the eldest daughter of the Nan family's wish. Presley. Recently, rumors spread that Mercedes has been dragging down the Nan family and opposing Presley publicly, causing their stocks to plummet. Presley put her foot down, and to appease her, the old sir proposed the wedding date with the Bo family. Translation completed. The English text maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure, ensuring the storyline and logic cohere seamlessly with previous content. Chapter 4:16, Dressing Exactly Like Milagros. Lemuel had just returned to his usual hotel. The car hadn't even come to a complete stop in the parking lot when he saw a woman step out of a black minivan. She wore a knitted long shirt over a white linen dress, her long hair cascading loosely down her back. Her demeanor was gentle and approachable, uncannily similar to someone he often encountered. This Milagros exuded an inexplicable aura of a devoted wife and caring mother. It was as if she were a housewife who had just risen from bed but hadn't tidied up yet. Yet it was late at night, far removed from morning. Second Sam, Kiran called out, seeing Milagros leaning against the car, somewhat confused. There was a question in his tone. You go up first. Kiran, is there something I should or shouldn't say? Lemuel's hand lingered on the door handle before he retracted it. Speak your mind. Every time you meet Geraldine, you seem to lose all sense of principle, Kiran noted. This happened every time, especially after what occurred at tonight's banquet. Milagros's visit now was clearly not for trivial reasons, yet Lemuel still approached eagerly, which didn't make much sense. Is that so? An observer can see clearly, while those involved are often blinded. That described him perfectly. Lemuel hesitated with his hand midair. Seeing that the car remained stationary, Milagros walked over and tapped on the window. Second Sam. Geraldine, the car window lowered, revealing Lemuel's face. Milagros tugged at the corners of her lips, lowering her gaze. Shall we chat like this? Lemuel nodded, stepped out of the car, and escorted Milagros to the hotel rooftop via the elevator. The rooftop bar was operating, with only a few patrons enjoying the view over the river, the ambience quiet. French music played softly from the speakers behind the bar. Geraldine, what brings you here? Important matters, Milagros confirmed with a nod. Lemuel ordered a drink and sipped lightly. For Christie to have important matters, it must be significant indeed. Milagros adjusted her clothing to shield herself from the river breeze. Let's cut to the chase, I need the list in your hands. What list? Milagros leaned back into her chair, twirling the wine glass in her hand. Don't you want this conflict to end sooner? Of course I do. But I need to know my allies in this struggle. Is it you, or President Nate? Does it matter? Milagros countered. If you two were married, it wouldn't. If not, one family shouldn't speak for another. Milagros and Govind were fundamentally individuals who wouldn't sacrifice their principles for anyone else. Each had their own stance. Partnering with either of them required careful consideration. So, Milagros pondered aloud. I'll try to persuade him. Lemuel, persuade me to drop my concerns, or persuade him to marry you. If I marry President Nate, wouldn't all your concerns be resolved? Lemuel. Milagros really did address issues from the root. Does Christie like President Nate? Sure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. What woman doesn't love that? Is Christie appearance-oriented? At this point, what else could I ask for besides his looks? I possess what President Nate does. Milagros propped her chin on her hand, bringing her face closer, giving him a flirtatious wink. Her seductive and languid manner made Lemuel's heart skip a beat. Milagros didn't even need to beckon. People would fall at her feet willingly. Second Sam, our focus is on the list in your hands. Lemuel took out his phone, opened WeChat, and showed the QR code to Milagros, clearly meaning to add each other. Milagros knew she needed to cater to his wishes since she was asking for a favor. She scanned the QR code and added him without hesitation. I'll send you the list. Second Sam can set terms. Lemuel sent the document. Milagros opened it, noting the detailed information, what was delivered, when, and its value. This. Lemuel waved his phone. Adding Christie on WeChat feels like an accomplishment. Just that? Milagros didn't like owing favors, and Lemuel's words clearly implied he intended to use this favor later. Isn't Second Sam going to ask for something tangible? Such as? Lemuel asked. Anything you desire. Anything? Lemuel pressed further. Milagros felt this was eerily similar to what she had said to Govind. After some hesitation, she nodded. Certainly. Would you agree if I wanted Christie? Milagros. Geraldine, your disdain is quite evident. When you don't want to answer, shift the question. Milagros leaned forward, peering down at him with intensity. Does Second Sam like me? I admit it. Then you'll be disappointed because... Milagros brushed the strands of hair off his forehead. My heart belongs elsewhere. Scent. Milagros sat comfortably in the minivan as Govind handed her a cup of water. You've worked hard. Just that? Feel free to make any requests, Mr. Nate, in a pleasant mood, held Milagros's hand and wiped it with a wet tissue. Talk all you want, but keep your hands to yourself, won't you? Don't find it dirty. Milagros. He knew. Is Mr. Nate so possessive? Is it illegal for me to be possessive of my wife? Second Sam. Geraldine has left. I know, Lemuel drained the remaining wine in his glass. Kieran couldn't help but think he looked like a heartbroken man. He couldn't say much more. Seeing Milagros leave happily, it was clear she got what she wanted. There was no doubt that Lemuel's principles were less effective around Milagros. I'm going for a drink. You're free to do as you please. Kieran watched as Lemuel left, wanting to say something but feeling awkward about his position, so he kept quiet. At a bar booth. Lemuel ordered a drink and sat down, when a woman dressed provocatively in a short skirt approached. Are you alone, sir? Lemuel glanced at her, not responding. The woman moved closer, her short skirt barely concealing her intentions. Being alone isn't fun. Let me keep you company. Get lost. Lemuel couldn't stand the cheap perfume scent such women always left behind. You, this guy. Big sister, Dad told me to bring you back. Before the woman could finish, a college student burst into the booth. Her long hair tied low, she wore a camel-colored long cardigan with jeans and a short-sleeved top, radiating youthfulness. In the dim light of the bar, Lemuel noticed the resemblance between the girl and Milagros, except one was high-end, and the other, budget-friendly. Chapter 417, Angie, where are my underwear? Do you ever get tired? I already said I'm not going back, yet you keep pestering me. The young girl's face turned unpleasant after being yelled at. Sis. Bad luck. Seeing that she had been found, the girl lost all her flirtatious thoughts and left in a huff. The other girl who followed her around like a shadow didn't dare to approach anymore. Looks like there would be no fun today. Lemuel's gaze was that of a hunter in the forest, following someone as he kept circling the area. Is the Sam interested in her? The bartender noticed Lemuel's eyes fixed on them and came over to introduce. This girl is a regular here, always mingling with rich men and benefiting from it. The one following her is her sister, her biological sister. They say their family condition is decent, but some people are just rebellious by nature. Her sister seems to be a high achiever. Lemuel listened without responding. He had come here to drink away his sorrows but stopped halfway through. As he was about to leave, he called for a chauffeur. While waiting, the young girl emerged from the bar, looking disheveled and smelling of alcohol. Her clothes were stained in patches. Seeing her dejected state reminded him oddly of Angie. It wasn't his fault, her appearance was too similar. You didn't manage to bring her out? The sudden voice made Rhonda choke. She looked up to see a tall man leaning against a car, bathed in the dim streetlights which gave him an ethereal golden glow. Just looking at him invoked awe. Any woman would be struck by surprise seeing such a man. Lemuel regretted his words the moment he saw the woman's face, but it was too late to take them back. Just then, the chauffeur arrived. Where to? Need a ride? Jinggang University. Rhonda harbored a selfish thought. In this moment, her mind was filled with romance novels she had secretly read during high school nights, of how a domineering CEO picked up a pitiful Cinderella off the street and pampered her to heaven. Now, she needed someone to pull her out of her current predicament. This man before her would be perfect. Get in. Rhonda watched as the man slid into the back seat, then pulled open the door ready to follow. Sit in front, the man coldly instructed. The car drove toward Jinggang University. Inside, Rhonda was uneasy, speculating the intentions of the man behind her. She expected him to make demands, but until they stopped at the university gate, he didn't utter a single word. Lemuel had hoped to find solace in a look-alike for his wounded soul, but the moment the girl entered the car, the smell of cheap perfume assaulted his senses, suppressing all his emotions. Angie would never wear such cheap perfume. Not her. Alia returned home from the charity gala, showered, changed, and was talking on video with someone. On the other end, a girl in an adorable nightgown listened intently as Alia recounted the evening. You told me via WeChat that you met your dream prince. Who is it? Govind, heard of him? The new elite of Jinggang, a true diamond bachelor. Alia's eyes lit up when mentioning Govind. The girl on the other side paused, stunned. What's wrong? You know him? I've seen him a few times. Indeed stunning. Only a man like him matches you. Right? Seeing him in person surpasses any description. After meeting him, I suddenly felt that those little fresh meat in the entertainment industry don't really amount to much. The Leah family is quite prominent in Jinggang. You can mention him to your father, have him create more opportunities for you. Who knows, you might become the first lady of Jinggang one day. Oh, how envious. Alia's eyes curved at the thought, I wonder what type he likes. Do you think I have a chance? Why not try? What if? Early next morning, Jinggang was in turmoil. It was reported that several warehouses belonging to industrialists caught fire last night, mobilizing the entire city's firefighting forces. The sirens blared through the night sky. You haven't noticed? Those affected last night were all people surrounding Old Man Tai at the award ceremony. Do you mean? The other party nodded in shock. If this was indeed Govind's doing, these people were extremely unfortunate. They only wanted to climb higher but never expected to become pawns in someone else's conflict. Govind's methods were ruthless. Others would meticulously plan, while he would act directly without hesitation or mercy. No chance for anyone to catch their breath. Angie headed to the set early, where Burnell was negotiating with the director. Seeing her arrive, Burnell waved away her crew. Did you hear? Several factories owned by Jinggang's industrial tycoons caught fire overnight, with losses expected in the billions. Nope, Angie was removing her nail polish. Burnell doubted. You didn't? Everyone says it's Govind's doing. Angie threw the remover into the bin, retorting, if it's him, so what? Burnell. So agitated? Who pissed you off? No one. Do you expect me to believe that? Whether she believed it or not, Angie couldn't say. She couldn't admit it was due to being harassed early in the morning. Your phone is ringing. Burnell didn't pursue the topic, knowing exactly what happened. A rabbit meeting a wolf, what could go wrong? Lincoln. When Govind called Angie, the one-word response instantly ruined his temper. Standing in the center of the walk-in closet, dressed in a bathrobe, he stared at the empty drawer, asking in a low voice, where are my underwear? Gone. Serves you right for being a pest. All of them? All of them, every single pair. Mr. Nate should consider going out naked today. With that, Angie tossed the phone onto a nearby chair. Isaiah, facing her back, heard this and his lips twitched. So the large bag she carried in the morning contained Nate Boss's underwear? Chapter 418, sent him out to buy underwear early in the morning. Angie had always been someone who would settle scores. Early that morning, she made him move from bed to sofa under her control, driving him crazy, claiming he couldn't bear it anymore and begging for mercy. She knew that this matter wouldn't be settled easily. To her surprise, that was exactly what this person did. Taking all his underwear while he was showering. This was worse than using his underwear to wipe a peach. He had a board meeting at 10 in the morning. Govind glanced at his phone, time was running out. Suppressing his anger, he called Alali and asked him to buy a couple of pairs of underwear for him. Buy, what? Alali thought he must have misheard. Was he playing a spooky game early in the morning? Govind was silent for a moment before coldly saying, if your ears are no longer useful, donate them to those in need. Alali. Damn. Really? Ordinarily, he was also responsible for Govind's daily life. If he remembered correctly, Govind's wardrobe had plenty of underwear, with one drawer full of dozens if not hundreds of pairs. Today, however, he was asked to go out early in the morning to buy underwear. Interesting, very interesting. Could it be that Christie did something outrageous again? Alali quickly grabbed the car keys and prepared to leave, even riding a motorcycle to avoid traffic jams. Just as he was about to leave through the gate, waiting for the guard to open the iron door, he saw someone trimming branches outside carrying a large bag. I don't know who is so mean, throwing a whole bag of underwear into the flower bed. Bang! Hearing this, Alali flew off his motorcycle. After being dazed for 4 or 5 seconds, he got up from the ground. You okay? Yeah, just dropped something in my hand, don't bring it inside. If Mr. Nate saw this, wouldn't he die from anger? Before the janitor could ask anything, Alali sped away on his motorcycle. Thinking about it, as Mr. Nate's aide, listening to him definitely wasn't wrong. Miss, you're too ruthless. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Nate will retaliate? Isaiah couldn't help but talk to Angie. Looking like a lackey wanting to gossip. Angie took a sip of coffee, thinking for a moment, indeed. To prevent him from retaliating, get me a pair of scissors and put it in my bag. If he dared to touch her, she would castrate him. Let's see how he could behave badly with just 2 ounces of meat. Right away. Isaiah looked forward to the drama and turned to leave but was held back by Elsie. Are you stupid? If you really buy it, and she stabbed someone with scissors, you'd be the one providing the weapon. Isaiah. People often reconcile after an argument. Don't meddle in their affairs, lest you find yourself in trouble. Elsie's advice was reasonable. Although Angie would retaliate, she was rather straightforward, possibly forgetting grievances after a night's sleep. Boss Nate was also quite affectionate, giving in to his wife's every whim. They didn't dare to interfere much. Wicked child, truly wicked. When she helped him return to the capital, I should have strangled him instead of sending him back to Jingang. The way he is now, dealing with people who want to ally with us? Isn't he slapping our faces? Our family's dignity can't be toyed with like this. The old lady was furious when she heard about last night's events. Sitting in the living room, she wished she could strangle Govind at that moment. The old man stood aside, hands resting on his cane, eyes closed in deep thought, pondering, when those people came to us, there were no others present. How did Govind get hold of this list so accurately, not missing anyone? The old lady thought of something. Your meaning is, there's a mole in the family? The old man nodded. They only brought close confidants from the capital to Jingang, hiring only a chef and an auntie locally. No one else. Could the mole be among them? Lemuel? The old lady immediately thought not of outsiders but Lemuel, one of their own. The old man always knew that the old lady harbored prejudices against Lemuel, but didn't expect she would suspect Lemuel first in such matters. Can you put aside your bias towards him? How can I? He has ambitions, rebelliousness, treachery, and greed. All signs show he isn't innocent. Do you have evidence? The old man countered. Such bias will lead to disaster. Why did you never complain about my favoritism before? Why now? The old lady rose from the sofa, glaring down at the old man in fury. I know you prefer moderation, but today I will handle this matter. Stay out of it. Chairman Nate, the private room is booked. Hey Moon Pavilion's best suite. Inform the board members, Govind said without looking up. That evening, Angie had a dinner gathering, and Govind also arranged a banquet. Both spouses were workaholics. Hey Moon Pavilion was close to Monteghegmeo International, near the riverside, with ancient Chinese-style architecture offering views of the river. Its ambience suited discussions. When Govind and company arrived, the waitstaff was serving dishes, noticing a group of men in suits escorting an imposing man inside. Govind moved swiftly into the suite. It wasn't until they entered that the staff realized the leading man was a regular on financial magazines. Banquets were common occurrences at Monteghegmeo. During these times, Alali would stand by the door passing dishes and guarding it. Unexpectedly, he encountered Angie at Hey Moon Pavilion. She was accompanied by Bernal and several directors, discussing business matters. While delivering wine to the suite, Alali approached Govind and whispered, Syra is here, with Bernal and some directors. Govind paused with his cigarette, tapped off the ash, then silently ordered, send a bottle of wine inside. Alali nodded, understanding. Govind was still Govind, supporting his wife. Angie and company had just started conversing when a knock came at the door. Geraldine, Chairman Nate sent a fine bottle of wine upon hearing you were here. Angie raised an eyebrow. Govind? 1969 Matai, quite generous of Chairman Nate. Bernal directed everyone's attention to the value of the wine. Chapter 419, Angie dominantly protects her husband. They had come here today to discuss matters. Govind's sudden appearance clearly indicated his intention to support Angie. Since they were willing to offer her a chance, she might as well take it. This would make it easier to negotiate the following issues. How many people could receive such favor from Govind? I've always heard that Angie has an extraordinary relationship with Mr. Nate, and now I see it's true. Yes, how many can drink the Mao Tai wine given by Mr. Nate? We're all fortunate to be here because of Angie. Angie listened to everyone chatting amiably, then smiled, lowering her head. Of course, she wouldn't be foolish enough to refute this. At this moment, she wished these few people believed in her close ties with Govind. This way, she wouldn't have to drink too much tonight. The atmosphere on Angie's side was far less cordial than on Govind's side. After all, she was here to seek favors, while Govind was usually the one being sought after. After a few rounds of drinks, Angie excused herself to go to the bathroom. She turned the corner intending to enter the restroom when someone came out of it. They both stepped back, and at the same time, asked, "How many cigarettes did you smoke? How many drinks did you have?" Angie didn't dwell on such trivial matters and responded honestly, 2 or 3 cups. "The smell is not yours." Govind also followed her tone and answered, then looked down at her with a tall, handsome shadow looming over her. "Discussing matters? Wanted the lead role for a movie." Govind briefly chuckled around his cigarette. "Catherine Nate, why do you put yourself through all this trouble? Not keeping our marriage hidden, holding the title of Catherine Nate, what else could you possibly want that others cannot provide you? Why must you deal with others at drinking tables?" "Mr. Nate, the fortune teller said anyone who depends on me will die early." "Look at my father." Angie tilted her head to look at him, her flushed face adding allure. Govind recalled last night's bathtub scene, and a shiver ran through his spine. His mind filled with desires, strengthening his possessiveness over Angie, both mentally and physically. "My fate is strong, I'm not afraid. Chairman Nate." Angie was about to say something when Montague Mao's CEO, seeing Govind hadn't returned to the private room, came searching, hearing voices just before entering the restroom. Only catching the part about a hard fate, he almost left to avoid disturbing them but stopped upon seeing others emerging from another room, drawing attention to himself. Angie heard the noise and quickly entered the bathroom. Approaching 10 o'clock, the dinner concluded. Angie was preparing to escort guests out when the director's call came in. She gave a brief apology to everyone. "You take the call, Bernal can escort us downstairs." Smiling, she nodded. The call was about changing tomorrow's filming location. After hanging up, she opened the private room door and saw Govind surrounded by people leaving, just a few meters ahead. Angie shook her phone, pondering how to attract attention without being noticed. Suddenly, an old woman wearing a traditional Chinese qipao emerged from a corner and slapped Govind across the face. Instantly, the entire corridor went silent. Govind's head jerked to the side, his meticulously combed side part hair now disheveled. He looked up, eyes filled with restrained fury. Before he could react, a familiar perfume scent wafted past, followed by a crisp slap. The elderly woman hadn't yet recovered from her previous act and Angie slapped her back. Standing in front of Govind, her slender frame radiated determination and menace. "He doesn't hit women, I will." At that moment, Govind and the surrounding CEOs felt Angie towered above them like a grand Buddha statue in a temple, majestic and full of divine light. In the hallway of Hueju, tools for cleaning stood outside a neighboring room. Angie grabbed a broomstick. "This is the first time I've seen an elder chase after someone like this. This old lady seems eager to meet Yama, god of death." Angie swung the stick toward the old lady's arm, which she dodged. The stick snapped against the wall. A chill ran through the old woman. "Angie, Thai family matters are none of your concern. The Thai family's affairs are indeed none of my business, but Mr. Nate is the man I intend to marry. You beat Mr. Nate without asking me first." Smack. Dropping the broken stick along with her bag and phone, Angie lunged towards the old woman, pushing her towards the window until half her body dangled in the air. "Do you want to die? You arrogant old woman, don't think this world still belongs to you. Hasn't Lord Yama visited you in dreams, warning you of your short life? You haven't learned human manners but have perfected ghostly ones. Look around, whose turf is this? It's not your place to misbehave." Angie released her hand, and the old woman nearly fell out. Just as she slipped off the windowsill, Angie grabbed her. The old woman's heart raced with fright. "At your age, falling from the second floor would send you to your ancestors. Believe me? If you kill me, your life is over," threatened the old woman. Bang! Angie exerted all her strength to pull the old woman back from the windowsill, slamming her against the wall. People nearby tried to intervene but were held back by Alali. "Of course, I won't kill you. Someone like you isn't worthy of that." Smack, another sharp slap. "Think twice before touching Govind again. Mess with me, see if you have enough lives." The old woman originally intended to confront Govind but was silenced by Angie before she could speak. Bang! As soon as the car door closed, Govind, barely raising the privacy screen, pulled Angie close, kissing her passionately, exploring every inch of her mouth. Desire surged uncontrollably. He hugged Angie, longing to engrave her into his very essence. His need to possess her, to be with her, was more intense than ever. Pushing him away, breathless, Angie asked, "Why didn't you fight back?" Chapter 420, Why are you laughing? Is your wife in labor? You were still thinking of retaliating when I already beat you to it. Thinking? When someone hits you, you should hit back immediately. Why would you think? What's there to think about? There's nothing worth considering. Except for the people who gave birth to you and raised you, you need no thought when others hit you, just hit them back. Are you stupid? Angie lectured Govind, grabbing his tie fiercely as if she couldn't wait to tear open his brain to see what was inside. That's not right, add one more condition, Angie shouted, but then realized something was off and changed her mind. What do you mean by adding? Besides the people who gave birth to you, raised you, and your wife hitting you, you need to think then. For all other people, they don't have that qualification to make you think. Just hit them back. Govind couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Angie's stern words. He looked at her, his face full of genuine amusement. All the joy in his life seemed to come from Angie, whether during school days or adulthood. Seeing him laugh, Angie grew a bit unhappy. Why are you laughing? Is your wife in labor? You're laughing so happily. So, what's the relationship between Christy and President Nate? Could it really be like the rumors outside say? I feel like it is. If Boss Nate marries Christy, there might be unrest every few days at home. You shouldn't say that. It's his fortune to marry Christy. Didn't you see how she protected him just now? Can any other woman do that? She truly fights and truly protects President Nate. Krista's firm tone stood out amidst the crowd's doubts. The group of executives couldn't find fault with this statement for a moment. They mysteriously felt that marrying Christy might be a good thing, but not everyone in the crowd was fooled. Someone asked piercingly, wouldn't she also hit President Nate seriously when she does? Krista, President Hyder, you sure are stubborn. The person being called broke out into cold sweat. Looking at Krista leave, he asked in confusion, did I say something wrong? Isn't that true? In Alban, Angie and Govind had just entered when Meena came out to welcome them. Even before getting close, she could smell the alcohol and tobacco on their bodies, indicating they'd just returned from a party. Taking over the suit from Govind, she asked, do you want some hangover soup? Bring it up. The man spoke while pulling Angie upstairs. He didn't even enter the bedroom but opened the living room door and placed her on the dresser in the living room. Holding her face, he kissed her fiercely. The chemistry was intense, and all the suppressed desire since their departure found its release. Within minutes, clothes were scattered everywhere. The atmosphere in the living room escalated rapidly. The air grew stifling as Angie wrapped her arms around his neck, breathing lightly and urging him, go inside. Inside where? Darling. This man, knowingly teasing. The bedroom, quickly. What if someone walked in here? When Meena came up with the hangover soup, she heard the mixed sounds of panting in a woman's delightful voice blending together. Startled, she placed the soup on the coffee table and hurriedly left. Deep into the night, Angie was fully sober. Lying on the bed, she lacked the energy to even shower. After satisfying himself, Govind stroked her waist, slowly making her sleepy. What time is it? 3:30 a.m. Angie cursed silently, thinking if this continued, she would die suddenly one day. She knew men were physically stronger than women, but she didn't expect such a huge disparity. Each night of intense passion left her feeling like her bones would crumble the next day, while Govind remained unaffected, running 5 kilometers the next morning feeling refreshed. Unfair, truly unfair. Where are you going? Govind saw Angie turn over and get up, feeling confused. The bed is wet. I'm going to the guest room. Have Meena come up to change it. Angie froze. Are you crazy? Let Meena change it. Won't she know what we just did? Aren't you embarrassed? Is it illegal for a husband and wife to love each other? I don't care, no way. I'm not sleeping in the guest room, Govind insisted. Then you change it yourself. Once it's done, I'll sleep in the master bedroom. Angie said, sitting barefoot on the sofa. Govind was annoyed but remembering tonight's pleasure, he calmed down. He called Meena to bring up fresh bedding. Meena brought the bedding intending to change it for them, but was stopped by the male owner. Just give it to me. Let me go in and change it for you. No need, you can go rest. I'll do it myself. Meena wanted to say more but seeing his unfriendly expression, she stopped. In the bedroom, Govind expertly changed the bedding, securing the 4 corners to prevent the blanket from slipping. Angie was amazed. How do you even know how to do this? Isn't it normal? It's not normal. I wouldn't know how to. Christy, our backgrounds are different. I grew up without a mother, with my father. Do you think a big man can take care of details even if he knows how to care for someone? I had to figure things out on my own. If I sent you back to your childhood where you did everything yourself, could you do it again? Is your husband really that incapable? Angie thought about it. Govind was the type who would remain wealthy even if bankrupt. That kind of childhood was impossible to return to. Mr. Nate has indeed shown me the value of having multiple skills. With your talent, you could work as a hotel bed maker even if you went bankrupt and wouldn't starve. Govind glanced at Angie. Shut up. Thank you. Angie laughed, rolling onto the freshly made bed like a lazy cat. The old lady got hit by Angie. Really? Why? They say the old lady went to settle accounts with President Nate today but unexpectedly found Angie there too. When the old lady approached President Nate and slapped him, before anyone could react, Angie slapped her back. She even declared that President Nate was her chosen son-in-law and accused the old lady of disrespect in Jingang, unable to tell the ace from the king. Lemuel laughed when he heard this news. It's only Angie who could do this. It's only Angie. Chapter 421, Boss Nate. Did you miss me while I was away? He knew that involving Milagros in this struggle would be beneficial without any harm. Who else could handle the Felicia as well as she did? Who else could make her submit so completely? The idea of resorting to violence was out of the question. The news has been suppressed by President Nate. No one in Jingang knows about it except a few. The Felicia is probably seething with anger right now. Sam too, don't go near her or you might provoke her temper. Tai Chimeng made a hum in response and hung up the phone. One could easily imagine how furious the Felicia must be. What's this? Flowers, white lilies, they stink to high heavens, and 99 stems. Bernal looked at the bouquet in the office, calling Milagros. Her expression was full of disdain. Who sent them? I'll check, second Sam Tai. Throw them away. What does it say? An expression of gratitude, and a red envelope. Bernal said, tossing the envelope to the front desk assistant to count the money using the bill counter. 9,999. Milagros. There are some words, Ms. Leah. Bernal picked up the envelope and read the message, with a note saying, hand care fee. Milagros understood. Tai Chimeng was expressing his thanks for handling the Felicia last night. She rubbed her neck. Keep it, buy tea drinks for the colleagues. Did you change locations today? Can you come back tonight? Staying at a hotel. As Milagros responded to Bernal's questions, she used the room card to enter the room, only to feel like she had opened the wrong door. She closed and reopened it once more. Is this the wrong room? Elsie shook his head. No, the director said this is the condition here, everyone gets the same treatment. Think about it, if the lead actress gets this kind of room, the others will have even worse. Can I switch hotels? Elsie looked at her and shook his head again. There are no other hotels nearby. The filming location these days is quite remote. Before Milagros could hang up, Bernal heard her princess-like complaints and added a word, everyone's treated equally here, so stop being picky. Either stay at the hotel or sleep in the car. Milagros knew she couldn't be fussy during such times. If anyone noticed, they'd call her Lincolnson's disease. She sighed despite her discomfort. Got it. There are bedding sets in the car, let me bring them over. If you're not used to the blanket, I'll bring a different one. Elsie tried to solve Milagros's dilemma. With no choice, she nodded. That evening, after finishing her shower and skincare routine, she sat at the table when a video call from Govind came through. The moment the call connected, he noticed the dark wooden wall behind her and asked, surprised, where are you? At the hotel, can't you tell? Uncomfortable with the accommodations, Milagros was holding back her anger. Now, Govind caught the brunt of it. No other hotels? None. Govind knew Milagros grew up accustomed to luxury, such places were rare for her. For her to stay somewhere like this for a few days, he felt bad. How many days? 3, we'll return once this part finishes. Just bear with it. Govind comforted her, but Milagros rolled her eyes. What choice did she have? This was the best within 10 kilometers. Nowhere else available. Boss Nate. While I'm away, do you miss me? Thinking of something, Milagros stretched her neck toward the camera lens. Fresh out of the shower, she wore a long-sleeved nightgown, yet even so, certain areas were still exposed. The white expanse appeared on screen before him, and the man sitting in his study pursed his lips. Not answering. Hey. Do you miss me? Miss you? Can you come back? Govind retorted. Milagros tooted. Sure, in a couple of days, think about it. Milagros, that's all you got. Provoking me while I'm away? How about you try it face to face? Milagros thought, she wasn't foolish enough to take that bait. Papa, someone's here to see you. Who? It's the businessman who visited us a while ago. The Felicia, holding her teacup, came out of the bedroom upon hearing this. I won't see them, what kind of people do they think I am? Mickey hesitated. When those businessmen came bearing gifts, the door was wide open. Now, with their usefulness gone and having suffered retaliation from President Nate, turning them away could lead to public resentment. Such a harshly practical move could invite their wrath and potential retribution. Let them in. You go inside, he said to the Felicia. Why see them now that they're no longer useful? They may be useless now, but anger can kill anything, including us. Do you want them to redirect their fury against Govind to us? The elder's rebuttal stopped her cold. She didn't respond, just went back into the bedroom. Elderly lady, I've checked. There's indeed no one in Jingang willing to defy Milagros. Initially because of Adelard, now because of Tilda, plus the person themselves isn't stupid and tends to seek revenge. They avoid unnecessary trouble. I refuse to believe this grudge cannot be avenged. In the living room, the old man looked at the visitors. You gentlemen, why have you come? Regarding President Nate's matters, surely Evander remembers how you promised us. Of course, the old man nodded. Their anger flared immediately. But look at it now. I heard, you wouldn't claim the fire in your warehouses was set by President Nate, right? You. Without evidence, nobody dared make claims. Saying it was Govind's doing was just hearsay. Anything takes time. Sent gifts, hoping things work out. It depends on fate. Gentlemen, you don't think I can contend with fate, do you? The old man's few sentences left everyone speechless, knowing they'd wasted a trip. When Tai Chi-meng received the Felicia's call and came to the Tai residence, he saw several men leaving the Tai family villa. He glanced at Kiran, who wisely followed them to gather information. Meanwhile, Milagros was still on the video call with Govind when she received a WeChat message from Tai Chi-meng. She clicked to view it. I'll send you a picture, see if you recognize anyone. Who sent it? Tai Chi-meng. Note, I've maintained the paragraph structure and style closely resembling the original content while ensuring fluency in English. Chapter 422, Can't we still share a bed after divorce? Are you two in frequent contact? How frequent can it be? Don't think of me as some promiscuous woman, Milagros glanced at him. She felt that Govind's words carried hidden meanings. There were things that, as a woman, Milagros didn't know, but as a man, Govind could see through everything. Lemuel's feelings for Milagros weren't just ordinary, the occasional possessiveness in his eyes was glaringly obvious. Yet, since the person involved hadn't noticed, and Govind, as Milagros's husband, couldn't actively tell her that another man liked her. The 4 people in this photo were all present last night. How do you feel about it now? Old Lady Tai is too arrogant. She needs to be taught a lesson or she won't understand who's in charge. Govind seemed to have a plan in mind. Milagros didn't ask further. This kind of thing was right up Boss Nate's alley. After all, being the king of the business world wasn't easy. When are you planning to rest? Milagros glanced at the bed behind her and sighed. I wish I could rest, but how can I lie down in such an environment? When have I ever slept in a place like this? It's too difficult. I'll never become a female celebrity again in my next life. Why wait for your next life? Why not quit right now? In this life? The fortune teller said I'd die if I became a kept woman. Though it's not me who would die, I can't bear it. If Boss Nate dies, where am I going to find a perfect bed partner like him? Govind's skills were exceptional. Having been served by others since childhood, finding someone who could cater to her physical needs so thoroughly was something she should cherish. She shouldn't let him just die. Govind felt a lump in his throat when he heard the term bed partner. So Christy had always treated him as merely a bed partner? What if we divorced? Rarely did he hear the word divorce from Boss Nate's mouth. Milagros was slightly stunned. So what if we divorced? Can't we still be bed partners after divorce? Milagros didn't get it. These days, weren't there plenty of people who skipped marriage and relationships and only cared about fulfilling their physical desires? That wouldn't be right. My morals and conscience wouldn't allow it. And if I started a new family with someone else after our divorce, it would be even more impossible. Govind's voice was slightly raised, and Milagros nodded, catching the loophole. So you treat me well because you're a good person who would treat anyone nicely, or because you genuinely like and love me? Boss Nate, are you admitting today that what you give me is the same as what you give to others? Govind. Are we talking about the same thing? Answer my question first. Milagros, every time you try to drag me into a trap like this, are you trying to hide your insecurities? Answer my question. Milagros stuck to her stance. That day, Govind chose to end the call. He didn't want to repeat explanations. Milagros wasn't blind. He knew she saw everything but kept pushing him. Even though she witnessed his feelings for her in real life, she still couldn't admit it. Talking any longer to such a coward made his head hurt. Milagros stared at the disconnected call and cursed. What happened? It's so late. At the Tai residence, the elderly matriarch was woken up by frantic knocking. Wearing her nightgown, she went to the living room and saw the servants opening the door, allowing several police officers to rush in. Is Mr. Tai here? We're from the police department and investigating something. What is it? Have you seen these 4 people tonight? Yes, we have. When? The Felicia thought for a moment. Around 9 p.m. They came in, sat for a while, and left. Did they consume any food or drinks here? Her alertness rose. She sensed something was wrong. She hesitated whether to speak honestly. Before she could decide, the servant spoke up. Yes, they drank some tea. Where are the cups? Washed already. The policemen exchanged glances, their expressions grave. What happened? At 9:45 p.m., we received a call reporting that 4 people were found unconscious in the bushes near the Tai villa. The ambulance took them to the hospital, and the diagnosis was poisoning. They're still unconscious. Based on surveillance, the last person they met was Mr. Tai, and the last place they visited was here. Poisoned? What does that have to do with us? We drank the same tea, why are they poisoned and not us? The old lady questioned. We need to investigate before we can determine the cause. Then go ahead and investigate. The old lady's tone grew hostile, upsetting one of the young officers. Just as he was about to retort, he was pulled back. Syra, we're just doing our job. Proper procedures must be followed. You wouldn't want us to jump to conclusions without investigation, which would harm Mr. Tai. You dare. Do you know who we are? The law applies equally to everyone, regardless of status or achievements. As Mr. Tai left with the police, he didn't expect to find so many reporters waiting outside. Without any preparation, he was bombarded by cameras. In just one night, news about the prominent educator, scholar, and former university president being implicated in a poisoning case skyrocketed to the top of trending topics and stayed there. The Tai family was thrown into chaos. The Felicia instantly felt lost and called Pete. 7:30 a.m. In the master bedroom of a high-rise apartment in the capital city, an intense encounter was reaching its climax. A frail girl with long hair cascading down her waist was being ravaged. When the phone rang, she exhaled in relief. On the other end, every word the Felicia said reached her ears clearly. Almost immediately, the man withdrew, wrapping himself in a towel. My grandmother has problems. Let me carry you to take a shower. I'll wash myself, you go handle it. Her clear, bell-like voice rang out. Tai Yuan's heart swelled as he kissed her forehead before leaving. Note, this chapter contains explicit content and references to sensitive topics, please read with caution. Chapter 423. The Sam is on his way to Jingang. By himself? Igor lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Kiran seemed to read him but had some things that were awkward to point out. He changed the topic, how's Brittany? No need to meddle. If she sought out Gay, it means she only trusts Gay. We just wait and see the show. I understand. In the evening, Gay's first act upon arriving in Jingang was not to return home but to find Igor. The driver of the Tai family hesitated at this. Shouldn't we go home first tonight? Not look for the second Sam. What? Gay, holding a cigarette between his fingers, looked at the driver. The second Sam tends to be busy in the evenings. Busy with what? With playing around. Women? Yes. Take me there. Igor frequented limited places in Jingang. He preferred a few particular spots. The driver turned the car around and headed straight to Wang Jintai. Wang Jintai had a whole floor dedicated to pool enthusiasts. There were people playing casually, and some played extravagantly. Igor belonged to the latter group tonight. Beside the billiard table surrounded by curvaceous nightclub princesses, every ball pocketed resulted in effusive praises from the women. After spending so much time in these venues, the clubgoers knew well who was generous and who was stingy, who touched without paying or only paid after disrobing. Igor was clearly considered one who gave money generously without stripping, a man worth favoring. When Gay entered, the sight before him immediately drew attention. His tailored suit and air of restrained charm captivated everyone present. That man at the door, such a beauty. From Jingang? I've never seen him. Not sure, but it does seem like his first time here. Wanna give it a try? Let's go. Gay didn't realize that merely standing there made him the object of attention among these women. His gaze scanned over Igor in a discerning manner. He never believed Igor's playboy identity or that he genuinely enjoyed frequenting such venues. He knew this person's mind from childhood, it was only that as an adult, Igor became adept at hiding it. Hey handsome, are you alone? Want to play along? A woman swayed towards him, her size 38D bra tightly pressed against his arm. Gay coldly glanced at her. Just that look sent chills down her spine, silencing her momentarily. This man carried too much hostility, it felt like encountering a demon fresh from hell, clothed only in human skin. She instinctively stepped back. As Igor was about to take aim, his cue stick was gripped. Do you spend your days idly here in Jingang? Igor recognized Gay's voice instantly. Gay always suppressed him, fearing he might surpass him, constantly undermining him. Yet, paradoxically, he also berated Igor for lacking ambition. Elder brother, why are you here? Grandfather has fallen ill, did you know? Gay frowned deeply. Of course I know, saying otherwise now would be too thin. And yet you're still entertaining yourself here. What else can I do? If I go to grandmother, wouldn't she be even angrier seeing me? Thinking I'm useless and can't help the family, telling me to get lost, I already know how it ends. Why should I invite her criticism? Come home with me, Gay shot a chilly glance at him, taking the cue stick from his hand and tossing it onto the table. Igor shrugged indifferently and followed him out. He knew Gay wasn't earnestly trying to bring him back into the fold. He simply wanted a stark contrast before the old lady. That way, no matter what he did, she'd always think Gay was the better grandson. He'd seen enough of such games to care anymore. Indeed, as soon as they entered the Tai family estate, the grandmother scolded Igor mercilessly, without sparing even a greeting for her dear grandson. Kiran, listening on the side, felt vexed. How blatant was her favoritism? It remained uncertain who would eventually lead the Tai family. When Angie returned home, seeing the large bed in the master bedroom nearly moved her to tears. Life at home truly felt blissful. After bathing, she applied ointment on her legs. Unable to reach the areas behind, she called Graham over. Cyrus' leg was bitten by insects? Yes. Staying in those shabby hotels had been pure torture. Even during previous hard times, she hadn't suffered so much. Ants infested the beds, forcing her to sleep in the nanny van during the later hours of the night, a miserable experience. Should we call a doctor? There's no need. Apply medicine and schedule a spa session. I'll have it prepared. The downstairs spa room became the place Angie frequented most after returning from shooting scenes. Govind, returning and finding no one upstairs, asked Greyhammed, who informed him that she was in the spa room. Syra came back, and her skin seems bitten by bugs. Serious? Somewhat, replied Greyhammed, noting that while it might be trivial for others, the slightest rash stood out prominently on Angie's fair skin. Upon hearing this, Govind, who was about to head upstairs, pivoted and rode the elevator downstairs. The entire Puyun mountain villa spanned 6 floors, with daily activities mainly on the first 2 floors. Govind usually preferred exercising over using elevators. Servants used a separate elevator system, hence this elevator rarely operated. Greyhammed, having worked here since August, saw it running for the first time. First. Seeing Govind, the spa attendant intended to speak but was silenced by his raised finger to his lips. Syra fell asleep. Lying on the spa bed, Angie covered only her waist with a towel, exposing her back and legs. You may continue. Govind walked over to Angie, instantly noticing the red rashes on her legs. Chapter 424. A bite on his earlobe. Angie groggily emerged from the spa room, half shutting her eyes as she headed back to the bedroom for more sleep. Upon reaching the living area, she saw Govind sitting on the sofa with a laptop on the coffee table, busy with work. Why not use the study? In a bit. Angie rubbed her neck and lazily responded. In fact, Govind was thinking that if he went into the study, Angie would head straight to the bedroom without knowing he was home. What's wrong with your neck? Sore. Where are you going? To bed. In broad daylight, heading to the bedroom could only mean lazing around on the bed. Come over and keep me company for a while. Angie. Fine. Anyway, lying down is lying down wherever. She walked over to Govind, found a comfy position, and rested her legs on his knees. She swayed gently, at ease. Have Greyhammed send some snacks up. We should have dinner soon. Angie sighed, flipped over, and started browsing Weibo. When she saw the cast and crew's behind-the-scenes posts, she couldn't help but open one. The screen was filled with praise, making her feel much better. Laughing about what? I'm laughing because the masses have clear eyes. Look, who's the queen of no makeup? It's your wife. President Nate, marrying me must be your previous life's good karma. Listening to Angie's self-praise, Govind couldn't help but curve the corners of his eyes, a smile escaping. That restrained expression was especially alluring. Seeing him, Angie felt an urge to tease him. Propping herself up, she leaned close to Govind. You agree, don't you? Did I say so? Are you saying or not? Angie wrapped her arms around his neck, their breaths intertwining. She stared at him openly, like a hungry wolf. Mr. Nate, being shrewd, knew Angie was deliberately teasing him. Instead of resisting, he played along, seeming even happier with her provocations. As Krista would say, this was called eagerly seeking trouble. Not. The man, with a touch of pride, awaited her next move. Sure enough, as soon as Govind finished speaking, Angie bit his earlobe. Govind shivered, the sensation spreading through every part of his body, triggering a mix of desire and suppressed guilt. For a moment, in his sidelong glance, Angie saw hidden lust and barely controlled, little Govind. Angie felt a twinge of regret for a second. Who knows? These past few days, she had been eating poorly and sleeping badly, relying on coffee just to function. At home, all she wanted was sleep, not to be teased, nor to do any extra work. Instinctively, she wanted to run, pulling her body back. Govind pulled her waist back and made her sit on his knee. You tempted me and then tried to run? I didn't. It's time for dinner, let's take a break. Let's finish once first, since you were the one tempting me, it's only fair to see how it goes. Angie now understood what it meant to be like a lamb to a tiger. Govind, this jerk, had definitely been waiting for her. I was wrong, so tired. Knock, 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 just as Angie was about to act cute, Meena reminded them about dinner from outside the door. Angie inwardly thanked her stars, tugging at Govind's arm. Let's eat first, you're too young to neglect meals. Atta girl, Grandma has always been this way. Don't take it to heart. Elders can get emotionally unstable with age, be patient. At the Thai family mansion gate, Pete, looking like the eldest brother, consoled Lemuel, as if he was unaware of the situation. In fact, when the old lady scolded him earlier, he didn't retaliate at all. Don't worry, elder brother. Tai Yuachu patted his shoulder. Stay here tonight? We haven't gathered in a long time. Some other day. I'm worried Grandma will be upset if she sees me, so I won't go near her. Pete nodded, all right. That Sam sure has deep thoughts, assuming everyone else is a fool. He came straight from the capital to find you rather than visit Grandpa or Grandma. Clearly, he wants you back to take the fall. And he said it's for your own good? I call bull. Kieran, unable to hold back, cursed while driving, though Lemuel paid it no mind. We've known him for years, why argue with him? I wouldn't, but it's infuriating. While waiting at a traffic light, Kieran noticed a familiar black Mercedes-Benz. Switching gears, he used the reverse camera to confirm the license plate. Someone from Sam's group is following us. Lemuel glanced back. Indeed. To Wang Jintai. What does Sam still have to worry about? Even after all this, he still guards against you. Isn't this marginalizing you? Let's not talk about him. Lemuel massaged his temples, clearly annoyed. Second Sam returned to Wang Jintai. Pete stood in the kitchen holding the old lady's teacup, preparing to pour tea. Understood. Since coming to Jinggang, Lemuel seemed carefree, almost indifferent to the Tai family. Carrying the teacup out, he chatted with the old lady, consoling her before putting her to bed. Just then, a call from the capital came. Sam, young lady left in the afternoon and hasn't returned. Where did she go? Pete's voice unconsciously rose. She said she went for yoga practice, but hasn't come back. Hearing this, Pete tensed, more than when confronting Lemuel. You're telling me now that she's missing since this afternoon? What good are you? Go find her, bring her back or I'll skin you. Yes, the person on the other end hurriedly complied. She's missing. The old lady, awake, heard the noise and opened the door. She might have gone out for something. As soon as you leave, issues arise on her side. If necessary, replace her. 3 years of marriage with no children is one thing. If she can't help with work and drags you down in life, what do you see in her? I'll escort you to rest. Affection can achieve nothing, why bother? Note, the last part of the translation might need context adjustments based on character development. Chapter 425, Is Govind so important? Someone from the Tai family is arranging for news coverage. Who's handling it? Pete. As soon as Pete arrived, old lady felt she had a solid support, and even arranged a press conference. Make sure the reporters know what questions to ask and what not to. If they get it wrong, don't blame us for being merciless. Govind received Krista's call right after his meal. Angie rushed upstairs for breakfast so quickly he couldn't even catch her. It was as if she didn't want to be responsible. I understand, but Pete holds a high position in the capital. After all, a higher official has the upper hand. People here in Jinggang might have to give him some leeway. Then we'll remember who gave that leeway, he mused. Even if they were willing to show deference to Pete, he would see just how much leeway the people in his bureau would offer. I understand, this meant there would be a reckoning later. Ultimately, Jinggang was still under Govind's control. Meanwhile, when the senior officials in Jinggang heard about Pete, they hesitated to meet him, wanting to yet afraid. They wanted to because it was rare to connect with such important figures from the capital, but they dared not because they truly couldn't afford to offend Govind. Rumors circulated that Govind was dealing with the Tai family, and if they offended anyone in the process, their days in Jinggang wouldn't be easy either. Therefore, everyone avoided meeting Pete at all costs. Despite numerous attempts, Pete was repeatedly told they were in meetings. But they weren't really in meetings, they simply lacked the courage to face him. Can't avoid what you can't confront? Sam, still no one? It seems we underestimated Govind's influence in Jinggang. I doubt anyone will dare meddle in this affair. Hearing this analysis, Pete became increasingly curious about Govind. I want to see just how capable the child aunt once abandoned has become. Who are you talking about? Isn't it funny how the Tai family leaves the comfort of the capital to stir up trouble in Jinggang? Aren't they crazy? When Kimberly heard who Angie was referring to, she was momentarily taken aback. The Tai family must be out of their minds. Is Govind so important? He made it clear that he doesn't look favorably upon them, yet they insist on chasing after him. Aren't they fools? How skilled can he possibly be? If you can't tell who's in charge of Jinggang, why show your face and embarrass yourself? Angie cut into her steak while listening to Kimberly's rant. Her composed demeanor suggested she wasn't particularly concerned about the situation between Govind and the Tai family. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? Angie retorted. About Govind getting schemed against. Angie gave Kimberly a sideways glance. Do you think he's naive? Are they talking about Evander from the charity award ceremony that night? Behind the screen, Callista overheard Kimberly and Angie's conversation with surprise. Yes. Who else? It said he's President Nate's maternal grandfather. Callista's eyes darkened as she contemplated something, looking at the person opposite her. Don't you have any intentions? I advise you to stay out of it. My father wouldn't dare meddle in this. President Nate publicly showed respect to someone, then things happened the next day, and now poisoning. Though no one says it openly, everyone knows who orchestrated it. Tai family's eldest grandson is a big figure in the capital. My father, always trying to climb the ranks, would usually grovel if approached. But now, he's hiding far more than anyone else. A fight among deities is dangerous for mere mortals. The person across from her was the daughter of a high-ranking official in Jinggang and a classmate of Callista. They were close and occasionally met to chat about fashion. Their relationship was closer than those in the circles of wealthy families. Why should I care? It's none of my business. Callista signaled the waiter, send a bottle of red wine to the next table and tell them walls have ears. This move was aimed at annoying Angie, making her uncomfortable. Upon receiving the wine from the waiter, Angie glanced at Kimberly. Kimberly stood up and went to the other side of the screen. I thought it was someone else. Yeenie. Callista. Angie walked over, ready to confront her, but paused upon seeing the person sitting across from her. This girl had no connection with her, but she saw Govind talking amiably with her father at a club last time. It was unnecessary to make an enemy of her. If I knew you were here, I'd join you earlier. Last time, we didn't get a chance to discuss issues with my car. Thankfully you didn't buy it. That car is only good for its looks. Callista, she had been attracted by its appearance. This bitch Angie, striking at her heart. Waiter, bring 2 chairs over. Callista finally understood what it meant to be pushed too far. Waiter, let's settle the bill. Callista stood up, clutching her bag and looked at Angie. Want to sit here? Fine, I'll let you have it. Kimberly watched Callista leave with her party and laughed. Nice job, you've probably humbled Callista. It's my skill. Sure, Christie's skill. Humph, Angie smirked. Let's shop. Later, I'm going to see Boss Nate. Business? The investigation shows that President Nate is attending a private reception at a club tonight. Should we go straight there? Yes, if the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. I don't believe Govind will turn away the Thai family if I find him. Pete was deeply intrigued by Govind. He wondered who could make grandfather and Brittany so devoted that they would personally visit Jingang. Living for 30 years, the Thai family had always centered around him, but Govind's emergence recently stirred a crisis in him far greater than anything caused by Lemuel. While he could suppress Lemuel easily, confronting Govind promised a fierce battle if he truly challenged the Thai family. Govind thrived in the business world and was welcomed at many private clubs in Jingang. Everyone greeted him respectfully as President Nate. Halfway through the reception, Alali whispered in his ear, Syra has arrived and is waiting outside. She says she already had dinner with Miss Chu and won't come in. Govind remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Buy her a milk tea. Surprised, Alali complied. As he handed the milk tea through the pink window of Angie's car, it caught someone's eye. Translation note, names like Govind, Pete, Angie, Kimberly, Callista, etc., are transliterated from Pinyin, preserving Chinese names in English context. Chapter 426, That's your husband, aren't you the least bit heartbroken? Where did the milk tea come from? Sir asked me to deliver it to you. Milagros reached out and glanced at it. It was considerate, knowing that it was sugar-free. Are you busy? We're playing mahjong, 1 person short. Alali. Sir is inside. Not Eleno. You can't go in there to drink for him, all you can do is wait until he's drunk and carry him out. Alali. Syra, that's your husband, aren't you the least bit heartbroken? I am heartbroken. But I can't drink for him. Milagros blinked her eyes, looking at him with an innocent face. Come on, get in, we're waiting for you. Kimberly and Hyder Shao had been waiting for a long time. Alali had no choice but to open the car door and sit in. Whose car is that? It belongs to Adelard's daughter, Milagros, who works in the entertainment industry. This car is unique in all of Jingang. Apparently, it's a limited edition. Is it hers? Gay was surprised. Even far away in the capital, he had heard of Milagros's name. The close relationship between her and Govind wasn't a secret, and it was rumored they shared a childhood romance. Yes. The person who just got in the car is Govind's personal bodyguard and private life assistant. He's said to be an expert saved from international waters and has never left Govind's side since. I see Alali's respectful attitude towards Milagros. Perhaps the outside rumors are true. The person beside him analyzed further. Given Govind's status in Jingang, his capable aides could strut around anyone else, so why would Alali show such respect to Milagros and even bring her milk tea? Clearly, there's something going on. Approaching 9:30, Govind's business dinner ended. The heavy door of the private dining room was pushed open, and several partners came out, surrounding a man who appeared tipsy. They stood by the roadside waiting for their assistants to fetch cars. Under dim streetlights, the man stood tall, not moving much but exuding a natural aura of authority, domineering without needing any adornment. Govind's maternal grandmother was once a famous beauty in the capital. When Clem was posted to the countryside, he brought her back to the city because of her beauty, which caused quite a stir at the time. Stories of talented men loving beauties circulated within circles. However, as beauty faded and affection waned, Clem turned to power and status, marrying his second wife who was vastly different in appearance. As a result, the children born to his second wife lacked the striking features of his first wife. Govind's mother, despite her age, still exuded remarkable charm. Observing Govind now, he surpassed even her. Clearly, one's charisma is innate. Bang. While chatting cheerfully, Govind heard the car door close and turned to see Gay standing next to the vehicle. Milagros also shifted her gaze to the man across from them. Who is this? A new rival of Boss Nate? Gay, the eldest grandson of the Thai family, older brother of Lemuel. Alali had done his homework well, though not completely familiar. He recognized 99% of the Thai family members. Is he here for Govind? Milagros suddenly recalled something. According to her recent instincts, if those who wanted to take down Govind couldn't succeed, they might turn to target her instead. Misfortune was bound to fall on her. Do you think if Gay can't handle Govind, he'll come after me? Or investigate my relationship with Govind and implicate me? That. It was hard to say, but it was possible. After all, few could touch Govind, but as an entertainer, Milagros's schedule was easier to track. Get out. What don't you understand? Get out. Weren't you saying I couldn't leave until we finished our mahjong game? When President Nate emerged, he had wanted to get out but was stopped by Milagros. When she wanted him to stay, she wouldn't let him leave, and now she was chasing him away. So unfair. Just as Alali got out of the car, Milagros tossed her phone into the passenger seat and sped off, leaving Govind behind, staring thoughtfully at the pink rear bumper. Alali walked up to Govind and felt the puzzled gaze of his boss. Saira doesn't want to be involved in anything between you and Gay. Govind's eyebrows imperceptibly furrowed. With the crowd dispersed, only Govind and Gay's people remained on the empty street. To meet President Nate is indeed difficult. Assign someone else. Govind replied coolly, implying that some people were unworthy to meet him. If President Nate has time, can we talk? With what identity will Sam Tai speak to me? Clem's grandson. Unworthy. Gay hadn't finished speaking when Govind cut him off with 2 words. Understanding, Alali opened the car door. Govind unbuttoned his suit and got in. The moment the door closed, Gay's face darkened. Indeed, Grandma was right, he was arrogant and disrespectful. Sam. Drive, follow them. Screech. Brakes screeched on the street. Alali stopped just inches away from hitting the car. Looking at the Mercedes blocking him, he called out, Sir. At the knock on the window, Govind rolled it down to look at the man outside. President Nate, can we talk? If you can't talk to President Nate, I'll find others, like your father, sister, Anne. Gay paused, glancing at the street corner. Christy. Threatening him? Govind laughed. He hadn't felt this way in years. It was rare to encounter someone openly threatening him. Christy. Govind pulled out his phone, dialed Milagros's number. Christy, Sam Tai wants to talk to you. Hearing this, Milagros's first reaction was to curse Govind. She had run away, yet he still dragged her in. Was he trying to kill her? Her second reaction was realizing that Govind must have said this because Gay had threatened him. Was it a threat? What does he want to talk about? The Tai family used to be influential in the capital, but now they're nothing more than a declining family reaching too far into Jingang. If they have the capability, why not clean out septic tanks? Don't forget that half of the Tai family's cargo is transported through the Hua family's shipping lines. Not everyone deserves to talk to me, and this person is more annoying than Lemuel. Milagros ranted before hanging up. Govind glanced sideways at Gay. Want the phone? Do I need it? Gay was somewhat embarrassed by Milagros's sharp remarks. Chapter 427, Angie, stand still right there. Before anyone could react, Govind tossed his phone aside. Jingang is not the capital, and I am not an object for you to toy with. The Tai family had better stay away from me, otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as a news story that fades away. After speaking, Govind rolled up the car window, leaving Lemuel standing by the window, watching the departing vehicle. His hands hanging by his side slowly rose. Govind's expression while delivering those words exuded a disdainful attitude, indifferent to engaging with them further. His arrogant demeanor was akin to a monarch looking down upon lowly and struggling peasants, scornful and dismissive, completely disregarding them. Angie has had contact with Lemuel. Second Sam has been in Jingang for some time, plus being active at Wangjin platform, so it's likely they've had some interaction. Return to the Tai family. He only put on this act but didn't truly wish for Govind to return to the Tai family. The elder patriarch always wanted Govind back in the capital to bolster their power. If Govind returned, his position within the Tai family would shift. With Govind surpassing him, the old lady, such a materialistic person, would sacrifice him for Govind to achieve her immediate interests. Then all the years of hard work he'd invested would become mere memories, just bubbles. He had barely managed to suppress Lemuel. How could he let another person like Govind undermine his efforts? Why aren't you going in? I'm waiting for you. Elena and Elena last night concluded their 20-day global trip and arrived home at 8 o'clock. Govind suggested yesterday evening to come back tonight, which Angie agreed to after finishing her date with Kimberly. She thought they could return together but ended up meeting Gay instead. What's wrong? Pulling me into it? Angie went straight to the point. Govind understood and removed his suit jacket, shaking it slightly before handing it to Alali, gesturing for him to take it inside. He threatened to talk to me. If I refused, he said he would find Elena or you. Really? Of course, I never lie to you, Govind nodded solemnly. Inside, Elena and Elena were sorting out their gifts. Upon seeing Alali enter without Angie and Govind, they asked curiously, did you return alone? Mr. and Catherine also came back, talking in the courtyard. Did he drink? Elena caught the scent of alcohol from Govind's suit from afar. Yes. How much did he drink? It smells like his clothes were soaked in wine. Bring him a cup of tea to clear his mind. Alali took the teacup from Elena and walked to the courtyard, offering it to Govind. Seeing the man accept the cup, Angie watched silently, her eyes carrying a warning. Govind understood, passing the teacup to her. Angie sipped it. Shall I pour another cup for you? No need, you can go. Just as Alali was about to leave, Govind called him back, cigarette. Not drinking tea to sober up, but smoking now? Truly indulgent. His wife's needs came first, himself second. What does the Thai family want? Angie changed her position, not wanting to stand downwind of Govind to avoid inhaling secondhand smoke. Each member of the Thai family harbors ulterior motives. The elder wants me involved in Thai family affairs, but Lemuel doesn't agree. My involvement means he'd have one more enemy within the Thai family. After dealing with Lemuel, he'd need to handle me, which he doesn't want to see happen. So, he retaliated against us secretly? Yeah. Angie sighed, realizing there was no escaping it. She shouldn't have run today but confronted him directly. Instead of seeking him out in the capital for revenge, he had come to her. Govind flicked the ash, noticing Angie was deep in thought. What are you thinking? I didn't get enough chance to scold him tonight. It left me feeling upset. Govind chuckled. No rush, there will be plenty of opportunities later. If you still feel that way after tonight, I'll find an opportunity for you to yell at him, okay? The man kept his hands behind his back, bending over to look at Angie, like he was looking at a sulking little girl. Angie felt warmth from his loving words and gaze, pretending to glance down indifferently, noticing something floating in the teacup. Fine. She shrugged nonchalantly. Shall we go in? You drink the tea first, Angie gently handed the cup to him. Govind, without hesitation, gulped it down as if he would drink whatever she gave him, even poison. Is it good? Christy blinked at him, her eyes mischievous like a crafty cat. Just tea, Govind looked at her puzzled. Angie grinned, playfully saying, check the cup. As Govind looked down, he saw a drowned fly lying at the bottom of the cup, dark and lifeless. Angie, stand still right there. Angie. What's happening? Is someone fighting? Elena, hearing the commotion, opened the door to see Angie, wearing a soft white sweater, slip inside like a cunning snow-white cat. What happened? Govind is trying to hit me, Angie pouted. Knowing Govind's nature, Elena realized he would never strike a woman. Even if others weren't considered, Angie was someone he had pursued despite obstacles, cherished beyond measure, so he wouldn't dare raise a hand. However, Elena still sided with Angie, whether the incident was real or not. Facing Govind, she asked sternly, what happened? Staring at Angie's sly blinking eyes, Govind tried hiding the teacup behind him but couldn't hide the fly that fell out when he turned. Alali stood stunned. No wonder they call her Christy. She doesn't hesitate to trick people. Nothing. If nothing's wrong, speak nicely. Why be so harsh on a young girl? Exactly, Angie chimed in, why always be mean to a young girl? Come inside, it's cooling off. Let's get out of the cold. Angie proudly sat beside Elena, who glanced at her and commented, you got under his skin. Who else will you bully next? Please note that translations can vary based on context, and names have been kept in pinyin form as requested. Chapter 428, You, Shorty Devil, 3 minutes, soft persimmon. Elena squatted on the ground sorting out gifts, while Angie sat beside her with her cheek resting in her palm, watching her sort through their spoils. She lazily observed Elena while seriously guarding against Govind. Didn't you feel guilty not taking me along on your adventure? Hearing this, Elena paused her dividing loot action and looked at her. Who told you I didn't call you? By heaven and earth, I did. Considering when you're planning to return to the hospital? Concerned by the turn of events, Govind interrupted Elena before Angie could confirm that Elena had called but was stopped by him. With this interruption, Elena understood. Her round eyes twinkled as she considered letting him off the hook or making things harder for herself. She figured being a scapegoat wouldn't hurt, Govind wouldn't be unfair to her. Thus, she nodded, deciding to take the fall first and then negotiate terms. The daughter-in-law and mother-in-law traveling together might lead to conflicts. After much thought, it's best not to call you. Angie glanced at Elena, searching for any trace of lying but found none. Selena way, guagua. Elena held out a bowl of bird's nest to Angie. Angie's lips twitched, she didn't want to drink it, fearing it would ruin her figure. Dream, late-night bird's nest. She's a female celebrity who needs to maintain her figure. Unlike other elders, Elena wasn't so conservative and realized her mistake after hearing this. Seeing Elena's slight hesitation, Angie hurriedly said, give it to Govind. Elena, he doesn't deserve it. Govind. Before dinner, Govind stood outside answering calls. Elena stealthily approached him, waiting for him to finish, then blinked at him expectantly. I've taken the fall for you. Don't you owe me something? What do you want? Hearing this, Elena smiled and checked her empty pockets, signaling clearly, she wanted money. No Chairman Mao, money. Out of cash. Yep. Expenses for the private jet should be reimbursed. I'll have the finance team send over the invoice, he thought. Asking him for money? How bold. Being a scapegoat made her think highly of herself. Why not fly? Eating my food, using my things, and still trying to scam me? Those poor people in your department can't live without treatment? As he spoke, Govind stuffed his phone into his pocket and brushed past Elena. Want to manipulate me like Angie does? One by one, you all try to control me? What? Change my name to Pinch Nate? Cowardly dog, bullying only me, go find Angie if you dare. Staying overnight? Elena suggested once inside. Glancing at Angie on the sofa, Govind shook his head. Another time. Tonight, he planned to deal with Angie. Not doing so would leave her unresolved anger unsatisfied. Angie felt uneasy under his gaze, thinking this man was no good. He was definitely plotting how to handle her. It's been long, stay overnight? Angie thought she must stay. If he returned home, who knew what trouble she'd face? That would be miserable. Seeing Govind's heavy gaze on her, she knew there was nothing pleasant in his intentions. I have an early breakfast meeting at Puyan Mountain tomorrow morning, so it's not suitable for staying over, the man replied casually, cutting off Elena's attempt to persuade her otherwise. It made sense since Govind was always busy, often traveling for work non-stop. Then remember to take the gifts with you when you leave. They brought gifts for everyone back home, including Alali. At 10:30, they left Nate's house and headed back to Puyan Mountain. On the way, Angie expected something to happen, but President Nate was on the phone until they reached the living room, speaking fluent German. Angie vaguely understood some, having studied German briefly out of interest, but Govind's rapid professional German baffled her. Watching his slender fingers move, seeing him continue the call, Angie ascended upstairs. Grabbing pajamas from the closet, ready for the bathroom, she was pushed against the wall by the man who suddenly entered. Instantly, their lips locked passionately. The man carried her effortlessly onto the middle cabinet of the closet, his thin lips wandering her body inch by inch, making Angie lose herself in ecstasy. There was no doubt about Govind's skill in pleasure-giving. Each time Angie reached peak bliss in his hands, she wished to dissolve into him, clinging tightly. Drowning with him. In the mire of sin. Let's move to the bed, Catherine Nate whispered, half asleep, clutching his shirt collar. Already thoroughly pleasured, this man remained neatly dressed, unruffled. Seeing her in a state of fervor, Govind was pleased. His hand slid slowly from her waist onto the counter. Darling, I just ate a fly. How's it taste? Angie. Govind, I will kill you, castrate you, feed your little brother to dogs, pickle you, you bastard. Furious, Angie realized the man had waited for her after such pleasure. Was he mocking her? This devil deserved eternal damnation, cursing her ancestors forever. If I die, I'll find your ancestors to ask how they raised such a demon. You wait. If I have your child, I'll torment him, avenging all wrongs done by you through him, making him question life. Govind laughed, finding her rage delightful. No need to wait, I can satisfy you now. Huh? Doing what? Do yourself, get lost, shorty devil, 3 minutes, soft persimmon, a cat's thing is longer than yours. Bang, Angie slammed the bathroom door in fury. At midnight, Govind got into bed post-shower, reaching out to pull her close. Still sulking, Angie warned coldly when he extended his hand, touch me, and I'll castrate you. Chapter 429, Honey, do you love me? Angie woke up in the middle of the night after a dream where she had argued with Govind and lost. Waking up agitated, she lay awake staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. It would have been bearable if she were alone, but the rhythmic breathing next to her made her even more frustrated. In a sudden impulse, she grabbed a pillow and covered Govind's face with it. Angie, attempted murder of one's husband is illegal. If you smother me to death, tomorrow everyone in Jingang will know you're my wife, Govind's wife. If I am murdered by you, you won't get a single penny of my money. You won't be able to use my money to find some young stud or take my private jet to an island for romantic escapades with other men. Wearing a white sleeping robe with her hair loose, Angie knelt on the bed, staring at him like a vengeful ghost. I had a dream. Govind coughed twice, his throat still hurting. What did you dream about? I dreamed that we argued, and I lost. Govind. I'll apologize if you forgive me. Sorry, I was wrong. Forgive me. Govind knew better than to argue with her late at night. If they fought, Angie could think of countless ways to torment him until he wished he were dead. He didn't need to be unreasonable. It was pointless to fight, it would only harm both of them. Angie harumphed, seemingly calming down, and pulled the blanket back over herself to continue sleeping. Boss Nate sighed in resignation, tossing the pillow between them onto a nearby sofa, then hugged Angie again. Holding her close, he would know instantly if anything happened to her. If he didn't hold her, who knows what she might do in the middle of the night. Honey. Do you love me? Yes. Then can I bite you? Govind pulled the blanket over her. Be good, I was just kidding. Go back to sleep. The next morning, Angie was sound asleep when she was awakened by a cat. The ragdoll cat perched on her pillow, meowing. She rolled over and hugged the cat, stroking it affectionately. This foolish cat had traded its intelligence for beauty, so obedient and docile. Govind had pampered it too much. Catherine, good morning. Morning, Angie changed into her loungewear and went downstairs, with the cat trailing behind her. Just as she descended, she saw Govind come in, drenched in sweat from what looked like a morning jog. Don't you have a breakfast meeting? It's cancelled. Angie didn't believe him. Are you sure it's cancelled? Not just lying to me? Govind wiped his face with a towel handed to him by Graham and confirmed, yes, really cancelled. Why does grandfather insist that Govind return to the Thai family? Does he think there's no problem Thai family can't solve without him? In the Thai family's backyard, the old lady was trimming flowers with scissors, while Gay stood beside her asking questions. She listened without responding immediately, finally saying after a long pause, "Your grandfather's actions towards your aunt years ago were indeed despicable. Everyone thought she was gone for good, but no one imagined she would return, and as someone overshadowing the Tai family. The person who can undo this knot must be the one who tied it. If she hadn't married Arlen back then, their relationship might not have become so strained. Your grandfather has two clear objectives. First, to bring Govind to the capital so he can handle the fallout, and second, to use his vast financial empire to bolster the Tai family. But do you think he'll agree? He may not want to, but we can make him willing." "You mean, you still have a trump card?" The old lady smiled enigmatically. "You'll see. Chi Hyder seems very close to Angie. Yesterday when I went to find Govind, I saw Angie waiting for him. I wonder if their relationship is more than what people say, a mere flirtation." "What are you thinking?" the old lady asked. Gay replied, "Are Angie and Govind already dating? Won't it be clear if we check?" The old lady glanced at Gay with a sharp, almost sinister look. Gay understood instantly and nodded, "I got it." The old lady always felt that Gay was more like her, in personality, methods, and means. He seemed cut from the same cloth as her, while Lemuel resembled his maternal relatives, indecisive and hesitant in times of crisis. Even with methods and means, being overly merciful was never a good thing for a man. This movie might shoot past New Year's Day. The director insists on perfect weather, so scenes filmed today will include footage shot in Switzerland. Pack your bags tonight. Burnell sat in the chauffeur-driven car watching makeup artists work on Angie, who had just escaped a burning scene, her face smeared with soot. Angie responded. "In the upcoming scene, real fire will be used. Be careful, don't hurt yourself under any circumstances." "I understand." Burnell felt uneasy. "This morning, I felt my heart racing, very strange. Maybe something isn't right. Why don't we use a stunt double for this scene today?" Angie glanced at her, "So superstitious?" "Outside, maybe I'd believe it, but on set, the director wouldn't want us risking danger or negative publicity. Safety measures will be tight. Don't worry, even if it's a real fire scene, there will be staff around to ensure nothing happens to me. Don't worry, our relationship with the crew is mutual. We rise and fall together." Burnell, reassured by Angie, hesitated but couldn't think of anything else to say. "Anyway, take care of yourself. Any scars could affect your career." "Got it." Before long, Angie stepped out of the car and stood beside the director to discuss the scene. "Before shooting begins, go inside to familiarize yourself with the set and the safety exits. Remember, don't run the wrong way." "Sure. Note, I've preserved the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested, while ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent in English." Chapter 430, Sir, Syra is trapped in the fire. "Cameron, you'll enter from here, and then jump down from this window. The safety air cushions have already been laid out. Also, look at the camera positioning. From the second floor, come down to the first floor, try to open the door, realize it won't budge, and then go back up to the second floor," the stagehand explained as he handed her a tablet with a route map sketched on it. Just as the stagehand finished speaking, someone in his walkie-talkie called him for something else. Angie took the tablet. "I'll walk through it myself." "Go do your business." "All right, I'll be by the door. Call me if you need anything." Angie nodded, "Okay." Angie held the tablet and watched the preset camera tracks on the ground, walking from the first floor to the second and then back again. She also peeked into the room on the second floor to confirm her jumping position. The script flowed through her mind. Just after she finished reviewing and prepared to go downstairs, she found that the door wouldn't open when she tried. Again? Am I destined to never escape fire? Is anyone there? Angie moved to the window and waved to the people below, trying to signal for help. "What's that smell?" Angie sniffed and turned around. Flames were fiercely spreading from the doorway, bringing a strong gasoline odor through the door gaps. This fire was even more intense than the last one. Who dared tamper with things on set? She had been too naive, too simple-minded. She should have listened to Burnell. After all, she was a few years younger, less experienced, and couldn't match others' minds. "What's that smell?" Someone downstairs sniffed and noticed the strong gasoline scent. Some people standing farther away heard the commotion and looked up to see movement at the second floor window. "The second floor is on fire, it's on fire." Heaven. Angie is still inside. Who's inside? Burnell was drinking water and faintly heard Angie's name being shouted. She asked Isaiah to come down, listen to who they are shouting about. Isaiah got out of the car and stood still for 2 seconds. Upon hearing the name, he sprinted like a madman. "Angie. Angie?" Burnell reacted and followed suit. They reached the scene, seeing people pulling fire hoses and yelling. "Has an alarm been called? Where's the fire truck? Where's 119? They've been contacted and are on the way. The fire's too big to enter." Burnell grabbed the person saying this by the collar. "What do you mean, too big? You must get in there. Angie is still inside." Isaiah snatched a blanket from someone nearby, soaked it at the fire hydrant, draped it over himself, and rushed into the burning building. "If Isaiah can go in, why can't you?" The fire is due to your negligence, and you are responsible. Go in immediately and save her. The director, not wanting to escalate the situation, urged the crew to act, turning to comfort Burnell. Don't worry, we don't want anyone to get hurt. Go check if the fire truck has arrived yet. Yes, yes. What time is it? 5:30. Syra said around 6. Govind glanced at Elon's WeChat message. There was a meeting at 6:20 p.m. Wait a bit longer. Just as the man replied to the message, he saw someone rush out from the blocked-off street. Because filming required the entire street to be sealed off, Govind's car stopped outside the alley entrance. Seeing people frantically rushing out and removing road cones waiting for something, he instructed Alali, go ask what happened. Alali got out of the car and tapped someone on the shoulder. What's going on? Oh. Nothing. People from the crew weren't fools, such matters weren't discussed openly. Keeping information secret was always paramount. If an incident occurred before filming ended, it would look bad. Alali nodded and walked to another car, tapping the window to signal the bodyguard inside to check the other entrance. Within seconds, the bodyguard's call came, smoke everywhere. It looks like there's a fire. Check it out. Govind had a foreboding feeling that this might involve Angie. Recently, she'd often complained about her bad luck, saying even drinking water could give her trouble. When a person gets extremely unlucky, these kinds of things can happen. Alali bypassed the guards at the entrance and ran straight towards the fire scene. Without asking, he saw Burnell angrily berating the crew. F***ck. This much bad luck? Sir, Syra is trapped in the fire. Alali hung up, causing Govind's heart to drop. Just as he was about to open the car door, sirens approached. Govind quickly took off his coat, grabbed a mask and hat from the passenger seat, and entered the alley. Upon seeing Govind, Burnell's shouting ceased, and her heart felt inexplicably calmer. Has anyone gone in yet? Isaiah went in a while ago but hasn't come out. Hearing this, Govind instinctively wanted to follow the firefighters but was stopped. Don't make us save another person. Understanding the urgency without causing more trouble, Govind controlled himself. Coming out, coming out. At the main entrance, someone urgently shouted. Isaiah burst out of the fire carrying an unconscious Angie on his back. Give her to me. Govind sprinted over and took Angie from Isaiah, who, having just passed her off, collapsed to the ground. Alali quickly helped him to safety. Miss. Isaiah, watching Govind's figure disappear, reached out to grab him. Don't worry. Boss is here. Everything will be fine. What happened? A fire? Elena had just arrived at the hospital to cancel her leave and she received a call from Govind. The hospital director personally greeted her. Accompanied by the group, they went to the VIP ward upstairs. Get the doctor. Govind's furious shout echoed in the room. Angie opened her eyes groggily, blinded by the bright overhead lights. Seeing Govind, she inwardly lamented, did I die? How is the king of hell shaped like Govind? Chapter 431, this serious? Already separated? Boss, the fire department has concluded that it was arson. Gasoline was poured all over the scene, causing the fire to spread uncontrollably. The door was also locked from the outside maliciously. This was attempted murder. You go find Burnell and bring her along to coordinate with the production crew. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I want to know who did this. Govind's expression was grim as he stood at the hospital room entrance. The doctors and nurses passing by dared not approach him, walking as close to the wall as possible as if trying to make themselves invisible. Brother, Milagros's mom is here. Elena saw Tilda approaching from a distance while coming out of her office. Tilda was fuming, carrying a Hermes bag that looked like a weapon ready to stab someone. For a chat. Govind nodded and glanced at Elena. Watch things here, call me if anything happens. At the end of the hospital corridor, Tilda looked at Govind with a poor expression, clearly trying to restrain herself but still maintaining some courtesy. Mr. Nate, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Tilda didn't need to think twice about the involvement of Govind in this matter. In the entertainment industry, small tricks were common, but attempts on someone's life were typically orchestrated by those with deep pockets and ruthless intentions. We're still investigating. Once we have the results, I will provide an explanation to President Selenag. Milagros's father is despicable but never went so far as to kill anyone. If she dies because of you, Mr. Nate, watch yourself, her spirit won't let you off either. Don't worry, I'm not useless enough for that to happen. The Thai family's minions aren't beyond your reach, Mr. Nate. You could have handled them early on to avoid trouble, yet you let them remain in front of you, enjoying being revered. Isn't that what you enjoy? How you live your life is none of my business, but don't drag Milagros into it. You two haven't even made it public. Things keep happening one after another. If it goes public, your enemies won't hesitate to take down a woman, will they? Tilda gave her warnings, and Govind listened quietly. She knew her daughter's nature well, nothing too serious would ever rattle her. Usually, Tilda would turn a blind eye unless something major happened. But today, the brokerage company and the production crew couldn't even suppress the trending topics. When the video of Milagros's incident went viral, Tilda felt a chill. If she didn't step in now, Milagros might end up in prison alongside her father. Did you get scolded? Elena watched Tilda enter the ward and then approached Govind with concern. Is this really related to you? Milagros should return to the Hua family, and you go with her. This serious? So they are already separated? Before external issues were resolved, internal ones started brewing. Have you seen the news? Milagros had an incident while filming and almost got burned alive. Waverly was informed by Abriel as soon as he returned home. When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? He hadn't heard anyone mention this since he left the studio. Check Weibo, it's still trending. Someone tried to murder her by setting a fire during filming. Waverly stood in the middle of the living room, looking at his phone, and then turned around just as he was about to enter his room. Where are you going? My sister is injured. Shouldn't I check on her as her big brother? This was his chance to see her in a vulnerable state, and he intended to take advantage of it. He wanted to see how Milagros would fight back lying on that hospital bed. Milagros just regained consciousness to find Tilda by her bedside. She gave her water to soothe her throat, drank a little, then lay down again. The doctor said it's best not to speak for a week to avoid damaging your vocal cords. Milagros rolled her eyes, nearly fainting. What if someone scolded her? What if she argued with Govind? Rest assured, no one will dare provoke you. Sister, just as Tilda spoke, the door opened, and Waverly's annoying voice reached their ears, igniting Milagros's anger immediately. Wasn't it true that no one dared to bother her? Here came an idiot. She glanced at Tilda, who also sighed, knowing Waverly would cause trouble. It's been so long since we last met, and now this happens to you. Who did this? If I find out who harmed my sister, I'll skin them alive. Look at you, such a pretty girl. Someone must be jealous of your beauty. I told you before, the entertainment industry is full of mixed elements and dubious people. Anyone who gets involved there isn't a good person. See? Just like I said, didn't I? Waverly was insulting her. If no one in the entertainment industry was good, wasn't she in that category? Wasn't he indirectly saying she wasn't a good person? She contemplated whether to endure him or confront him. Look at you, having the means to stay home and leech off your family, yet you choose to compete for food in the entertainment industry. Now look what happened. If your face gets disfigured, what will become of you? Your prized face. Who's inside? Govind, having just finished a phone call, heard a man yelling near the ward door. His words were extremely harsh. Elena peeked inside. It's Milagros's brother, Waverly. Govind. The man sent a message via WeChat to Elena, give this to Milagros. Go in and deal with him. Don't be polite. Elena read the message on her phone and thought, my boss is impressive. Okay, I'll protect my sister-in-law. Fighting is my specialty. Elena boldly pushed open the door and exclaimed upon entering, I could hear the trash talk from afar. I thought it was someone else, but it's you, Master Hua. Elena sized him up from head to toe. What do you smell like? Just climbed off a woman, huh? Master Hua, based on my medical experience, you look pale and exhausted. After doing such a thing, I suggest you stay in bed, drink some restorative soup, and nourish yourself. Don't let it ruin your health before you're 35. What's it to you? Waverly recognized Elena. Although they hadn't clashed directly, he knew of this figure, Govind's sister. Messing with her meant messing with Govind. While he could ignore others, he couldn't afford to disrespect Govind. That's what I'm here for, dealing with patients. Is it any of my business? Elena walked to Milagros's side and handed her the phone. On the screen was a WeChat message from Govind, don't be upset. I'll handle him for you. Chapter 432, you dare to lay a finger on my wife even knowing me? You should just focus on being a doctor. Why do you need to meddle in other people's affairs? She is your patient and my sister. Oh, she's your sister? Then why don't you call her, sister, see if she answers. What age are we living in now? Everyone knows you two have different mothers. While your father was alive, having some connection was understandable. Now he's dead, and you still insist on calling her sister? For someone of your status to be considered proper, the only time you should meet is during Bakerdming festival. At other times, you should be invisible. Doctors rely on their eloquence to make a living? Not at all. I just can't stand you. Your swaggering around here in the hospital, showing off to my patients, is simply unacceptable. If I hadn't seen it, fine. But since I did, ignoring it would be against reason. Elena sat down while speaking, staring at Waverly. Do you want to argue or talk it out? I'll stay with you until the end. Since childhood, Elena's mother had been a principal. To gain any advantage under her mother's watchful eye, she had developed strong verbal skills over the years. There was no one she feared, not even someone like Waverly. I'll come another day. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Waverly wasn't foolish and didn't want to tussle. As soon as Waverly left, Govind, standing nearby, glanced at his bodyguard. The latter followed suit. In the parking lot, just as Waverly was about to open his car door, he was quickly covered with a sack, thrashed mercilessly, and made to scream in agony. One person beat him while the other recorded a video. When Elena received the video from Govind, she showed it to Angie. Take a look. See, even your husband has his uses, right? If Waverly dares to swagger around you, give him a taste of his own medicine. Just this much, Tilda said coolly as she peeled an apple while sitting on the bed, hearing Elena's words. Knowing Tilda was unhappy, Elena dared not say anything positive about Govind. I'll check on the department. Auntie, you continue chatting, I'll come back later. Once Elena left, Tilda warned Angie with a glance. I assume you know that this incident likely involves Govind. The Thai family's relationships are complex and discordant. Grandfather's wishes differ greatly from those of his children. Govind has always tolerated their antics but hasn't taken action because what the Thai family offers isn't satisfactory to him. However, the others in the Thai family aren't as benevolent. Gay naturally doesn't want Govind to return to the capital and interfere with the Thai family's affairs. If he does, his position in the family won't be secure. Gay came to Jingang but couldn't deal with Govind. With you constantly making yourself visible, dealing with you is much easier. Tilda bit into a piece of apple. Do you really think Govind is so lofty and indifferent to his past? As someone who climbed up from the bottom, he despises his tumultuous history. He may choose not to pursue the fact that he was abandoned, but he needs closure. The Thai family is the answer he seeks. Found them? People have been identified, Owlie responded to Govind, who nodded. Bring them over. In the hospital parking lot, Govind sat in a white shirt inside his car, the rear door wide open. His stern face alternated between light and dark under the dim fluorescent lights. The entire area exuded a cold, ominous aura. Beside the car, Owlie held a man by the shoulder, forcing him to kneel. Removing the hood from the man's head, the sudden brightness startled him. Just as he was about to curse, he saw the cold, imposing face before him and hesitated, too frightened to speak. This man seemed like a stern judge from the underworld, and he was the sinner awaiting judgment. Moreover, this person was frequently seen on TV news or mobile web pages. Anyone who visited Jingang CBD knew that the tallest building screen often featured his poster. Rumors painted him as heartless and ruthless, having risen to the top of the business world through bloodshed. In legal circles, he was known as the Yama. Mr. Nate, the man stammered. Govind glanced at him sideways, flicking cigarette ash, his tone icy and calm. Do you recognize me? Yes. Yes. Recognizing me, you still dared to lay a finger on my wife? What? The man was shocked. Though he didn't follow business news closely, he knew this man was Jingang's renowned bachelor, sought after by many. When did he get married? Govind rarely showed patience with such individuals. Who did you touch today? Hua. Angie, the man answered, stunned. The Jingang princess and entertainment darling turned out to be the businessman's wife? Explosive news. Selling this to the media would ensure a life of luxury. Who ordered you to do this? I don't know, never met the person. Only received a phone call. Govind puffed on his cigarette. When he laughed briefly, the kneeling man was terrified. The smoke dispersed and Owlie shut the car door, slamming the man's head into the Maybach's body multiple times, brutally and mercilessly. Owlie covered the man's mouth, preventing any screams. Regaining consciousness, he was lifted by his hair, forced to look at Owlie. Think carefully and tell me everything. Otherwise, next time it won't be the car body. Considering your miserable life and feeble mind, hitting a multi-million-dollar Maybach is an honor for you. With that, Owlie threw him onto the ground and opened the car door again. The man felt the pressure increase, trembling as he crawled towards the car door, barely managing to hold on. I really don't know anything else. 2 nights ago, a man contacted me, offering $1 million for this job. I initially thought it was a scam, but he wired me half up front and told me to go to a building, find buckets of water, and pour them out. I didn't want to do it, but he assured me it was just water, so I believed him. Chapter 432, You still dare to lay a finger on my wife after meeting me? Just stick to being a doctor. Why bother so much? She's my patient and also my sister-in-law. Wow. Sister-in-law, huh? Can she even respond to you when you call her that? It's the year 20 whatever, everyone knows you two aren't from the same mother. If your father hadn't died and there was still some connection between you two, it would be different. Now he's dead, yet you still insist on calling her sister? To be proper in such a relationship, you two should only meet at Bakergming Festival, the rest of the time, pretending not to know each other is best. Are you relying on your mouth to establish yourself as a doctor? No, it's just that I can't stand seeing you showing off. Fine if you do that elsewhere, but running into my hospital to show off in front of my patients? I could overlook it if I didn't see it. But since I did, turning a blind eye would be unjust. Elena sat down while talking, watching Waverly. Want to argue or talk it out? I'll go all the way with you. Ever since she could remember, her mom was the principal. To get any advantage under her mom's watchful eyes, Elena had sharpened her tongue through years of mental battles. She wasn't afraid of anyone, least of all someone like Waverly. I'll come back another day. A wise man doesn't pick a fight he can't win. Waverly wasn't stupid and decided not to engage. As soon as Waverly left, Govind glanced at his bodyguard who followed right after. In the parking lot, as he tried to open his car door, he was suddenly bagged and thrashed mercilessly. One attacker hit him while the other filmed the assault. Elena received a video from Govind and showed it to Angie. Look. Useful husband indeed. If Waverly dares to show off in front of you, he'll regret it. Only useful for this, Tilda, sitting on the bed peeling an apple, added icily. Elena knew Tilda was upset and dared not say anything nice about Govind. I'll check on the department. Talk more, Auntie. I'll come back later. Once Elena left, Tilda cast a warning glance at Angie. I bet you know this has something to do with Govind. The Thai family is complex, and its members have differing interests. The patriarch wants one thing while the children want others. Govind lets them jump around without resolving issues because what the TYS offer isn't satisfactory to him. But others in the Thai family are less benevolent. Pete wouldn't want Govind to return to the capital and meddle in Thai family affairs. If he does, Pete's position in the family won't be secure. Unable to handle Govind, Pete might target you instead. Tilda cut a piece of apple and put it in her mouth. Do you really think Govind is above all this? He grew up from nothing and became a capitalist. What he hates most is his past. He may not dwell on being abandoned, but he needs answers. The Thai family is his answer. Did you find out? We caught the guy, Owlie replied to Govind, who nodded. Bring him here. At the hospital parking lot, Govind sat in a white shirt inside his car, with the back door wide open. Under the dim light, his cold expression loomed menacingly, casting a chilling atmosphere around him. Beside the car door, Owlie held a man kneeling down by the shoulder. The man's hood was pulled off. Shocked by the sudden light, he wanted to curse but froze at the sight of Govind's stern face, which resembled a high-ranking judge from the underworld. The man felt like a sinner awaiting judgment. Moreover, he had seen Govind multiple times on TV or social media. Anyone who's been to Jingang CBD knows his face from the giant screens showcasing his poster. Rumors painted him as ruthless, sweeping through Jingang's business world to claim the top spot. Known as the iron-faced devil in the legal circle. Nate boss, the man stammered. Govind glanced at him, flicked ash from his cigarette, and spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. You know me? Why, yes. How dare you touch my wife? What? The man was shocked. Though not always following business news, he knew this man was a famous bachelor in Jingang, with countless women vying for his attention. When did he get married? Govind rarely showed patience with people like him. Who did you touch today? Angie, the man replied, staring in disbelief. The Lincolnsons of Jingang and an entertainment industry star becoming a commercial titan's wife? This was explosive news. Selling this to the media would ensure lifelong comfort. Who told you to touch her? I don't know, never saw the person. Only got a call. Govind took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke. The man gave a short, quick laugh but quickly shuddered at the sight of Govind's icy glare. Smoke filled the car, spilling out the open door. The man glanced at Owlie, who closed the door and slammed the man's head against the Maybach's body repeatedly. His methods were brutal and unyielding. Covering the man's mouth, Owlie didn't give him a chance to scream. Afterward, he was lifted by his hair, forced to look at Owlie. Think carefully. Tell me everything, or next time, you'll be slamming into something worse than the car body. For you, it's an honor to bash against this multi-million-dollar Maybach. Finishing, Owlie threw him on the ground and reopened the door. Reviewed by Govind, the man felt the pressure intensify. Levering, he crawled to the car door, using the footrest to steady himself. I don't know anything else. 2 nights ago, a man contacted me to do this, offering $1 million. I didn't believe it, thinking it was a scam. But he transferred $500,000 promptly and told me to spill water from the barrels inside the building. I didn't want to do it, but he said it was just water, so I believed him. Chapter 433, Govind, did you and Angie get secretly married? As I poured all the bottled water on the ground, I felt something was wrong. It wasn't water but oil. By the time I realized this, I felt very regretful. But before I could shout for help, someone had already set a fire. There was no time left. So I ran out before the fire got too big, not daring to tell anyone from the crew, fearing they would blame me for starting the fire. I only know this much, Mr. Nate. Mr. Nate, if any of my words were lies, may I be struck by lightning. I just wanted money. I didn't mean to harm anyone. My wife is disabled, and my son is taking the college entrance exam this year. I couldn't stay at the scene because if I got caught and had a criminal record, it would affect my son's future. Mr. Nate, I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. I'm old and sick. I only took that job because it's close to home, thinking it would barely cover our living expenses. Mr. Nate. Mr. Nate. Mr. Nate. Owlie pushed the man away and closed the door of the Maybach. The man cried in despair as he watched the Maybach drive away. Give me the bank card. The man, without hesitation, fished out an old wallet from his pocket, which had clearly been used for many years. Owlie watched, feeling a pang of sympathy. Taking the bank card, he turned his gaze away. Go to the West City police station and find Officer Apollo. Tell him what happened tonight, and he'll arrange everything for you. I can't go to the police station, no, my son is about to take the college entrance exam, I can't. You took their money and did this. If they don't want this to come out, what do you think your fate will be? Do you want to die? If you cooperate with us, Mr. Nate might not hold you responsible, but if you don't listen. He left it unsaid. Some things shouldn't come out of his mouth. It's been traced to an overseas account, but the owner has a close relationship with Gay. Govind nodded. Go to the Thai residence. Arrange for Darren to start the fire. Ali felt a chill run down his spine, thinking that after letting the Thai family get away with so much, it was finally time to settle the score. This was going to be tit for tat. When Mr. Nate moves, it's always devastating. This could cost lives. It was 1:30 a.m., and most of the Thai family had gone to bed, except for Gay, who was standing in the living room holding a glass of water, softly chatting via video call. Suddenly, car headlights shone into the yard. Before he could react, dozens of people rushed in, splashing some substance from oil cans around the gate. Realizing what was happening, Gay hung up hurriedly and flung open the door to see Govind standing in a black suit, casually flicking a lighter, looking like he was merely strolling into the Thai residence. Gay panicked as the smell of gasoline filled his nostrils. Govind, what are you planning? Today, I learned a trick from Sam Thai. And I'd like to test if it works, said Govind, flicking the lighter again. Just hearing that sound made Gay break into a cold sweat. With the air thick with gasoline, the sound of the lighter was a death sentence. This wasn't a lighter, it was a chain leading to hell. The commotion roused old Mr. Thai. As he and the Felicia emerged in robes, they saw this terrifying scene. The old woman nearly fainted. What devilry are you up to? She shouted. Darren glanced at Govind, seeing no objection, spoke on his behalf. Of course, we want to burn you alive, you old sinner. Your mind's gone, haven't you? Living with Angie had improved his way with words. How fortunate. You're breaking the law, don't you know that? We know it's illegal, but does Sam Thai know that? Govind asked. Then he tossed Gay a phone. It contained a video that could send Gay to prison. We can talk this through. The old man tried to mediate, hoping to ease the tension. If you wish me to go to the capital so much, then give me a choice, either me or Gay, pick one. Hearing this, the old woman was shocked. Choosing between him and Gay? Was this some kind of joke? Gay was her meticulously groomed successor. What did Govind count for? Foolish dreams. Govind nodded, wiped his hands, and smirked. Then he handed the lighter to Ali, who threw it toward the gate. In an instant, flames erupted. Fire engulfed the entire Thai residence. The old woman screamed in terror, and Gay pulled them out of the house, unable to believe how far Govind would go. Flames illuminated Govind's cold face. The old woman's nightgown was partially burnt, and she stood there, disheveled, while Govind looked impeccably composed, almost godlike. I should have drowned both you and your mother back then. Before she could finish her tirade, Govind grabbed her throat, a cigarette in his other hand, flickering in the wind. Didn't I forget to tell you I hit women? You bully the elderly. If I wanted to bully you, being dead wouldn't save you. Dirty mouth, isn't it? Alcohol. Ali opened the Maybach's trunk and retrieved a bottle of high-proof liquor. Govind often had drinks and cigarettes ready in the car for social engagements. He picked the cheapest bottle and handed it over. Govind flicked the cigarette away, grabbed the old woman's chin, and poured alcohol into her mouth, making her cough violently. Govind, you're insane. This could kill her. Govind, did you and Angie get secretly married? Chapter 434. A warm breath into the ear. It's me. Pete and the elderly woman merely wanted to test the relationship between Angie and Govind. They never expected that a mere Angie could make Govind break in during the dead of night to do something illegal. This unequivocally proved their relationship was far from innocent. Govind laughed upon hearing her words, grabbing the elderly woman by the collar and pulling her towards him. His tone was icy with a hint of a smile. You want to know? The man held the elderly woman as if she were a rag, ready to be thrown away at any moment. For the first time, the elderly woman saw a lethal intent in the eyes of this young man, a kind of born menace that Pete lacked despite his prowess. The saying went, a man with killing aura can control the situation. Govind was born to lead. Who gave you the nerve to meddle in my personal life? With a thud, Govind casually tossed the elderly woman to the ground. Looking at Pete, Govind's heavy aura mixed with the smell of gasoline engulfed him. I heard Sam Thai has a hidden beauty. Very concerned about the one at home? Let me remind you, watch over your people well. Since you're trying to drag women into this, let's do it together. Pete felt a jolt but maintained a facade of calmness while seeking an answer. Just to Angie, is it really worth going so far for? Govind answered evasively, learned it. I'll return this favor to Sam Thai someday. Govind, don't you want to know why your mother left without a word, and why your father agreed? As Govind prepared to leave, the elderly woman, lying on the ground and panting heavily, managed to shout out this question. Seeing him pause, she continued, you're not Arlen's biological son. If you want the truth, you must come back to the capital, to the Thai family. Govind was speechless. Angie was right, she's just an old witch, saying anything to achieve her goal. Don't tell me you actually believe her. Darren comforted Govind after he got into the car, noticing his poor mood. Govind remained silent, lighting a cigarette instead. His eyes were dark, suppressing his emotions until the cigarette burned down. Darren continued, just listen to the old witch. Uncle Nate has been there for you all these years, everyone can see that. If you weren't his real son, would he have sold his house and taken loans to fund your startup? At our age, being or not being doesn't matter. What matters is how you feel. Now you're speculating, playing right into her hands. Darren tried to reason earnestly, but Govind didn't respond. Instead, he asked, find out where Lemuel is, give him the evidence of Pete setting fire, and as for the other one, let her go. Ali understood the last sentence. In the struggle between powers, he didn't want the common people to suffer. An impoverished and pitiful person wasn't worth making difficult. What about the money in the bank card? Give it all to him. Angie lay in bed sleeping, feeling a large hand moving across her body, causing her breaths to quicken. She woke up in a shiver as a warm breath whispered into her ear, it's me. Angie's heart dropped back into place, blinking her eyes at Govind. Her lips parted slightly, forming words without sound. But Govind understood, scold me when you're discharged. Even if you scold me now, I won't hear you, too convenient for me. Angie thought, good, you know. She sniffed, detecting the gasoline smell on Govind, and asked him silently, where did you go? Visited the Thai family, set a fire. Govind even pulled out a video for her to watch. Angie watched, stunned, finding Govind incredibly handsome when he forced the elderly woman to drink alcohol. So, this brute didn't refrain from hitting women, he just hadn't bothered last time. The next day, Angie returned to the Hua family. For a week, Govind sent greetings through WeChat morning, noon, and night, but didn't appear in person. Presumably busy, Angie didn't ask. Instead, Ali delivered the cat the next day, and Angie spent her days holding the cat, watching dramas, and reading, enjoying the quietest holiday ever. Until a week later, Burnell appeared on schedule. Can you speak now? Angie nodded, been able to for a while. Burnell glared at her, do you understand what following medical advice means? I'm telling you about the production team. Due to the magnitude of events, filming stopped. The director wants to wait until you recover before continuing. How do you think? How I think is important. Angie asked. Burnell raised an eyebrow, of course. We have contracts. The production team is responsible for your safety while filming. This happened during work hours, meaning injury on duty. You can sue them. Burnell explained professionally. Angie understood and nodded, say it directly, what are you thinking? I'll cooperate. Whatever I say, you'll cooperate? As long as it benefits me. Request advertising placement for you in this drama. Profit? We suffered losses, we can't let them slide. This incident has caused a stir within the industry. Everyone knows about it. If you pursue it, the drama will fail. Too much has already been invested, failure wouldn't be worth it. We shouldn't push things too far either. Without objections, I'll discuss with the director. Minimum 3 advertisements, from the first episode to the end. I can also handle the advertisers. Burnell's professionalism was always impeccable. Angie trusted her judgment. Stopping production? That seemed unreasonable. Continuing? They couldn't let their loss go unaddressed. This was the best solution. Angie nodded, I'll follow your lead. Good girl. Rest a few more days. I'll call you once everything is settled, and you'll prepare for work. Burnell left, followed quickly by Tilda. Seeing Angie hugging the cat and munching on an apple, lounging on the sofa. You're planning to find your husband? Staying with my mom is more important. Thanks, but no. Leave. Tilda sat opposite her, visibly annoyed by the cat. Without you, I could work overtime and meet friends. With you, I have to come home on time. Finally getting rid of Dad, don't make me wish you'd leave too. Angie paused mid-bite, was she trying to kill her? No way. I'll leave, right now. Note, some sentences have been adjusted for better readability and natural flow while keeping true to the original content. Chapter 435, Eat You First or Have Dinner First, choose one. Syra is back? Greyhammed was overjoyed to see Milagros, feeling that the house only came alive with her return. Normally, it was cold and lifeless, without a trace of warmth. Milagros responded with a sound, where's your master? Master. Greyhammed hesitated a bit, hasn't come back. She originally wanted to ask if they weren't together but reconsidered as this might cause friction between the couple, so she held back. Milagros, who grew up in the tumultuous marriage of her biological parents, understood that the hesitation and evasive answers of servants were meant to cover for the other party. He hasn't been back while I'm away? Greyhammed didn't dare to respond, lowering her gaze. The mistress was too perceptive, any explanation would seem futile. Govind received Milagros's call when old Master Tai was in Montegegmeo International's reception room. They were at an impasse, and when his phone rang, he saw Milagros's name and hung up, replying with a text message, wait a moment. Little mischievous sprite. Govind could sense Milagros's mood from those few dots without much thought. He opened WeChat and sent her a location. He added a note, don't overthink it, I'm at the company. Finally, he took a photo with his camera, showing a corner of old Master Tai's clothing along with the tea set in front of him. Man. Seeing his report-like gesture, Milagros couldn't help but laugh, muttering, good for you. Seeing no reply, Govind felt at ease placing his phone beside him. Before he could speak, old Master Tai said, I don't know who your biological father is. Your mother and I never had a good relationship, and she never confided in me. In her eyes, I was a sinner. Govind interrupted him, I don't want to hear your excuses. If you want me back in the Tai family, give me half of the chain hotels controlled by old lady Tai. These chain hotels are just peanuts compared to what you can easily get. That's my decision, whether or not I care about them. As for your sincerity, that's on you. Need I make it clearer? Either pull me into your camp, or I'll stand against you. If my guess is correct, there are plenty in the capital who want to bring you down. After all the efforts the Tai family has put into making Gay reach his current position, wouldn't you also be wary of others wanting to topple him? The man leaned forward, sipping tea, his gaze filled with warning. There's a price for provoking me. What does he want? Our hotels? Does he deserve them? The Tai family used to thrive and never lacked income. But things had changed in recent years, relying solely on the hotels to sustain the family's expenses. Giving half the hotels to Govind would mean cutting off half of the Tai family's lifeline. Don't you know what the hotels mean to us? Without them, how will we manage our finances? Old Master Tai sighed, you won't catch wolves without risking the bait. If we don't break this deadlock, we'll always be at others' mercy. Gay sat beside, pondering, Grandma, if he wants them, let him have them. But whether we give him thriving or failing hotels, that choice is ours. Govind has the skills to turn things around, this might be our golden opportunity. Yuan is right. Govind's wealth was immeasurable, and he barely looked at their assets, but if he demanded them, they had to comply. Though still hesitant, the old lady agreed, we hope he can lead us out of this deadlock. When Govind returned home, Milagros was sitting on the sofa watching entertainment news. The news was replaying the scene of the fire from that day. Walking in, before he even spoke, the ragdoll cat dashed towards him, wailing and clawing at his legs like its father had abandoned it. So pitiful, your dad doesn't love you anymore. Don't say nonsense. Govind chuckled, picking up the cat, soothing it while stroking its fur as he headed towards the bathroom to wash his hands. Milagros glanced at him, scoffing, some people, after not seeing their wife for a week, first hug a cat instead of hugging and kissing their wife. Now I get it, cats rank higher than me. Govind paused, setting the cat down and walking towards Milagros. Seeing the desire in his eyes, she felt immobilized by the raw hormone surging around her. Trying to escape, she stood from the sofa. I was just talking, you don't have to, Govind pulled her down, twisting their positions so she ended up straddling his lap. His kiss rained down fiercely, leaving her breathless. Instinctively, she tried to escape, pushing against him, almost falling off until he caught her hips and pulled her back. So confident when playing word games? I didn't say that. Then I must have misunderstood, Govind said with suppressed laughter, nodding at Milagros. Now things are at this point, should I eat you first or have dinner first? Choose one. Hold on, Milagros covered his lips, you haven't been home for a week, Nate boss, shouldn't you explain your itinerary? At the company. Eating and sleeping? Also at the company. Proof. The CEO and board members can vouch for me. It explained why Milagros kept sneezing recently, she'd been mentioned often by Montegegmeo International's executives. Milagros. If you don't believe me, I can show you the surveillance footage. While speaking, he gently caressed her waist, neither too light nor too heavy, teasingly. Barely convinced. Let's have dinner first. Not yet, I need to talk to you about something. Using the word talk, Milagros sensed something wasn't quite right. Talk? Yes, discuss, Govind nodded. Small matters I decide on my own, big matters, I listen to my wife. Milagros's delicate eyebrows rose. And what's this big matter? Old Lady Tai told me that Mr. Nate isn't my biological father. Shocked, Milagros stared at Govind, swallowing hard. So what? Is it true? Translation ends here. Chapter 436, Angie, I wish I could die on you. Govind stared at Angie, their eyes locked. His gaze was unwavering, honest to the point that Angie thought this man seemed a bit foolish and simple. What kind of relationship did they have? A 2-year contractual marriage. If they decided to divorce after the 2 years and went their separate ways, it would be better for him to know as little about her as possible. Yet Govind's actions were undoubtedly exposing his vulnerabilities to her, offering her the chance to stab him in the back whenever she chose. Was he trusting her? Or did he really not care about her, thinking her impact on him was negligible? Govind nodded, Listening to his affirmation, Angie pondered for a moment. You want to go back to the Tai family to find the answers? Govind slightly bowed his head. I have that intention. What about Mr. Nate? Does he know you know this? Or does he know you are not his biological son? Has it been confirmed? Angie asked 3 consecutive questions, but Govind only answered the most critical one. It has been confirmed. Angie sat up straighter. So, does Mr. Nate know you are not his biological son? Maybe, I'm not sure. Angie fell into deep thought, frowning as she lowered her head, lost in contemplation. After a long while, she looked up at him. Is knowing the truth very important to you? Not particularly, but I need to know the truth. And what if learning the truth doesn't make you happy? Do you feel content with your current life? Your family, friends, including me, if all this is satisfactory, I personally suggest not pursuing anything else. It doesn't matter who your biological father is, what matters is that he raised and nurtured you. That's enough. I say this up front, based on the premise that your mother abandoned you from childhood. If you find your biological father and discover he is the same kind of person as my father, then what? From that perspective, knowing the truth or not doesn't make much difference. I'll ask you in another way, do you still wish to pursue those so-called truths? Each of Angie's light words weighed like heavy stones striking Govind's forehead, leaving his normally clear mind in a daze. He didn't know how to choose. Ironically, a business tycoon who had thrived in the commercial world was stumped by a young girl. Govind's hand, which had been roaming over her lower back, stopped moving. His mind was filled with Angie's words. If knowing the truth means giving up everything you now possess, is it worth it? Not worth it, certainly not. Angie, noticing Govind's silence, continued. Have you ever thought about it? What you seek might become a burden. Considering my life experiences and the fact that my biological father could be terrible, if this were my situation, I wouldn't look for answers. But since you want to find them, I support you. Why? Govind felt a warm sensation upon hearing Angie's words. Because if I view the world from my perspective, the whole world belongs to me, but in reality, it doesn't. It won't belong to me either. You have your pursuits, and as your wife, I should support you. Instantly, Angie found herself captured by a pair of predatory eyes, full of aggression. With no time to react, Govind rained down a torrent of kisses from his lips down to her shoulder, burning with desire, making it impossible for Angie to evade. When Angie couldn't breathe, she pushed him away. His broad palm pressed her neck against his forehead, breathing wild and repressed. Angie, I wish I could die on you. Sam second, will President Nate really return to the capital? As long as Pete is there, it won't be easy. He won't allow Govind to go to the capital. Once Govind arrives, the position of eldest son in the Thai family might not be secure. The entire Thai family, probably only Clem wants Govind to return to the capital to break the deadlock. No one else wishes for it. After the incident the other night, old lady has already developed enmity towards Govind, and it will never be resolved in this lifetime. And Pete, everyone knows he is the key figure being groomed by the Thai family, with all resources poured into him, awaiting his ascension to a high position to elevate the Thai family even further. If Govind returns to the capital, Pete would become a laughingstock. Could he let this happen? Certainly not. We can just sit back and watch the show, said Lemuel on the balcony of a high-rise building, flicking ash from his cigarette, looking every bit like someone waiting for the drama to unfold. After resting for a few days, Angie went to the company. Just as she entered, Burnell came out. Good timing, I was just thinking when to visit you today, and here you are. The director has agreed. The advertisement contracts are all yours. I've also notified our partners, though two were hesitant. I've secured you 2 additional commercials, one for cold medicine and another for toothpaste. Due to preset channels, the pricing for these 2 commercials is quite attractive. You're doing great, Angie said, opening the office door and shouting to the receptionist, Desi, afternoon tea for the entire company, courtesy of Sister Leah. Thank you, Sister Leah. Burnell, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at Angie as if she were her own daughter. Let me say something. Listen if you want to, if not, consider it rambling. Go ahead. This wasn't aimed at you, right? Those people you offended aren't capable of such drastic actions. I guess it's Chairman Nate? Kind of. Relationships should be mutual, and regarding your connection with President Nate, I shouldn't comment too much, but remember, whatever the relationship, as a woman, your primary duty is to ensure your safety. I understand. Burnell nodded. Govind, being a man of deep thoughts, if he knew she was fanning the flames with Angie, one day, he would come to deal with her. She had some things to say but dared not. Chapter 437, Govind's new rumored girlfriend. Milagros left the company and went to the mall to pick up some custom-made jewelry. She had stayed at the Hua residence for a week, nearly driving Tilda crazy, but thankfully, as a conscientious daughter, she didn't let her biological mother suffer too much. As soon as Milagros entered the store, even with her mask and hat on, someone recognized her. Geraldine is here? The manager was just urging us to call and check on your situation, thinking if you were busy, we could deliver it. Please come this way, the items have arrived. Money talks, and Milagros was the kind of customer who dropped money in piles, a VIP among VIPs. Following the staff, Milagros headed toward the VIP room. Just as she reached the door, she heard a familiar voice. It sounded like the person was on a call, not talking to the staff. Milagros turned slightly to look. Sure enough, it was Presley. Presley sensed Milagros's gaze, slowly turned around while on the call, and their eyes met immediately. She hung up the phone and approached Milagros, sizing her up from head to toe. All done? Milagros shrugged. Presley handed her phone to Goran behind her. With the way the trending topic looks, one would think you're on your deathbed. Don't be disappointed. A little bit. I'd actually love to see what happens if you really were dying. Milagros rolled her eyes. I'd die, of course. What else? Presley. A nearby salesperson couldn't hold back a laugh at Milagros's words. Her hand trembled slightly while holding the tray. Presley ignored it. Jewelry? Want to take a look? Presley didn't refuse and led the way into the VIP room. Once seated, the staff member knelt down and opened the jewelry box, revealing a set of emerald green jewels. It must be said, Milagros had excellent taste. Raised amidst gold and silver, even if her initial eye for quality wasn't good, years of exposure to wealth certainly refined it. This set of emerald green jewelry was probably unmatched in Jingang. Are you wearing it? My mom. How about that? Suitable. Milagros lazily leaned back on the sofa, removing her hat and mask, then shoved them into her bag. What are you doing here? Getting jewelry? For Mercedes's wedding. Milagros paused mid-motion. You're closer than a real mother? Even matters like this fall on you? Presley hesitated, glancing at the kneeling staff member. Is there tea? Yes, the staff member hadn't intended to leave, hoping to hear some gossip, but was sent out before anything began. She had heard of the Nan's engagement with the Beau family in the capital. Since the engagement, Presley's eldest daughter did nothing but try to catch her fiancé cheating. Everyone thought the engagement would eventually terminate, but surprisingly, it led to an announcement of their upcoming wedding. Quite dramatic. Such events in wealthy families often surpass regular dramas. Ordinary families would have already terminated the engagement, and the boy might have had his legs broken by the girl's father. But here, the main focus was on results, regardless of the children's happiness. To these families, the future of the clan mattered more than individual well-being. Once alone, Presley continued, she's fasting at home, trying to use tears and threats to end this engagement. And what do you think? Milagros asked. My only wish is for peace and quiet. For Presley, if Mercedes listened and didn't hinder or oppose her, she would have helped her avoid marrying Harvey. But reality painted a different picture. Mercedes opposed her at every turn, even selling South Corporation's business secrets. Such a person was a ticking time bomb and needed to be removed, and with style. Fasting and tantrums wouldn't change her mind. Curious, Milagros glanced over. I've suggested many times without action from you. What made you decide now? The staff brought tea and left, seeing no need to stay. Presley poured 2 cups of tea. Milagros sipped hers. If I'm destined to be the head of the South family, why not exercise this power early? Nan President, looking forward to working with you. Milagros raised her cup, giving a fox-like smile. Presley waited for this. Hua President, considering investing? Maybe. When will you send me the investment documents? They didn't chat long, fearing Tilda would finish work. Milagros returned to the office with her gift, just in time to see Tilda leaving. Selenag boss, already leaving? You come in at 4:30 p.m. and now you're leaving? Are you going to starve my kid and me? People who can manage won't starve, you wouldn't make the cut. Tilda sized up Milagros. Anything? Milagros waved the bag. Gift for you. What is it? Just open it inside. Emeralds? Yeah, do you like it? How much? Several million. Your money or Govind's? Definitely Nate Boss's. Why save when I have a gold mine at home? Tilda looked satisfied. Good, still have your head. Thank you, Miss Selenag. Where are you going? Can I tag along? Tilda held the gift, glanced at her. Going to find you a stepfather, interested? Milagros. My dad died how long ago and you're already finding a stepdad? I'm fine with it, but aren't you worried others won't be? Why care what others think when you don't? Idle? Bored. So tonight, there's a private dinner hosted by the president of the Charity Association's wife, inviting only female entrepreneurs. Alia? Isn't she Govind's new rumored girlfriend? President Leah is quite fond of Govind, creating many opportunities for Alia. You might see him today. Govind? Not a women-only event? He'll dare. If I see him, I'll flay him alive. Note, adjustments were made for clarity and fluency. Chapter 438 Miss Leah and President Nate, I think they match well. This kind of event, Angie had attended many times before. The president of the Charity Association gathered these female entrepreneurs together for no other reason than to get some money out of their pockets. Asking for money is a skill, asking straightforwardly would often provoke aversion. Finding a pretext would make it much easier. What method do you plan on using tonight to flay Govind? Do you think he will definitely come? Which man does not lust? No matter how beautiful the flowers at home are, they can't compare with the grass outside. Hearing Tilda's confident words, Angie felt somewhat peculiar and leaned in closer, looking at her. Do you know something? A feeling. President Selenag has arrived. Geraldine as well? I heard from the news a few days ago that Geraldine was injured. Was it serious? Before Angie could follow up, Catherine Leah came over with a smiling face, making small talk. Angie nodded politely, I'm much better now. Hope you don't mind my uninvited presence here. Catherine Leah smiled beautifully, her cheapao highlighting her full figure as she linked arms with Tilda and patted Angie's hand. Having Christy here truly honors us. Please come in. Meanwhile, in the private tea house of the club, Govind held his teacup, idly playing with the tea leaves. Mr. Leah's case is quite difficult. I know, even the most difficult cases have chances when handled by President Nate, Marcel said as Govind put down his cup, intending to pour more tea, only to be stopped by Govind. Having chances doesn't mean winning. I won't risk my reputation here. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Marcel's face. Knowing Govind had taken on far more challenging cases, his refusal wasn't due to fear of losing. But a smart person wouldn't push someone to agree. Marcel smiled. Alright, let's call it quits for today. By the way, there's a dinner gathering for Beijing Hong Kong female entrepreneurs downstairs. Would you like to take a look, President Nate? No need, I still have matters to attend to, Govind casually refused. Leaving required passing through the courtyard. As they stepped into the ancient-style garden adorned with pavilions, terraces, and water features, an internal stream meandered from east to west, crossed by a wooden bridge. In Angie's opinion, this courtyard was perfect for filming period dramas. Just as Govind stepped onto the wooden bridge, Marcel carefully escorted him. Not taking a few steps, Ali glanced at Govind who followed his gaze and saw Angie wearing a black corduroy long dress, its pink hem harmoniously matching the black fabric. She stood by the wooden railing, holding a cup of tea, and gave him a slight smile. Even from a distance, Govind could feel the thick hostility in Angie's eyes. Without moving a step, he subtly turned his body. Marcel, as a seasoned charity association president, instantly noticed the eye contact between Govind and Angie. Although he invited Govind to help connect his daughter Alia, he knew retaining Govind was the priority now. Didn't expect Christy to be here too. Should we greet her, President Nate? Govind didn't change his expression, lightly shifting his gaze away. No need. Knowing Marcel's ulterior motive, having seen through the arrangement of inviting several female entrepreneurs to stir things up, he realized leaving now would be better explained as work-related. Staying would only worsen things, irreversibly. Check who Sairé accompanied tonight. She came with President Selenag, whose car is parked opposite. Govind, following Alali's gaze, indeed saw Tilda's car opposite. Sir, shall we go? Alali hesitated whether to return or wait for Angie. The man didn't respond but took out his phone to make a call. On the other side, Govind asked, Are you coming? Later, Angie replied lazily, devoid of emotion. Is everything okay? Yeah, I just saw a tomcat running past me. Lost in her thoughts, Govind, though not understanding, still asked, and then? All I'm thinking about now is catching it and having it neutered. Do you think chemical castration hurts more or physical? Which one do you prefer? Govind, I don't like either. Choose one. Don't want to choose. Was this about neutering a cat or himself? He wasn't oblivious to Angie's intentions. Christy, we meet again. Before Govind could respond, Marcel's daughter greeted them. Angie lowered her phone but didn't end the call. Smiling, she nodded. Meeting again, just tagging along for a meal during my leave. Miss Leah, you don't mind, right? Of course not, I've wanted to meet Geraldine. But I didn't dare approach given my position. Did I interrupt your call just now? Angie shook her head, smoothing her hair disheveled by the wind. No. Hearing this, Alia sat opposite Angie. There are things I'd like to ask Christy. Hope it's not too impertinent. About President Nate? Angie was direct, without any beating around the bush. Surprised by Angie's straightforwardness, Alia felt a shiver. Earlier, Marcel had asked her to probe the relationship between Angie and Govind, rumors about which were plenty. This request made her more concerned. If Angie and Govind were truly close, her chances would be slim. Beijing Hong Kong gossip claimed that no one could resist Christy's admiration. Once she set her sights on Govind, he would eventually belong to her. Caught off guard, I see. If being interested in President Nate means embarrassment, then what about those who chase scoundrels outside? President Nate is outstanding and renowned as a bachelor. Admiring him isn't shameful. Besides, I think Miss Leah and President Nate suit each other very well. Christy is joking. Though I do have interest in President Nate, I haven't figured him out yet. He values privacy, leaving no traces of his preferences outside, which troubles me. End chapter 438. Translation notes. Maintained character names in pinyin as requested. Preserved original tone and structure. Ensured natural English flow and coherence with previous content. Chapter 439. Weren't you happy playing matchmaker for your husband with other women? Angie seemed to understand, raising her hand to lift the lid of the teacup and sniffed the aroma of the tea. If that's the case, I can help you inquire indirectly. Really? Alia was delighted. Angie nodded and even took out her phone. Really, add me on WeChat? If it's convenient, you can directly tell me your WeChat. Who is Christy going to ask? Just a few people like Darren, Haider Xiao Yu. Alia scanned Angie's WeChat code, added her, and then asked, but I've inquired with Second Master Montague and others, and I didn't get any useful information. Angie agreed to her friend request, put the phone back in her bag. Miss Leah might not have grasped the method. What good method does Christy have? My methods are usually simple and straightforward. For example, sending him to meet his ancestors. Alia. Angie put down her cup, stood up, and looked at Alia. I'll go and inquire for you right now. So fast? Alia couldn't quite figure out what Angie meant. Could she really be this sincere? How did it go? As Alia saw off Angine entered, Marcel immediately asked as she closed the door. I didn't get much out of it, but our relationship should be better than expected. It seems Angie has a pretty good relationship with Darren too. She does have a good relationship with Darren. They always quarrel when they meet, but after all these years, nothing substantial has come out of it. A pair of lovebirds in conflict? Marcel nodded, perhaps. Last time I hinted around asking Mr. Montague, he said they've known each other since childhood, often fighting together. Angie used to beat Darren until he was crawling on the ground looking for his teeth. Listening to this, Alia felt a bit uncomfortable. Though both were girls, Angie's popularity in Jingang was unmatched, especially among the wealthy heirs who would stand straight and salute just hearing her name. As long as she's not in a special relationship with President Nate. Marcel nodded. Be smart, don't be like Calistani. I know. Do you not mind not going back to school lately? It's fine, if there's anything, Yesenia will call me. Upon hearing Yesenia's name, Marcel wanted to say something but held back. Go home. Not waiting for Syra? Alalie, hearing the grumpy voice from the back seat, thought he had misunderstood. Hadn't they been waiting here for so long because they wanted to go home together? Why do you look like your ancestor's grave has been dug up after just one phone call? Didn't hear clearly. Do you want an ENT appointment at the hospital? Govind was filled with anger. Alalie didn't dare to ask further. It wasn't his place to meddle in the boss's affairs. Both of them had short tempers and ruthless means. The car drove into Puyun Mountain. Just as they entered, a large border collie rushed out. A guard came over with a leash, looking awkwardly at Govind. Mr. Hyder sent this dog over, saying that while he's abroad building your empire, you should ensure its safety. Govind glanced at Alalie. Alalie scratched his head. Sam Hyder indeed said that. This dog of Sam Hyder's had a peculiar background. In college, he liked a girl and finally won her over with great effort. But she brought along a dog that she had previously raised with her ex-boyfriend. Sam Hyder, who also loved animals, took care of it with them. After graduation, the girl went abroad for graduate studies, abandoning both her and the dog. Eventually, the dog ended up becoming his pet. Lately, Govind had sent him abroad. The Hyders weren't particularly fond of dogs, and without the owner around, the dog's life had been repeatedly endangered. With nowhere else to send it, Sam Hyder could only bring it to Puyun Mountain. After all, Boss Nate had plenty of space. Besides, hadn't he been working hard for Boss Nate? Govind stared at the black and white border collie for a moment. The dog felt his gaze and paused in its barking. Take it to the backyard. With orders given, Govind walked into the house with a cold expression. The guard glanced at Alalie, who waved him on, put the leash on and take it to the backyard. He didn't dare delay, beckoned the large dog over. Just as he was about to crouch down to attach the leash, a pink Bentley sped in. They didn't need to see the license plate, the color alone told them whose car it was. Angie angrily flung open the car door, ready to confront Govind. Suddenly, the large dog charged at Angie, breaking free from the partially attached leash. Syra. Syra. Just as Govind stepped into the living room, he heard barking and screaming from the yard. Without hesitation, he rushed outside. Seeing Angie being chased around the car by the border collie, he stopped in his tracks, forgetting that Angie was afraid of dogs. She wasn't scared of small ones, just these large dogs. Angie screamed, dodging. Where did this dog come from? Get rid of it. Turning, she saw Govind standing with one hand in his pocket, smirking arrogantly. Her fury increased. Govind, you son of a dog, are you a man at all? Your wife is being chased by a dog and you're laughing? I curse you to be infertile and childless forever. When you were happily playing matchmaker between your husband and another woman, weren't you happy and joyful? Why aren't you laughing now? Is laughter not part of your nature? You bastard, don't tell me you didn't know Marcel's ulterior motives. Knowing that, you still pursued it. Are you cheap or what? Woof woof woof. Help me. Angie was utterly embarrassed. Growing up, this was the first time she had been chased by a dog. She dodged frantically to avoid being knocked down. The dog didn't seem intent on biting her, rather it played cat and mouse, chasing her around. But she was terrified of dogs. Mister? Alalie didn't dare move. After all, Govind hadn't moved yet. No movement, the man commanded. Hearing this, Angie's anger flared. Are you a man? Govind, you tiny 3-minute demon. Help. Govind watched leisurely from the yard, even lighting a cigarette to enjoy the spectacle of his wife's embarrassment. Help. Taking a puff of smoke, he flicked the ash away, looking smugly at Angie. Want me to save you? Stop talking nonsense. If I die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. I can save you. He seemed on a different wavelength. No matter how much Angie cursed, he paid no heed. His goal was singular, attaining his objective. Saying, Lincolnson, please save me. Note, the last line suggests some playful or teasing interaction, implying that Govind wants Angie to say a specific phrase for him to rescue her. Chapter 440, Can't chop you, but can't I chop a cat? Go dream on. Calling for Lincolnson to save you, I'd rather die here than bow down to a dog like you. As she spoke, Angie gathered her courage and walked toward the big German shepherd. She pointed at her forehead and said, "Come on, bite me. Kill me if you dare, and leave that dog with no one." Woof. The big German shepherd, as if it understood, stopped in its tracks and barked at Angie. Terrified, Angie almost lost her nerve. Ah. Lincolnson, please save me, wah. Govind couldn't help but laugh. He flicked off the cigarette from his fingers and walked over to Angie. Seeing him coming, she jumped into his arms and clung onto his neck, whimpering. The man glanced down at the German shepherd ready to pounce and snapped, not retreating. The dog was instantly intimidated by Govind's glare, whining pathetically with its tail wagging as it watched them leave. Owlie and the guards stood rooted to the spot, finding Angie's bold yet fearful display amusing. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare, holding back until Govind carried her into the living room. No wonder Angie was the Lincolnsons of China. Absolutely unique. There would never be another one like her in this world. Owlie sat on the lawn and beckoned the large dog to come over. Petting its head, he earnestly advised, "Doggy, remember to keep your distance or you'll meet an early end. If you stay far away from her, you can stay on Earth in your doghouse. If you get close, you might just find yourself in a pot or a rice cooker." Upon entering the house, Angie leaped off Govind and rushed into the kitchen without even taking off her shoes. Mina watched in shock, stammering, "Ma'am." Following Angie into the kitchen, Mina froze when he saw her grab the chef's knife. His voice shot up in alarm, "Ma'am. Knives are dangerous. Don't stop me, I'm going to chop this bastard up. I'm going to dismember him and feed him to dogs. How could you mock me? Aren't you a man? I'm your wife. What did I do wrong that every night you call me darling in bed, but once out of it, you treat me like nothing? Is raising your pants so hard it makes you forget who you are? Ma'am. Don't stop me." Mina tried his best to prevent Angie from reaching Govind. Servants were restraining her, trying to snatch the knife away. Only Govind remained calm. Seeing that Mina couldn't hold her back, he caught the pleading look she gave him. He raised an eyebrow. "Got it, retreat. You're capable, huh? Let's see if I can't chop you." Govind thought, not retreat? That wasn't an option. A good man doesn't court unnecessary trouble. Bam. The front door slammed shut behind Govind as he disappeared into the house. Angie, fuming with anger, couldn't catch Govind. Pushing Mina aside, she intended to chase after him but noticed her cat stretching lazily on a cabinet shelf after waking up. Without a second thought, she grabbed the cat by its neck and rushed outside, standing at the main entrance while watching Govind descend the steps and approach his car. "Sir," Owlie opened the car door, only to spot Angie emerging with the cat. Using a cat as a hostage? Meow. Turning his head, Govind saw Angie holding the cat in one hand and brandishing a knife in the other, looking ready to butcher something. "Boss Nate. Keep going. Go ahead. Can't chop you, but can't I chop a cat?" Govind. Owlie hesitated, then said, "Boss, if Miss Tai finds out the cat is dead, she'll likely come to chop you tomorrow." "Shut up," Govind hissed, annoyed by Owlie's comment. Owlie shrank his neck inward. He did this all for the boss's safety. Meow-ah. The ragdoll cat screamed in fear while being held. Realizing his escape plan had failed, Govind steeled himself and gently took the cat, massaging its neck to ease the tension. Seeing the man handle the cat so tenderly made Angie even angrier. "Am I not as important as a cat? The cat hasn't done anything, yet you care for it. Have you ever cared for your wife? Do wives need comfort to introduce someone to their husbands? Angie. And now you feel wronged? I feel wronged. Wronged my ass." Just as she was about to say something, someone snatched the knife from her hands. Glancing sideways, she saw Mina run off like a whirlwind with the knife. "Hurry, lock the kitchen." Angie. No knife meant she couldn't chop Govind anymore. Govind looked at Angie, his gaze laced with displeasure and resentment. "Come, Catherine Nate, tell me how you plan to inform Miss Leah about my personal details. My clothing size, my favorite foods, the color of my underwear, and the brand of condoms we use during lovemaking. Are these things you intend to document and give to Alia? Don't misconstrue my intentions." Angie blushed furiously at the last statement. Misconstrue? If our roles were reversed today, and you posted this online, I'd be cursed for 18 generations by netizens. Would you win then? No ifs. Don't use hypothetical situations to pressure me. Why didn't you say that Marcel had ill intentions, merely plotting to bring us together? Both half a pound of the same bad stuff. Listening to this, Govind felt that his patience and restraint were seen as something taken for granted and justified by Angie. His anger flared instantly. Step by step, he approached her, his tone dark and repressed. "Angie, do you know that when you coo to me, I wish to give you everything, including my life? But when you defy me, I want to break your wings and strip you of your pride one by one." Hearing this, Angie felt a rush of dizziness, reaching out to push Govind. "Are they fighting? Should I come back later?" Krista entered with documents, seeing the two in such a tense standoff that she immediately understood why everyone in the yard acted like frightened quails. With Krista's arrival, the tense atmosphere between them dissipated. Govind gave her a brief glance. Come in. Get out, Angie replied. Krista stood at the doorway, uncertain whether to enter or leave. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Was her timing really this perfect? Chapter 441, Why should I leave if my wife loves me? Why don't I just put these things here first? Krista carefully placed the items in her hands by the entrance, looking at Govind and nodding toward the document folder. The hotel materials from the Thai family, remember to check them. I'll be going now. Believing it best to leave quickly, Krista thought staying longer was not a good idea. If she stayed, the fire would definitely fall on her. Angie's mind was filled with Govind's words about breaking her pride, ready to burst into anger and plan further confrontation. Was he saying he loved only someone who listened to him? He wanted to break her bones for being stubborn? Fine. That sounded very much like Mr. Nate. I am your wife, not your cat that sticks to you all the time. Your cat can be aloof too, why haven't you tried breaking its pride? Want to argue? Govind released Angie and walked towards the entrance. Infuriated, Angie grabbed his arm. You think you can break my bones and I can't argue with you? If you didn't push other women onto me, we wouldn't argue either. Did I? Didn't you? You even added her on WeChat. Next, will you sell my itinerary? Do you feel so accomplished speculating about me? Can it be that I want to watch over the woman who's always thinking about my husband right before my eyes? Govind looked down at her. So, you're afraid other women might take me away? Think whatever you want, Angie insisted stubbornly. Why are you laughing? We're arguing. Mr. Nate felt delighted knowing that Angie was afraid of losing him. Stepping around her, he picked up the document bag and shook his head. Let's stop fighting. You say stop and we just stop mid-argument? What kind of person does that? Angie couldn't breathe properly. This was killing her. Fighting harms relationships. To harm relationships, you need a relationship. Do we have any? Do you fear losing me to another woman despite no relationship? When did I ever say I feared that? Angie, it's okay to admit it. Govind stroked her hair gently as if petting a cat. Angie's agitation subsided slightly. Something flickered in her mind. Leave. Why should I leave if my wife loves me? Do you have no shame? I can do without it. The weather is dry, be careful of fires, Krista reminded the staff in the office early in the day. Elon gazed at Krista anxiously. What happened? Did the boss get heartbroken? Maybe, possibly, yes, last night, knives were involved. Damn. It's chaotic when lovesick people get heartbroken. How will everyone survive if he gets triggered? We need to warn everyone. After briefing the secretarial office, Elon came out to see Govind approaching, smiling serenely, almost benevolently, certainly not like someone heartbroken. When Angie returned to the film set, the director greeted her with such flattery that it took her aback. Known for his cold demeanor, he never showed favoritism or treated anyone differently, relying solely on actors' performances. How's your health? Are you fully recovered? Yes, pretty much. The director nodded vigorously. That's great. Everyone here has been concerned about you and wanted to visit, but Burnell stopped them. Don't worry, if anything feels off later, I'll let you know. No point forcing it. Thank you, director. Angie bowed politely, showing utmost respect. I should thank you. This matter blew up outside, but your fans didn't cause any trouble. Who didn't know fans could be difficult in the entertainment industry? For a star like Angie, young and accomplished, having a lot of students as fans meant potential issues. A crew member chimed in. Indeed, Angie's fans are famously high quality. Angie smiled. Before she could continue the conversation, the makeup artist interrupted. Go get your makeup done first. As soon as Angie turned, Elsie commented sarcastically, Director really pulled out all stops today. After all this time filming, he hasn't smiled at you more times than today. In pursuit of interest, everyone can play the role of a grandson. Sitting down in the makeup room, Angie's phone buzzed. Alia, sis Iona. Angie sent an emoji back. Alia, are you free? Let's meet for afternoon tea. Angie, can't, I'm busy filming. Seeing this, Alia felt some pressure. So, the aristocratic children weren't wrong about Angie being rich yet hardworking. A Beijing Hong Kong princess working diligently in the entertainment industry, how could they justify their life of dependency? Sis Iona, how do we justify our dependent lives? Angie sent a smug emoji, ending the chat. On the other side, Alia tossed aside her phone, glancing at the video on her tablet. Did she reply? She did, said she's at the set. Alia sighed. Yesenia offered advice, her computer still on the search results for Govind. These days, anything related to Govind had been thoroughly explored. Yesenia thought she must be obsessed. Or else, why would she obsessively try to understand someone? Anyway, forget waiting for Angie. Sometimes sets last 2 months. 2 months is too long. Alia pondered and agreed. So what should I do? Ask your dad if he can help you intern at Montegegmeo, any position. Closer to water, closer to the moon. Why are you so smart? For your future, I've racked my brain. This translation adheres closely to the original text structure while maintaining fluency and tone in English. Hashtag chapter 442, Boss Nate has a second rumored love interest. Let me tell you something. Sure, Govind had just entered the office when Krista came in, holding her phone as if she had just finished a call. Marcel just called me. Alia, who graduated from the political and legal university, wants to find an internship. Govind frowned. Help her find any law firm in Jingang. Do you think she would call me if she wanted just any law firm? Krista leaned against the door, observing his grim expression, and continued, you shouldn't reject this offer. Although Marcel has feelings for you, you're already married, what do you have to fear? At worst, you can place her on the 10th floor where it's nearly impossible for her to come up, let alone meet you. In business, even the highest-ranked individuals need to maintain certain relationships. Some favors are unnecessary to reciprocate, while others shouldn't be pushed away. And Marcel falls into the latter category. The charity association is not trivial. Eventually, tax deductions will depend on them. If you're afraid Christy might misunderstand, should I talk to her? Why would I be afraid that Angie would misunderstand? Govind countered. Krista raised an eyebrow. You're not afraid? Then I won't explain further. With that, Krista was about to leave. Govind. Hold it. Explain clearly so she doesn't argue with me later. Krista nodded, then muttered as she turned away. Rich kids are always falling in love. While ordinary people worry about putting food on the table, Govind worries daily about keeping his wife from getting angry. What are you looking at? Burnell saw Angie fiddling with her phone when she visited her on set. Angie shut off her phone and glanced at her. Just reading WeChat messages. Whose message makes you frown like that? I'm not frowning. Burnell didn't argue but took a mirror from the makeup table and handed it to her. See for yourself. You've messed up your foundation, and Botox is expensive. Angie. Is it a man making you fret? Burnell saw right through her. Aside from Boss Nate, she couldn't think of anyone else who could make Angie worry. Who among men has the ability to make me fret? What nonsense. Burnell smiled. If stubbornness were a contest, you'd definitely win the grand prize. So, does Boss Nate have a second rumored love interest? Angie felt a twinge inside. What do you mean by, second rumored love interest? Yourself is the first one, Burnell replied, pulling out a chair to sit down. Isaiah understood the signal and moved to the door to prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation about Govind. How am I a rumored girlfriend? I'm his legally recognized wife, alright? Burnell sipped her tea. Alright. Is the legal wife upset because of some third party? Don't talk nonsense. I heard the president of the charity association sent his daughter to Montegegmeo Group for an internship. A good father sure opens many doors. How many women in Jingang fancy Govind? How many can even get close to meeting him? And Alia, she gets the advantage of proximity. She's working her way in. At crucial times, a father's position determines his child's height. Look at this Alia, impressive. Angie sensed the sarcasm in Burnell's voice. So? Burnell knew Angie would ask this question and set her teacup down, seriously looking at her. So you see, someone in Boss Nate's position attracts countless women, whether from rich or humble backgrounds. You, standing as his legal wife, don't have many advantages. Modern women's biggest realization is that pursuing a career trumps chasing after a man. Angie nodded, understanding. She must have signed herself up for something she didn't want. Unable to find better reasons to persuade herself, she sought help elsewhere. Speak up. What did you schedule without my approval? These words, did I ever schedule anything without your consent? We've known each other for years, don't you trust me? Angie squeezed Burnell, not bothering to hide her gaze. Won't say. Fine, I don't want to hear it. As she prepared to leave, Burnell held her back. No, wait. I've got you a costume drama adapted from a novel. You're scheduling me into another show before I finish this one? Even cattle get a moment to catch their breath. You never give me a break? Burnell knew Angie would say this, rubbing her nose. It's a rare gem of a script. Trust me, you'll still get rest time. According to the plan, after finishing this show, you'll have a week off before joining the next production. Does this week include promotion duties for this show? Burnell laughed nervously. Angie knew her all too well. It's truly a rare gem, perfect for our two new talent as well. You'll star as the lead, bringing along two newcomers as supporting roles. This will boost the company's profits significantly. Such a perfect fit for both you and our new talent doesn't come often. I'll consider it. Sure, take your time. It didn't matter since she had already agreed. That night, Angie stayed at a hotel near the filming location. Given the numerous locations for shooting, they frequently changed places. Not returning home late at night was common. At 11, after finishing a night shoot, the director hosted a welcome dinner for Angie. Angie couldn't refuse. Thinking it was just the cast, she discovered investors were also present upon arrival. Why weren't the investors mentioned? Still at the entrance, Angie saw the director coming out to greet her. The investors seemed vaguely familiar, but she couldn't recall where she'd seen them. The director didn't mention it, Elsie said. Since the occasion is a welcome reception, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. After all, everyone knows you just got back from rest. Drunk or ill wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 443, You Want to Watch Me Live Stream? Isn't that a perversion? At the dinner table, the director introduced Milagros to a few investors with a smile. Milagros greeted them one by one. One of the investors looked at Milagros with concern and asked, Geraldine, are you okay? We all saw the news about you a few days ago and were really worried. If anything happened to Geraldine and our crew, it would be difficult for us to explain. Difficult to explain? Milagros was puzzled. If anyone needed to explain, it would be the director explaining to these producers, right? Why would these producers need to explain to someone else? Who is this person? Seeing Milagros's confusion, one of them said, Ah. Look at me, I forgot to mention, we're old friends with General Manager Baker. We're all in the same circle, often dining together. We frequently hear him talk about Geraldine. When he knew we were coming to visit the set, he especially reminded us to greet you on his behalf and brought a small gift. Desi, bring in the items. Hearing the boss's words, someone outside came in carrying a black fabric bag. There were no logos on the bag. It was large enough to cover whatever was inside. Others might not think much of it, but Milagros had attended such occasions since childhood alongside her father, Adelard. People in social circles often used inconspicuous bags to prevent others from seeing expensive gifts, or to give their companions face-saving measures. Milagros had also used this trick before. She didn't expect such a scene today. There were 2 tables set up in the private room, which could accommodate 40 people. Everyone turned their eyes to Milagros when they saw this. They were sizing her up. How come we never heard that Milagros had such good relations with the investors? Look at the director, his face is turning green. When Milagros first joined the team, he gave her a hard time, thinking she was just a pretty face without real talent. If it weren't for Milagros's acting skills, the director would have replaced her long ago. What do you say? The director treats everyone coldly, with no special treatment, all right? The person rolled their eyes after hearing this. Is the director treating the investors coldly now? The other person couldn't retort, so the speaker continued, if the director knew Milagros was close to the investors, he would probably be fawning over her. Everyone. It's not anything expensive. If Geraldine finds it distasteful, I can take it back today and we can arrange another meeting later. Not at all, I don't find it distasteful, just that I feel unworthy of such a gift. Geraldine is a great contributor. After such a big incident, you still care deeply about the production. Without you, this show might have stopped. After all the small talk, Milagros felt mentally exhausted. Capitalists, regardless of their rank, were masters at saying what others wanted to hear. They wore different masks depending on the situation. Milagros didn't argue further, accepted the gift, and joined the dinner. However, this meal was destined to be unhappy. The dinner ended at 11 o'clock. Milagros smelled faintly of alcohol. Elsie was surprised to see her. You drank? Just a little, 1 glass of red wine. Boss Nate called 4 or 5 times since you went in, every half hour. He asked you to call him back after finishing. He doesn't sound too happy, don't argue with him. Why would I argue with him? Let's go back to the hotel. As soon as Milagros arrived at the hotel, she stripped off her clothes and started a video call with Govind. Just finished. A simple dinner became like a drinking session. Milagros casually threw her white shirt onto the bed. Isn't it just socializing? Milagros recounted the evening to Govind. She then put on a robe, placed her phone on the table, and opened the black bag. Thanks to Boss Nate, I experienced what it feels like to be in the spotlight. With Milagros's words, the black bag was opened, revealing an orange box. Inside the box was a rare leather handbag. Did you see it? Milagros held the phone towards the bag. Govind responded with an affirming hum, I see it. Still in the office, Govind had taken off his suit jacket, leaving it draped over the chair. Behind him was a wall of books. If you like it, keep it. I'll return the favor later. Boss Nate, do you know what I like most about you? What is it? You always take responsibility and never let your woman feel wronged. It's rare for Catherine Nate to notice my strengths. Milagros's praise made Govind visibly happier. Milagros placed the bag on the table and said, I'm going to take a shower. Not hanging up? Do I have to? Otherwise? Do you want to watch me live stream? Isn't that perverted? When you touch me, we're just an old married couple, but when I watch you shower, I'm perverted? Milagros blushed fiercely, spitting out, pervert. Govind returned to business mode, asking, when are you coming back? Milagros placed her phone on the bathroom counter and started removing her makeup. She replied between breaks, in 3 to 5 days, shouldn't be too long. 3 to 5 days wasn't long? True, compared to Milagros's usual extended stays at film sets, it was indeed not long. At midnight, Milagros turned off the light and went to sleep. She didn't notice the peculiar glow emitting from the bag she left on the table. At 1 in the morning, hundreds of thousands of viewers suddenly flooded into her live stream room. At 3 in the morning, her fans contacted Burnell after noticing the live stream. Sister Leah, there's been an incident. Geraldine's sleeping moments were being live-streamed. Burnell picked up the phone groggily. What kind of sleeping moments? Check the live-stream room. Burnell pulled the bedside lamp open and entered the live-stream room. Upon seeing it, she cursed loudly. How long has it been streaming? Over 10,000 people are watching. It's been almost 2.5 hours. A fan noticed it, found the head of the fan club on Weibo, who then contacted the company. Report the live stream immediately. We've tried, but it hasn't involved any inappropriate content, so the reports haven't worked. Burnell first called Elsie to check on Milagros's room, then summoned her courage to call Govind, knowing how frightening calling him in the middle of the night could be. General Manager Nate, someone installed a camera in Milagros's bedroom and is live streaming it, and we can't stop it. Govind, though not overly patriarchal, had an unyielding dominant streak. To him, broadcasting his wife's sleep was unacceptable. To save face. Send me the live stream link. The man was instantly alert, completely free of the grumpiness from being woken up. The link is already on your phone. Note, names like Milagros, Baker, as in Baker General Manager, and Burnell are kept in pinyin form as requested, while ensuring the English translation is natural and fluent. Chapter 444, looking at Govind, then take off your clothes. Bang, bang, bang. Angie was sound asleep when a frantic knocking at the door woke her up. Groggily, she got up and opened the door. Elsie entered, noting that her pajamas were relatively modest, and heaved a sigh of relief. What's going on? In the middle of the night? Without answering Angie's question, Elsie walked past her straight into the room, positioning himself in front of the camera, fumbling for a bit before noticing the bag's location. After adjusting it, the live stream instantly went dark. What's happening? Shoo. Elsie signaled Angie not to speak, placing a finger over his lips. He opened the bag and felt around inside. When something felt off, he pulled hard and extracted a miniature camera and a power bank. Seeing this, Angie couldn't hold back a curse. The camera inside the bag has been live streaming. Hundreds of thousands watched the stream. If not for one of our fans discovering and alerting the company through all possible means, we might still be unaware. Who gave you the bag? The client tonight gave it. Show me the live stream. It's already taken down. Here is the recording. Angie took her phone and glanced at the video content, her face darkening. How long was it streaming? For over 2 hours, and complaints didn't stop the stream until Leah contacted Mr. Nate. They're probably on their way here now. Sure enough, shortly after, Govind arrived. Angie was in bed in her pajamas, watching the recorded stream on a tablet. The room seemed quiet but comments flooded the chat. Streaming while sleeping at night? What's the intention? This woman, you can even see her figure under the blanket. This would be incredibly enjoyable. What are you looking at? There was movement by the door. Elsie went over and opened it. Govind came in, wearing a black leather jacket and a black baseball cap to avoid being recognized. Upon entering, he immediately took the tablet from Angie's hand. Watch the recorded stream. What's there to watch? Govind asked, his displeasure evident, like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. Without waiting for an answer, he turned his gaze to Elsie. The technicians are next door. Send these things over. Elsie left without argument. As soon as he was gone, Angie pouted and knelt on the bed, extending her hands toward Govind. The man wrapped an arm around her and gently kissed her lips after removing his cap. Deliberately rasping his voice, he asked, scared? Angie hummed, nuzzling Govind's neck. Thankfully I keep myself clean and have no bad habits. If there had been any men in my room tonight, my entertainment career would be ruined. If I had been rolling around with an abs-packed young stud here, wouldn't that give those perverts exactly what they wanted? Govind pursed his lips, somewhat speechless, then pushed Angie away. Seems like you've got ideas. Should I indulge you? Don't think I don't know you're all talk. If you really wanted to indulge me, would you have flown over in a helicopter? It takes about 1.5 hours on the highway from Jingang, so Govind must have come by helicopter, not by car. I won't argue with you tonight. Knowing Angie's temperament, Govind didn't press the issue. Sir, we've traced the IP address to Jingang. Go arrest them. Bring Isaac along. The fact that someone else used his mouthpiece to send the bag meant he knew about it. Understanding made everything clearer. What's wrong? You've been getting calls all night. In the Baker family villa, Isaac had been receiving numerous calls since 20 minutes ago, muttering, oh no, occasionally. Isaac looked at his wife who was woken by the commotion, scratching his head irritably. Do you remember the bag I asked you to buy? What about it? Did it get switched? A few acquaintances went over there today. I asked them to bring the bag. Tonight, the recipient found a camera inside the bag. They were unknowingly live-streamed for over 2 hours in their hotel room. Now Mr. Nate called asking me to help resolve this issue, and I'm wondering how to explain. Weren't they trustworthy? How could they put a camera in a bag? The problem isn't clear yet. Isaac changed clothes to wait downstairs for Alalie. Hold on, I'll print out the shopping records and receipt to confirm the bag came from the boutique, proving we did nothing. Why does this involve Mr. Nate again? Wasn't it supposed to be given to a woman? It was for Christy. Since the matter involves her and is now handled by Mr. Nate, consider the connection. As adults, both Govind and Angie were influential figures in the industry. If there wasn't special significance, neither would meddle in affairs outside their business. Their involvement proves otherwise. It can't be. Didn't Mr. Nate also bring Lee Heng's daughter to his side? Even if it's not what we think, there's definitely a connection between Angie and Govind. Otherwise, why call me this late? It's only 4. Shall we sleep some more? Will you stay with me? Angie hugged the quilt and knelt on the bed, looking at Govind. He nodded, I'll stay. Angie agreed and shifted her position, then looked at him, then take off your clothes. Had this request been made in Puyan Mountain's bedroom, it would have stirred Govind's heart. But today's situation made it unsuitable. Angie just lay down when a thought struck her. Are you sure there's no other camera? Shouldn't someone check further? Govind, who had just lain down, was forced up again by her antics. Sleep in the car? Absolutely not, it's too uncomfortable. Then stop overthinking. But what if there is? It's impossible, we checked thoroughly. No. Angie, choose, sleep here or in the car. Govind's expression hardened. He didn't want to deal with endless questions at this hour. Exhausted and frustrated, he gave up. Angie pouted and obediently lay down. Boss, we caught the person. They claim someone handed them the bag and asked them to plant the camera. They knew nothing else. There's surveillance but we can't identify the person. I'm sending you the footage. Chapter 445. Govind pushes Angie against the wall. The next morning, Angie was brushing her teeth while Govind leaned against the headboard of the bed, a cigarette in hand, seemingly undecided about whether to smoke. His cold gaze opened a video sent by Alali. In the dimly lit room, a disheveled man stared at something on a computer. The store door was pushed open, and a woman walked in carrying a black bag. Have I heard correctly that you can install cameras on anything? I can do it legally. For illegal stuff, no deal. Check this bag. The man brushed his bangs aside and scrutinized the bag for a moment. Isn't this an expensive one? Hermes rare leather. The woman chuckled and pressed down her cap. You still know Hermes rare leather? This one is fake. My rule is not to cause trouble for myself. The woman, having done her homework, replied, Don't worry, it's nothing illegal. I'm currently involved in divorce proceedings with my husband and need some evidence. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve and showed him her arm. After some thought, the man, wearing gloves, thoroughly inspected the bag inside and out. For personal use or someone else? Someone else. When do you need it? As soon as possible. Come back in an hour. At this point, Alali's voice continued from the other end of the phone. This person has significant expertise in IT. He reportedly won national awards before. Later, due to some incidents, he didn't accept offers from major companies and returned to Jinggang to open a computer shop. Despite this, many people still seek his help because of his reputation, and there are many online tutorials using his past videos. Haven't found out who this person is yet? No, he's very cautious. Alali's heart hung in suspense, unwilling to let go, as it concerned Christy. Failing to find this person would be a big problem. What about Isaac? Mr. Baker just left. Walking out? Angie, fresh from her wash-up, saw Govind get dressed. A white shirt casually draped over the settee became slightly wrinkled when picked up after a night, making him look more unkempt compared to his usual neat self. Yet, his aura remained unchanged. Yes, Alali found the camera installer but not the contact person. I'll meet with Isaac. Angie, dressed in a white shirt suitable for today's scene, asked, Do you still think Isaac is involved? Even if he isn't directly involved, someone might be using him. Angie nodded. Makes sense. Govind put on his leather jacket and walked over, his slender fingers brushing her collar. Why are your clothes so tattered? Scene requirements. Govind pursed his lips. You only endure hardship when doing what you love. Otherwise, it'd kill you. Angie pulled the corners of her lips up and reached to hook Govind's neck. Boss Nate, haven't you heard? Passion can overcome all difficulties. Because of love, compromises can be made. Govind found it reasonable and nodded. I hope you will also love me and compromise. Would Boss Nate let your wife compromise? Good men don't let their wives suffer, unless he's useless. Govind pushed Angie against the wall, his nose tip touching hers. I suspect you're messing with me. Nonsense, it's called KFC of love. Isaac knew he would likely face an audience today. After parting ways with Alali, he stayed up drinking 2 cups of coffee and sorted through the matter on the sofa. He wanted to ingratiate himself with Angie and bought her a bag, intending to have a friend deliver it. However, something went wrong with the bag. When Isaac received Govind's call, he hadn't fully grasped the situation. Having been awake all night, he quickly changed into clean clothes before going downstairs. Did you find out who did it? Not yet. I heard Oren recently got a young girlfriend from entertainment circles. She's picky and difficult. Should we investigate her? If this new girlfriend hates Angie, she might want to settle personal scores through us, which is possible. Isaac agreed with his wife. Let me meet Nate first. You take the team to investigate further, okay? You go. Isaac and his wife had come from humble beginnings in a northwest village and eventually settled in Jinggang after graduating. Over 20 years, they had risen from living in basements to becoming capitalists. Through countless hardships, they had grown together. Their mutual interests long surpassed feelings. People who climbed hard cherished their reputations. United fronts were always the best strategy. At the top floor of Montague International's tallest building, there was a staircase connecting directly to the upper floor where Govind's office was. Isaac knew that apart from Govind's private helipad, there were large outdoor balconies where company executives occasionally dined or hosted events. It was unexpected that he'd make it to the top floor today. Autumn sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting golden warmth onto white umbrellas. Sitting under an umbrella, it was pleasantly cool without direct sun exposure. When Isaac arrived, he saw Govind sipping soy milk. "Boss Nate. Still haven't eaten breakfast? Please sit." The dominant tone left no room for argument. As Isaac sat down, Elon pushed a trolley over and served breakfast before Isaac. One dish after another, dumplings, lamb soup slices, classic Northwest breakfast fare. "Since I heard both you and your wife are from the Northwest, I specifically instructed the chef to prepare these. Hope you like them." Seeing the food before him, Isaac felt uneasy. Was this the last meal? Boss Nate, regarding last night. Isaac felt that Govind was intentionally tormenting him, letting him live yet making him wait. Govind raised his hand to cut Isaac off. "Have your meal first." Isaac. This was worse than being told to die. After the meal, Govind's phone rang perfectly on time. "Take your time, Baker. Finish eating and let Elon show you to the reception room. I need to handle something." Sure. Sitting in the reception room waiting for Govind, Isaac realized things were off. Govind said he would return but didn't, keeping him waiting from 8 a.m. until nearly noon. Until his wife called to inquire about the situation. "Doesn't Boss Nate want you to wait while he deals with matters?" Over the phone, Rachel's voice sounded worried. Isaac hesitated. "I'll try to leave." He opened the reception room door, only to have the secretary and security personnel immediately react. "Finished your tea, Sir Baker? Let me refill it." Chapter 446, How is my current husband? Is President Nate still busy? Yes, he is. Please be patient, Mr. Baker, the secretary standing by the door replied respectfully, without any other indication of her thoughts. Even if Isaac wanted to lose his temper, he found it unbearable to throw a tantrum that would have no effect on anyone. He couldn't afford to provoke or offend Govind, who was holding him in place until this matter was resolved and the culprit was identified. If it remained unresolved, staying overnight here wasn't out of the question. Isaac returned to the reception room and made a call. On the other side, the woman spoke urgently. "How's it going?" "Govind is holding me down. What about your end?" "Just as I suspected. The bag was indeed touched by Baron's girlfriend after being taken. I'm looking for her now." "Hurry up." After hanging up, Isaac twirled the phone in his hand. Outside, the secretary and guard exchanged glances, sighing in relief when they saw him go back inside. If Isaac left today, they wouldn't be able to report back to President Nate. As Nate had said, they were to treat him with utmost respect but not let him leave. "Why do you think President Nate is holding down Mr. Baker?" asked the secretary, turning to the bodyguard beside her. He shook his head, neither confirming nor denying his thoughts. "Do a live stream tonight from the city center." Just offset, Burnell approached Angie, handing her a tablet. "Check your Weibo, it's blown up. Thankfully, President Nate is keeping things under control. Otherwise, you'd definitely be trending. Fans are calling for confirmation of your safety. Doing a live stream will calm them down." Angie nodded in agreement, scrolling through the feed. Suddenly, she paused at a picture showing crowds gathered outside the company. "What happened?" "Your fans are dissatisfied with the company's lack of action over last night's incident, so they've blocked the entrance." Angie was puzzled. "It's my company. What more can it do?" "You ask a good question. Transition into success quickly. Stop clinging to the innocent victim image. It attracts only quantity, not quality, in fans," Burnell explained. In the entertainment industry, fan quality mattered significantly. Many female stars had suffered mentally and physically from toxic fandoms. "I get it. I'll do it tonight." At 8, Angie returned home to find Govind hadn't. She sent him a WeChat message. Elsewhere, Rachel was en route to Montague International. Isaac had been detained all day, and time was running out before Govind's patience wore thin. "President Nate, Rachel has arrived." "By herself?" "Yes." "Let her up." Rachel climbed upstairs, expecting to see Isaac but finding nobody. Instead, she was stunned by the grand yet simple decor of Govind's office, often described as the dream setting for many romantic dramas. From the panoramic view of the CBD through the floor-to-ceiling windows to the commanding perspective from the top floor, every detail was meticulously designed. "President Nate, we've figured it out. Baron, a recent addition to the film investment circle, has a new girlfriend. Originally part of Christie's team, she left due to conflicts and changed agencies. Coincidentally, she started dating Baron during this period." Knowing he intended to gift the bag to Christy, she tampered with it. Her name? Tallulah. Rachel stood stiffly before Govind, clearly older but now feeling like a student presenting to a teacher, unable to display any disrespect. Govind glanced at Elon, who stepped out to verify with Burnell, nodding upon re-entry. Returning his gaze to Rachel, he tapped his teacup. So, where is she? She's abroad. But we're already pursuing her. Then why did Rachel come here empty-handed? Govind sipped his tea, coldly asking, what does it mean? The woman broke into a cold sweat. After a moment's hesitation, she finally dared to speak. President Nate, Isaac is my husband. I know him well. He never intends to offend you. In the RE incident, despite no obligation, he repeatedly apologized and sought forgiveness for your sake. Even now, he shows immense effort toward your people. Knowing Geraldine's importance to you, he wouldn't dare act against you. President Nate knows he's always tried to curry favor with you, never doing anything to ruin it. In our climb from nothing in Jingang, we understand the value of every opportunity. Even a mere wisp thrown by President Nate, he'd turn into an olive branch with his utmost sincerity. Such a person wouldn't stand against you. On what grounds are you telling me this? As Isaac's wife, she replied firmly. At that moment, Govind felt an odd envy towards Isaac. His wife stood up for him with unwavering support. But what about Angie? Could she do the same? Lowering his eyes, he hid his emotions. Then, lifting his head, he concealed them completely. I await Rachel bringing her to me. Rest assured, President Nate. Where is she? Returning home, Govind missed Angie and turned to Greyhamid. She's in the study upstairs, preparing for a live stream. She asked us not to disturb her. Govind nodded and headed upstairs. His cat followed him mewing. Before entering, he heard Angie's cheerful voice. How am I doing? I'm fine, everyone. Don't worry. Justice will punish the wrongdoers, it's just a matter of time. Govind assumed she was live streaming and prepared to enter the adjacent study. But then he heard her reading a comment aloud. How is my current husband? Chapter 447, Angie looks at Govind, I will kill you. What current husband? Angie's eyes showed a hint of confusion. At the door, Govind stopped in his tracks upon hearing this sentence. He stepped back and pushed open the study door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Angie confidently saying, what do you mean by current husband? Could the fans know about her hidden marriage with Govind? No way. Wasn't it said that the camera only captured her sleeping? Could it have also caught her talking on the phone with Govind? Mr. Nate. As soon as Angie finished speaking and looked up, she saw Govind standing at the door with a dark expression. His gaze seemed like it could cut her. Seeing this, Angie felt a chill run down her spine. Her evasive and fearful eyes were undeniable, and the fans in the live stream started buzzing. Did you see your current husband? Didn't you deny having a current husband? Got caught red-handed? Wow. Angie shifted her gaze from Govind to the comments section and realized it was overrun. What do you mean by seeing the current husband? Do people think like that now? Then what did you see? I saw my cat causing trouble. As soon as Angie said this, she quickly switched the camera view. Thankfully, the ragdoll cat was playing with water in her cup on the desk beside her, otherwise, she would have definitely been exposed today. Fortunately, Mr. Nate had a change of heart, and didn't make an issue out of it. Trouble, after pacifying the fans, she had to deal with her husband. On the other side, Alia was idly scrolling through her phone when she came across Angie's live stream, right at the moment when Angie was clarifying something. A ragdoll cat? Didn't CEO Nate also have one? Why are people so into keeping cats these days? Alia muttered while holding her phone and screenshotting Angie's live stream to share with Yesenia. Angie? Yep. This cat is fattening up into a triangle. Yesenia was eating in the cafeteria and opened Angie's live stream, hearing her chatting with fans about the cat. She mentioned how the cat, a no-good man, would only stick close when there was food. Yesenia watched Angie's entire live stream, thinking of the girl on the other end of Govind's phone call who asked for spicy hot pot. Sir, you should go check on Catherine Nate downstairs. After Angie ended her live stream, she suddenly got the idea to cook dinner herself. She barely made it 5 minutes into the kitchen before nearly blowing it up. Startled, Greyhamid rushed upstairs and barged into the study without waiting for a response. At that moment, Govind was on the phone with a business partner. The mention of Catherine piqued the other party's interest. Catherine? CEO Nate is married? Govind smiled. Not ready to announce it publicly yet. Maybe I'll introduce her to you someday. Deal, the man replied as he headed downstairs. Deal, Govind echoed, his tone heavy. Angie, what are you doing? It smells awful. Are you cooking feces? Albin's kitchen rivaled a 5-star hotel's, capable of handling dozens working simultaneously. Yet, either Angie's destruction was too great or the kitchen staff couldn't stand the smell. The vast kitchen was empty except for her. I'm making snail rice noodles. Govind choked, recalling Elena. Is there nothing left to eat? You're eating this? And leaving hot oil next to the pot to fry the kitchen? Angie glanced over and remembered the pot. She reached to turn off the stove, but Govind strode in, slamming the kitchen door shut and angrily turned off the flame himself before moving the pot aside. Seeing the man's dark expression, Angie pouted and muttered, "What's with you? Returning home with a long face?" "I didn't do anything." "Who's your current husband?" "Angie." Alright, she knew this guy had an obsession with that. "Who else?" "Obviously, it's you. You didn't say that to your fans." "I'm not dumb. Do I tell everything to them? There's only harm, no benefit in revealing it. We agreed on a secret marriage, not announcing it publicly, right? Mr. Nate, why do you always get upset over this?" Besides, Angie covered the pot, allowing the snail rice noodles to simmer, then walked up to Govind, hooking her arms around his neck. "As long as we're happy together, does it matter if others know? Happiness is like water in the desert, it evaporates when exposed too much and can be coveted. I want to preserve our happiness, which isn't bad, right?" If it were earlier, Govind might have believed her. Now, he thought Angie was just trying to placate him. He pulled her arms away. "After less than a year of marriage, your skills at manipulating me have become quite refined." "I'm telling the truth," Angie clung to Govind, preventing him from pulling away. "Besides, you know I love you, and that's enough." "You love me?" When Govind heard this, he couldn't describe his emotions. The feeling was like finding a flower amidst thorns, overwhelming and uncontrollable. Angie nodded solemnly. "Yes, I do." "What do you love about me?" "Angie." Other people's confessions are clear, hers required comprehension. "Should I give you a test paper?" Govind's chest trembled lightly as he held back laughter. "Baby, do you know how many times your words have fooled me? Remember the boy who cried wolf? Each time she needed help, everyone questioned whether she truly needed it, just like I need to repeatedly confirm your love for me. Self-inflicted punishment, right? I love your responsibility and integrity, your ability to suppress your emotions, your tolerance towards me. Mr. Nate, my love for you is real. You can keep confirming it, but if you ever betray me, take my fruit without taking responsibility." Pausing, Angie locked eyes with Govind, speaking each word clearly. "I will kill you." To his surprise, Govind felt no fear or unease, only happiness. Two obsessive souls meeting made the world seem abnormally fitting. He nodded deeply. "All right. Are you not going to kiss me?" The atmosphere demanded some form of acknowledgement, didn't it? Govind pinched Angie's waist and gently pushed her away. "I don't want to do anything beautiful in this stinky environment." "Angie." "Oh my God. Herman." "Yeah, even those sweet words earlier smelled bad." "Fooled you, huh?" Note, Herman is used here humorously and has no specific meaning in English. It conveys exasperation and frustration. Chapter 448, What does it have to do with me? Did Bernal call you? Not yet, she probably thinks I'm still live streaming. What's up? Milagros was perched on a chair, slurping down her luosafen while watching a variety show on her tablet. Govind sat diagonally across from her, keeping a good distance as if he feared the smell of luosafen might drift over to him. "Tallulah, do you know her?" Milagros raised an eyebrow. "How do you know her?" "She's an artist I recently signed but left the company because of her ulterior motives." Govind told Milagros about what happened at Isaac's place. As Milagros listened, she nodded in understanding. "If it's her, I can understand. We did part ways not so amicably back then. This girl has ulterior motives, for fame, she even betrayed her fellow interns. If she managed to establish herself in the entertainment industry, who knows how much more trouble she might cause me. Do you want to nip this problem in the bud?" Govind asked. Graham had brought up dinner, and both paused their conversation. Milagros quietly continued eating her luosafen, while Govind elegantly cut his steak. The contrast between them was like that of a street punk and a nobleman. Graham had watched this scene, couldn't help but sigh. Once a man stands at the pinnacle of power and wealth, he can demand anything from the women around him, grace, virtue, and a sense of duty to uphold propriety and be a model lady. But Mr. Nate didn't, he respected Catherine Nate just as God accepted every unique life equally. The superior person demands of himself. The inferior person demands of others. Govind perfectly embodied this idea, making Milagros's unconventional behavior seem insignificant. "Want to try a bite of my luosafen?" In between the slurping sounds and clinks of utensils, Milagros asked Govind, who looked up to see her pleading eyes. He sliced a piece of steak and offered it to her. Milagros tried to use her chopsticks, but Govind dodged, so she pouted, then bit down. After tasting the steak, she wiggled with delight like a fox nearly wagging its tail. Watching her, Govind felt his heart melt. "Milagros, do you know what sets you apart from other rich kids?" "I'm prettier than they are," she replied. "Govind, you're easier to satisfy." Milagros paused, chopsticks in midair. "Isn't that obvious? Do you know how hard my life has been? My mom sent me to martial arts classes since I was 6 to protect my inheritance from my father's illegitimate children. Just being alive each day is a bonus, so how can I not be satisfied? Graham, so tough. No wonder she's so strong, starting martial arts at 6. There's an invitation for you, delivered to your home." Milagros was in the living room after dinner when Tilda called. "From who?" "Lawrence and Mercedes," Tilda read out from the envelope. Who sent it? Lawrence. When did you get so close to Lawrence that you're receiving wedding invitations? Do you think Mercedes would invite me? Given their relationship, if Mercedes invited her, it would likely be to murder her. Just seeing her at the wedding would probably make everyone uncomfortable. What do you want? Who are you? In the US, Tallulah had just returned from the hotel pool, wearing a robe. Preparing for a shower, the urgent knocking on her door startled her. She opened it to find 4 or 5 tall, muscular men standing outside. Panic-stricken, Tallulah questioned them in fluent English, but received no response. Who sent you? Isn't Miss Tallulah quite clear about who sent us? A bodyguard moved aside, revealing a man. Gavin, wherever he went, was always dazzling with his Eurasian looks and mesmerizing almond eyes. I don't know, Tallulah instinctively knew this man wasn't someone to trifle with. His aura was overpoweringly intense. You don't? Let me help you remember, the Hermes bag and the camera. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't know, why are you hiding? Escaping all the way from Jingang to America isn't easy. Tallulah's heart raced. She knew Milagros would find out about her actions eventually, but not this soon. She had only arrived in America yesterday, and today she was caught. Gavin stood in the doorway, preventing her from closing it by giving a subtle cough. His bodyguards understood immediately and held the door open. Gavin pushed his way inside, quickly spotting a rare leather bag on the desk. Even though he didn't fully understand these luxury items, he recognized the brand. A no-name C-list celebrity can afford such an expensive bag? Miss Tallulah must have a powerful backer. Gavin examined the bag. Imagine if this backer's wife found out. Would she come to America to flay you alive? Why don't young girls learn good things instead of becoming mistresses? Baron may lack many things, but she doesn't lack beautiful women. There are plenty of girls in their early 20s vying for her attention. Do you really think you'd stand out? You have the privilege to say that because of your background. I'm not you. I don't have a noble birth or strong backing. If I followed the rules all my life, I'd never amount to anything. Tallulah glared at Gavin with intense anger and resentment. Gavin simply nodded. True. But, what does it have to do with me? Tallulah was speechless, unable to process the words. Gavin walked closer, lifted her chin, and stared into her eyes with his pale blue gaze, almost hypnotizing. If you blame anyone, blame yourself for not being virtuous in a past life. You were born with poor karma. You. This man is too arrogant. Gavin shoved Tallulah away and wiped his hands with a handkerchief handed to him. Be thankful you've crossed Christie. If it were me, you wouldn't get a second chance. Stop. Let me go. This is illegal. As Gavin left, the men outside entered the room, and in her panic, Tallulah lost consciousness. Chapter 449, Your wife doesn't want you anymore, poor thing. I've taken care of it for you, no need to thank me. But if you want to give me a Bugatti as a thank you, I won't stop you. In the living room, Govind sat on the sofa smoking. The faint smell of smoke wafted into the bedroom where Angie was sitting at her vanity, touching her face. She caught the faint scent and sniffed. Govind, go outside to smoke, Angie yelled without moving, holding the cream that still needed to be applied to her face. In the living room, Govind had just brought the ashtray closer, preparing to tap off the ashes when Angie's shout stopped in mid-action. On the side, Gavin smirked. Do you know which men die the most miserably in this world? What? Those with lovesick brains and henpecked husbands. After they die and reach the netherworld, even Yama would mock them. Govind took a puff of his cigarette, casually tapping off the ashes while retorting, that must mean Yama is a singleton who doesn't understand the fun. Gavin felt stung. Govind was practically calling him a singleton by name. Having a wife is so impressive. Anyway, in a year, your wife will divorce you. Your wife doesn't want you anymore, such a pity. You. Damn it. Linking up on me. Before Gavin could retaliate, Govind hung up the phone. Holding his phone, he cursed loudly, feeling resentful and considering calling again. To block my number? Are you even human? Your wife really doesn't want you. Govind hung up the phone, opened the window in the living room, and the cool breeze of late autumn swept away the smoky air. He then entered the bedroom, seeing Angie pulling back the covers and getting into bed. Her long hair was tied up in a topknot. Tallulah has been dealt with. How? He was tossed onto an American billionaire's bed. Coming down from there might cost him half his life. Gavin loved doing such things. It achieved the goal without dirtying his own hands. Govind spoke as he moved to sit beside Angie at the edge of the bed, gazing at her intently. What? No token gesture, Catherine Nate? What do you expect? Angie feigned ignorance. Govind touched his cheek, and Angie nodded understandingly. Indeed, there should be. Mr. Nate blinked expectantly, waiting for her response. But Angie pulled him by his collar close to her and said, First, go take a shower. Yesenia, what are you looking at? Lately, you've been browsing this company's website over and over. Aren't you planning to join after graduation? Yesenia was startled by a classmate's pat on the shoulder. I don't have the capability. They want elite talent, I'm not qualified. Isn't it easy if you have connections? Don't you have your father's resources? Cut the jokes. Yesenia closed the webpage and picked up her phone to browse Weibo, going through every post thoroughly. Soon, she seemed to find something. She walked to her roommate's side with her phone. Help me see if these two cats are the same. They're both ragdolls, quite similar, but can't tell if they're the same. Ask the pet shop owner, they can differentiate. There's one at the school entrance. I'll go now. Yesenia grabbed her coat and left. Winter in the capital came earlier than in Jinggang. While Angie was still wearing just a sweater, Yesenia was already dressed in a coat. As Yesenia rushed out, her roommate, noticing her hurry, asked, what happened to her? She's been distracted lately. Another roommate shook her head. No idea. I find it strange too, but she won't say. Yesenia ran almost halfway across campus to the pet shop, breathless, pushing open the door and handing the phone to the owner. Can you help check if these two cats are the same? The owner looked at the photos casually and asked, whose cat? Yours? My cat ran away, and I saw a friend post on social media. The cat looks like mine, but I can't tell. They're the same. Look at the eye area, they're identical. Thank you. Yesenia took back her phone, her heart racing. One of these cats was from Angie's live stream, the other from Elena's Weibo post. If these cats are the same, what does it imply? Is Angie connected to Elena? Or, to Govind? This is your desk. Thank you, Assistant He. Miss Leah, please sit. I'll inform the manager. Elon left the office area and entered the manager's office, closing the door behind him. Assistant He, that person you just brought in is Marcel's daughter? Elon nodded. This hot potato, how? Mr. Nate said give her 2 months to quit on her own. Otherwise, choose either her or yourself to leave. The manager froze, interrupted mid-sentence. This was killing him. Are you trying to kill me? How can I afford to offend her? I believe you can manage. Since Mr. Nate specifically assigned her here, it shows his trust in your ability. You sure Mr. Nate trusts my ability and not just because this floor handles divorce cases? Every day, he deals with domestic abuse, adultery, and infidelity. Everyone knows the president of Jinggang Charity Association's daughter likes Mr. Nate. Placing her on the 10th floor was like brainwashing her out of any romantic thoughts. Elon suppressed a laugh, patted the manager's shoulder, and said, good luck. Once Elon left, the manager scratched his head in frustration, thinking hard before summoning the deputy manager. You received a dismemberment case recently? Yes, that case will soon be classified as a criminal matter, so we don't need to handle it. Bring the intern along to visit the scene. So straightforward? Sure, why not? Chapter 450, A Kiss Scene Today. The meeting room at Monteghegmeo International was filled with the fragrance of tea. Govind sat in the host seat, while Tai Laozong took the guest seat. Elon stood beside them, holding a bamboo stick to pick up tea leaves and place them into the teapot. Govind leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm and silent, showing no intention of starting the conversation. Tai Laozong's eyes frequently lingered on Elon, as if measuring him up or about to say something but held back. President Nate. Please have some tea, Mr. Tai. Elon poured the tea and handed it to both of them. Just when the old man thought he would leave, Elon remained without any intention of doing so. Secretary, he isn't busy? Elon understood what this implied. In this room, he only listened to Govind. Without Govind telling him to leave, everything else was just pointless talk. My job is to take care of our honored guests, Elon said respectfully. To the old man, this courtesy seemed inappropriate. Tai Laozong's face stiffened. He lifted the teacup, swirling it in his hand, half warning, half reminding, I have matters to discuss with President Nate. Could Secretary he please step out? Well. Elon lowered his head, his eyes sweeping over the tea tray. That seems inappropriate. Govind stayed silent. Any other words spoken were irrelevant. If he responded, it would be a sign of disrespect. Bang. The old man looked at Elon, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Secretary don't forget your place. Govind, noticing this, picked up his cup, gently blew on the steam rising from it, his eyes slightly mocking, his presence exuding dominance. When did you start giving orders to my people here in my territory, Mr. Tai? Tai Laozong's face turned pale, his grip on the teacup tightening. Who is the outsider here? Govind chuckled lightly, what do you think? An outsider who suddenly appeared wanting to reap the benefits versus a special assistant who has been with me for years. Any child could tell which one is more important. If you're senile, I can get you a doctor. President Nate, you have a meeting at 10:30, Elon interjected promptly. The implication was clear, if Tai Laozong didn't speak soon, there would be no chance left. Maintaining dignity? Who is Govind? He could effortlessly strip someone of their pride and throw it into the trash. Tai Laozong didn't argue further, extending a wedding invitation. On November 10th, the Bo and Nan families will have their wedding in the capital. This is the invitation. Govind made no move to accept it, merely glancing at it briefly before tersely asking, what's the point? I want you to meet your mother. And then? Elon noticed that President Nate was being unusually polite. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been told off by now. To persuade her to show mercy. Show mercy? A flash of mockery crossed Govind's eyes, But he remained silent, gesturing for Elon to put away the invitation. Escort him out. There was no need to stay after the discussion was done. He had little patience with Thai family members. You. Before Tai Laozong could add more, Govind stood and left the living room for the office. Noticing that the office chair, originally facing the door, had been turned around, he wondered who else could enter his office so brazenly and even sit in his seat. Besides Angie, who else? Shouldn't you be on set at this time? How did you know it was me? Angie had intended to surprise him, but it wasn't effective at all. Govind casually threw off his jacket onto the sofa, walked around the desk, and spun the chair around with his long fingers so that Angie faced him. Bending slightly, he gazed at her. Who else dares to be so bold besides you? Is this being bold? Isn't it? Angie lounged against the back of the chair, intrigued by Govind's comment. She grabbed his tie, pulling their faces close together. Her breath whispered like mint, and she asked carefully, if this is being bold, what does it make you when you kiss me without permission, Mr. Nate? Close enough to smell the faint mint on her lips, Govind teased instead, did you shoot a kiss scene today? Angie hesitated, loosening her grip on his tie momentarily. Feeling somewhat timid, she straightened up again. Changing the subject, Mr. Nate. Govind mimicked her gesture, lifting her chin. Changing the subject, Catherine Nate. If I remember correctly, I asked first. Dissatisfied, Angie moved her hands to hook around his neck, pulling him closer. You said. Mr. Tai, this is not proper. Mr. Tai. Before Angie could finish, Elon's voice interrupted at the door. Govind quickly released her hand from his neck, stood up straight, and turned the chair away from the door. With one hand on the backrest and the other in his pocket, he exuded a formidable presence. President Nate, Mr. Tai insists on speaking with you. Elon watched as the old man pushed open the door, his expression unreadable. Govind's eyes narrowed, his lips tightly pressed. He looked at the old man, what's the matter? You must attend Bo and Nan's wedding as part of the Tai family. Angie curled up in the large boss chair, trying to avoid Tai Laozong's sight. Why? Inconsistent identities may cause unnecessary trouble. Govind let go of the chair backrest, opened a drawer, and took out a cigarette, lighting it and tossing the lighter onto the table. Darcy Tai, you're getting too old, I understand you're rambling. But don't come here to bullshit me, I don't have time for your nonsense. Escort him out, Govind commanded Elon. And if you can't handle such a simple task, go with him. Elon bowed and led Tai Laozong out, closing the door behind them. Leaving the office, Tai Laozong fumed, muttering curses all the way to the elevator. Coincidentally, Krista was coming upstairs and, hearing this, knew exactly whom it referred to. What old rooster let himself in? Tai Laozong frowned. Whom are you talking about? Whoever answers me, it's them. Some people, at their age, still think they can manipulate others, forgetting they are now at someone else's feet, barely able to breathe on their own. Chapter 451, Has Christy thought it through and come to give me an answer? Mr. Tai, the elevator has arrived. Elon heard Krista scolding the other person and felt secretly delighted. He certainly did not want the old man to have the upper hand in front of Krista. When the elevator came, he half pushed the old man into it. This made the old man leave with a belly full of anger. The moment the elevator doors closed, Elon turned and gave Krista a thumbs up. Impressive, Oren. Can't talk him to death. To be so unreasonable at his age, wasting air while alive and land when dead. Angie, seeing the person leave, wheeled her chair over and looked at Govind with a smile. Her long fingers occasionally touched her chin. I never would have guessed, Mr. Nate, that you could be so sharp-tongued. A little more practice, and maybe you can out-argue me. Govind put out his cigarette in the ashtray and exhaled the last puff. No, I won't. You won't out-argue me? Why not? Because love can make a heart willingly submit. The man leaned forward slightly, confining Angie in her chair, and met her eyes levelly. Angie, I've never hidden my feelings for you. Mr. Nate, do you know? The more you act like this, the more I crave your body, wanting to squeeze every last drop from you. As she said this, Angie pushed Govind aside, intending to get up for some action. But the man took a step back, placed a hand on her shoulder, and made her sit back down. I have a meeting at 10:30, let's do something practical. Angie pouted. You should have said so. Then I wouldn't have come looking for you. If you don't come to me, who will you look for? Go find Harvey. He even sent me a wedding invitation, I should at least ask what kind of gift he wants. You're going to the capital too? Govind frowned, seemingly incredulous. Angie tilted her head with a smile. What? Don't you want me to go, Mr. Nate? Or are you worried our relationship will become public, affecting your search for a match in the capital? Govind glanced at her. Do you want to roll out or should I throw you out? Angie shrugged. I'll roll out. As she reached the door, she suddenly thought of something, turning around to peek at Govind. Do you think I'll run into Mr. Tai downstairs? Go try and see. When Angie said this, she was just teasing Govind, but unexpectedly, her words proved true. Mr. Tai was still sitting in his car, not having left yet. Seeing Angie through the window, his gaze tightened. It seemed he remembered something, quickly pushing the car door open. When Angie saw the person in front of her, a profanity exploded in her mind. Just talking about it, and it actually happened? Geraldine, why are you here? Angie, holding her bag, shrugged. Is there a need to tell you? I'm just curious, Geraldine. Who allowed you frequent access to Monteghegmeo International? In this building, he had to wait every time he went up, and Govind even had to send someone to pick him up. How could Angie enter and exit freely? Angie laughed as if hearing a joke. Mr. Nate, of course. Who else? What's the relationship between Geraldine and Mr. Govind? What relationship do you hope we have? Married? Friends? Lovers? Or just tabloid fodder? In other words, should we really need to explain our relationship? Geraldine, our old master only feels that Mr. Nate treats you specially, said Bart, trying to ease the tension. Indeed, in Angie's eyes, Bart as a butler was much more reasonable than the old man. Maybe because of his low position, he could humble himself. Angie always preferred kindness over harshness. That's right, after all, I'm giving money to Mr. Nate, while Mr. Tai. Angie paused strategically. Everyone in Jingang knows that the new business sensation, Govind, is being clung to by an estranged grandfather. Waiting for him to save a declining family. Since ancient times, those who bring money and those who collect debts have always been treated differently. Butler Clark, isn't that right? Bart didn't dare respond, knowing it wasn't his place to answer with the old man present. Seeing no response, Angie added before leaving, by the way, Mr. Tai might not know, but your butler here speaks much better than you. If you can't find a successor, consider him. Bart, so vicious. Just as Angie got into the car, Isaiah's gaze shifted from the old man. This old thing, he acts like a restless spirit. Angie didn't follow his lead but asked instead, where is Harvey? Have you found him? At the golf course. Let's go see him. At the Jingang golf course, Harvey was testing a new golf club. People outside informed him that Angie was coming his way. Harvey smiled, having guessed that Angie would seek him out. Take away the drinks and replace them with tea. Female celebrities have many preferences. They fear gaining weight from drinking soft drinks. Angie hadn't changed her clothes, wearing high heels, a blue dress, and a beige coat suitable for autumn. Quite leisurely, Sambo. Usually, people preparing for their weddings would be incredibly busy during this period. Does Geraldine have such experience? Angie watched as a server brought a tray of tea, sensibly sitting down. Leaning back and crossing her legs, she observed Harvey swinging his club. Harvey exuded a reserved aura, like a sword honed for decades, now covered in dust. Haven't eaten pork, but have seen pigs run? Seeing the server about to kneel to pour tea, Angie waved him off and poured the tea herself. I've heard that Presley prepared a substantial dowry for Mercedes. Is Sambo sure about making a deal with me? I haven't degraded myself to the point of touching a woman's dowry. Though currently tightly controlled by the Beau family, he wasn't so desperate as to take advantage of Mercedes. It was already unfortunate that an innocent person was dragged into this. It couldn't be fair for her to lose both her future and her wealth. Angie swirled the tea in her cup, smiling mockingly. No wonder Mercedes is devoted to you. Indeed, Sambo has commendable qualities. Not taking the easy meal served on a platter, indeed shows some integrity. So, has Christy thought it through and come to give me an answer? Chapter 452, If Anger-Induced Death Required Compensation. What can you offer me in return, Mr. Beau? At this moment, Milagros was not a movie star but a businessman. She preferred to know what benefits Harvey could offer her rather than engaging in trivial arguments, as this man had everything except money. An interest rate 3% higher than the bank's, plus 5 favors. How does that sound, Miss Milagros? Milagros spun her teacup with her fingertips casually, appearing indifferent. Are you suggesting I become a loan shark? Who would mind having more money? Harvey leaned on his golf club, looking at Milagros teasingly. The sunlight filtered through the golf pavilion, illuminating Milagros's face and making her already fair complexion appear even more charming, like an opulent peony blooming at the end of autumn. This woman, no wonder Govind couldn't stop entangling himself with her. Milagros met Harvey's gaze, sipped her tea lightly, and nodded, that's true. Is Harvey inside? Miss Nan, please wait a moment, let me inform him. The staff outside tried to stop someone, looking uneasy. Seeing Mercedes's slightly evasive look, it was indeed Harvey inside, but there were others too. If she went in, wouldn't chaos ensue? Why should we wait? Why do we need to wait? Mercedes pushed past the staff and entered before the waiter could react. The door to the private room was suddenly opened. Harvey was dressed in white sports attire, wearing a sun hat and holding a golf club under the sun. Mercedes glanced around and found the room empty. Puzzled by the lack of people, she asked why anyone was blocking her way. Mercedes walked past the sofa toward Harvey. After a few steps, she noticed a teacup on the tray with fresh lipstick marks on it. Instantly, Mercedes flew into a rage, grabbing Harvey by the arm. Her eyes wide with fury, she glared at him. Were you flirting with some woman again? Harvey felt a slight pain as Mercedes's nail-polished fingertips dug into his arm. I wanted to, but they didn't give me the chance. Those words made Mercedes explode. A man she couldn't get, who wouldn't return to her, was just a love-struck fool for others. Mercedes laughed bitterly, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. After a long silence, she spat out, "Harvey, you're really trash." Harvey chuckled and retorted indifferently, "Aren't you too?" Both equally flawed, neither fared better. It felt like Mercedes's heart was pierced by a knife, raw and bleeding. "That quick?" "I didn't even finish one game yet," Isaiah said to Elsie when they saw Milagros come out with her phone. Unsure if they should enter or leave, Milagros simply sat down and smoothed her skirt. "No problem, can I still go in?" Yes, play another round before leaving." Originally, nothing was urgent, so Milagros wasn't in a rush. Enjoying the pleasant autumn sun, sitting in the car was a delightful thing. Most importantly, she was waiting for someone. "Do you see the red Mercedes ahead? Park next to it. Isn't that Mercedes's car?" Elsie looked at the car, surprised. Could Mercedes be inside? Milagros came to find Harvey, Mercedes also came to find Harvey. Driving over now was almost rubbing salt in the wound. Clever, drive over. Isaiah obediently drove next to Mercedes's car. Once parked, game sounds started up as Milagros sometimes played games to relax. When Mercedes left the golf range, she saw a minivan parked next to her car. Recognizing Milagros's Mercedes logo and license plate ending in 3 6s, she immediately identified the vehicle. Walking closer, she saw Isaiah looking at his phone. Mercedes turned to leave but then thought about the woman she saw with Harvey. Could it be Milagros? Just as she was about to open the car door, it slammed shut. Instead, someone knocked on the driver's window. The rear window lowered. Milagros's weary gaze swept over her. "What is it?" Women's intuition and attention are always unique. The moment Milagros spoke, Mercedes noticed the lipstick color on her lips matched the one on the teacup next to Harvey. "It's you?" Mercedes was stunned, staring at Milagros speechlessly. "What about me? Were you the woman next to Harvey just now?" "Your guess?" Milagros blinked innocently. "Miss Nan, almost married and you're still catching others cheating? How embarrassing." "Milagros." Mercedes wanted to retort but saw Milagros raising the window. Enraged, she began kicking the car frantically, acting like a mad dog. She pulled the door wildly but couldn't open it. If anger-induced death required compensation, you might go bankrupt soon. "Manager Lou, are you going up to deliver the documents?" "Shall I do it for you?" The person addressed abruptly regained their senses, looking astonished at Alia. "No, these documents aren't for Director Nate." God knows, everyone in Montegegmeo International knew Alia's obvious intentions. Deliver documents? It was clearly an excuse to get close to Director Nate. If that happened, she probably wouldn't have a job here much longer. Hearing such straightforward remarks, Alia's expression turned sour. Seeing her boss enter the elevator, she dared not say anything and turned back into the office. Having a good father has its advantages. Not wrong. Others work to live, she works to fish for rich men. Cough. As soon as Alia entered, the office coughed warningly, halting any further discussion. Alia hadn't seen Govind in half a month. She timed her arrival and departure daily to try and meet him in the parking lot but always ended up disappointed. Soon, Alia's painstaking efforts became common knowledge in Montegegmeo group and were even talked about outside. Govind was often teased at social gatherings and tea houses. With Callista before and Alia after, everyone in Jingang knew about Nate Boss's high-quality romantic interests. Even Elena and Arlen at school were asked if there were upcoming family celebrations. Chapter 453, Does your wife not want you anymore? Are you already missing her when you see familiar things? Teacher Nate told me to make sure I bring you home for dinner tonight. At 4 in the afternoon, Elena was dispatched by Arlen to fetch him. Anyone who didn't know better would think she had come to escort him off to some harsh punishment. Today, heavy rain poured down in Jingang, dark clouds covering the sky even on the over 30-story building. In front of the man's desk, a floor lamp cast a dim yellow light, making the whole room seem somber. Govind sat under the dim light, his fingertips holding a cigarette, flipping through documents now and then and tapping ashes into the ashtray beside him. Is something up? I don't know, said Elena. After the rain, it had cooled down, and she wore a fluffy sweater, fresh from the hospital. It looked like she hadn't washed her hair in days, as her mid-length hair was casually tied into a bun at the back of her head. The moment Govind lifted his eyes, he thought he saw Angie. This was her favorite look at home. Even the sweater Elena wore seemed similar to one that Angie owned. Thinking about it, it had been quite a while since he'd seen Angie after the temperature dropped. Who bought you that sweater? Govind checked his phone's calendar while asking. Elena glanced down at her sweater, realizing. Is he missing her already because of this? Bought it with Angie using your card. What? Has your wife given you the boot already? That you're starting to miss her by seeing familiar things? Govind glanced at her. Go back first, I'll be home later. Elena swiveled her chair and glanced out the window where dark clouds gathered. You're going anyway, so I'll wait with you. With these dark clouds, it might start pouring the moment I step out. My driving isn't great. Govind, as the leader of Jingang's elite circle and a renowned figure in the legal field, handled numerous affairs each day due to his ambitious nature. Everyone on the top floor of Montegegmeo International worked diligently like well-oiled machines. Elena initially sat in front of him but, seeing too many people coming and going, moved to the sofa, watching them enter and exit. By 6 o'clock, when Govind finally stopped working and stood up to leave, a thunderclap echoed, followed by a torrential downpour. Elena thought how punctual this storm was. Driving back to the Nate family residence, 20 kilometers away, would now take no less than 2 hours via the elevated road without traffic lights. On the way home, Govind checked his phone. Elena stealthily stretched her neck to peek at it. Sensing this, Govind simply handed over his phone openly. What do you want to see? Your recent gossip is spreading far and wide. Aren't you afraid Angie will find out and castrate you? Govind took back his phone, understanding what Elena was referring to. So, today he was returning to the Nate family to get scolded? He took a bottle of mineral water from beside the door, opened it, and drank 2 gulps. Just rumors. Elena nodded seriously. I agree, just rumors. At 8 o'clock, they arrived at the Nate family residence. Ali opened the driver's side door, holding an umbrella for Govind and glancing at the parking space beside him. Sir, Cyrus' car. Following his gaze, Govind saw Angie's nanny car parked in the courtyard. He took the umbrella and strode into the house. Inside, he saw Angie talking with Elena in the living room. Walking over, he wrapped his arm around her waist before noticing wet patches on her clothes. Upon touching again, it was still damp. Didn't you change your clothes if they were wet? The rain in Jingang was sudden and heavy. Even with an umbrella, Angie was drenched coming from the yard, her clothes and pants clinging with droplets. Although wet, it wasn't as obvious as it appeared on Govind's face. Wet? Angie felt along with him. It was slightly damp but not that severe. Govind's stern expression made it seem like she had emerged from a barrel of water. Go upstairs and change. Elena noticed the situation and quickly asked someone to fetch dry clothes. As soon as Govind half-pulled Angie upstairs and closed the door, she asked, What's wrong? Are you upset? Why are you frowning? I didn't do anything. This is scary. Go shower. Govind's tone left no room for argument. Angie murmured under her breath but didn't dare provoke him, taking the clothes to the bathroom. Downstairs, Elena felt something was amiss and cautiously asked Arlen, seeing Jichu's concern, maybe our worries were unnecessary. Angie's personality, akin to the first Lincolnsons of Jingang, would likely have already taken care of any trouble herself if Govind really did something outlandish. Arlen remained silent upon hearing this. Let's see, both knowing they weren't simple, could this all be an act for their benefit? Given the rampant gossip, if there was nothing, students wouldn't ask. Angie came out wearing a long, clean sweater that reached her knees, revealing slim calves beneath, inviting thoughts. Govind, sitting on the couch with legs crossed, put his phone on the coffee table upon seeing her. Where did you come from? The set. Where else? Isn't today Wednesday? Why are we suddenly called back for dinner? Angie walked over, sitting beside Govind. The white bulky sweater and loose long hair indicated she hadn't removed makeup yet from the set. Post-shower, she radiated warmth, looking cozy and fluffy. To be scolded. Scolded? Hearing this, every pore on Angie's body tightened. She hadn't done anything lately. What did I do wrong? Who will scold me? Teacher Nate or Teacher Sue? Or a mixed doubles match? Can I talk back if they scold me? These two, a professor and a principal, would be formidable together. Angie looked worriedly at Govind, eyebrows furrowed like caterpillars. Dragging off her shoes, she knelt beside him, serious. Seeing he wasn't responding, Angie grew anxious and tugged at Govind. Ask you a question. Perhaps the movement was too big, Angie tilted slightly, almost falling. Govind steadied her. Not you. Then who? Scolding you? Angie suddenly realized and relaxed immediately. I mean, why would such a well-behaved, obedient, and likable girl be scolded by them? Govind. Come, let's go downstairs. Angie couldn't wait to see Govind get scolded. Chapter 454. The rough pads of his fingers rubbed against her thigh. Are you this happy because your husband got scolded? Govind remained seated on the sofa, unmoving, no matter how much Angie tried to pull him up. Angie stared at him. Think about it, back in school, it was always me getting scolded while you watched. Now that the tables have turned and I finally get to see you get scolded, shouldn't I seize this opportunity? Even model students get scolded sometimes, it's such a rare occurrence. Govind thought about it, indeed, it was rare for Angie to see him get scolded. All right. I'll let you be happy today. Saying this, Govind took control, wrapping his warm palm around Angie's hand and leading her downstairs. The moment they descended, the conversation in the living room stopped abruptly. Arlen and Elena's gazes immediately fell upon them, their eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and confusion. If Elena hadn't cleared her throat, these two would probably still be in a daze. As parents, they naturally hoped for marital harmony between their children. If Govind dared to mess around outside, Arlen wouldn't let him off easily. The recent rumors did sound unpleasant. For a teacher to be questioned by students about whether the gossip about their son is true, it's an unbearable situation for anyone. Not mentioning it, it would feel uncomfortable inside. Mentioning it? Angie was here, and these two seemed to have good rapport today. If it turned out to be just a farce, revealing it now might create discord between the couple. Let's eat, the food is ready. Angie, led by Govind towards the dining room, had bright eyes twinkling. This harmonious family scene didn't look like one where someone was about to get scolded. Has Gugu been busy shooting lately? These past few days have been a bit hectic. Elena handed a bowl of soup to Elena, glancing at Govind. You haven't come home for over 10 days, right? When I went to the company to find someone today, that person started daydreaming about this sweater I'm wearing. Angie chewed on her chopsticks, looking at Govind with wide eyes like a little rabbit. Boss Nate, really? Eat. Govind glanced at her sharply, reprimanding her softly. Regardless of Elena and Arlen being present, Angie, who lacked shame, said, just say if you miss me. You didn't even call me for so many days. I don't know if you missed me or not. So many days without a call? Arlen caught onto the key point in Angie's words. How many days haven't you contacted her? Angie thought for a moment. About 10 days. 10 days? Isn't that precisely when Govind and Alia were rumored to be having an affair? Govind had hoped that showing affection towards Angie would save him from a scolding today. Who knew Angie would end up digging a pit for him? You come upstairs with me. Seeing Arlen's darkening face, Elena grabbed him. Eat first, Gugu is still here. What happened? Angie asked innocently, stirring the pot. She couldn't help it, she wanted to see what transpired. Govind's expression remained unchanged, but his long fingers stealthily slid into Angie's sweater under the table, inching upwards along her soft, white thigh until stopping where they shouldn't. Despite his lack of further action, Angie felt terrified. His rough finger pads brushed against the tender skin of her inner thigh, making her itch but unable to speak. Her hair stood on end as she glanced sideways at Govind. His warning glance reminded her to think carefully before speaking. Like a frazzled cat, Angie stuttered, or, maybe we should eat first. What if the food gets cold, then the kitchen will have to make it again. Did Elena sense a threat? Following Angie's cue, Elena pulled on Arlen's sleeve. Gugu's right, let's eat. Seeing Arlen sit down, Angie reached out to push away the paw on her thigh and stomped on his foot under the table. In early November, the temperature in Jinggang plummeted due to a fierce storm. The city's temperature was halved by the relentless rain from 6 p.m. till nearly 10 p.m., causing traffic jams and accidents all over the news. Back at the Nate residence, tea was steeped on the coffee table, and a large TV displayed the latest news updates. Govind wore a thin white shirt, tieless, with the top two buttons unfastened, revealing a hint of his collarbone. His sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, one hand resting on his knee, the other pouring tea. Why don't you stay overnight? This sudden heavy rain may last forever. Safety first on such a stormy night. Elena spoke to Govind with a questioning tone, always courteous to him. Why are you asking him? Ask Angie. With her love brain present, he can't make a decision. Elena saw through it all. Before Angie could object, Govind nodded calmly, passing her the teacup. I listened to Gugu. This doting tone, coupled with his actions, made it hard to believe he was the notorious playboy of gossip. I'm fine either way. Upon hearing Angie's words, Elena smiled inwardly. Since deciding to spend the rest of their lives together, Govind rarely returned home. Previously, every Wednesday he'd come for dinner and stay overnight, but after marrying Angie, he stopped staying over even though he still came for dinner. Finally staying overnight today, Elena needed to arrange everything properly. I'll go up with Auntie to clean your room thoroughly and change the bed sheets. No need, this is fine, Angie intervened. They just came downstairs and hadn't noticed anything amiss in the bedroom. Not a problem, I'll go check. Just as Elena ascended, Arlen called Govind into the study, leaving Elena and Angie alone in the living room. Beside her, Elena nudged Angie. Were you threatened during dinner? Angie sipped water awkwardly. No, why? Don't you usually relish in drama? Yet you helped Govind out, unusual. Just tell me what's going on. Hearing this, Elena was taken aback and sat up abruptly. Holy cow. You didn't know? Chapter 455, let's talk about your personal conduct. LaToya. Being close to the water, you can see the moon first. That girl has already come to the company. Now, not only the people at Monteghegmeo International know about this, the whole Jinggang knows, Elena said seriously to Milagros, who remained unmoved. She threw off her shoes and knelt in front of Milagros, almost pointing at her head to make her snap out of it. LaToya. Sister, this is not Callista. In a good light, being close to the water means seeing the moon first, but in a bad light, she's making herself at home, right? Right. Aren't you worried your husband will be lured away? The entire Jinggang now knows about this. They're just shy of putting Catherine Nate on LaToya's name. Hearing Elena's indignant tone, Milagros blinked her eyes, poured herself a hot cup of tea, and tried to warm up. You're still drinking tea? Can you even drink it? Elena took the cup from her hand. Stop drinking. Milagros smacked her lips. You won't let me have my tea too. You're going to lose your husband, and you're still in the mood for tea. Look at how self-important your brother is. Who else could handle him except someone as shameless as me? Any other young girl in front of him, he can criticize from the dawn of human history till now. He cheat? No way. For a man like your brother with such a severe obsession with cleanliness, cheating can only exist in his mind, never in action or spirit. Elena. Seeing that Milagros was unperturbed, she reached out and took the teacup back. And besides, would he dare to cheat? Isn't he afraid teacher Nate would break his legs? Elena. Enough. Milagros didn't believe for a moment that Govind would fall for Alia, a naive girl straight out of society with no social cunning or charm. If Alia were merely innocent, she wouldn't be able to stir up so much trouble and make everyone believe she had something with Govind. To sum up, low IQ and low EQ, Govind must be blind to fancy someone like that. But Milagros thought of something and continued, this incident does highlight that your brother didn't handle things properly. He shouldn't be let off easy. Milagros's casual statement snapped Elena back to reality. The key wasn't whether Govind was blind or not, but how Milagros would deal with him. Watching Elena suddenly become alert, Milagros realized this little brat just wanted to watch the show. Clem came to see me and said you agreed to return to the Thai family temporarily. In the short term, Govind sat across from Arlen in the study, where the kettle was boiling, steam rising. Grandpa is opportunistic, attaching himself to power for profit. For his benefit, he can sell out his own kin. You need to be wary when dealing with him. Back then, he sent your mother to Jingang for his own future prospects. If you ever meet her, don't fight with him over her. Even if there's no affection left between you, she did give birth to you. Arlen was always gentle and never fought with anyone, not even now. Have you never hated her all these years? Abandoning husband and child, fleeing far away, without asking after you for over 30 years, yet now, he still spoke well of her. What good is hate? It doesn't solve problems, it only adds more. What binds us isn't external events but our emotions. I hope you understand this. When the wind rages and the rain lashes, stand firm and reveal your true mettle. I understand. Govind handed a cup of tea to Arlen, knowing they were about to delve into the real issues. Arlen brushed aside Govind's hand, patted the armrest of the sofa. I know you have your thoughts on the Thai family matters, but now let's talk about your personal conduct. The classic teaching style, concern followed by reprimand. Govind had learned a lot from Arlen over the years. Even CEO-level figures at Montegegmeo International feared this approach. Milagros's temper is so explosive, yet you dared to fool around. What if she were weak-hearted? Wouldn't you be dancing on her grave? I wouldn't dare. Govind said earnestly. So, you admit to fooling around? Just malicious gossip. Bringing her into the company was a business strategy, and the rumors outside are unfounded. Unfounded, yet you don't clarify? Give it time. Govind sipped his tea calmly, exuding an air of complete control. Arlen wanted to say something but heard a loud bang upstairs, like something breaking. Father and son exchanged glances and moved swiftly toward the stairs. In Govind's study, Milagros stood before the bookshelf, looking regretfully at the shattered fragments on the floor. Her worried expression deepened when she heard footsteps behind her. What happened? His urgent tone rang out. Milagros glanced at the glass shards and then at Govind. I accidentally broke your trophy. During the first week of her sophomore year, Milagros had discovered the breathtakingly handsome Govind on the school field and pursued him relentlessly. But unexpectedly, her expertise in romance failed repeatedly, causing her to doubt her charm. Returning home dejected, Milagros confided in Freddie, who advised her. To deal with such poor boys, just approach them when their pride is wounded. So, Freddie orchestrated a charity event, giving monetary rewards to outstanding students. On that day, Govind received the most money. Standing before thousands of students, receiving accolades, trophies, and cash was something Milagros couldn't relate to, but she still remembered Govind's grim expression as if he felt humiliated. After the ceremony, the principal asked Govind to speak. He stood on stage and spoke clearly. My efforts aren't for acquiring money from certain people or for trophies. I know what I'm pursuing. This money from Xavier, I will donate to the school, others need it more. As for this trophy, I'll keep it to remind myself not to become a certain type of person. This past memory resurfaced vividly when Milagros opened the study door and saw the trophy today. The urge to destroy it was overwhelming. Chapter 456, Born, I Will Raise. Are you not hurt? Arlen came over and glanced around at Angie. Angie shook her head. No. Jichu, check if Gogo is injured. I'll get someone to clean up, Arlen said, then left. Govind took Angie's hand and sat on the sofa, lifting her leg onto his knees to examine it carefully. You're not asking how it was broken? If it's broken, it's broken. It's not an important item. Govind's tone was casual. This left Angie feeling quite uncomfortable. If it's not an important item, why did you place it so prominently? Govind held her heel and slipped her slippers on. Prominently placed things aren't necessarily important. True love always stays hidden in one's heart. Surface-level items are for show. What's in the heart is truly the most important. Sir, as Govind finished speaking, a servant appeared at the door with cleaning tools. Govind hummed in acknowledgement. He bent over, supporting Angie under her arm with one hand and under her bottom with the other, carrying her towards the master bedroom. The Nate family's home was decorated in a warm style, combining modern Chinese elements with various warm lights that made it feel cozy. Leaning against Govind's neck, Angie asked, "Am I someone you display openly or someone you hide deep in your heart? You're different from objects." "How so?" With one hand, Govind pushed open the bedroom door. The room had already been tidied up, and it smelled faintly of air freshener. The violent wind and rain outside continued to pound against the windows. Lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating the heavy rainstorm just before 10 o'clock. When the thunder and lightning stopped, Angie hadn't received an answer from Govind. Instead, she saw him walk over to the window and close the curtains. She thought the topic was over, but unexpectedly, Govind turned back and wrapped his arms around her seriously. "You're someone I want to make public yet keep hidden in my heart, Angie. For objects, anything replaceable in this world isn't worth my deliberation, but you are irreplaceable. That's why my love for you makes me conflicted." He cupped her face with his rough palm. "When I feel your love, I want to make you public. When I don't, I want to keep you hidden from prying eyes." Angie felt somewhat uneasy seeing Govind's earnest expression. She was like a coward, always wanting to run away whenever he brought up important matters in their lives. "Mr. Nate, how do I let you feel my love?" Her slender fingers slipped into his neatly combed hair, gently pressing on the back of his head in a comforting manner, trying to alleviate his stress. "Did all those romance dramas you acted in teach you nothing?" "Romance dramas only taught me how to fall in love with other men, not with a husband." "Well, then think of me as another man." "Is it that exciting?" Angie raised an eyebrow playfully. That night, they spent the night at the Nate residence. After half a month apart, there was much passionate activity. Just as things were reaching a critical point, Govind hesitated halfway, instinctively opening the bedside drawer to search for something. His hand moved through empty space. Supporting himself on one elbow, he looked at Angie with suppressed frustration. "Baby, we need to discuss something." Angie felt annoyed. "Are we pausing?" "Yes." "What if this leads to something irreversible?" "I'll raise them." Being a parent is not just words, right? Though desire was clouding her senses, Angie remained clear-headed. In this situation, any woman would eagerly wish for a child to gain higher status instantly. But Angie was not just any woman. Govind sighed softly and got out of bed. "I'll clean you up. I'm going to take a shower." "Why are you here like a ghost, not even turning on the lights?" In the early hours of the morning, Elena received a call from the hospital. Still drowsy, she quickly dressed and wandered into the kitchen for some water to wake herself up. Upon entering, she saw Govind leaning against the fridge, drinking a glass of iced water. "Are you crazy? This stormy night and you're drinking ice water? Arguing? Need to cool down? Or are you frustrated?" "Govind. Where are you going at this hour?" "The hospital." "Where else?" "I was on standby tonight. There's been a multi-car accident, and they called me back." "Driving yourself?" Elena waved her hand signaling him to move aside, grabbing a bottle of orange juice from the fridge. "Driving myself. Don't we have a driver?" "He's become a gardener. Without you at home, the driver doesn't get used. Given my irregular work schedule, Dream and Dad find having a driver too ostentatious. They've always been humble, and they don't want others to envy us. Let Alali drive you." Govind dialed Alali on the house phone and arranged for him to pick her up. Later, at the hospital, Elena saw familiar figures in the lobby wailing while the emergency room was in chaos. "Dr. Su, you're here. There are too many patients. The backup doctors are still on their way, but the heavy rain has flooded many areas, so not everyone has arrived yet. Check on the most severe case first." Elena put on surgical gloves and went to the patient's bedside. Before examining the patient, her gaze was drawn to another bed, Alia. "What the hell? Fate can be cruel. What kind of accident?" "A car hit a motorcycle. That girl beside her owns the car." Elena glanced at Alia. "Prepare an operating room and get a thoracic specialist for consultation. Trouble's coming." "What trouble?" In the early morning, still half asleep in Govind's embrace, Angie mumbled when the phone rang. What is it?" Hearing Krista's voice mentioning Alia, she immediately became alert. Alia was involved in a car accident last night on her way home from working overtime. "Good news, she's not badly hurt. Bad news, she hit someone with her car. You might need to add a hospital visit to today's schedule." Upon hearing this, Angie woke up completely, rubbing her eyes and looking at Govind. Seeing him lean against the pillows at the headboard, his voice hoarse, understood. "Have Elon rearranged the schedule?" Alia was in a car accident? "Yeah." Govind tossed the phone onto the bedside table and opened his arms for Angie. She obediently snuggled into his embrace. "Are you going to visit her?" Note, translation ends where indicated by the original content. Chapter 457, Everyone is a Villain. At the hospital, Krista arrived first and questioned Elena about the situation. "You mean self-inflicted? That seems unlikely. The person she hit was badly injured, his leg is probably ruined." "Impossible?" Krista felt this matter was suspicious. Alia had been at the company for half a month without seeing Govind. Now that there's an accident, wouldn't Govind come to see her? Could this be some kind of bitter ploy? Impossible. Have you ever seen someone needing cosmetic stitches on their face from a bitter ploy? It's highly unlikely. Elena asked a colleague last night, who said at least 5 stitches were required on the face. Soon, Govind called. Krista walked towards the ward and, just as he reached the door, heard Govind greeting Marcel. After the pleasantries, Govind spoke gravely. It's truly regrettable that such an incident occurred. For now, I'll give Miss Leah a leave from work. She should rest at home and return once fully recovered. No need. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Nate. As soon as Govind finished speaking, Alia quickly interjected. She came to the company to get closer to Govind. If she got sent home, how could she maintain her dignity? Marcel couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Alia's words. Mr. Nate, you see, this child has always wanted to be a lawyer. Finally getting a suitable internship, she doesn't want to miss it. I don't think it's serious. No need for rest. Change departments instead. This is my only daughter, and I can't bear seeing her suffer. Outside the room, Krista's eyebrows shot up. Change departments? This is about sending her closer to Govind. He almost said directly that the 10th floor was too far from Govind's office. Come here. Krista beckoned Alali and whispered something into his ear. Alali's eyes lit up. Truly, everyone is a villain. Mr. Leah, Mr. Nate, Krista interrupted by opening the door at the right moment. Alia thought she was making progress, but then Krista appeared out of nowhere. How are you feeling, Miss Leah? Krista inquired with apparent concern. Just a minor injury, no impact on work. That's good. You must rest well these days. Don't. Chairman Nate, there's a crowd of reporters downstairs, Alali burst in suddenly. They say someone posted last night's video online, and the victim's family contacted journalists for interviews. Rich people hate officials, and officials hate rich people. Last night, Alia hit someone, and they lost a leg. Marcel would definitely resolve the matter financially, but letting him handle it would give her an excuse to leave the 10th floor. What a brilliant move by Krista. If things got messy, Marcel wouldn't want Alia exposed publicly. Not just the top floor, she might not even show up at the company. Genius. A surefire underhanded tactic. Marcel's face turned pale upon hearing the news. Transfer her to another hospital. Uncle. Song, what are you doing here? Alia was surprised to see Yesenia. Yesenia, dressed in a light green coat, rushed in with disheveled hair. I saw the news. Since I was coming home recently, I decided to visit you. How are you? Seeming oblivious to everyone else in the room, Yesenia hurried to Alia's side, showing evident worry as she carefully examined her. I'm fine, don't worry. Uncle, Aunt. Only after hearing Alia say she was fine did Yesenia notice the others in the room. Her gaze landed on Govind, and Krista noticed hidden restraint in her eyes. Hatred? Or desire? Why would Rufus's daughter be involved? In a black Bentley, Krista muttered to himself as he got into the car. Close friend? Seems a bit convenient, don't you think? Showing up right after the incident? Isn't Rufus's daughter supposed to be in the capital for grad school? Even from the capital, it would take several hours to get here. How long has it been? Does this young girl have a private jet now? After leaving the hospital, Krista shivered in the cold from the sudden temperature drop following last night's heavy rain. The weather's like those women who fancy Mr. Nate in Jingang, truly bizarre. Investigate. Govind remained silent for a while before speaking 2 words. At 9, Angie woke up from a nap. Changing clothes and descending the stairs, she found the house empty. Everyone who needed to go to work or attend classes had left, leaving her as the idle one. It felt odd. Syra, good morning. Master went out early and asked you to have breakfast when you woke up. He'll send you back to Puyan Mountain after finishing his work. Send? Did Isaiah leave already? Angie's doubt was answered by the engine sounds outside. 3 cars left earlier, and only 2 returned, with another having taken Krista to the company. Why are you back? Aren't you busy today? In the drizzle, Govind carried a chill indoors. He removed his coat and handed it to the maid before leading Angie into the dining room. Busy, but I feared you'd be uncomfortable alone, so I came back to drive you to Puyan Mountain. Angie felt warmth inside her heart. Seeing his strong back, mixed emotions stirred within her. I've never deliberately considered your feelings. Angie, I've always known you're someone who admits mistakes. Not considering my feelings isn't wrong, but I know you realize it and will change. Govind pulled out a chair, signaling for the servants to serve breakfast. Angie raised an eyebrow. You sound like you're gaslighting me. Do I? Aren't I? Angie retorted. Song, why did you come? Didn't you say you had exams soon? Won't this affect your studies? In the hospital room, Alia watched as Yesenia sat by her bed, peeling fruit. My mother's been unwell these past few days. I planned to visit her during the weekend, but then I heard about your accident and came over. You know, you're my only friend in Jingang. What would I do if something happened to you? While saying this, Yesenia's fruit peeling slowed down. You really? Bang. Before Alia could finish, the door flew open. Two haggard-looking women barged in, disregarding Alia lying in bed, and yanked her off the bed, shouting, "Is this you? Did you run over my son? Just because you have money, you think you're untouchable? You better compensate for my son's leg." Chapter 458, New Capital Tycoon meets girlfriend in private, suspicious new romance exposed. What are you doing? The police will handle this sort of incident. You're committing a crime. Yesenia let go of the fruit in his hand and tried to separate the two women, but one of them grabbed his hair and smashed his head into the bed. Is it legal when she hits someone with her car? Yesenia. Alia saw this scene and was too frightened to feel pain. She pulled out the needle from her hand and crawled up to pull the two apart. You let her go, this has nothing to do with her. Do you still have a conscience? Alia was slapped to the ground, and the enraged woman immediately saw the fruit knife on the floor. Without thinking, she picked it up and went toward Yesenia. I'll cripple one of your legs too. Yesenia saw this and was startled. He reached out and tightly grasped the blade. What are you doing? Marcel had just finished negotiating with the doctor and came back inside. Seeing the chaos and blood, he panicked. He abruptly rushed forward and kicked the woman away. The two elderly women fell down one after another. Alia, not paying attention to the bleeding hole in her hand, almost rolled over to check on Yesenia's condition. Are you okay? Doctor, quickly. The ward was in utter chaos. Marcel originally planned to transfer Alia to another hospital but didn't expect this incident to happen before the transfer. Mr. Leah, those two women were relatives of the injured parties. The doctor said the patient needed an amputation, which agitated the family. They learned that Miss Leah was hospitalized here and came looking for her. After the police finished questioning and came out, the nurse had just treated both their wounds. We need to keep things separate, they must be held accountable. Marcel was furious, angrily throwing his coat onto the sofa in the ward and pacing around the room with hands on his hips. The police exchanged glances awkwardly. Marcel noticed and raised his voice. What? They are victims, so their emotions can be understood. Miss Leah's case hasn't been resolved yet. Pursuing this might not be beneficial for you. Leah's wife tugged at Marcel's sleeve. The police officer is right. Marcel hesitated and glanced at Yesenia. If they only hurt Alia, we could let it slide, but they also harmed an innocent person. Upon hearing this, Yesenia quickly replied, Uncle, I'm fine. Marcel clearly didn't want to pursue the matter, knowing it wouldn't benefit them since Alia had hit someone with her car. I'll call your father and see what he thinks. Marcel didn't want to escalate the situation but still had to maintain face. Initially, he hadn't hoped for Alia to have much contact with Yesenia, but today's events changed his opinion. Catherine Leah left the ward and, seeing Marcel reaching for his phone, pulled him aside. You usually criticize Yesenia, but I think he's a good kid. If this happened to anyone else, they would prioritize their own life. Marcel's expression changed slightly as he agreed. To avoid such incidents happening again, Marcel transferred Alia to a private hospital that afternoon. I'm flying your private jet to the capital. Aren't you afraid of being caught on camera? In the early morning, Angie was packing her clothes and teasingly asked Govind, who was also preparing his luggage. Catherine Nate can still buy tickets if she wants. No way. My husband has a private jet. Why should I buy tickets? Why not enjoy it while you can? What if? Before Angie could finish her sentence, Govind threw a white shirt into the suitcase and stared at her coldly, waiting for her to continue. What if you go bankrupt and I can't even then? Angie thought how lucky she was to react quickly. Any slower, and this ruthless man might strangle her. Govind's private jet landed at the capital airport midday. Angie, wearing a hat and mask, stumbled off the plane, still half asleep. She staggered while leaving the gangway, nearly falling, but Govind caught her just in time. Angie, still sleepy, clung to Govind's neck, grumbling without realizing they were outside. Beside them, the bodyguard noticed frequent flashes from cameras. Stepping between them, he said sternly, Sir. Govind, half hugging the drowsy Angie, frowned lightly and shook his head imperceptibly. The bodyguard wanted to say more, but Alali gave him a look and pulled him aside. Whispering, can't you tell? The boss wants to make things official, and you're still obstructing? Bodyguard, but if Catherine discovers that Sir did it intentionally, it could be disastrous, right? As long as the goal is achieved, he won't care about the consequences. Half awake, Angie felt Govind's rare gentleness, his hand gently rubbing her waist. What's wrong? The airport announcements and Govind's tender tone woke her up abruptly. Looking up at him, she seemed bewildered. She shoved him away, adjusting her cap. Nothing. Stay away from me. Angie ran a few steps to distance herself from Govind. As Govind turned, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He glanced at the photographer hiding ahead and giving him furtive looks. Startled, the photographer hurriedly put away his camera and hid in the bathroom. Alali. Just enough. Understood. With that, Alali took the men to the restroom. Checking the time, the paparazzi figured they had left and wanted to follow them discreetly. However, just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he was seized by Alali. What are you doing? The man panicked, staring at Alali. Ali smirked. What do you think? He pushed the man into a stall and locked him in, dropping a maintenance sign at the door, and left. You and Govind flew to the capital? How do you know? Angie just arrived at the hotel and set down her luggage, about to collapse on the sofa but couldn't. Kimberly was eating takeout and watching financial news. Financial gossip? Quite heavy duty. Christy, you and boss Nate made the news, live updates. Shall I read it to you? Capital new tycoon meets girlfriend privately in capital, suspected new romance exposed. That's impossible. I just arrived, and I've already been photographed. Angie was skeptical. Who dares photograph Govind? Who dares offend Yama? Kimberly slurped her spicy rice noodles. Did you ever think Yama might want to legitimize his relationship? Chapter 459. You have wealth in your fate. Whoever gets you will suddenly become rich. Show me. Angie still didn't believe it. She hadn't been caught on camera for almost a year. Why would she be caught the moment she visited the capital? Was the capital city against her? Kimberly took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Angie. Angie zoomed in on the photo multiple times on her side and scrutinized it for dozens of times. Is this really me? There's no face to identify. I don't know if others can tell, but I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Also, who wouldn't recognize what clothes you wore today? Oh no. Your secret's out. You'd better stop gloating here. Wait a minute, Govind's mom just called. Before Angie could figure out what was happening, Elena's call came through. She suppressed her emotions and greeted her as Lenore. Darby, where are you? Are you busy? Before Angie could respond, Elena impatiently blurted from the other side, just ask directly if she's in the capital or not. Is she with Govind? Is she his rumored girlfriend? Why beat around the bush? Shut up. Elena shouted angrily. Elena pursed her lips and dared not speak further. It's me, Angie confirmed. You being there is good, very good. Upon hearing Angie's confirmation, Elena felt relieved. But how was that good? Not good at all. She strongly suspected this whole scenario was arranged by Govind, that dog of a man. Why ask Angie cautiously? If you're tough, go ask Govind directly. Do you think I want to? I can't even get through to him. Elena. Ali, where's your boss? Boss is in a meeting at the capital branch. Make him take this call. Angie had dialed Govind several dozen times, yet he refused to answer. In desperation, she reached out to Ali. He just started the meeting, I can't interrupt him. Tell me the address, I'll come over myself. Elsie pulled at her sleeve upon hearing this, worried. Sis, if you go and get caught on camera again, it will confirm everything. A lump rose in Angie's throat, nearly choking her. Linking up, holding the trembling phone, Ali glanced at Govind hesitantly. Was he in a meeting? He was sipping tea in his office. The heads of the capital branch were waiting outside, not daring to enter. Boss, if Saira finds out about this later, will she kill me? She won't kill you, she doesn't do illegal things, Govind remarked calmly. Ali sighed in relief, but before the breath left her lungs, Govind added, at worst, you'll be maimed. Ali. Being paralyzed for life would be worse than death. Don't worry. Once Mr. Nate finishes, he should resolve it. Leah's sister mentioned they would divert attention elsewhere. Rest assured, no one will suspect it's you. But what if they do? What if my cover gets blown? Elsie calmly picked out some dishes from the hotel service that Angie liked. Even if your cover blows, everyone will only say you're amazing. Having married a newly rich tycoon after losing your billionaire father, you, Angie, were born into a princess's life. Others can only envy you. You have wealth in your fate, whoever gets you becomes suddenly rich. Angie patted her forehead irritably. Why did I choose to stay close to him among so many people back then? You getting close to someone else, that would have been a real scandal. Would she dare to stick close to anyone else with boss Nate right there? Wouldn't he finish you off? Eat something. Didn't you say you wanted to go out? On the other end, Burnell was checking Alia's schedule. Finding she was in the capital, Burnell muttered something like how lucky Angie was. As if destiny was helping her. Recently, half of Jingang's elites went to the capital for the Nan and Bo family wedding. Alia must be one of them. By the press release. Aren't you tarnishing Mr. Nate's image? Aren't you afraid he'll come after us? Only a few people in the company knew about Angie and Govind's hidden marriage. Burnell scoffed upon hearing this, afraid of him. She had Angie on her side. Those around her stared in disbelief. So bold. Had she leveled up? Daring to challenge Nate Salinawang now? Sis, think it through. That's Nate Salinawang. So what? Nate Salinawang? Angie was Nate Salinawang's wife too. Go when told, why be scared? The person on the other line gave Burnell a thumbs up in admiration, truly impressive. Alia couldn't have imagined that the moment she stepped off the plane, gossip news immediately tied her to Govind. Chapter 460, this doesn't seem right. That's your own husband. Cece, where are you? Alia had just gotten off the plane and received a call from Yesenia. His tone on the other side of the line was filled with care, making it hard to detect any oddity. Before Alia could respond, the airport's PA system answered for her. You're in the capital? Yes. What's up? Nothing much, just asking. I saw you and CEO Nate on a financial gossip news segment and was worried reporters might surround you. What financial gossip news? Alia was completely unaware. She slung her bag over her shoulder and headed towards baggage claim. She continued taking the call while feeling the curious gazes of people around her. She felt uneasy. I'll send it to you on WeChat. Yesenia sat in his living room, watching a financial channel host recount Govind's rags to riches story. His tone was calm, but every word stirred excitement. Anyone who heard Govind's story would only marvel at it. This man carved out a bloody path in a fiercely competitive business world without family backing, relying solely on a small amount of startup funds from selling a few properties by his father. In just a few short years, he multiplied it countless times. His journey in the business world was awe-inspiring yet daunting. When Alia opened WeChat, she saw the screenshot Yesenia had sent, a video clip of the news. As soon as she clicked it open, Alia knew that person wasn't her. Moreover, she had no connection whatsoever to the girl in the video. For a moment, she felt as if someone had stabbed her heart, the discomfort spreading throughout her body. The two figures in the footage were closely entwined. The girl was gentle and graceful, and when the man looked down at her, his eyes softened so much they seemed to drip with tenderness, a beautiful sight never seen before by the public. There were many eligible bachelors, but young, accomplished, handsome, elegant, and tender-hearted ones like Govind were rare. Govind did nothing but gaze tenderly at this girl, and it still made people jealous of her. How could a man like Govind, who rarely showed his emotions, suddenly exhibit such tenderness toward a woman? It turned out, he wasn't devoid of tenderness, rather, others simply didn't deserve it. So, does Govind have a girlfriend? Cece, is that you? Yesenia doubted it was her, but at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. Even if our builds don't match, what if the angle threw it off, he thought. It's not me. So then, does that mean CEO Nate doesn't have a girlfriend? Alia scrutinized the photo again. Maybe. Aren't you still at the airport? Hurry out. If the reporters find out, you won't be able to leave. Upon hearing it wasn't Alia, Yesenia inexplicably felt relieved. Not her, but if the media insisted it was, did it mean someone was using Alia as a shield? Alia hung up with Yesenia and called her father, Marcel, asking for advice. However, unbeknownst to her, Marcel had received dozens of congratulatory calls from business associates within an hour. Opportunities and collaborations that seemed impossible recently were now presented right before him. Power corrupts absolutely, this eternal truth never changed. Just stay quiet about it. Dad, isn't that inappropriate? If everyone thinks it's me, how will I explain once CEO Nate clarifies? When has CEO Nate ever clarified any rumors about himself? Marcel countered. Just listen to Dad on this one. Have you arrived at the hotel? On my way. We'll talk when you get there. That person who just passed. I didn't misidentify her, right? Elsie also noticed and pressed her baseball cap lower, fearing she'd be recognized and linked to Angie. You're right, it's Alia. Is this what happens when someone gets lucky, they find money on the street? What do you plan to do? Elsie felt an ominous premonition, worried for Nate boss. You come here. Angie whispered something into Elsie's ear. Elsie gaped, speechless. This isn't right. That's your own husband. When he betrayed me, did he consider me his wife? Elsie always thought Angie and Govind were like black and white spirits, both familiar yet constantly trying to outmaneuver each other. Their deep understanding of each other often led to a stalemate. They never learned to coexist harmoniously. Was this supposed to be the charm of married life? Feeling pressured, Elsie nodded, ready to comply, but hesitated after a few steps and turned back to Angie, confirming, if Mr. Nate blames me, will you protect me? Yes, Angie promised earnestly. Syra, the receptionist informed you there were no suites available, but someone just vacated one. If you need a suite, you can go to our cafe for a coffee while we clean it up. Would that be alright? Alia nodded. Opposite the hotel was the capital's CBD, home to upscale malls. Coffee isn't necessary. I'll leave my luggage here and go shopping. Call me when it's ready. Oh, right, Alia paused. Do you have masks? Yes, let me get them for you. Elsie took the room key downstairs and saw Angie standing near an open bookshelf in the hotel lobby. Everything's set. They've checked in. The information is registered, she's out shopping. Angie nodded, her tongue pressing against her cheek. Find a nearby hot spring spa for her to relax. Winter in the capital was more severe than in Beijing. Although Beijing was in the south, the capital, being further north, brought cold winds that made even the bustling city seem desolate. At 10:30 p.m., in one of the capital's most famous restaurants, several wooden round tables surrounded by nearly 50 guests held numerous bottles of unboxed liquor. The bottle labels glowed faintly under the warm yellow lights of the private room. Business dinners were usually tailored to the guests' preferences. While Elon had seen similar scenes of exclusive Maotai liquor being served, seeing over 20 bottles open for just a dozen guests was uncommon. The group in the capital had always been managed by Darren, and Govind rarely came. Today, however, he was unexpectedly caught in a drinking session. After 3 rounds of drinks, the table was littered with drunk guests. Govind picked up an unopened pack of cigarettes, chuckled, and recognized the premium brand. He lit a cigarette after opening the pack, took a few puffs, and regained some clarity. Hold a video camera and ask Darren if he usually eats like this, Govind said, smoke curling from his lips. Elon, who was already tipsy, snapped to full alert, concerned for Darren. Chapter 461, Finding Milagros and Peeling Her Skin. Whenever the company's CEO entertained clients, any expenses related to business would be reimbursed through official accounts. If this level of extravagance continued, it wouldn't take long for issues to arise. The money was a minor concern, especially in the capital where powerful figures often lurked in the shadows. What if there were celebrities at the dinner table? With their lavishness today, it could easily be considered bribery. Carelessness could lead to trouble anytime. At 10:30 p.m., Govind returned to the hotel, heading straight for the penthouse suite on the top floor. The tipsy man held a cigarette between his fingers, walking towards room 3008. On the entire 30th floor, there were 8 suites in total, with his and Milagros's rooms side by side. The man reached the door, took a puff of his cigarette, and while exhaling, he rang the bell and began loosening his tie. In his drunken state, he exuded an irresistible charm. His messy hair fell over his forehead, adding a rebellious air to him. Seeing the door remain closed for a while, Govind grew impatient and raised his hand to knock. Click, the door opened. Latoya appeared at the door, wrapped in a bathrobe with her hair tied up, completely stunned. Seeing Govind was the last thing she expected. Nate. Mr. Nate. Something clicked in Govind's mind. Not Milagros? Latoya's face turned pale. She hadn't even had time to put on her underwear after showering. She had thought the doorbell was for the red wine she ordered. Instead, she found a handsome, tipsy bachelor standing outside her door. Even though she didn't have ill intentions, she wasn't immune to romance novels either. She mustered her courage and went to support Govind. Is Mr. Nate drunk? Would you like to come in and sit down? If something could happen between them tonight, maybe she could achieve her goal of advancing her position. Govind remained silent, his eyes blurry as if covered by a dense fog that couldn't be dispelled. Only when Latoya helped him into the suite and the ash from his cigarette landed on her hand, did he snap back to reality. Miss Leah, why are you here? The spacious suite was clear from the living area to the large bed inside. I came to the capital for Harvey and Mercedes's wedding. What I mean is, why are you in this particular room? Govind unusually interrupted her. A man of his status usually let others finish speaking even if he disliked them, but not today. I booked a suite, and the hotel staff brought me up. Is something wrong? Govind now understood the situation. It must be another scheme by that little vixen Milagros. Revenge? He'd deal with her later. Nothing. Govind looked down, took another drag from his cigarette before preparing to leave. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, a hand rested on his, causing him to frown and feel distinctly displeased and disgusted. He could allow himself to touch Milagros's feet but never allowed other women to touch him. Mr. Nate, I've loved you since the first moment I saw you. Over the years, I've never loved anyone else. You're the first and only one. I interned at Montegegmeo just to get close to you, hoping to be part of your life. If you don't hate me. I hope. I do, Govind said without hesitation, like shards of glass piercing her heart. Latoya's face turned white. Why? What did I do to make you dislike me? Do you need a reason to dislike someone? You don't need a reason, but I want to try. I won't betray you, and I'm willing to do anything for you. Govind sneered, finished his cigarette, pulled his hand away, and extinguished the butt on the coffee table with precise movements. Seeing this, Latoya felt a chill run down her spine. Leaning against the black sofa, Govind adjusted his loose tie to avoid looking disheveled and giving Milagros leverage against him. Look, even with a beautiful woman just out of the bath in front of him, he was thinking about how to deal with Milagros. Do anything for me? He asked calmly. Latoya, stiffly nodding, agreed, yes. Govind nodded and uttered 2 words, take off. What? Didn't you say you're willing to do anything for me? Take off. Latoya suddenly felt her dignity trampled underfoot by this haughty man. At the very least, she was a wealthy family's daughter. Mr. Nate, I admit I have feelings for you, but I'm not selling myself. So? Did Miss Leah swear she didn't plan to use this opportunity to climb up? Wanting to be a hypocrite? Fine for you to do it yourself, but not when someone else tells you to. Govind checked his phone. Finally, he slipped his hand into his pocket, holding his phone and swinging it toward her. Will you do it yourself or should I call your father? This man was terrifying. Latoya stood behind the door, pale-faced, no longer daring to have any inappropriate thoughts. She moved aside to let him out, and the moment the door shut, she collapsed onto the hotel carpet, not caring if her robe opened or exposed anything. Where is Milagros? Govind roared at Alali as he stepped out of the room. Isn't she inside? It's not her. Find her. Wherever she is, I'm going to skin her alive tonight. Alali was shocked. Not her. And you stayed in there so long? Are you planning to change bosses? Why are you standing there? Go find her. Chapter 462, I'll crush your joy balls. Get over here. Ali had just taken a few steps when he was halted by the furious words from the man behind him. He trembled as he turned around, only to see Govind stretching out his hand, demanding the room card. Terrified, Ali frantically patted himself down and finally retrieved the still-warm room card from his inner jacket pocket, handing it over. Govind entered the room using the card, shutting the door with a slam. As he walked in, the lights of the hotel room flickered on one by one. Arriving at the suite's living room, he saw that the blanket, which should have been laid flat, was instead bunched up. This sight ignited a blaze of fury within him. His mind conjured 18 ways to brutally torture Milagros. Having spent a long time in business, being both young and powerful, countless women had been sent to his bed through various arrangements. At this moment, Govind felt like strangling someone. The man stood in the living room, took off his smoky and alcoholic coat, and threw it on the sofa. Veins bulged on his forehead as he ripped off his tie and flung it aside. Glancing around, he spotted the only container in the room. He walked steadily towards it, picked up the item, and headed into the bathroom. The sound of running water mixed with the sound of the man washing his hands. The hands, now stained, were scrubbed vigorously until they nearly lost their skin. 3 minutes later, dressed in a white shirt, he emerged from the bathroom, carrying a kettle. He strode to the bed without even lifting the blanket. Raising his hand, he poured the hot water over the blanket. Instantly, the suite was filled with a horrific scream. Milagros pulled the blanket away and rolled backward violently. Her silk slip dress loosened due to the sudden movement. When she looked up and saw Govind, her anger flared instantly. And at the sound of Milagros's screams, Govind stopped mid-action. Milagros? Are you crazy, Govind? You used boiling water to scald me. Thankfully, there was a blanket between them, otherwise, who knows what state she'd be in now. Govind's anger subsided significantly. Seeing Milagros in shock and the red mark on her shoulder, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I thought you were someone else, he said, almost an apology. Get out. What did you say? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? If you don't want a scar, go rinse it under water. Govind swiftly scooped Milagros into the bathroom, dropped her into the bathtub, and began rinsing her arm with the shower head. Finally, he called Ali to buy burn ointment. Milagros was fuming but remained silent, looking at Govind, whose expression darkened further. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of flowing water filled the bathroom. Govind was furious because Milagros had checked out of the room, almost causing a mishap involving Latoya. Milagros was angry because Govind had scalded her. Her acting career could end if she was left with scars. You're angry? I dare not, Milagros responded coldly, resentment evident in her tone. Govind rinsed her injuries thoroughly. Is there anything you can't do? Giving the room card to another woman. Are you waiting for me to enter unknowingly and then use my mistake as grounds for divorce? You can come up with so much from checking out a room. You should consider becoming a screenwriter, Mr. Nate. You've got the hardest mouth. Govind lifted Milagros, making her sit on the edge of the bathtub while leaning against him. Cold water dripped down her arms, soaking her nightgown and sticking tightly to her body, revealing her silhouette. Govind, if you dare to get hard at a time like this, I'll crush your joy balls. I'm not an animal, the man sternly replied, pressing Milagros's shoulder. If you don't want a scar, behave. No wonder people say you are ruthless. If it were a beautiful woman lying on that bed, wouldn't you have considered that a pot of hot water could disfigure her? You should know the consequences if you dare to do these things. Hearing this harsh statement, Milagros felt a chill. She realized that if she ever did something wrong, Govind would never hesitate to finish her off mercilessly. Govind leaned closer, holding the showerhead at the same height, but his lips brushed Milagros's earlobe, sending tingles through her entire body. Milagros, I'll remember this grudge. Milagros forced herself to remain calm and pushed Govind's shoulder away. Then what about the grudge for scalding me? One thing at a time. After about half an hour, Ali returned with the medicine. Govind handed her a clean bathrobe. Change out of the wet clothes. I'll get the medicine. Before leaving the bathroom, he made sure to close the door behind him. Boss, shouldn't we go to the hospital? Get out, Govind snapped, taking the medicine and glaring at Ali, who dared to question him. Ali shrank back, no longer daring to argue, and quietly left the room. Come here, Govind sat on the coffee table, gesturing to the empty spot on the couch. Take off the clothes on your shoulder. Milagros obediently complied, knowing how serious scarring could be. She couldn't afford to jeopardize her future for trivial reasons. Govind carefully applied the ointment, his long lashes casting a fan-like shadow over his eyes. Unconsciously, Milagros reached out to touch his lashes. Doing exactly that, her hand brushed against the soft, delicate eyelashes. Looking up, Govind asked, trying to blind me? Milagros retracted her hand sheepishly. Did you arrange for the news to be spread? It wasn't me. Without your approval, who would dare to release news about you? Do you think my reputation as Nate Yama is undeserved? If they wanted to publish, I couldn't stop them. So you want it to be public? I do. Can you grant me that? Govind sat up straight, gazing at Milagros calmly. Make it public. On top of our original agreement, if we divorce in the future, I will give you 10 billion as alimony. The terms are tempting. Revealing a relationship in exchange for 10 billion yuan was a deal any woman would agree to. You can think about it. Why does Mr. Nate want to make this public? You've been in business for years, acquiring and merging companies, and have many enemies. Making this public means I will be in danger and become your weakness. If it's because of love, I don't believe it. Truly loving someone means not wanting them to take unnecessary risks. Then why do you think? Govind retorted, twisting the cap back on the ointment and setting it down. He cupped Milagros's face gently. I'm willing to make it public because I am confident I can protect you. What are you afraid of, Milagros? Afraid I'll become the next Adelard? Or that you'll become the next Selenagan? Milagros stared directly at Govind, her long lashes fluttering. Her damp hair draped over her shoulders. I'm afraid I won't be your ideal match. If I say you are, Govind's voice was firm. And what if? Whatever cause you sow, you reap its effect, whether good or bitter. I accept it all. This chapter vividly captures the tension and complex emotions between Milagros and Govind. It reveals the deep layers of trust issues and fear that underlie their relationship, leading to intense exchanges and moments of raw emotion. Chapter 463, Govind's birth mother, Faye. The wedding between the Nan and Bo families in the capital was celebrated with great fanfare. They reserved an entire resort hotel with a sprawling 1,000-square-meter lawn for an outdoor ceremony, complete with a stage adorned in blue and white, the latest trend for Korean-style weddings. The wedding team involved was highly renowned in the capital, having managed ceremonies for numerous celebrities and influential figures. It was rumored that this wedding cost several million. Half of the capital's elite and dignitaries were invited. The Bo family's status in the capital rivaled that of the Tai family, especially considering the elder Mr. Bo had once held a high-ranking position and had many disciples. Almost half of the people in the capital's social circles were his students. Being the chancellor of the capital university was synonymous with a vast network of connections. For the day of the wedding, female guests were required to wear white dresses, while male guests wore black suits uniformly. Angie picked a sleeveless mermaid gown from her suitcase. Seeing this, Govind, who was adjusting his appearance in front of the mirror, glanced at the weather app on his phone. -3 degrees, Catherine Nate. I have a coat, Mr. Nate. Govind nodded without insisting further. As long as you're happy. Do you want to go out first, or should I? What difference does it make? If we run into Alia, I'll end up making an enemy for no reason. The ceremony began at 3:30 p.m. By 2:30 p.m., guests started arriving one after another. Angie didn't hesitate to enter the hotel alongside Govind. As they approached, the backyard ceremony was just about to start. Angie found a seat casually, while Govind walked to sit beside Evander under everyone's watchful eyes. Angie noticed the astonished looks from the crowd and interlaced her fingers, rubbing them together. Suddenly, voices around her began whispering, is that? Could he be Tai family's grandson? That would mean he's Faye's son. What is Evander trying to imply? Bringing him here to the capital is like slapping someone in a higher position in the face. Everyone will know Faye is a remarried woman. He's crazy. Is he trying to undermine Faye? This Tai family's grandson doesn't need to do anything, just standing there makes Faye look utterly defeated. The capital is going to witness quite a show. What are you talking about regarding this Tai family grandson? Haven't you been following the news? He's the new tycoon of Jinggang, the current billionaire. From what I hear, the Tai family's issues might not even interest him, they're just an old family name. The conversation was interrupted by a cold voice from nearby. All eyes turned toward Angie, recognizing her face. You're Angie? Angie smiled faintly. That's me. You just said he's the richest man in Jinggang? Angie blinked and nodded. Yes. The person swallowed hard. But, isn't the richest man in Jinggang your father? My father died a long time ago. Everyone. In a lounge room on the third floor of the hotel, a woman stood by the large window wearing a silver-white cheapao, with silk embroidery depicting delicate silver flowers that shimmered under the sunlight, looking almost lifelike. Her figure was elegant and slender, even at her age, she still radiated refined beauty. A servant addressed her, Syra, it's him. It said he struck a deal with Evander and specifically returned to the capital to attend the Bo family's wedding. The woman's lips thinned slightly. From my womb comes a blade pointed at me. Her companion trembled but dared not respond. Faye harbored deep enmity against the Tai family. Evander's actions today were undoubtedly a challenge to her. He's still in the capital. Shall I? No need, at this moment, drawing attention would only invite gossip. Send someone to see me. The man bowed respectfully. Yes, Syra. After the outdoor ceremony concluded, the gathering moved to the banquet hall. As Angie entered, warm air enveloped her, causing her to shiver. She handed her coat to a waiter and exchanged it for a special ribbon before entering the hall. Angie. Ignatius, are you here too? Yes, I didn't expect to see you here. I thought our next meeting would be far off. You and the Bo family? My grandfather and Mr. Bo were good friends. Angie nodded, knowing the Arlo family's status in the capital wasn't unusual. You? I was invited by Harvey. Let's chat inside, it's colder here. Omar saw Angie touch her bare arms and, without hesitation, draped his jacket over her shoulders. As the warmth settled, Angie hesitated. Looking back, she met Govind's lethal glare. Inappropriate, with so many eyes watching, Ignatius. Angie removed the jacket and handed it back. Omar's face turned awkward. My apologies. Angie hadn't anticipated that Omar's small gesture would make her days in the capital particularly challenging. Mr. Nate, please follow me. Govind's gaze had just left Angie when someone blocked his path. He looked at the person, eyes narrowing. Upon seeing Govind, the person marveled at how much alike they were. His gaze, filled with world weariness, seemed identical. Among Faye's children, this one most resembled her. Lady Alizi requests your presence. Sorry, I don't wish to meet her. You should meet her, the person pleaded patiently. Evander watched the scene unfold, pondering the situation. You should meet her. After all, she's your birth mother. I'll go with you. Sir, you have no right. You, the Chavez lost face publicly. Govind scanned the hall, searching for something. When his gaze met Angie's, he felt reassured. Angie watched as Govind disappeared into the crowd. Who's that? Someone close to Lady Alizi. Lady Alizi? Govind's birth mother, Faye, Omar explained. Why call her Lady Alizi? Omar sensed Angie's concern for Govind but didn't press the issue. It's like calling you Christy. A woman's title in society often depended on her father earlier in life and her husband later on. Calling her Lady Alizi highlighted Faye's elevated status in the capital. I want to see. The rest can continue based on the narrative flow established. Chapter 464, If Boss Nate dies, I'll be a bachelor all my life. As Angie took a step, Omar grabbed her wrist and said solemnly, I don't recommend you getting involved with the Tai family. Seeing Angie's puzzled gaze, Omar pulled her aside. The Tai family's affairs are much more complicated than they appear on the surface. The decline of the Tai family in recent years was orchestrated by Saira Alizi. She suppresses the Tai family without causing any deaths but leaves them struggling to survive. Your interference will only make you the next scapegoat. As for President Nate, since they are mother and son, he won't be killed. Not likely to be killed, but not spared either. Angie understood this clearly. While advising Angie, Omar pondered over the relationship between Angie and Govind. He added, if you have a deep relationship with President Nate, and he is someone you wish to protect, then consider my words as if I hadn't said them. Angie grew alert. Was he probing her? Since when did Omar become one of those people? She hadn't heard anything during her recent gaming sessions with Devon. If Boss Nate dies, I'll be a bachelor all my life. A chill ran down Omar's back. Angie. Shadow Hector, haven't you heard? Govind has been the man I fancied since I was a teenager. He had indeed heard that before, but now Angie's casual tone and indifferent demeanor made him uncertain whether she was serious or not. Angie patted Omar's shoulder. In the future, if you're bullied, I'll stand up for you too. Without waiting for Omar to respond, she walked past the crowd towards the direction Govind left. Christy, Allison is looking for you. Who? Presley. Angie looked at Tracy blocking her way, her brows furrowed slightly. Everyone today? All obstacles on her path? Tell your Allison to wait. Allison suggests it would be best if Christy comes now. What if I don't go? Why, Christy? Allison has no ill intentions toward you. Tracy was completely loyal to Presley. Seeing that the person blocking her had no intention of letting her pass, Angie sighed lightly and nodded. All right, let's go. Inside a lounge on the third floor, Presley sat on a sofa in a white lace dress, playing with her phone. Seeing Angie enter, she threw the phone onto the sofa. Presley glanced at Tracy. Go prepare a cup of coffee for Christy to clear her mind. Angie asked, what does that mean? You want to get involved with the Tai family? Did Omar fail to explain the consequences clearly to you just now? Why should you worry when I'm the one taking the risk? If you die at our wedding, do you think your mom will let me off easily? Angie touched her earlobe, watching Tracy bring her the coffee. She glanced sideways at the handsome and refined Tracy, new secretary. Not bad looking. How old are you? Where are you from? Presley laughed, both amused and annoyed by Angie's casual attitude. Sure, give Christy your measurements. Tracy knew Angie's character well and didn't take offense. He pursed his lips, turned around, and left, closing the door behind him. So pretentious, like Presley. If you haven't heard about Saira Alizi's deeds, head down to the banquet hall and hear what everyone thinks of her. You'll understand how much she hates the Tai family. Now that Govind is here in the capital, even if he doesn't do anything, his presence alone can embarrass Saira Alizi. Govind is a stain on her glorious history, proof of her defeat to the Tai family. Angie, getting involved won't benefit you. You're not Govind, you lack his strategic prowess, so don't put yourself in danger. Are you caring for me? After a long silence, Angie concluded. Presley paused for a moment. I don't want you to die in the capital. In another lounge on the third floor, a man knocked on the door. With permission, he opened the door slightly and signaled for Govind to enter. When Govind appeared in a custom-made black suit, both those inside and outside were taken aback. It had been nearly 30 years since their last meeting. Faye's sudden encounter with Govind sent a wave of shock through her, making her eyes redden. He was too similar, a younger version of herself, sharing both temperament and appearance. But Govind had no memory. Faye had left him while he was still an infant, and it was Arlen who raised him. Faye meant nothing compared to the subordinates in her company. Immersed in her emotions, Faye's gaze focused on Govind's unfamiliar expression, instantly bringing her clarity. Come sit. Govind walked across from Faye and sat down, keeping a distance separated by a small table. You're 30 this year, right? Yes. Your father, is he, still in good health? For Arlen, Faye felt guilty. Such a kind-hearted man ended up being merely a stepping stone for her brief respite. Syra Ali-Z mustn't have invited me here just to reminisce, right? Govind cut her short, his tone cold, devoid of any familial warmth. Her carefully crafted greetings froze in her throat. Indeed, she hadn't come to reminisce, but seeing the face so eerily similar to her own, it was hard to suppress the spontaneous feelings that arose. After regaining composure, Faye said firmly, I don't want you associating with the Tai family. These few words were delivered with authority, more of an order than a request. On what basis do you speak to me like this? Enemy? Or mother? Govind didn't let her sway him but countered. Faye, accustomed to everyone's obedience, was taken aback by Govind's retort. We are mother and son. I don't want to become enemies. The Tai family, as far as I'm concerned, must perish. If you are deeply entangled with them, I cannot guarantee you won't be implicated. Govind gave a faint smile, nodding slowly, understood. Considering you gave birth to me, to avoid gossip if you try to kill me, out of humanitarianism, you feel it necessary to remind me once, for your sake, is that the meaning? This translation retains the original tone and structure, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the preceding context. Chapter 465, My husband, not someone you can bully. Govind stood up with a cold smile, looking at Faye. It's true that you gave birth to me, but you never raised me. There should be no feelings between us. Whether I get close to the Tai family or not is my business. Whether you destroy the Tai family or not is your concern. As for whether you'll drag me down while destroying the Tai family depends on whether Catherine Ali-Z has the ability. Govind fastened his suit jacket buttons, and his mocking words pierced Faye's heart like knives. Giving birth but not raising carries a death sentence. To me, you're already dead. It's really unnecessary for you to go through all this trouble to find me. Govind, Faye exploded upon hearing those words. She, who had always concealed her emotions, suddenly snapped. She stood up abruptly, the embroidered designs on her silver-white cheapao shimmering under the lights, as if coming alive. The graceful lady stared at Govind with an unfamiliar yet hateful look. Gave birth but did not raise? Deserves death? Do you know that if it weren't for my mercy back then, you wouldn't even have the right to exist in this world? As the past was brought up, the suffocating pressure was palpable, making the air around them feel thin. Faye's gaze seemed like she was looking at an enemy, full of intense hatred. When Clem had killed her biological mother and thrown her out of the capital, those days of hardship were a nightmare that still haunted her. And as for Govind, he shouldn't have been born in the first place. If not for Arlen. So, should I thank you for abandoning your husband and child? Govind's eyes glinted with coldness. If there were a third person present, they would marvel at how eerily similar the expressions of these two people were. That same calm and murderous aura emanated from both, making anyone around them feel stifled. Abandoned your husband and child? You only heard my name, never understood my story. What qualifications do you have to judge the person who brought you into this world? Faye's face turned deathly pale. She walked around the coffee table towards Govind. The Tai family threw me into the abyss. If you insist on being their accomplice, I will destroy you first. I won't allow a beast to gain wings, nor will I permit my own flesh and blood to become a blade against me. Ha! You turned an innocent life into a sacrifice for family struggles, yet don't allow others to comment. Catherine Ali-Z, so noble enough to forsake your surname, only allowing people to call you Catherine Ali-Z. Slap, infuriated, Faye slapped Govind across the face. The man's face was thrown to the side, and he touched his cheek, wiping away a trickle of blood with his thumb. In that moment, an uncontrollable rage spread through his eyes. Their gazes met, and for a brief second, Faye saw herself reflected in him. Govind softly chuckled, looked at Faye without a word, and then turned to leave. Just as he opened the door, the opposite lounge door swung open as well. Angie, seeing the 5-finger mark on Govind's face, felt as if a heavy stone had dropped in her heart, blocking her breath. She quickly approached Govind. He clearly didn't want Angie involved and closed the door behind him. Did she hit you? Govind glanced down at her silently. Speak, did she hit you? Let's go. Govind reached out to take Angie's wrist, but she pulled away. No, tell me, did she hit you? Noisy voices echoed in the corridor as Faye appeared at the door of the lounge room, and Janelle walked down the hallway. Angie's gaze toward Faye was filled with anger and hatred. She grabbed Govind's arm as if protecting her charge. Why did you hit him? On what grounds? What are you? How dare you hit him? A woman who abandoned her own son, what gives you the right? Angie asked furiously, her glare suggesting she might pounce and slap Faye next. Raising my son is my prerogative. When did it become your business? Faye, despite her rank as a high-ranking matron, exuded an imposing presence just standing there. Anyone else might have cowered. But this was Angie. Son. Do you deserve that title? If just giving birth is enough, wouldn't wild cats and dogs also have a dynasty? Whose business is it if not mine? You merely gave birth but didn't participate in his life. Yet, I am the one responsible for his future. Tell me, can't I be the one managing this? Govind felt warmth in his heart at Angie's words, his cold gaze softened instantly. He glanced at her, as if everything else in the world stopped, leaving only Angie vibrant and alive. Geraldine, let's talk inside. Here. Janelle, sensing things escalating, wanted to defuse the situation before it got too messy. Slap. Without thinking, Angie slapped Janelle across the face. What gives you the right to speak? After slapping Janelle, Angie turned her gaze to Faye, eyes filled with defiance. As they say, when beating a dog, one must respect its owner. Today, Angie was openly challenging the owner by hitting her dog. This slap wasn't aimed at Janelle but at Faye herself. Janelle, caught off guard, stared at Angie in shock. Before she could react, Angie raised her hand again and slapped her once more, looking at what? Do you have a problem with me hitting you? Another slap followed. Angie never tolerated any wrongdoing, whether against her or Govind. Across the hall, Goran and Presley watched the scene unfold, feeling anxious on Angie's behalf. What's up with Christy? When did she become so close to President Nate? Presley sensed something peculiar about Angie's declaration of responsibility over Govind's future. Check into their relationship. Aren't we already aware of it? Goran asked. Aware of what? Presley countered, then added, I suspect they've already legalized their relationship. Goran. So they're married? According to Angie's nature, unless they were legally bound, or in other words, unless she liked or loved Govind, she wouldn't intervene. Today's sudden defense. Angie. Unaware of your own love. Translation complete. Chapter 466, Secret Marriage, right? Then let's make it public. Move aside, Angie pulled Govind to Priest League's resting room and saw her blocking the door. Her tone wasn't friendly. This is my rest area, Priest League looked at Govind. Govind, who was usually dominant in Taiking, today was dragged behind by Angie like a wronged little wife. He seemed somewhat, pretending to be wronged. What about your rest area? Do you believe me if I said I can take it from you? Angie was seething with anger, wanting to bite whoever stood in front of her like a mad dog. Bullied her man? Only Angie had that right. Nobody else had that privilege. Priest League didn't argue back, she nodded, moved aside, and let Angie enter. Angie pressed Govind's shoulders onto the sofa, looking at him through gritted teeth as if he disappointed her greatly. Did you hit back? Hit back? How could he? After all, she's his mother. Even if she didn't raise him, she did give birth to him. No need to think, definitely not. Priest League leaned against the door, arms crossed, interjected with a smug look on her face. Aren't you going to leave? I want to be the third wheel and watch the unscrupulous businessman and the princess fall in love. Angie threw a cushion at her, got nothing better to do? Do you think I won't cause trouble at Mercedes's wedding? And make her come and haunt you? Priest League didn't want any issues today, she just wanted to get rid of this troublemaker named Mercedes as soon as possible. To prevent Angie from stirring up trouble, it was better to avoid unnecessary drama. You guys chat, I'll close the door for you. Goran will keep guard outside. If you can't resist doing something, don't hold back. There are no cameras in the room. Angie. Goran. Really guarding them? Or what? They're the richest couple in Jingang. I've never seen you treat people so differently before. Either Govind or Angie alone wouldn't be much, but imagine if they merged their resources. The old assets are with the Hua family, while the new ones are controlled by Govind. And Govind has brains, Angie has no shame. One person with money, means, smarts, and no sense of shame. Do you know what that means? They transcend both morality and law. Goran always remembered Angie's lack of moral integrity. Whoever offended her would hear curses from their ancestors until dawn. Priest League patted his shoulder reassuringly, watch over them. Make sure you watch closely. Inside, Angie reached out her manicured fingers to lift Govind's chin and examined him closely. She hit you, why didn't you hit back? Didn't you just say you would be responsible for my future? The nonsensical reply made Angie ask again. She hit you, why didn't you hit back? Didn't you just say you would be responsible for my future? Answer my question first. She gave birth to me, this slap can be considered repayment, Govind answered seriously, his gaze like a spotlight in an open field, making it impossible to evade. Now it's your turn, did you mean it? Angie remained silent. Boss Nate closed his eyes slightly and nodded, then I'll go out and let someone slap me again. Angie. Go ahead. If you dare, I'll go out and fight your mom. Boss Nate's raised bottom returned to the sofa. Angie wiped her hands with a wet tissue casually, with a warning tone, when I say it, I mean it. You don't need to verify repeatedly. With a flick, the wet tissue landed in the ashtray. Angie yanked on Govind's tie, glaring fiercely. Remember, only I have the right to hit and scold my man. No one else has that privilege. This time, I'll let it slide because she's your mother. If it happens again, either you see me fighting your mom or you see your mom fighting me, you'd better behave. Marital discord is mostly due to men being unethical. Ugh. Angie delivered her stern warning and was about to sit back down. Govind seemed to read her mind and grabbed her hand, pulling her close. Angie straddled him like riding a horse, and he kissed her passionately, igniting every cell in her body. Syra, calm down. Janelle handed Faye a cup of tea. She leaned against the sofa, tense and filled with hostility. What's their relationship? They've been married for almost a year now. What? Faye was surprised. Married? Yes, Janelle nodded. No one in Jingang knows about this. They've kept it very secret. Secret marriage? Faye's mind buzzed. Yes. Secret marriage, right? Then let them know. Too idle to meddle in our family matters, huh? Then find something to occupy them. Janelle wanted to say something but hesitated, looking at Faye. If Syra does this, your relationship with Mr. Nate. Mother-son bond? Do you think he will have any feeling toward me now? Faye rubbed her temples, leaned back on the sofa, and closed her eyes, remembering Angie's defiant expression. Arrange it. I'll go to Jingang to see Arlen. If Mr. Nate finds out, I'll tell him. But there's something strange. Yesterday, Mr. Nate and Miss Leah were caught up in a scandal. Which Miss Leah? Is she here today? Faye hadn't figured out how to deal with Govind when someone walked in offering to use her as a tool. Let's meet her. Get our coats downstairs. Angie opened the door. Her lipstick seemed thinner than before entering. She handed the customized ribbon from the wedding venue to Goran, who took it and fetched the clothes as per Priest League's instructions. Soon, Angie took Goran's coat and walked into the restroom, bending down to check the red marks on Govind's face, reassured only when they had faded somewhat. If he walked out with obvious marks, what would people think? Angie threw her own coat casually on the sofa and prepared to hand Govind his. Impulsively, she searched his pocket. Her fingertips felt something hard, and she pulled it out, a stack of business cards. Angie flipped through them one by one. Forget company presidents and general managers, what about private club owners? There's a handwritten number. What's this below? Body measurements? Govind. Don't you explain? I don't know. I'm wronged and unjustly accused. Chapter 467. Angie threw the coat at Govind and said, let's go back to the hotel. Give me my phone. Govind complied, handing Angie her phone. Angie took photos of everything and sent them to Presley along with a voice message. Mr. Nan, it seems that all sorts of ghosts and spirits can attend this wedding. Soon after, Presley replied, could it be possible that Mr. Nate has the ability to turn people into ghosts and spirits? Angie was too lazy to argue further. She threw the coat at Govind again. Let's go back to the hotel. Downstairs, the banquet hall was bustling with activity. Angie and Govind left directly via the hotel elevator. Goran had just walked up to Presley and nodded in response to the question he heard. What about the one upstairs? Still there. Presley scanned the venue and noticed that Ty Elder was chatting with someone. Before she could look away, Pete noticed her gaze. Presley nodded slightly as a greeting. Where's Lemuel? Didn't come? In a social event like this, Ty Elder wouldn't let him show his face. Presley turned around, cursing under her breath, old fox. Go find Harvey. In the crowd, Old Beau was walking with Mercedes and Harvey to toast. Presley approached and greeted them. Old Beau, may I have a word with Harvey? The Chavez nodded. Angie just clashed with Catherine Ali Z. Harvey's eyes widened, understanding the situation. He muttered, I'll make a call. As Harvey walked away with his phone, he saw Janelle descending from the third floor towards Alia. Immediately alert, Harvey had other priorities and didn't pursue it further. Upon arriving at the hotel, Angie wrapped some ice cubes in a towel for Govind. Hold it yourself, I need to make a call. Govind was unusually obedient today. He seemed to have been waiting for Angie's dominance, not feeling any discomfort but rather enjoying it. After finishing the call, Govind asked, why contact the media? To expose you and your birth mother. Govind's eyes narrowed, looking at Angie with suspicion. Even if your birth mother lacks power, your stepfather is highly influential. Though it would be challenging to destroy us, he can certainly hinder us. Since we've offended her now, she won't let us off easily. We might as well expose the situation before she acts against us. If they want to mess with us, let them. I don't care, and neither should you. She's still a notable lady in the capital. If she dares to target you, I'll ensure everyone knows her true nature of abandoning her family and seeking wealth over love, letting the world condemn her. Hearing this fiery speech, Govind pressed the ice to his face again. Presley was right, Angie's audacity was something anyone should learn from. Whoever annoyed her, she'd deal with them, right or wrong, so long as it made her feel better. Why are you staring at me? As Angie finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Govind put down the ice and opened the door while Angie stepped aside into the hotel room. The living area faced the door, so if someone saw them, it could cause trouble. Mr. Nate, Sam Beau asked me to find Christy. One of Harvey's men? Govind's expression remained stern. She's not here. What's the matter? The person outside didn't hesitate, likely because Harvey had instructed him. Sambo said, in the capital, Christy can contact him if she needs anything. Govind pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Govind. These are his contact details. He operates in both legal and illegal circles in the capital. Christy can reach out to him if she encounters any inconvenience. Govind knew Harvey well. He hid his skills deeply, not revealing any sharp edges over the years. Bo's surveillance on his accounts restricted him greatly, and Angie's help had effectively pulled him out of a dire situation. From Harvey's perspective, it was a life-saving favor. Though Govind didn't know all the specifics, he understood the essence. He took the note, closed the door, and responded with a nod. Is Harvey working for you now? Of course. Angie saved the number and then dialed Harvey. Speaking in front of Govind, she gave some instructions. On the other end, Harvey confirmed multiple times, are you sure you want to intervene in Govind's issues with his birth mother? Do you realize that his mother is now the wife of a powerful official? Her influence shakes the capital. Tai Elder once held a high position too. Even retired, his status remains. However, Govind's mother targeted the Tai family, bringing them to ruin within 3 years. Getting involved will bring no benefits but harm. Just do as I say. Harvey tried to persuade her further, but hearing Angie's unyielding tone, he stopped. One last reminder, I saw someone from Catherine Alizé's group approach Alia. Alia? Yes. Herman? Angie suddenly felt like she was digging her own grave. Had she just handed Faye a weapon to use against herself? She glanced at Govind, clearly showing her disdain. What? Not much, just wanted to hit you. Alia looked at Janelle fearfully. She didn't know who he was, but his aggressive demeanor suggested ill intent. I heard that Miss Leah and Mr. Nate have a close relationship. Which Mr. Nate? Alia asked boldly. The new elite of Jingang, Govind. That's just gossip. May I ask what business you have with me? Janelle smiled formally and distantly. Miss Leah might not know that Mr. Nate's birth mother is now the wife of a prominent figure in the capital. Catherine Alizé heard you're to be her future daughter-in-law and sent me to greet you. Alia was startled. A prominent figure? Could it be the recently appointed one? Instantly, Alia realized that Govind's disgrace from last night was nothing compared to this. Being the child of a powerful official and himself a rising star, Govind gathered all the advantages. Marrying him would mean lifelong luxury. Such a match was irresistible. Chapter 468, If she beats you, I scold her, that's already lenient. Hey. Priestleague emerged from the crowd with a wine glass in hand, about to open the balcony door for some fresh air, when she happened to bump into Alia who was coming in. The two collided face to face, and a glass of red wine splashed onto Alia's dress. Every guest from Jingang received an invitation personally issued by Priestleague, so she certainly knew who was present. Miss Leah, are you okay? I had a bit too much tonight and didn't see you. Alia gave a slight smile, glanced at her soiled dress, and shook her head. No problem, Allison must be very happy tonight, and there are so many guests. I can understand. There are spare dresses upstairs. If Miss Leah doesn't mind, I'll take you up to change. Alia hesitated but remembered that it couldn't hurt to connect with the Nan family, so she nodded, then thank you for the trouble. In the lounge on the 3rd floor, Priestleague stood outside, glancing towards the sofa. Who would have thought that just an hour ago, Govind and his legitimate wife were here being intimate, while now she was here helping his rumored girlfriend change clothes. If circumstances allowed, she'd take a photo and show off to Angie, making her feel miserable. Are you done? The door opened, and Priestleague turned back. Alia nodded, thank you, Allison. Don't mention it, it was my fault spilling wine on you. Let's go downstairs. Priestleague led Alia down the stairs. At the corner of the 2nd floor, several wealthy ladies were gossiping about Govind and Faye. You know, the one from Jingang looks like she was cut from the same mold as Catherine Alizé. Her later children don't resemble her as much. She is indeed stunning. But apparently, Catherine Alizé only bore him without raising him. Plus, he has become successful in his career, so I guess their relationship isn't good. Someone nearby laughed, not good? It'd be a miracle if they're not enemies. It said that President Nate was called up to the 3rd floor by someone close to Catherine Alizé. He hasn't come down, probably left on bad terms. While listening, Priestleague observed Alia's expression out of the corner of her eye. She thought, indeed, this girl is too inexperienced. All her emotions are written on her face. Does she really think she can compete with Angie for a man? Angie could pin her down with just one finger. Cough cough, Priestleague's cough drew attention from downstairs. They turned away before anyone noticed them. Who are they talking about, Catherine Alizé? Oh, Govind's birth mother, Priestleague explained. But it said that they don't share much maternal affection, Priestleague added casually. Alia felt mixed emotions. For a moment, she was uncertain. In the hotel suite, Govind sat on the living room couch after a shower, lounging comfortably. While listening to the water flowing in the bathroom, he kept thinking about today's events at the hotel. He always knew he resembled Faye. Arlen never hid this fact. Every time someone praised his looks as a child, he would say he looked like his mother. Later, knowing the truth, he no longer cared about her appearance. But during today's meeting, the blood connection surged unmistakably. It turns out that in this world, someone could truly recognize their long-lost child by just looking at a face. This wasn't something only found in romance novels or TV dramas. Faye. Lost in thought, returning late in the evening on the boat, mistakenly entering the deep lotus flower grove. Rowing hard, startling a flock of egrets and herons. Was it the egrets and herons that were startled, or was it him? What are you thinking about? Angie emerged from the bedroom, towel drying her hair. Seeing Govind lost in thought, she flicked water droplets on his face, snapping him back. Finished washing? Lincoln me the hairdryer, let me dry your hair. No, you nearly snap my neck every time. Ignoring his protest, Angie grabbed the hairdryer from under the sink. Thinking about your mom? Govind frowned slightly. Sounds like cursing. Angie, you have impure thoughts, so you think I'm cursing. Besides, if she beats you, scolding her is already lenient. Govind sighed and walked over, not wanting Angie to dwell on it. Didn't you mention wanting a certain bag unavailable in Jingang? Is it available in the capital? Did you check? At this, the gloom on Angie's face disappeared, her eyes twinkling brightly at Govind. You paying? What kind of question is that? People might think I'm stingy. In reality, whenever you shop with Elena or Kimberly, you use my card. Marriage was once a simple matter of supporting a wife. After marriage, I realized it also means supporting her best friends. Girls dream of stealing men's money to support their girlfriends. Angie blinked at him, playfully cute. Lawrence, where are you? Do you even remember it's our wedding night? After the ceremony, Mercedes returned to the bridal suite arranged by the Beau family, exhausted after her bath. Lawrence was nowhere to be found. When she called him, loud music greeted her ears along with his sarcastic voice. Every day is a wedding night. Sleep early, you've had a long day. Lawrence. Mercedes hung up angrily. Dressed in a nightgown and furious, she swung open the door only to find Priestleague standing there, holding a bag, wearing a black coat over her white dress. Where are you going? Why are you here? Seeing her tearful, angry state, Priestleague knew something was wrong with Lawrence. Without asking, she said, I'm heading back to Jingang with Grandpa. Just came to say goodbye. Upon hearing this, Mercedes burst into tears, sobbing loudly in her wet hair and nightgown. Priestleague stepped back as if annoyed. Lawrence left. Priestleague, your father being jailed didn't make you cry this hard. Mercedes expected sympathy but got a scolding instead, making her shout back furiously, you don't understand. I admit I don't, and I don't want to understand what goes through the mind of a love-struck girl. If you don't like living in the capital, return to Jingang. There's your marital home there too. Meanwhile, Lawrence entered the hotel, pretending to be a waiter, knocking on Alia's door. Chapter 469, Lincoln's reached out to Govind's abs, but it was ruined. I didn't call for room service, Alia said, eyeing the waiter in confusion. The waiter pushed the food cart towards her with a standard professional smile, as if he were a programmed android. Miss Leah, someone at the front desk has ordered a bottle of red wine for you and asked me to deliver it up. Red wine? Alia's eyes landed on the wine bottle. She hadn't tasted this wine before, but she recognized the brand. A good vintage costs hundreds of thousands, while the one from 2000 he was holding would start at over 100,000 yuan. Who could be so generous? Yes. Who sent it? Not quite sure, but by the voice, it seems like a wealthy madam. Alia immediately thought of Nina's wife that everyone had mentioned. Without thinking too much, she stepped aside to let him in. The waiter carried the wine into the room and turned back to ask, should I open it? Just open it. You can leave after opening it and placing it down. After all, this was a high-end hotel, she trusted their service. The waiter nodded, opened the red wine, and fetched some ice cubes from the minibar. Just as Alia turned around, her nose and mouth were covered, causing her to look at the waiter in terror before losing consciousness. This person. Such a fuss. Harvey entered, took a quick look around the room, picked up her phone, fiddled with it a bit, and put it back. Gone. He left swiftly as if he had only come to tour the place. Before leaving, he even instructed someone to help lay Alia on the bed, creating the appearance that she might have passed out from drinking too much. Where should Second Sam return to now? The bridal suite? Bridal suite? Harvey thought for a moment. If not reminded by his attendant, he almost forgot it was his wedding day. To return? There would inevitably be arguments with Mercedes. Get me a room here. But, isn't that inappropriate? If the family finds out. I'd rather face them than go back to listen to Mercedes's tearful complaints. Half an hour later, Alia woke up abruptly. She sat up quickly, scanning the room anxiously. After confirming her clothes were intact, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to dial the reception to get assistance upstairs but noticed the wine glass on the nightstand as she turned. Suddenly, disjointed memories flooded her mind. Was everything just now not real? What Alia didn't know was that the person who knocked her out was soaking in a bath downstairs, slowly savoring a glass of red wine. Who is it? This late at night, couldn't they choose a better time? People are barging in at midnight. Angie had just laid down, her sleepwear half off, fingers almost touching Govind's abs, when someone rang the doorbell. Govind laughed softly, pulling Angie close for a kiss. You're so greedy. What about the person outside? Why bother with them? Outside the room, Gay stood with grandfather Tai, waiting. Seeing the door remain closed, they realized Govind wasn't planning to open it. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed by Gay. Grandfather, Govind never really took us seriously. Leaving without a word today shows no intention to cooperate. How did the hotel respond? Has he checked out? No response. The hotel had shares held by Govind and was one of his investment projects, so no one dared divulge any information about him. Have people watch over his room. Under no circumstances should he leave the capital easily. Gay pursed his lips reluctantly and responded with a nod. The Tai family was now anxious, unsure what Govind and Faye had discussed. If Govind were easy to manipulate, they wouldn't be worried. However, Govind was anything but manipulable, deeply calculating. They feared he might betray them. If Faye were to attack the Tai family afterward, they wouldn't stand a chance. At dawn, after their passionate night, Govind took a shower with Angie and then settled back into bed. He called Alali. Darcy has stationed people outside your door. Take care of them. Yes. Alali hung up, got dressed, and headed upstairs with Isaiah. Since coming to the capital, they had been involved in major events, especially at night. It feels like since we arrived in the capital, life has gotten more thrilling. The more thrilling it is, the more dangerous it becomes. It's not necessarily a good thing. One of us goes up by elevator, the other by stairs to prevent escape. Upon reaching the upper floor, Ali observed the empty corridor and guessed the people might be near the staircase. He rushed towards the fire exit and found two men standing there, turning tail and running upon seeing him. Isaiah, lounging against the stairwell with a cigarette, caught one by the leg. I thought the Tai family could find capable men. Turns out, it's nothing. Isaiah sneered as Ali lifted the man off the ground. Choose, roll away yourself or have your leg broken. I'll roll away myself. Terrified, the man fled downstairs. Ali released him without another word, and the man ran for his life. Next morning. The capital's news shifted dramatically. Given the marriage between the Bo and Nan families, media outlets should have widely publicized it, as such luxurious weddings were classic favorites among audiences. However, unexpectedly, Govind appeared in photos of the Bo-Nan wedding, displayed everywhere from small roadside newspaper stands to major news platforms. Interestingly, media mentions focused solely on Govind, completely omitting the Tai family. Any news online linking Govind to the TYS was censored. Grandfather Tai raged early in the morning, throwing several cups before calming down. Who spread this news? It's all about Govind, but not a word about our family. Don't forget who brought him to the wedding. Sir, it seems the media is reluctant. Seeing the news, Grandfather Tai had dispatched Bart to address the issue, but the results were disappointing. It seemed they still faced difficulties connecting with the new elite of Jingang. End of Chapter 469. Chapter 470, Colorful Appearances. Mr. Nate, this is my weapon. Could it be that he also has connections in the capital? Bart hesitated before speaking. Is there a possibility this is at Syra Nina's instigation? The situation within the Tai family was unclear. Both the old patriarch and matriarch were entrenched in their stubbornness. They harbored deep resentment, unwilling to let Viviana step all over the family's reputation. They lacked the means to fight back effectively. Not only did they hold incriminating evidence against them, but even their power paled in comparison. Power dynamics could not be ignored, and sometimes just one tier above in rank could make life miserable for you. The old matriarch closed her eyes slightly upon hearing this, revealing a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. I told you long ago, failing to root out trouble will always cause future problems. If you had listened to me back then and acted decisively after she ran away, we wouldn't be in this awkward position now. Brittany, this isn't the time to settle old scores. We need to solve our current problems, Gay interjected, noticing how the patriarch's expression worsened with each word from the matriarch. Infuriated, the matriarch spat. Govind is as cunning as his birth mother, possessing those seductive looks and underhanded methods. Have you said enough? You act as if whatever comes from you is always superior. If your child were so commendable, would he be in detention now because of a prostitute accusation? The Tai family has spent years cultivating him for leadership, only for everything to crumble when he got promoted. And tell me, am I the son of just one person? Bart stood by quietly, trying not to draw attention to herself while the two argued bitterly. Only Gay felt personally wounded by these words. Who would have thought at nearly 30 years old, his father would end up detained for soliciting prostitutes? Uttering it made him lose face. Everyone knows Viviana set this trap. Are you proud of her using such underhanded tactics to send your own son to jail? At this age, half of our lives are already in the grave, yet we suffer such public disgrace. Before Viviana returned, the Tai family was thriving, even flourishing with numerous visitors due to the old patriarch's esteemed status as an economist and university leader. Businessmen often sought him for economic insights. But now, a university leader's son caught in a prostitution scandal, his reputation was thoroughly tarnished. Humiliating matters like this should not have been dredged up by close relatives. Absolutely unacceptable. Outside, Lemuel recorded the argument on his phone, basking in the bitter cold winter wind, listening to the chaotic symphony inside. He sent the recording to Angie via WeChat. What is it? Govind entered from the bathroom early in the morning, the faint smell of cigarettes lingering on him. Clearly, he had smoked while relieving himself. Angie never tried to control him, implying through her actions that she didn't expect him to manage her either. Everyone has personal preferences. Living together harmoniously wasn't about criticizing each other constantly but about mutual adaptation. Viviana sent the old patriarch's son to jail? Using a prostitution scandal? Govind nodded, so I've heard. Angie shook her head disapprovingly while holding her phone. This is quite intense. It was no wonder the patriarch despised Viviana. After decades of grooming, his son was poised to retire gracefully, only to be crushed by her. Decades of effort brought to nothing. Now every member of the Thai family seemed to be at Viviana's mercy. She appeared to be a calculating and deeply scheming individual. The waters in the capital run deeper than Jingang. I don't want you entangled too deeply. Govind glanced at Lemuel's name on Angie's screen and advised, less contact with Lemuel. Why? I don't harbor any feelings for him, and he aligns with our vision. Having similar goals doesn't mean he can be trusted. With tigers, one must plot carefully for benefits. Mr. Nate, whether someone can become your tool depends on how you wield them. Angie intended to bring Lemuel into their circle. Once inside, handling the Thai family would be a matter of will and desire. Govind stood by the bed, eyeing her closely. Her expression remained calm, prompting him to say softly, do you know he likes you? I do. Angie responded openly, adding, the deeper his feelings, the sharper I can hone him. Govind smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. He casually tossed the phone onto the bed. I don't want my lover selling herself for gain. Colorful appearances? Mr. Nate, this is my weapon. Angie acknowledged her advantage clearly. Beauty combined with anything else makes a powerful combination. Syra, today's news features Mr. Nate. Janelle approached the villa's yoga room, handing a tablet to Viviana as she emerged, covered in sweat. Janelle couldn't help but admire Viviana's figure. At around 50 with no trace of excess fat, she attributed this either to genetics or strict discipline. Clearly, Viviana belonged to the latter category, extremely disciplined with an iron will. Taking the tablet upstairs, Viviana received a call before she could speak, agreeing to meet later. They're still in the capital? Yes. Since they love being in the news, let them have their fill. Inform me once they return to Jingang. Arrange for a car to take me shopping. Angie and Govind initially planned to leave today, but Govind suggested staying another day, to which Angie agreed. To her, it merely meant changing locations to spend more of Nate Boss's money. You shop, I'll get some coffee. At the mall, Govind, dressed in a black coat over a white shirt without a tie, seemed casual yet handsome. She knew men generally had little interest in shopping, so she didn't pressure him. Forcing others would only frustrate oneself. As she scanned the stores, she was about to enter one when noises from the main hall caught her attention. Turning around, she saw Govind locked eyes with Viviana amidst a swarm of reporters rushing towards them. Note, the translation retains the original style and tone, maintaining paragraph breaks as per the source text. Chapter 471, a firm grip on her waist from the tiger's jaws. The scene unfolded as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times before. Everyone was almost instantly in position. On this day, Govind came alone, and Faye only had Janelle by her side. Compared to the swarm of journalists, they were vastly outnumbered. That isn't Catherine Alizi, right? Yes. Who is the man standing opposite her? They look so much alike. Could he be her son? No way. Her son and daughter don't look like her much at all, we've seen them. Angie, overhearing the chatter around her, asked, son and daughter? Biological ones? Of course. In families like theirs, they have to be biological. Did Faye have another marriage after splitting with Arlen? Or did she just have relationships without formalizing them? How old are they? In their 20s, maybe. They look about your age. So, not long after leaving Arlen, she got into another marriage? Damn it. Giving birth but not raising them, what a scum. Govind must have gone through a lot with such a mother. In the crowd, Govind stood in front of her with one hand in his pocket. Faye wore a white overcoat, the large fur collar wrapped around her neck, looking every bit the refined matron in both dress and demeanor. Catherine, Janelle, seeing the journalists, was flustered, fearing any ensuing drama would be hard to contain. Faye fixed her gaze on Govind, ignoring Janelle's words. Catherine Alizi, there's a rumor that you had a son with your first husband. Is this him? Catherine Alizi, does the Song family know about this? Catherine Alizi. Questions rang out chaotically, but Faye remained calm, her lips curling into a deeper smile as she looked down. In an instant, her gaze landed on the reporters. When did my having a son with my first husband become a rumor? Why would a fact I never conceal become a rumor for you? She glanced at Janelle, saying, remember, note down which media outlets are present today and see who dares to spread rumors. Yes. Faye walked toward Govind step by step, her eyes holding the scrutiny of a stranger. A reunion after nearly 3 decades should have been emotional, but clearly, these two lacked any warmth. Just not trying to kill each other was already a feat. Let's talk somewhere else. It was more of a statement than a request. Govind didn't say a word, his demeanor cold and unyielding. His whole being exuded reluctance. Faye anticipated the rejection, her eyes landing on Angie standing at the shop entrance. Catherine Nate must be waiting impatiently, no? With 2 actors on stage, it feels lonely. Would President Nate mind if I brought Catherine Nate out too? Govind smiled slightly, a charming quirk of the lips that left everyone momentarily dazed. Given their resemblance, few would doubt their kinship. Inside the VIP room of the luxury store, Govind and Faye sat while Angie leisurely browsed the shop, trying on several outfits before reaching the VIP room door, where she saw Janelle waiting. Her fingers curled slightly. Her hands felt itchy. Janelle noticed Angie staring at him intensely, feeling a lingering sting on his face from the slaps the previous night. Who among the capital's high society would dare slap someone in public? Even without pride, they'd consider the family's reputation. But here, this woman cared nothing for it. What's your name? Janelle. Logically, given his status, Janelle could have ignored Angie, but inexplicably, he felt intimidated when she approached in heels. Is your face still sore? Startled, Janelle wasn't sure what she was up to. Geraldine, please speak plainly. Is Faye confronting Govind to warn him not to meddle in the Thai family's affairs? Janelle didn't respond. Angie seemed to understand, nodding. Interesting, someone who doesn't want to acknowledge his own mother is expected to recognize his grandfather? Which of those Thai family ingrates deserve it? Angie turned away, watching as Janelle pondered her words. If Govind truly had no intention to help, then Catherine Alizi's warning hit home. Are you done? Angie emerged from the fitting room to see Govind waiting. Done talking? So quickly? Govind replied, taking over from the sales assistant to zip up Angie's dress. This one isn't suitable for you. But it looks nice. Too revealing. Angie blinked. Really? Turn around, she told the sales assistant, pack this one up. Govind frowned, but Angie blinked again, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering, for your eyes only. Govind blushed, gripping her waist tightly, mimicking her breathy whisper, not enough. Angie, pretending what? You're hopeless even in private. On the return trip, Janelle sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the dozing Faye. What did she say? Janelle recounted Angie's words, and Faye's eyes flickered open. You mean Govind isn't aligning with the Thai family? I doubt it. Reports suggest Mr. Thai was rebuffed and he visited Beijing, Hong Kong. It didn't go well. Apparently, Christy slapped the elder lady. Faye's eyebrows arched slightly. Impressive. She dared to slap anyone. Have you taken care of what I asked? All set. They planned to return to Beijing, Hong Kong in the afternoon. For lunch, they found a French restaurant in the mall. As they entered, Angie poked Govind's side, pointing towards Pete leading a girl in a white sweater. Chapter 472, enjoying your meal while looking at your old lover, isn't it? Who is that person? His wife. Wife? Angie was surprised. He's married. Pete wasn't the type who would get married early, so when he said he was married, it indeed shocked Angie. From afar, it seemed he took good care of this girl, as if she was someone very dear to him. Yes, for a few years now. A few years? Wow, really got married young. Any story behind it? Angie asked with great interest. Govind never enjoyed gossip and merely led Angie into another private room, handed her the menu, and said, yes, you can find out on your own later. The story was long, and the entanglements between the wealthy families couldn't be explained in just a few sentences. Angie knew his old official temperament and pouted, making a sound of acknowledgement. On this side, Govind prepared tea while Angie browsed the menu. Just as she was deciding what to order, a glass shattered from the adjacent private room. Instantly, Angie put down her menu, turned around, and leaned against the wall to listen. Govind looked at her helplessly. I told you, I don't want to come out for dinner. Don't you want to go out? What do you plan to do staying at home? Enjoy your meal while looking at your old lover, isn't it? Pete, how filthy you are. Don't push me. Angie vaguely heard these words and wanted to hear more, but then heard the sound of someone opening the door. The argument stopped abruptly. Heard enough? If so, come over here and order. Aren't they in love? Or is it an arranged marriage between families? Angie asked curiously, blinking her eyes and waiting for Govind to enlighten her. She knew this guy must know something. Given his personality, he had probably already investigated the matter thoroughly. Eat. Govind's tone was unfriendly, coldly interrupting Angie's speculations. Just as the meal was about to end, the private room's door opened, and Evander appeared, leaning on a cane. He looked surprised upon seeing Angie. Evander, today General Manager Nate is with me. No visitors. Angie rested her chin in her hand, looking at the man standing by the door, clearly unwelcoming. Then please have General Manager Nate step outside for a chat. The elder stood by the door without moving. The room was spacious, even 10 people could fit inside. Govind naturally wouldn't give him the satisfaction of leaving and sought Angie's approval with his gaze. She felt warm inside. He could have decided directly but instead sought her opinion. This man truly paid attention to her every detail. Since Boss Nate has spoken, I'll wait outside, Angie said, picking up her bag and leaving the room. Passing by a nearby person named Bart, she faintly caught a familiar scent. It was strangely familiar, as if she had just smelled it somewhere. The French restaurant was on the 6th floor of the mall, surrounded by dining places. Angie didn't walk far, leaning on the railing scrolling through her phone. Lowering her head, she sensed someone watching her. Looking up, she saw Pete coming out with a woman. Only then did Angie see the girl's face clearly, a dainty beauty with gentle features. Even if she didn't speak, her eyes conveyed deep emotions. No wonder Pete, such a man, would marry young. Such a refined and delicate girl, which man wouldn't be moved by her? Even Govind, an eternal bachelor, might be charmed by her sweet words. Angie scrutinized her, and the girl was equally examining Angie. What a coincidence, Sam Tai is here too. Angie leaned against the railing, holding a limited edition bag lazily, resembling an ancient procuress in her gracefulness. Christy, you're still in the capital? Aha. Rare for a villager to visit the city, Angie replied sarcastically. Christy jokes. Villagers can't afford a 2 million purse. Angie glanced at her bag and smiled. Didn't expect Sam Tai to know so much about bags. Planning to leave after dinner? Not waiting for the elder? Upon hearing this, Pete furrowed his brow. Seems Sam Tai doesn't know the elder is inside. Oh. General Manager Nate is also here. Evander must have come for Faye's matter. At this point, he knew whether to stay or enter. Glancing sideways at the woman beside him, will you wait for me here? Go inside. Pete seemed uneasy and called his driver before entering. So close. Weak spot. Angie clenched her bag tighter. If not for her principle of not making life hard for women, she might have gone up to greet them. Geraldine. Angie, about to leave, was stopped by the woman behind her, who sounded quite urgent. Do you know me? Not really, but I've heard of you from friends. The woman's voice was melodious and pleasant to the ear, explaining why even during arguments, she sounded lovely. Angie straightened and waited for her to continue. The other woman hesitated for a moment but remained silent. You. Syra, sir is coming out. The girl seemed ready to say something but was interrupted by someone nearby. Angie's gaze fell on the restaurant entrance. Govind walked briskly over, his demeanor cold and reserved. Behind him were Evander and Pete. Clearly, Evander didn't gain any advantage in their conversation. Teacher Nate, someone is looking for you at the door. At Jinggang University's office building, there was a knock on Arlen's office door. Who is it? The caller says his name is Faye. Click, the signing pen dropped from Arlen's hand onto the desk. After a moment of silence, he stood up, went to the door, and opened it. Indeed, the person who hadn't been seen for 30 years stood before him. For a moment, he thought he was back 30 years ago, seeing that astonishingly beautiful girl, tears in her eyes, recounting the injustice she suffered. Meeting again after so many years, their reunion started in silence. Aren't you inviting me in? Upon closer listening, Faye's voice trembled slightly. Arlen closed the door behind him. Let's talk outside. The area near the university wasn't short of cafes. Faye's impression was still of the old campus. 30 years had passed, and things had changed. I thought this place would remain the same. Arlen received the coffee from the waiter and handed it to her. After so many years, nothing remains unchanged. Even you? Please provide more content if needed or specify additional sections you'd like translated. Chapter 473, Your Secret, No Longer a Secret. Translation. Including me and Jichu, Arlen was never one to enjoy playing games with people. This fact Faye had known for many years. Note, I have maintained the original Chinese names in pinyin as they were provided. If you prefer English names, please let me know. Otherwise, she would not have been able to extricate herself unscathed from her first marriage. Had anyone else less straightforward done what she did back then, they wouldn't have walked away so cleanly. Over the years, whenever she thought of this man, it was only in passing. Arlen's words stopped all her attempts at small talk dead in their tracks. The warmth of the coffee in her hands was welcome on such a sunny but chilly day. You've raised him well. He's also worked very hard, Arlen replied. If I can help it, I don't want him to go to the capital and get involved with the Tai family. Arlen was surprised by Viviana's statement. He looked at her as if she were a complete stranger, not at all like someone he had once shared a bed with. Do you mean the first part or the second part of that sentence? According to your usual competitive and never surrendering nature, you want more than just his non-involvement in the Tai family affairs? If Govind were backing down on this matter, Viviana would be hoping for Govind to retreat completely, to stay in Jinggang for life, and never return to the capital. For her kind of person, losing was unacceptable. You know what I mean. I don't know, nor do I want to. We are both past 50 now, not the people we were 30 years ago. The world has changed, but you haven't. How can I change when my enemy is still alive? Is the enemy more important or is your son more important? The issue is that Govind has taken a stand against me and allied himself with the Tai family. If he hadn't allied with the Tai family, he would always be my son. Viviana's emotions flared under Arlen's few words. An argument between a university professor and an affluent woman naturally attracted attention from students around the cafe. Despite this, Arlen's temperamental calmness never wavered, showing no sign of anger even toward subordinates. Professor Nate? Do you need any help? A female student approached bravely, eyeing Arlen cautiously. Arlen glanced away from Viviana and assured the student everything was fine. Satisfied, she retreated. After a long pause, Arlen's eyes softened despite the stormy emotions inside him. You lied to me. You promised to leave for studies, but it didn't happen. Viviana, since you're already married with children, having found the right person according to you, stay out of our family matters. Jichu's associations and location choices are his freedom. If you harm him, I will expose everything you've ever done. Your secret, no longer a secret, Arlen warned in a grave tone. I always thought Jinggang was your temporary refuge. Now it seems otherwise. This place is where your heartbreak lies. Otherwise, why, after so many years abroad, have you never thought of visiting your own son who you carried for 10 months? To you, only your enemies and your ambitions matter. Myself and Govind have merely been stepping stones on your path forward. As Arlen spoke, he slowly stood up, his gaze cold and unwavering. How did you find out? A student called me, saying you were arguing here. I was worried you might lose, so I came to see what was happening. Who made you so angry? Elena hurried over just as Arlen was leaving the cafe. Instinctively, he held Elena's hand, leading her back towards campus, quietly explaining, Jichu's biological mother. He must have encountered her during the wedding in the capital and had a conflict, so she came looking for us. Elena paused mid-step. What did she say? Some unpleasant things, telling Jichu not to involve himself with the Thai family and preferably not to return to the capital. She has no right. I'll tear her apart. Elena was livid, ready to turn back but was pulled by Arlen. Don't cause trouble. You can just stand for that? Jichu is such a good child, and his real mother has no conscience left. People without a conscience can't be corrected by us scolding them. We should focus on doing our best. Arlen led Elena down the leafy avenue of Winter Jinggang, and Viviana felt as if she was transported back to 30 years ago. Back then, the handsome teacher also held her hand like this. Years had passed. Meeting Arlen made her realize that some people indeed remained unchanged in heart. Sir, Catherine Nina met Professor Nate. Now? Govind stood at the parking entrance, watching the servants load Angie's shopping spoils into the elevator of Brit. Fingers pinching a cigarette, he smoked leisurely under the dim lighting of the garage. Yes. Have someone invite her downstairs at Jinggang University dormitory. The man dropped his cigarette, stepped on it, and hastily departed home again. Where is Mr. Nate? Mr. Nate had something to attend to. He said let Syra rest tonight and not wait for him. Upon hearing this, Angie frowned unhappily, requesting Mina for her phone. She dialed Govind immediately. At work? Viviana came to Jinggang to see Professor Nate. I'm going to meet her. Take me along, I'll settle her down for you. Govind couldn't help laughing. Ladies shouldn't think about fighting all the time. Doesn't she deserve it for bullying my husband? Aren't you tired? Go for a spa session and sleep. Govind patiently persuaded Angie, then hung up the phone. When the car stopped near Jinggang University dormitory, they saw Viviana standing pensively outside, staring up at the third floor. She slightly turned at the sound behind her. Why here? Govind still wore the coat from earlier. This building was supposed to be demolished in June 2017, but I bought it and occasionally come back here. He took a key from Alalie, then climbed the stairs without a word to Viviana. The old door opened without the expected dustiness. Instead, it smelled clean as if regularly cleaned. Standing at the doorway, Viviana hesitated to enter. Too many painful memories lingered behind this door. Hashtag chapter 474, suspicion of a secret marriage in Jinggang. Wouldn't you like to come inside and take a look at the place you once tried so hard to escape? Faye had braced herself for humiliation when Govind arranged this meeting here. She thought it would be just verbal insults, but she never expected such stark and heartless reality. This was indeed the place she had once desperately wanted to flee from, the place she strived with all her might to leave behind. She thought she would never return in this lifetime, yet here she was. Do you think I'd feel guilty seeing this place? Of course not. Govind knew without thinking. He casually pulled over an old-fashioned chair and sat down, pulling out a cigarette from his coat pocket and lighting it with one hand. The old dormitory building stood there, with a single incandescent light bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a dim, nostalgic glow. The room exuded an air of bygone days. Govind took a puff of the cigarette, leaning back on the chair, emitting a sense of weariness that came from years of dealing with the cutthroat business world. I spent a fortune to buy this building and ensure it wasn't demolished, not to make you feel guilty, but to preserve the evidence of your misdeeds. The misdeeds of Syra Alizi. Faye's face turned pale. She was always competitive, working tirelessly to reach her current position as the foremost aristocrat in the capital, never allowing any blemish on her reputation. But today, Govind's words felt like knives stabbing into her heart. Even if it's a crime, I won't repent. I don't need your repentance. Neither does anyone else. Syra Alizi, please don't think too highly of yourself. To me, you're less significant than a stranger on the street. Bringing you here is just to remind you that some things are preserved not out of longing, but possibly out of resentment. You were too focused on your revenge, but have you ever considered that you might end up being despised like Evander someday? Haven't you ever thought that you could become the next you? Faye's heart trembled. She had never considered these possibilities. Judging by Syra Al-Aziz's expression, I assume you haven't. Govind flicked off the ash from his cigarette and threw the half-finished butt to the ground, stomping it out with his expensive leather shoes before standing up. He walked towards the door, passing by Faye who had been standing at the entrance all along. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, he warned her, "My father is very happy now. Stay away from him, or don't blame me for being ruthless." "Are you back? How did it go? Did she hit you?" As the engine sound reached the courtyard, Angie ran out barefoot, not even bothering to put on her slippers, eager to see Govind. When she saw him get out of the car, she examined him carefully, asking repeatedly without finding anything wrong. Seeing Angie rush out in thin pajamas, Govind felt a pang of concern. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped her in it. Only then did he notice her bare feet. "Where are your shoes? What happened? Did she hit you?" Govind immediately grew serious and carried her bridal style towards the main house. "Where's Greyhammed? What has he been doing?" Just as he asked, Greyhammed emerged from the house holding a blanket. Startled by the master's anger, he stepped back. "Aren't you supposed to bring hot water?" "Yes, sir." Greyhammed hastily set down the blanket and rushed downstairs to the washroom. "Why do you torment her?" Govind gently placed her on the sofa, covering her with the blanket and warming her feet with his hands. "You're quite the good person. I'm asking you. Did she hit you?" "No." "What did you talk about?" "Took her down memory lane." "Just like that?" Angie seemed skeptical. "Yes, just like that." Greyhammed returned with a basin of hot water, which Govind placed beside the sofa. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to put her feet in the water. "I can do it myself." "Ashamed?" "While I may have a princess-like temper, I still know my place. Why should I ask you to wash my feet? If I've washed you entirely, why not do your feet as well?" "Washing a whole body and washing feet are different," Angie pointed out, respecting traditional Chinese propriety more than a matter of gender roles. Govind nodded in apparent agreement, but when she wasn't looking, he plunged her feet into the water. "Hot, hot, hot." "Govind, how didn't your mother slap you to death?" "You're trying to scald me." "My foot." "Ouch," turned red. Govind's hand was also burned momentarily, and his furious gaze shifted to Greyhammed, causing the man to freeze in fear. Trembling, Greyhammed knelt halfway to replace the hot water with lukewarm water, feeling utterly cowed by the master's wrath. After a few scoldings, he was thoroughly confused. "Go rinse it with cold water." Before Angie could react, Govind sat her on the bathroom counter. Although it wasn't as cold as the capital, it was still freezing in Jingang. The cool water hit her feet, making her teeth chatter. She shivered violently, feeling the extreme discomfort of alternating hot and cold temperatures. "Govind, you must want to inherit my wealth and use my money to indulge in prostitution. I worry about you being beaten outside, while you keep trying to kill me with water. If I die, I'll make sure my ashes are buried at your bedside. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go." "Govind." "Father, aren't you sleeping yet?" In the early hours, Elena returned from a surgery, exhausted. Preparing to head upstairs with a glass of water, she noticed the light still on in Arlen's study. "Back so soon? Didn't you say you weren't on duty tonight?" "A critical patient came in right before my shift ended. It's almost 1 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep?" "Right away." Elena nodded, exchanged a few words of concern, and smelled something burning near the door. Turning around, she caught sight of ashes in a basin under the desk. "Burning something late at night? Strange." Too tired to question further, she fell asleep immediately after getting home. The next morning, a colleague's call woke her. "Yunyun, did your brother get married?" "To whom?" "What? My dream of becoming your sister-in-law is shattered." "Not fully awake yet, are you?" Elena muttered sleepily. "Check Weibo yourself." Elena rolled over, unplugged her phone from the bedside charger, and opened Weibo. There it was, a prominent post, Jingang new aristocrat suspected of secret marriage. Chapter 475, confirming the rumor. "Milagros, quickly get up and start reviewing the petitions." "What petition?" "I've been pretty well behaved lately." Milagros rubbed her messy hair and sat up from the bed. She felt the empty space beside her. It was still warm. "The suspected hidden marriage of Jingang's new elite. If you continue to be so laid back, you'll eventually be sold out by Govind." Although Govind can be love-struck, Milagros is no less when it comes to strategy. Whenever Govind shows any sign of weakness in front of her, she would fiercely protect him like a mother. Her maternal glow shines the brightest at such times. "Aren't you just asking to be a mother? If you want to act so maternal, why not just have a child and take care of them directly?" "There's no way." "What does he gain by selling me out?" "He has a title." Burnell gritted her teeth and shot back. "There's no reason." "What kind of reason do you need?" Burnell, sitting in her car, tapped her head against the window in frustration while waiting for Milagros to check Weibo. Isn't this about Christy? They've always been rumored to be dating. Back then, Christy even had an affair with him. I think it's almost confirmed. If it's really Christy, this would be interesting. Who remembers Nate General's expression when Christy dealt with Leroy? It was filled with indulgence. Girls, that gaze was practically dripping with affection. If Christy really did get him, I would kneel and beg her to share the secrets. Hidden marriage? If Christy, who is so high profile, had secured Mr. Nate, would she hide the marriage? With her peacock-like nature, she'd want everyone to know. Indeed, she'd want to live stream it. Live stream at 8 p.m. tonight to analyze the key points of Jingang Capital's hidden marriage. F***K. They're doing live streams now? Who are they calling a peacock? Milagros flipped through the comments angrily, her face turning red with anger. Done reading? Done reading. Any thoughts? Want to cuss? Haven't you thought about why, after keeping your hidden marriage with Mr. Nate concealed for a year, it suddenly got exposed now? Was it Faye's doing? Milagros thought about it, only she could do it. Otherwise, who else had this capability? His enemies? Which enemy has this ability? Govind is Jingang's Yama, ruler of hell. Slandering him is asking for a lawsuit. Burnell pulled her hair. Haven't you thought that this might be a self-directed drama by Mr. Nate? Are you awake? Just as Burnell finished speaking, she heard Govind's voice asking if she was awake. Scared, she shook slightly holding the phone. If Govind knew she was trying to sow discord between the two, she'd be in big trouble. Without hesitation, she ended the call. Going for a run? Not cold? Indoors. Did you see the news? The man's short-sleeved shirt clung tightly to his body. Hearing Milagros's words, he seemed a bit puzzled. What news? Look first. Milagros handed over the phone. Govind glanced at it, his expression turning cold. He turned back to comfort Milagros. I'll call Elon, don't worry. Remembering Burnell's words, Milagros originally wanted to ask Govind but stopped upon hearing his response. If this were self-staged, would he really call to yell at someone? In the bathroom, Govind's angry rebukes echoed, interspersed with harsh statements. Elon went to the company early in the morning, barely off the elevator, and was immediately scolded. The scolder was momentarily stunned. After hanging up, they finally realized, Mr. Oren. Did you understand what President Nate meant? He said your team handled things poorly and put him on the news. Krista stood next to Elon, listening to Govind's 10-minute tirade, thoroughly entertained. Why say she's manipulative? This sort of pushing blame onto subordinates made Krista ashamed. Daring to act yet not daring to admit? Afraid Milagros would skin him alive if she found out? So should I withdraw the post? Elon asked uncertainly. Withdraw? You'd be signing your own death warrant. What can I do? Elon paled, thinking that accompanying a boss truly is like living with a tiger, unpredictable indeed.